How do I breathe without you? Feeling so cold. I've been waiting right here till the day you're going home. Carry on.
Mic check, mic check.
Give me all the strength I need to carry
Sorry for killing the mood. Sorry for killing the mood. Rich Homie Quan's funeral service, the public one, celebration of his life, is happening currently. For the people tuning in for the Diddy stuff, I have the indictment. My voice is still a little bit gone, but it's all good. We have the indictment. There's a press conference scheduled in about 20 minutes. The U.S. attorney, I believe his last name is Williams, the person who signed the indictment, he will be giving a press conference related to the charges with Diddy. We'll get into that. Just wanted to pay some respect to our Rich Homie Quan. Obviously gone, but not forgotten. Kind of sad. Yeah, you guys can watch this also. This is not like some exclusive stream. This is being streamed currently on Fox 5 Atlanta right now. So if you guys are wondering where I'm getting this from. My voice going, huh? Don't worry, I know how to get it back. Now I get a voice back? A little bit of love potion. Actually, let me not say nothing about love at all. Fuck. All right, okay, all right. I think this is the beginning of the service, honestly. We're going to see a couple people speak. They're just doing like a viewing of the body, and they're walking by the casket. You see the father that's obviously seated there. We're going to see a couple people speak. I don't know if, I don't want to jump from the Diddy shit constantly back to Rich Homie Quan's celebration of life. So maybe I'll just kind of, grab all the videos of the people or notable people that speak, and we'll go to it after we've exhausted this Diddy stuff. Pause. But just to let you know, Rich Homie Quan's funeral service is happening as we speak. Okay. What a lot of you guys are gathered here for is waiting for this, which is, they have set up a area for a press conference outside of a Manhattan. I think this is a hotel right here. It's a hotel. Let me zoom in. I don't know what. Nah, it looks like an apartment building, right? Or maybe is this a federal building? I don't know if it's a federal. Actually, it is a federal building. I think it is a federal building. Never mind. It's not no apartment building. So I think that is the federal building. Earlier, King Combs and Justin Combs and Quincy Combs were seen showing up to the supposed very quick initial appearance that Diddy got read his charges. I'm not too sure if he put in a plea. We do have an indictment. The indictment, it's kind of bare bones, 14 pages. It accuses Diddy of many different things, but physical violence, extortion, arson, kidnapping, sexual assault, sexual abuse. A lot of interesting things to note. We don't see any co-conspirators. We don't see any other people charged. Doesn't mean that might not come later. No victims are actually named. So it's really a skeleton, bare bones indictment, just kind of letting you know we're putting this guy in cuffs. We're probably going to find out more, as time goes along. Who else is going to be indicted as well, and possible who are the main witnesses or victims that the prosecutor hinged this whole indictment and this case on. So we'll obviously they're setting up the microphones. As we see Entertainment News, the AP. We're actually streaming it directly from the AP's channel. Associated Press. Fox 5 is out there. A bunch of outlets. They are all ready. Okay. Okay. All right. The music's getting a little bit joyful on the Rich Homie Quan thing. Again, I don't want to skip between the both of them. I'm going to put this over on the side. We'll do a recap of, his homegoing ceremony, okay? TMZ did have a video of the sons leaving and entering the courtroom today. This is a video of the sons.
Good spirits, Justin, King Combs.
Talking to your
How you
father.
doing this morning? How's it going, Justin? Quincy, how you feeling this morning? How are the twins?
As you can see, they walked out pretty much from youngest to oldest, right? You seen Christian, then you shortly seen Prince, or they call him, his name is Prince JDC on Instagram, but that's Justin Combs right here. And also Quincy Combs. Now, I remember I also speculated last night, will any of the sons be possibly indicted? Well, it's clear at this point they're not indicted, and it doesn't mean that they won't, but they're at least free men to go and watch their father's initial appearance, right? We did get a lot more information, and I'll play that next. Again, we have the full indictment. We're going to get into it. It's about 15 minutes until we hear from the U.S. Attorney. We'll try to save my voice as long as possible because we're probably going to be, this is probably like a marathon day, so I'm probably locking in for, if I could last, pause, maybe 10 hours. So we might be doing a 10-hour stream. Okay. So first and foremost, again, his sons are free. They showed up to this initial appearance. His lawyer spoke, though. I'm going to be honest with you. His lawyer was super transparent. Not even too sure why he would need to be that transparent with the media, but essentially admitted that, hey, Diddy moved to New York because of a coordinated effort, knowing that these charges were coming down probably soon. And they even discussed with the U.S. Attorney Office to say, hey, we're down to turn ourselves in. We're going to work with y'all. And obviously, these are signs of good faith actions that are going to play in part to a, what do you call it again? To a bail hearing. We don't know about the bail application status at this point. We're probably going to hear about that. Okay? Chat, I'm not talking about Diddy for 10 hours, but what I'm saying is that, like, we're probably going to give this 4 or 5 hours. Okay? But then I'm going to still try to do a regular stream. We kind of did that last night too. Okay? This is obviously a breaking news. We've covered so much around it. Makes no sense we half-ass this when it actually happens. Okay? For the people who, like, again, I want to see justice get served. I'm indifferent to whatever, thoughts you guys might have, whether you think I'm against Diddy or pro Diddy. I'm just reporting what I see. I'm going to try to very much keep what I've heard about him or my experience with him out of it. Because again, it doesn't fucking matter. Once we are at the point where we're now in a court proceeding, it's going to be what could be proven, right? Obviously, there's victims all over the place, but now we get to see it in a court of law. All right. So, yes, so this is noticeably, which you could imagine, there's no more smiles. They were dancing, doing all the shenanigans in the last couple of weeks. And I'm wondering how that conversation is. So I'm guessing Diddy must have told his sons, check this out. I'm probably going to get taken in. Hopefully I get bail. I'm still trying to listen to my lawyers by acting like, everything's good. I'm not panicking. Let's all go to New York until whenever I got to turn myself in, and let's try to be normal, right? Because all of them have been in New York. Like, Quincy, like, I think Quincy lives on the West Coast, but he was in New York. Here's what the lawyer says, right? So this is Diddy's lawyer. His name is Mark Agnifilo, or am I saying it wrong? Mark Agnifilo. Okay, I think I got that correct. Now, importantly last night, he made some comments even before he got to court. Hold on. He had made a comment even before he got to court. Give me a second. Yeah, which again, this lawyer is pretty, transparent with the public, which I don't think he needs to be. Like, his only concern is clearly Diddy. By the way, the U.S. Attorney's name is Damian Williams. But he did say this. This is last night before he got to court, right? He put out a statement. He says, he gave a statement to TMZ. I'm always wary about lawyers who are trying to talk to the press before talking to the prosecutors. That's a problem. But Diddy's getting the best of the best. He's not getting some run-of-the-mill. He's not getting Max B's lawyer. No disrespect to that dude. So we are disappointed with the decision to pursue what we believe is an unjust prosecution of Mr. Combs by the U.S. Attorney's Office. Sean Diddy Combs is a music icon, self-made entrepreneur, loving family man, and a proven philanthropist who spent the last 30 years building an empire, adoring his children, and working to uplift the black community. He also added, he's an imperfect person, but not a criminal. To his credit, Diddy has been nothing but cooperative. That's going to be very important with this investigation, and he voluntarily relocated to New York last week in anticipation of these charges. Please reserve your judgment until you have all the facts. These are acts of an innocent man with nothing to hide, and he looks forward to clearing his name in court. I will say everything he's doing, like on a optic level, obviously him addressing that Cassie video, like the Cassie video, you're guilty, my nigga. Like there's no presumption of innocence there. But all of his other actions do seem cooperative and do seem like he's trying to face these charges, right? Again, I won't say it means he's clearly innocent, but clearly, he's not trying to run, duck, hide, or, blatantly going on a PR campaign trying to, convince people that he's innocent. Look like he's trying to have his day in court. Here's a lawyer, and the lawyer spoke this morning before going into court.
Is that planned?
No, it's not planned. Certainly, it's not planned by us. He came here to surrender at a time agreeable to the U.S. Attorney's Office, and then they arrested him last night. I spent the evening with him. I was with him until about 1 o'clock. His spirits are good. He's confident. He is dealing with this head on, the way he's dealt with every challenge in his life, and he's not guilty. He's innocent of these charges. We know what the charges are going to be. Without seeing the indictment, it's going to be racketeering, it's going to be sex trafficking, it's going to be things along those lines. This is what we've been expecting since the searches in March. He, to his great credit, he voluntarily came to New York. Not a lot of defendants do that. He came to New York to basically engage the court system and start the case, and it'll start today. And he's going to plead not guilty, obviously. He's going to fight this with all of his energy and all of his might and the full confidence of his lawyers. And I expect a long battle with a good result for Mr. Combs.
Do you think he'll be released?
I'm going to fight like hell to get him released, and he should be released with all that he's done and coming here voluntarily. And guys, I'm going to cut it short because I have to go in. All right. So thank you all very much. And
all right. So the lawyer, and I would imagine that the lawyer speaking to the public, putting out a statement via TMZ. If you're wondering why my voice sounds like that, seeing someone in the chat say it, I'm losing my voice a little bit. Again, it's been like a couple of days of kind of a little bit sick, but powering through it nonetheless. It's okay, no days off. So I apologize if my voice sounds odd or stressed at times. Okay, all right. So that was the lawyer. By the way, again, we are waiting on the press conference to start. It's scheduled to start at 11:30. This is outside the federal building, the federal courthouse in Manhattan. And here is where you see, obviously, these federal security guards and, okay, actually, yeah. Oh, so I thought it was going to be outside. It's inside. Oh, wow. Here we go. Here we go, people. Once again, I do have the indictment that I'll get into afterwards. I'll actually give you a brief preview of that on the screen now. And, again, not to give you a little bit of foreplay, no Diddy, but I'll show you some of the things that they've mentioned in there. In this indictment, they gave him racketeering, and under racketeering, they have a bunch of things, right? Obviously, they mentioned the freak-offs, but what we're going to see is, here we go. So this is how they describe the racketeering conspiracy. We're going to read through this line by line, okay? Again, we're waiting for this to start. They haven't officially started yet. Again, this is going to start in 7 minutes, supposedly. But look at these acts. These are things they're going to have to prove. Multiple acts, including kidnapping, arson, bribery, which, by the way, they're saying some of these things happen in different places as well. Okay, bribery, witness tampering. What else? Forced labor, sex trafficking. Also, another charge or another act of, the RICO statute by saying he was relating to transport and inducement to travel for purposes of prostitution and other illegal activities. Again, remember I said last time about drug charges? Yep, we got them. Drug charges, multiple offenses involving possession with intent to distribute of narcotics. They list a bunch of these substances. Some you might know, some you might not. Obviously, cocaine, oxycodone, or Oxycontin, as some people say, And some of these other drugs, I probably got to Google them, but ketamine and yeah, what the fuck is hydroxybutyric acid? Wow, that don't sound too safe. Okay, cool. Again, it doesn't name anybody else. It names that people in the organization were involved in a criminal activity, but they're not named in this indictment, in the initial indictment, and they're actually just not, indicted, at least on this case file. So maybe they get indicted on a superseding indictment, or I don't know if this is possible. I got to speak to an attorney. Maybe I'm gonna get Bradford Cohen or somebody on here who's a real expert to break it down for y'all. Shit, maybe all the people in the organization flipped on him. They already talked to the feds like, we gave this nigga up. Like, Diddy gotta go. So again, we'll get into that. Another interesting thing before the proceedings start is that, give me one second. We also find out the details of the raid, supposedly. Remember the raid that happened on his property back in March? They're saying they found 1,000. Like, listen to this shit right here. They said the indictment references, so I'm guessing it's in the indictment. We're going to read it eventually. References what was seized during the raids at Diddy's homes in Beverly Hills and Miami. Various freak-off supplies. Imagine having a freak-off toolkit, my nigga. This is crazy. Include narcotics, okay, little party drugs, more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant. They seized firearms, including 3 AR-15s with the face serial numbers and a drum magazine. Yeah, that's kind of crazy, right? Wow. You know what was interesting? Nigga, they said they found the freak-off supplies. Mad drugs, mad baby oil and lubricant. We heard they didn't find one condom. How is this possible, my nigga? They found everything but the condoms. What type of shit is this? Nigga, they found 1,000 bottles of baby oil and not one lambskin latex condom. This shit is crazy. Oh, man. Watch, they're going to be like, yeah, we found mad honey packs. We found some rhino pills. We found some this. They didn't find one condom in the whole house. This is crazy. Anyway, we are waiting, chat. We're waiting. It looks like they're starting to set up. Now, here's what's interesting. I let it play.
7-6. You just came in from the left. Are you okay? Okay. Thank you.
By the way, we see a whiteboard here. Sometimes they'll use that. Hold on. They'll use that to like map out a conspiracy. We'll see. Wow. I'll shut up now. We'll watch it. Of course I spilled my liquor. Jesus Christ.
Oh, okay.
Here's where we're about to start. Okay, while we do wait. Oh, never mind. It looks like we're gonna start. Maybe not. Okay, real quick while we wait. It's important, I'm going to look this guy up as well. So Damian Williams, so he's the U.S. attorney he's the Fonnie Willis of this case. Damian Williams, U.S. attorney. So let's look this guy up. Okay. All right, black man, I see you. All right, so we can't be like the white man trying to get Diddy down. It's definitely a black U.S. attorney. This guy right here. He's the guy who we'll see talk shortly. but he's the one who signed the bottom of the make sure I'm not missing anything. Oh shit! Never mind. Look. Oh, here they go. Here they go. Where's the baby oil? Show me the baby oil. Johnson & Johnson stock going up. Invest in Johnson & Johnson. I'm not no financial advisor, but god damn it. Oh, these were the guns. Why wouldn't Diddy just have legal guns? Apparently these were defaced. You know, a gun is illegal. As soon as you deface the serial number, it's a legal gun. You get what I'm saying? And usually it's probably not a legally obtained gun because that's why you're defacing the serial number, right?
That was fast.
I'm going to be honest with you. This isn't as shocking as it is. Diddy has a few rifles. Okay.
Conference in about 2 minutes. If you have any questions about presentment, I'll come back out and we'll go over timing and give you a few updates. Thanks.
Again, I could probably quickly, I don't want to miss anything at all. If they start talking, let me switch immediately back. Do they have weapons? I want to see if that's part of it. You know, they found weapons at the face, so they could just add it on, right? Do they have firearms? Probably sure there's going to be some firearms somewhere in this. Okay. We'll read through it. Here we go. These are rifles that have been clearly disassembled. Not too sure if this is how they found it or the feds disassembled it. But there's a drum magazine. Clearly a rifle. You can see these are 223 or 5.56. Oh, here we go. Here we go, Jack. Make sure you can see the whole thing. I'm not going off just this to say he's done. None of the crimes, at least that we know, did he put guns to the women's head, right? So we want to see the condoms or lack of condoms. We want to see the baby oil. We want to see the fucking the fucking stiff sheets that's just soaked in the freak off cum. Pause. Here's the U.S. Attorney, as I said.
Morning, everyone. My name is Damian Williams, and I'm the U.S. Attorney here in the Southern District of New York. Today I'm announcing the unsealing of a 3-count indictment, charging Sean Combs with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, interstate transportation for prostitution. The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity, including sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice. Let me say a little bit more about the charges. The indictment alleges that Combs abused and exploited women and other people for years, and in a variety of ways. As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs, and he often electronically recorded them.
Whoa.
The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers, and often involved a variety of narcotics such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB, which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant. As alleged, when Combs didn't get his way, he was violent, and he subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak-offs, and that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair. On one occasion in March of 2016, that conduct was captured on video and later reported in the media. Specifically, Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a victim in a Los Angeles hotel when the victim was attempting to flee. As alleged, these assaults often resulted in injuries to the victims, which took days or weeks to heal. In addition to the violence, the indictment alleges that Combs threatened and coerced victims to get them to participate in the freak-offs.
Oh my God.
He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of the freak-offs as collateral against the victims. And the indictment alleges that he maintained control over the victims in several ways, including by giving them drugs, by giving and threatening to take away financial support or housing, by promising them career opportunities, by monitoring their whereabouts, and even by dictating their physical appearance. Because of all of this, the indictment alleges that the victims did not believe they could refuse Combs without risking their security.
They're describing Cassie a lot. They're describing Cassie a lot.
The indictment also alleges other acts of violence undertaken by Combs and others, including violence against witnesses to his abuse, kidnapping, and arson. The indictment alleges that on more than one occasion, Combs carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten victims and witnesses. Now, Combs did not do this all on his own. As I mentioned, Combs has been charged with RICO conspiracy. He used his business and employees of that business and other close associates to get his way. Those individuals allegedly included high-ranking supervisors in the business, personal assistants, security staff, and household staff. The indictment alleges that those individuals facilitated the freak-offs. They booked the hotel rooms and stocked them with the supplies, including drugs, baby oil, personal lubricant, extra linens, and lighting. When the hotel rooms got damaged, they helped clean it up. They arranged for victims and commercial sex workers to travel for the freak-offs, and they delivered large quantities of cash to Combs to pay for the commercial sex workers. The indictment also alleges that they helped Combs cover up his crimes. During the March 2016 incident at the LA hotel that I mentioned earlier, a member of the hotel security staff intervened, and Combs attempted to bribe the staff member with a stack of cash to make sure that what happened was kept quiet. And as the indictment alleges, in late 2023, after public allegations were made about Combs' crimes, he and others pressured witnesses and victims to stay silent, including by making phone calls to witnesses and victims and giving them a false narrative of what they had experienced.
Oh, shit.
And as alleged, Combs used others to help conceal his abuse by monitoring and preventing victims from leaving a location in order to hide their injuries, or by locating and contacting a victim who had attempted to flee.
Sounds like Cassie.
As part of this investigation, in March of this year, special agents from HSI executed search warrants at Combs' residences in Miami and Los Angeles. They also executed a warrant for Combs' electronic devices. During those searches, agents seized evidence of the crimes charged in this indictment. They seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 defaced AR-15s and a large capacity drum magazine. They also seized evidence of the freak-offs, electronic devices that contained images and videos of the freak-offs with multiple victims. And they seized cases and cases of the kinds of personal lubricant and baby oil that Combs' staff allegedly used to stock hotel rooms for the freak-offs. More than 1,000 bottles altogether.
KY stock going up.
Here are some of the items that we recovered during the searches. As you can see here, this is a drum magazine, large capacity, and it contains, I believe, 59 rounds. I mentioned as well that we recovered 3 AR-15s. This is a close-up shot of one of the AR-15s, and you can see right here, the serial number has been thoroughly defaced. Another picture of more ammunition and parts of 2 AR-15s right there. Now, I want to be clear about two things. First, this office is determined to investigate and prosecute anyone who engages in sex trafficking, no matter how powerful or wealthy or famous you may be. No one should doubt our commitment on that. A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City. Today, he's been indicted and will face justice in the Southern District of New York. Second, we are not done. This investigation is ongoing, and I encourage anyone with information about this case to come forward and to do it quickly. Anyone with information can call 1-877-4-HSI-TIP. I want to express my deep appreciation for the victims and witnesses who have used their voices and helped bring this criminal conduct to light. We would not be here without them. I also want to thank the dedicated case agents on the HSI Trafficking in Person Squad in New York. They have been with us since day one and have worked tirelessly on this investigation. They will continue to be invaluable partners to us. I also want to thank the incredible agents and analysts from SCNY who have also provided tremendous assistance on this case. I'm deeply grateful for their continued work. And finally, I want to thank the outstanding career prosecutors from SCNY who are handling this case. Meredith Foster, Emily Johnson, Chrissy Slavic, Madison Smizer, and Mitzi Steiner, and their supervisors, Jamie Backleiter and Jacqueline Kelly.
Remember all those
names. They are members of the Civil Rights Unit in our criminal division.
Remember those names?
We created the Civil Rights Unit when I became U.S. Attorney. I'm deeply proud of their work on this and so many other cases. I'll now take some questions.
Eric Katursky, ABC.
Thanks, Damien, thanks. The indictment describes aggressive, open, violent, hedonist.
Yo, chat, all the prosecutors are white women. Diddy's cook, chat. If these are the prosecutors, Diddy's fucking fried.
How many women were victimized
by
Sean Combs?
All white women.
How many others were involved?
Look, our investigation is ongoing. We are committed to bringing justice to everyone who's been victimized by the defendant. I can't tell you why it took so long. I think the better focus is on the fact that we are here today. And we are committed to making sure that justice is done. Next question.
Thank you. Julia Ainsley, NBC.
Thank you for doing this. You said we are not done and that Combs did not do this alone. Do you foresee that there could be other charges related to this case?
I'm not taking anything off the table.
Janet Fisher, Newsday.
What's the difference between the sex trafficking and promoting travel for the purpose of prostitution?
Well, there are different crimes with different elements. I don't think we should get into the nitty-gritty of the legal discussion right now, but the sex trafficking, we believe, they're all serious offenses, but the sex trafficking conduct carries some significant penalties, and we are gratified that we were able to bring that charge.
Is one more coercive than the other?
I'm not going to be able to get into that, but you can look it up, and yes, sex trafficking, especially when it involves coercion or force, is a very serious crime, and it carries significant penalties.
Good afternoon, Darla Miles, ABC 7 New York. Thank you for this press conference and for the details. Two questions. In context of this indictment and the information that was presented to the grand jury, are you able to clarify the number of victims? It's mentioned plural in the indictment, but can you specify the number of victims just for this particular indictment? And secondly, can you provide details about the alleged arson?
Unfortunately, I'm not able to provide either. The number of victims, you are correct. We are intentional in saying multiple. The details of the arson incident are limited to what we have in the indictment and also the detention letter that we filed, which contains more details than the indictment does at various points. But we don't have anything more beyond that. Next question.
Lynn Tran, CNN.
Are any of his accomplices or associates under investigation? And additionally, could he face any more charges?
So the investigation is ongoing. That means both as to him and to anyone else who we believe committed the crime with him. Next question.
Juliet Papa.
Hi, good morning from 1010 Wins. Any indication that some of the women or victims here were imprisoned in his residences, and did he have locations where he kept them, and were not allowed to leave? And also, he's indicted here, although there were searches and raids in LA, Miami. Why in New York?
Well, I'm biased. I'm the U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York. I think that we have an outstanding track record of bringing some of the most impactful, sprawling, complex, difficult sex trafficking, human trafficking, labor trafficking, you name it. The Southern District of New York can do it, and so we're very proud of that. And so the scope and complexity of this investigation isn't something that we ran from. It's something that we embrace, and we will continue to do that. As to your question about whether he imprisoned anyone, all I can say is that, I mentioned this March 2016 incident where something was caught on video where a victim was attempting to flee, and there was violence that was associated with it.
Was that at the residence or a hotel?
That was at a hotel.
Matthew Lee, Inner City Press.
Thanks a lot. Does your office intend to seek remand, or are you reaching a bail package? And if you're willing, how would you contrast this with the R. Kelly case in EDNY in terms of the elements? Thanks.
So we will be seeking detention. We have filed a letter laying out our reasoning for seeking pretrial detention. I'm not going to be able to expand beyond what's in the letter, but it contains all of the reasoning, and it contains the law as well. There is a presumption of detention in a case like this, and we think that's warranted.
John Anise, New York Daily News.
Thank you. I was hoping to get some more detail about the searches of his residence, the guns, the
baby oil,
lubricant, and the videos. Where were they found amongst his residence? Were they all scattered around the houses in one place? I kind of wanted to just get a better picture of how that stuff was found.
Well, look, I think that some of the details that you're seeking are in the detention letter. So, for instance, some of the AR-15s, 2 of the 3 defaced AR-15s were found in his bedroom closet in Miami, broken down into parts along with magazines with ammunition loaded in them. So some of that detail is in the detention letter. Beyond that, I'm not going to be able to get into where other items were stored.
Ben Kochman, Post.
Hey, thanks for doing this. Your office was the office that had been prosecuting Jeffrey Epstein before he died in custody. I have not read your detention memo yet. It's the first thing I'm going to do after this ends. But does the memo address, or is your office concerned with Combs' safety in custody, given what happened with Epstein?
Wow. So we are concerned with anyone's safety whenever they are detained prior to trial. It's part of our obligations to keep people safe as well. It's part of the criminal justice system. So, but I do not draw any sort of connection between Jeffrey Epstein's suicide and what may or may not happen to any other defendant while they are detained pre-trial. And of course, the decision whether to detain the defendant will be up to a judge. Our position is that pretrial detention is warranted under the law and based on the facts of this case, and I'll leave it at that.
Are some of the prosecutors on this case some of the same prosecutors that had been handling that, or that worked on the Maxwell case?
Great question.
So I'm not going to get into the staffing. I will say that this team, this group of AUSAs, this incredible group has been working on this case around the clock, and they've had their hands full. Next question.
Gus Rosendale, NBC News.
Good morning, sir. Combs' attorney said that his client has been cooperative with investigators. He said that this morning. I was wondering if you would have a reaction to that.
Let me just say this. I think that generally and with increasing frequency, the word cooperative or cooperating has taken on tremendous elasticity and no longer really bears any relation to what the word means when we use it in a very specific context. So responding to lawful process and the like does not qualify as cooperation when we use that term here.
Mike Sisak, AP.
Thanks. To that end, Was there any discussion of Mr. Combs surrendering? I understand he was taken into custody at a hotel in Manhattan last night, and maybe that wasn't the plan. Can you elaborate on how that came about and why that was?
I'm not going to be able to get into any sort of operational details as to how he was taken into custody and when. He is in custody right now. He will be appearing in court later today.
Was there any discussion of him surrendering, given they claim he's cooperating?
I'm not going to be able to get into law enforcement tactics or operations.
Got it.
Well, I can't get into the charging decision. It is very meaningful to us that weapons were possessed, as we allege in the indictment. Part of the reason why this conduct was so pervasive and harmful was because victims and others didn't necessarily feel comfortable denying him his wishes, as we allege, because of the presence of firearms. I should leave it there.
Thanks. Last question, Jacob Shamison.
Jacob Shamsian, Business Insider. Thank you. Given that he's the sole defendant in this case and that you allege he's part of a conspiracy that involves members of his companies, do you anticipate a superseding indictment that bring allegations against other members of his companies or other co-conspirators as well?
I can't take anything off the table. Anything is possible. Our investigation is very active and ongoing. And I think a lot of you who cover this office know that when we say such things, that developments are certainly foreseeable, but I cannot predict them sitting here today. All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you. What part of his business empire is exposed forfeiture?
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, people. Great. So that is the official press conference. I do know there was an additional, area that was set up outside. Not too sure if, maybe any other authorities will get to this spot that they'll be able to conduct something meaningful. Maybe some other questions could be asked. Yeah, I guess whoever the AP reporter is, they're just like, they only showed this one thing. Now, here's the thing, chat. I do have the documents here for you. It's actually slow to be updated, I guess, because he hasn't appeared in court yet, which I thought he actually did, but he hasn't. They kind of unsealed it, but not officially, where it's fully in the system where you can look up any federal case. So it's not in the site that I usually use, but the documents are available, right? I think directly through the clerk. We're going to read the whole indictment. I do want to skip ahead, and this is kind of jumping ahead here because I think I'm going off my train of thought. The U.S. attorney said repeatedly there are certain things, more details that might not be in the indictment that's in the memo for detention. So essentially, there's a bunch of documents filed. Okay, here's the initial indictment, but we're also filing a memo for detention, hoping that the judge or the magistrate judge says, hey, we're going to deny bond, at least at this time, until, we'll reconsider maybe at a different point. I have that document, and before we do get into the indictment, I do want to explore the possibility of could Diddy get out on bail, right? And also, it's going to give us some more details about what they're using, and what you're going to realize is, I think by now, either Cassie or the feds with Cassie leaked that video, because that video of Diddy beating Cassie in that hotel, it's actually it's referenced in a detention memo and the indictment. Okay? So let's do the math here. Like, it's clear the feds probably played a nasty game with Diddy. Probably was also trying to encourage more witnesses to come forward, right? Because when people seen that video, everybody backed up off Diddy, like, oh shit, never mind, it's not a witch hunt. This shit's true. So it kind of looks like, hold on. No, this is the wrong thing I pulled up. Sorry. What the fuck? Oh, I didn't put it on screen yet. Give me 1 second. Did I send the right thing? Give me 1 second. So what I'm about to put up on screen is the detention memo. And this detention memo is supplementary to the indictment that essentially is going to spell out a few things that the prosecutor believes should keep Diddy in jail. Right? Here we go.
The audio is all of my detailed audio as it was talking.
Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna keep an eye on this to see if they go outside or there's more stuff. I'm pretty sure. Let's go to another outlet. Let's go to CNN or something like that. CNN. I imagine they would have like a live stream going on. Maybe not. I guess only AP has it right now. Let me just search Diddy. I just want to see if anyone else is doing some type of. Yeah, AP is pretty much point on this. Cool. All right, so we'll keep this going on in the background. I'm hoping they go outside that we can hear some more information. Here's the thing, though. So this was filed. This is a detention memo for Sean Combs, which means this is the prosecutor's attempt to try to make sure he's denied bail. Now, we went over this last night. Factors in determining bail, federal court. We came up with a list, right? And the list was seen as the defendant's flight risk, defendant's criminal history, severity of the alleged crime, defendant's ties to the community, employment status and financial resources, mental health and substance abuse history. There's other things that we're going to come into, the defendant's risk of reoffending, history of appearing in court, a lot of things, okay? Potential danger to the community or specific individuals. Okay. Now, let's read this letter. It's 16 pages, right? It's actually longer than the indictment. So it says, Dear Judge, the defendant, Sean Diddy Combs, was taken into custody this morning after a grand jury sitting in this district returned a 3-count indictment charging him with crimes related to decades-long pattern of physical and sexual violence against multiple victims. His use of force, threats, coercion, to enact his will, protect his reputation, to fulfill his sexual desires. That's going to be the nastiest and creepiest part of it, because they kind of literally just spell out Diddy as a guy using millions of dollars to get his fix sexually. Like just some deranged, decrepit type of creep who just needed by any means necessary to nut. You know what I mean? Which is, come on, right? The government respectfully submits this letter in anticipation of the defendant's appearance before this court later today and in support of the government's request for the defendant's detention pending trial. As set forth below, there is no condition or combination of conditions that will reasonably assure the appearance of the defendant as required and the safety of others and the community. Not to mention the integrity of the proceedings. As reflected by the gravity of the charges in the indictment, the defendant is dangerous and poses an ongoing threat to the safety of the community. If released, he remains a serious flight risk, despite the conditions offered by his counsel. By the way, clearly, they anticipate that Diddy's counsel offered something. So we're going to try to find what Diddy's counsel offered. Or maybe, I don't know if they would go with an official offering, but they probably just can make it a case that, he's not a flight risk. He'll show up to court. He'll stay in New York or some shit like that, right? We'll see if we can find that document. All right. Most glaringly, the defendant also poses a significant risk to obstructing justice. Indeed, as set forth below, during the course of the charged conduct, which, by the way, we're going to get to that. I'll make a little note of it. I know a lot of people are saying, is he going to be charged for things he did in the 90s? By the way, one of these sex situations, right, with a 17-year-old, which I think a lot of people thought that was like the text. We talked about it last time, me and Myron. Textbook case of sex trafficking, right? You flew a 17-year-old underage girl from Pontiac, Michigan to New York by your private jet, and supposedly she had sex with one of your employees there, and then you later on sex trafficking, right? Except we're going to read the indictment. The indictment actually says they only started the racketeering conspiracy from 2008. So what he did in the 90s, including maybe the murder of Tupac Shakur, if he was ever involved, doesn't seem to be part of this indictment. Okay, so that's also very important to know for people who are, thinking about that, right? Okay, cool. This is going to be the thing that might keep him in jail. he has already tried to obstruct the government's investigation, repeatedly contacting victims and witnesses, feeding them false narratives of events, and as described in detail, there are simply no conditions that would ensure the defendant's efforts to obstruct and tamper witnesses will stop. The defendant therefore cannot overcome the statutory presumption in favor of detention. The court should order him detained. Okay? On September 17, 2024, an indictment returned by the federal grand jury. Okay. We're not trying to read the same thing twice. Okay, cool. Sex trafficking and abuse. Okay, most of this is gonna be in the indictment. So we'll just go through the indictment for that. What we should probably care about, and here we see the firearms, right? Even though I don't think that he was charged with a firearm crime, but the mere fact that, there's illegal firearms around while other criminal activities is alleged to have been going on, big problem, which the judge might factor in, right? Basically saying this guy is having an arsenal of illegal weapons while he's doing illegal shit, right? 59 rounds of .223 ammunition seized from his LA home. Obviously, that would be illegal. I don't know what the magazine capacity is in LA, but definitely you can't have no 59 rounds, okay? Not no damn drum, okay? In addition, 6 legally. Okay, so he did have more guns. 6 legal purchased guns with serial numbers. Some were stored in gun safes, were recovered. So they're saying they were legal guns, but clearly they're not mentioning the legal guns. They only show the illegal guns. Although these particular guns, both the legal and illegal firearms, were seized, their presence in the defendant's homes demonstrates the defendant has access to them, surrounds himself with both guns and ammunition. Likewise, if the defendant were personally restrained by the court from obtaining new firearms himself, he could retain access to them through others. In sum, the defendant's regular use of violence and threats of violence, as well as coercion described above, against the victims and others, foster a culture of fear in which these individuals believed they were unable to reject the defendant's demands without subjecting themselves to physical violence or other abuse. Now, this is the important part. Him supposedly bribing witnesses and supposedly interfering, right? Throughout the time of the period charged in the indictment, when the defendant faced the possibility that his violent and criminal conduct could become public, the defendant and other members of the and associates of the enterprise pressured witnesses and victims to not report what they saw or heard to law enforcement, or to otherwise conceal the criminal conduct. For example, as noted in March 2016, that's the Cassie video we all seen, the defendant was captured on video surveillance, striking and kicking and dragging a woman in a public area of a hotel in an apparent attempt to prevent her from leaving a freak off. When a member of the hotel security staff intervened, the defendant attempted to offer the security staff a stack of cash to ensure silence after the security guard refused the bribe, and after coordination between the defendant and his employees, the defendant's staff contacted other members of the hotel security. At the same time, the staff members were in close communication with the victim of the assault as well, all in an effort to cover up the defendant's assault and prevent the incident from being publicly disclosed. Within days of the incident, the surveillance video disappeared from the hotel's server. So who had if it disappeared from the server, who had the video? Because we've seen it now. Okay. Similarly, throughout the period charged in the indictment, members and associates of the enterprise have reached out to multiple victims on behalf of the defendant to convince them not to report the defendant's abuse. Most recently in 2023, immediately following the public allegations of a certain defendant's crimes, including his physical and sexual abuse of women, the defendants and other members of the enterprise made repeated phone calls to victims and witnesses, during which they provided victims and witnesses with false narratives of events in an apparent effort to conceal the defendant's crimes. So basically, last year, Diddy was ringing up the phone, calling people who could be victims. On at least 2 occasions, the defendant recorded those calls. Oh, wow. He recorded the calls on a co-conspirator. Ooh, this is going to be big. It says a co-conspirator. Now, when you hear co-conspirator in an indictment, it doesn't mean they're going to be charged, because sometimes there is unindicted co-conspirators, but they're basically saying whoever this person is was helping Diddy cover up crimes. They're not a victim, okay? Because everybody's going to be like, I was only fucking them guys because Diddy told me to, or I only beat up that guy because Diddy told me to. I wasn't doing it because I wanted to. Diddy threatened me. He was going to kill me, so I had to go kill them, or not kill them, but beat that person up, right? But they're saying this person is a co-conspirator. So this person was cognizantly helping Diddy. Anyway, thereby attempting to obscure his involvement in the obstruction. So the government is investigation is ongoing. While the indictment against the defendant was unsealed today, the investigation into his and other co-conspirators' conduct is active and ongoing. As a result of that ongoing investigation, as well as the defendant's charged conduct outlined above, including obstruction of justice and witness tampering, the government is limited in its ability to fully set forth all known details of his criminal conduct, including details of certain witness testimony. So they're saying there's witnesses who have told him about methods and means that Diddy has taken to try to cover up his crimes that they don't want to put right now in his detention letter, but probably is still an active part of the investigation they got going on and probably will be in the case, right? To the extent that the court has additional questions about the charged offenses or the charged offense conduct or any other information set forth herein, the government is prepared to proffer additional information on an ex parte basis. Wow. That's huge. We got to get a lawyer on here. I got to hit up Bradford Cohen. We need the top legal minds to break this down. You know, I'm only limited in certain scope of what I could break down and interpret for you guys. Okay. Now, we all know from the Young Thug YSL case, an ex parte hearing or communication means ex parte means without a party. And in the court system, you have the prosecutor, the defense, and the neutral arbiter, which is the judge. So any conversations or meetings that excludes one of those people is considered ex parte. So it's apparent that the prosecutor is saying, we have more information about some witness testimony that we know we're not gonna call anyone snitches here because these are potential female victims. You know, again, this ain't a gang case, so there's no snitches, let's be honest, right? These victims or alleged victims, they're probably are saying shit, either actively working or whoever knows what it is. And basically they're telling the judge, we'll tell you on the side what the depth, or if you have questions about, you know, some of these things we're alleging, because we're not saying everything because our investigation is ongoing, we'll say it in an ex parte context. And again, you know, unlike the the Young Thug case, this ex parte communication would not be seen and deemed as, you know, as something that, you know, is you know, it has some Brady element, which means, you know, you need to disclose to the other side, because this is about bail and the conditions of bail and what could be considered isn't the same level of, you know, transparency as what you would expect in a trial. Now, if this was trial, it'd be very different, but this is just on bail. They're just saying, don't get this nigga bail. If you want to know why, we laid out some general shit. If you want to know the specifics, we'll come into your chambers or we'll do a sidebar. We'll tell you then. But don't tell Diddy, because that's probably, you know, crucial to our current investigation, and we probably got more charges or maybe a superseding indictment. So that makes sense. So they start arguing some applicable law. They're using the Bail Reform Act, 18 USC, whatever. And they're basically just outlining that there is a lot of case law that matches up and actually cosigns their idea that Diddy should not be let out on bond. So let's go back to last night. We're talking to Myron. And when we're talking to him, primarily we said, well, look like Diddy's cooperative. And I said, at what point do you think this become uncooperative? And I mean uncooperative like he's like, I'm not going to, and cooperative doesn't mean he's snitching, right? It just means they're communicating. Hey, we are investigating you, just to let you know. Hey, don't go too far. Hey, this grand jury proceeding might be wrapping up soon. Don't make it hard for us to find you. We shouldn't have to dispatch the marshals to come look for you under a rock. He's like, no, I'm not running. I'll come to New York. I'll make myself readily available. Maybe they've sat in for an interview session or two. Who knows? Here's the thing. Again, no matter how cooperative he's been, the prosecutors are still taking the stance. Yeah, he came to New York. yeah, he's been quote unquote cooperative, but we still don't think he should be let out on bail. Keep in mind, all these cooperative things were to probably kind of have the prosecutors say to the judge, like, hey, he has been cooperative. We're going to, of course, put up a motion to oppose bail, but we're not going to go too hard. It looked like they're going pretty hard. And they're pretty much going as hard as saying, yo, he's trying to fuck up additional investigations we got going on, so definitely lock him up, right? So they go with dangerousness. They say he's charged with serious and violent crimes. It's charged in the indictment. I'm about to have to get some water. Can't lose my voice. Got like 9 hours to go. I got water here. Okay. So it says, as charged in the indictment, the defendant has physical and sexually abused women and others for the better part of 2 decades. Now, that's the interesting part because the indictment starts in, the RICO part of it starts in 2008 as they're looking at it. But they're saying for a better part of 2 decades. Well, actually, that's the better part. So since 2018, that would be 16 years, right? Yeah, better part. Okay, cool. Better part of 2 decades, the sex trafficking charge based on the defendant's abusive conduct, count 2, carries with it a presumption of detention. Wow. And they're citing direct statutes here. And detention is particularly supported by the facts of the case. Since at least 2008, the defendant has engaged in serious acts of violence, including force and coercing women to participate in sexual activity, including sex acts with commercial sex workers. I'm wondering if the sex workers, I'm guessing so, right? There got to be a couple sex workers that are, witnesses, like, are working, right? Like, yo, we're going to testify like Diddy paid us to fuck Cassie. They could describe the room. The shit smelled like KY jelly and a honey pack. It was no condoms. Niggas just had a cock ring. And the nigga was just in the corner with a fucking toothpick in his mouth, recording like he thought he was like on some, Steven Spielberg shit, and he was stroking his fucking cock, but he wasn't looking at Cassie, he was looking at me. Like, I'm pretty sure there's gonna be some sex workers that probably gonna say some shit like that, right? All right. Commercial sex workers by use of physical force, financial pressure, emotional abuse, narcotics. These acts described above, they were referred to as freak-offs, among other names, and involved orchestrated sexual performances facilitated through drug use that sometimes lasted days at a time. Also, you're going to realize that they also say, and I'm skipping ahead here, but I'm just giving you a little bit of notice, they will eventually say that Diddy is facing a mandatory minimum, right? A mandatory minimum. And give me 1 second here. I just want to click back on this to see what's going on. Diddy is facing a mandatory minimum. Okay, nothing has happened out here. Cool. All right, yeah. He's facing a mandatory minimum of 15 years all the way to life. So it is very, very much possible that Diddy, I know last night people said I was trumping up, what he's facing, but I'll even go to it in this detention memo, which, again, that's going to be part of why they're going to want to detain someone, saying, hey, yo, this guy is facing being incarcerated for the rest of his life. Like, I'll scroll down. It says 15 years. Let's see. Look, the risk of flight. Nor can a defendant overcome the presumption that he's a risk of flight. The crimes the defendant is charged with carry significant penalties, including a mandatory minimum sentence of 15 years imprisonment and a statutory maximum of life imprisonment. Now, we all know how it works on a federal level. If you get convicted on a federal level, there's only like pretty much one way. You could go below what they have imposed as a mandatory minimum. And you got to get that 5K1 letter. You got to be snitching, right? Now, granted, if we're thinking that, they kind of levy him to be the head of this enterprise, so who could he snitch on? So if he can't snitch, if he gets found guilty on these things, right, even through a plea bargain deal, that's 15 years, right? 15 years, right? And again, remember, this is a mandatory minimum, which is why people are definitely scared of the feds, right? Like, they have imposed a lot of mandatory minimums that it doesn't really give to the judge discretion in what they think you should get. These are hard line mandatory minimums that could only be bypassed for a very small handful of reasons. One, the biggest and the most known one, is snitching, which is if a prosecutor writes what's called a 5K1 letter on your behalf at sentencing, it tells the judge you have cooperated, snitched, and that they could now bypass the mandatory minimum. Okay? Again, we don't think that's going to be applicable here for Diddy. Who can he tell on? What is he going to tell on? Like some other mogul? Right? Like, come on. We don't even see that happening. But maybe it's possible. But, let's be realistic, right? So if Diddy's facing minimum 15 years, minimum. How old is Diddy right now? By the way, I'm keeping an eye on this. How old is Diddy? 54. In 15 years, he'd be, obviously, he would have to serve 85% federally. So 85% of 15 years, 85%, it would be 8.5 if it's 10. So if it's 8.5, if it's 10, it would be 4 1/4. So it's about 12, 13 years. Yeah, 13 years, actually. So, yeah, 85% is 13 years about. Yeah, so even if that's the case, again, obviously I'm going to worst case scenario because who knows? Maybe he beats the case, right? Maybe he beats the case. Anything can happen. But if he gets a mandatory minimum, 15 years, he's 54, you get out in 13 years, he'll be 67, right? Like, could you get out at 67, order another batch of baby oil and cock rings and, get the free calls back popping at, 69 or 67 or whatever? Maybe, right? I don't know if the money's going to be hitting the same, right? I think the financial discussion, I'm going to see if I could, there's a few people I want to get on. For a criminal level, I want to get on Bradford Cohen. I'm gonna contact him and make sure I try to get him on today or maybe tomorrow. Bradford Cohen, let me see if I can break it down. I would love for him. I know he's probably bogged down today. And also he's not like just a media guy. He's a actual attorney, so he got his own cases. But let me hit him up. I would love for him to kind of break this down. I would love for him to break this down. I would also like for maybe an attorney or, I don't know if it's a financial expert I should probably go to. We got to figure out how Diddy, what would be the advisable thing to do if you're Diddy, a guy with allegedly a net worth of hundreds of millions of dollars, now facing life imprisonment. Also, you have your financial opportunities cut. Obviously, he's selling a couple of homes. He's liquidating a few things. But how does this work out financially? By the way, I'll show you this, which we'll get to it in the indictment. Where's the indictment? So this is a detention memo. We got the indictment here. By the way, let me just keep looking over here to make sure nothing's going on. All right. We see a little bit of movement here. These are the federal officers right here. So we're waiting for somebody to get on this mic. Pause. No Diddy. Here's the indictment. What you're going to see in the indictment, and I know I'm all over the place, but I hope you're following a little bit. The government is talking about forfeiture, and they're also talking about his assets, and they're talking about that, hey, he's probably going to owe some damages. And they're also pushing forth to say he could forfeit some assets if he can't pay it, or if he's transferred. I'll read it real quick. Forfeiture allegations. It says as a result of committing these offenses, they're saying according to he should forfeit to the United States pursuant to Title 18, right? Any interests that the defendant acquired or maintained in violation of Title 18, right? Which means any and all interest in securities of, claims against, and property or contractual rights of any affording a source of influence, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Let me try to get to layman's terms. Okay. You should forfeit any. Look, here we go. According to Title 18, forfeit any and all property, real and personal, involved in, used. So they're saying if you had a freak off at your $60 million crib, we want to put that for a Title 18 forfeiture clause that the judge can say you forfeit that property because you used it for illicit crimes. By the way, we see this obviously with drug dealing, right? So like, if you got a car, you got a Charger, and you're using the fucking Charger to transfer, move coke around the U.S., you know what I mean? At times, if they feel like there's damages, or if you had a bando, right? Like you use your grandma's house as the stash house, they might go for forfeiture to get to own your grandma's house because that's where the drugs was being stored. And they're saying that place was being used as, a place to continue this either, criminal conspiracy or obviously to continue crime. So they are looking forward to possibly try to either, and you're going to see, they're going to say, we want maybe some injunctive shit to stop any property sales, that he don't try to liquidate shit, or, Diddy might be like, yo, I'm about to put everything in my daughter's name or my mama's name, and they're trying to stop that too. Look, so real or personal involved in or using or intended for the use of commit or facilitate the commission of said offenses, and any property traceable to such, any and all property traceable to such property, and in all property, real and personal, blah, blah, blah. Are they saying the same thing like twice? Okay. Then they said, and in all property constituting or derived from the proceeds obtained, they're saying that if he made money from freak-offs and bought a spot, they want that too. Right? They're using Title 18 a lot. Right? Cool. If you get to here, they says, if any of the above forfeitable property, so they're going at him for real estate, as an act of, if any of the above described forfeitable property, as a result of any act or omission of the defendant, cannot be located upon the exercise of due diligence, has been transferred or sold to or deposited with a third person, has been placed beyond the jurisdiction of the court, has been substantially diminished in value, or has been commingled with other property which cannot be subdivided without difficulty, it's in the intent of the United States to seek forfeiture of the property of the defendant up to the value of the forfeitable property. So basically, if they're like, you have a property that has 5 other people's names and then we can't really subdivide it and get whatever interest out of it we need, we could try to get that interest from somewhere else, which, shit, they're trying to cook this nigga, bro. God damn. Again, we're still waiting. This is live outside of the courthouse. I don't know exactly who we're waiting for, but we do see the mic set up here. I don't think the U.S. Attorney Office would be out here. No, not the office. I don't think the U.S. Attorney, Damian Williams, would come out here and do the same thing he just did in there. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, that's the top dog that just spoke, so. He showed the women, and we all seen the women that was standing next to him, right? Some of these people supposedly are the prosecutors. Like, and it's very important to note, if these are the people who are going to be working on the case, a bunch of white women coming out, with all due respect. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Once I seen this shit, I said, damn. If you charge with sex trafficking, the last 6 people or 7 people, no, 6 people you want to see is a pregnant Becky, a old Karen, and these are the 4 people right here. These are the worst. You don't want to see them. Hell no. Cooked. Cooked. You got to realize, and he said it. So, by the way, if you think this U.S. attorney, just like Fonnie Willis, will not be in court, who you're going to see in court are these people. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, this nigga, he just came for the press conference, chuck his deuce up, you know what I mean, get his clout points and level up in his ascension to, hopefully he probably is trying to get to U.S. Attorney General or some shit, right? But, yeah, he's like, all right, I'm gonna be the nigga who get Diddy. All right, nigga, see y'all. But these white women are going to be prosecuting and be involved in dealing with this case. And these Caucasians right here, spells nothing but fucking trouble, man. Okay? All right, they're still waiting. They're still setting the mics. We don't know for what. Do not know for what. But something clearly is going to happen here. Okay? Oh, wow. Wow. Give me 1 second, by the way. Ooh. I was looking on the other screen at the Rich Homie Quan thing. It's actually about 30,000 people watching that. All right. Cool. Let me see if there's any more other live things before I kind of delve into the indictment. Again, once again, we do have the indictment. It's 14 pages. We're going to read through this, and then we're going to get back to the detention letter. Then hopefully I could bring on a few experts on here to help assist and just other people to react. Oh, shit. Oh, wow. My man Bradford Cohen just hit me. He said, yo, I was just on Law and Crimes talking about this. I'm pretty sure he'll come on here, show us some love as well. But let's see what he just talked about on Law and Crimes, if that was a thing. Let's see, Law and Crimes. An hour ago. I don't know if this was live. Was it live? No, we got to go see what Bradford Cohen said. Got to see what my man says. Okay. Give me a second. Are they live with it? Okay. All right. Let's see if we can find. No, that's just a stream. Oh, okay. Here we go.
Yeah, that's a serious.
Here we go.
They've also highlighted how he allegedly obstructed justice and tried to influence witnesses who were coming forward during the course of this investigation. So there is clearly...
Oh, actually, we're going to go back. So this is my man Bradford Cohen here. Good. Perfect. Let's see what he got going on. Sorry, Chad.
Nope. All those places that don't have extradition.
No conditions that would ensure that the defendant's effort to obstruct and tamper with witnesses will stop. The defendant, therefore, cannot overcome the statutory presumption in favor of detention. Now, one of the things they highlight later on, Bradford, is that he is facing charges, I was correct, a minimum of 15 years in prison to potentially life in prison. Your thoughts on the government's position here?
This is normally pretty common, and I called this a while ago that I don't think they would be agreeing to a bond. I knew that they wouldn't be agreeing to a bond because of the situation, even as it unfolded yesterday. When you have an individual that's arrested at his home.
By the way, I don't know who sent in that donation. Someone said check 50 Cent's page. I don't see him posting anything. I'll check his story. 50 is unusually quiet. I'm going to be very honest. And matter of fact, 50 Cent just posted something. Has nothing to do with Diddy or the indictment. So he just, I don't think so, right? He posted picture and he says, here I am keeping good company with Drew Barrymore and I don't, oh, my bad. Okay, never mind. And I don't have 100 bottles of lube at the house. But he's not really taking the biggest, like this is the day you would think he's the most happiest in the world. Diddy's gotten indicted. You know what I think it is? I think, and I could be wrong. We'll see how 50 plays this. Number two things. 50's going into a new path in his career. He's getting showed a lot of love culturally, but even from place like Louisiana, Shreveport, they're showing him a lot of love. I don't think he want to go there on some petty, super toxic shit. I think he wants to show that he's a little bit mature, grown up, and maybe that's scaling back some of the Instagram antics. But still, 50 usually never changes, so I'm not banking on that being a thing. The other thing I would say why he hasn't made 20 posts about Diddy so far is potentially, especially after we seen last week, because he didn't comment on this either. His baby mama, who he was calling little sex worker, Daphne Joy, she was the subject of a subpoena with him for the same time period, 2008 till present, that Diddy's actually indicted in, 2008 till present. So maybe, who knows, maybe his baby mama is either a witness or is either going to be a listed co-conspirator. And I would imagine, at some point, 50 got to cut the bullshit, because no matter, even if you're getting petty with your baby moms for fucking Diddy, because we know that's the real thing, right? You don't want your baby moms fucking your op, right? You have to remember that's the mother of your child, and your son does care about that person. So maybe that's one of the reasons he hasn't gone completely crazy, because maybe the mom is tied up in this thing. Again, we don't know about any co-conspirators. They haven't been named, even though they have been just referenced, like co-conspirator, but we haven't seen the names. And we don't know if they'll be indicted or not, okay? Anyway, let's get back to this real quick.
Home or arrested wherever he is at night, and they want to hold him overnight until the next day for a hearing. Generally speaking, you don't have an agreement for a bond. If you had an agreement for a bond, there's usually a surrender date. You have a quick hearing in front of a judge. There are things that take place that are very easy to do and easy to breeze through the system. And this isn't what happened yesterday. What happened yesterday was they picked him up, they held him overnight. I predicted that they were not going to agree to a bond. And I kind of knew the situation in terms of the danger to society, which is, I think, is going to be their biggest argument. The risk of flight, is a little bit more difficult to argue. They're going to say he's got a lot of money, he has access to jets, but that's what they said originally when they raided his home. So he didn't go anywhere. He could have flown to Morocco. He could have flown to Vietnam, all those places that don't have extradition. He didn't attempt to. He didn't do those things. Those are going to be the arguments that his lawyer is going to make about risk of flight. The more troublesome thing is whether or not he is a risk to society, danger to society, and whether or not his contact with these witnesses was ongoing obstruction thing. The judge could say, hey, if he was obstructing, why didn't you charge him with all these obstructing charges? If you thought that he was really obstructing these witnesses, it's a difficult argument to make, especially where the presumption falls on the defense to put forth why they feel he's not a danger to society. And if they do have evidence, which I think they do, I mean, this has been an ongoing investigation for the past 5 months with a grand jury meeting, a couple times a week. I think they're going to have, as they say in cards, I think they have the nuts. I think they're going to show exactly the individuals that they have that will testify that he attempted to give them money, or he attempted to tell them, they were part of this ongoing criminal enterprise.
And by the way, obstruction does make its way into this indictment. He's not specifically charged with it, but it's part of like one of the underlying predicate crimes for racketeering. Look, I thought it was interesting. He showed up in New York in anticipation of these charges. My thought is he probably did that to say, I'm not a flight risk. I never ran during the course of this. I came here voluntarily. But the idea that you're learning from this document, the allegations that he might have been trying to influence witnesses, is particularly problematic. Okay, so now,
is that
Chris,
Chris
I wanna go to
Hansen?
you. What an indictment, okay? 14 pages. It's kind of what we expected, but it's also, to see it and hear the allegations and hear how comprehensive it is. What's your takeaway?
Well, it is very comprehensive, and it's detailed. And we're talking about human trafficking. We're talking about racketeering. We're talking about serious charges.
By the way, also, we should mention, to be fair, and a lot of people thought there were going to be references to underage women, minors, right? Again, I know I haven't gone through the full indictment with you guys here. I know some of you guys are going through it independently, or you're seeing it third-party reports about what's supposedly in there. It doesn't really make any mention of Diddy with underage women. It doesn't. It doesn't make any references of him having sex, putting into, forced sex labor, women who are underage. Not sure if that will come out later, but we should probably, just to be fair, we that was talked about heavily that, there's probably some 17 and 16-year-olds that blah, blah, but we didn't see it, or at least I didn't see it when I looked at it. I am going to go through it again on here, okay?
That all have to link together, and they result in potentially a very long prison sentence. The federal government, the Homeland Security agents, had the roadmap here. They had the civil suit by Cassie. They had 11 other civil suits. It was almost as if there weren't an investigation. It would be dereliction of duty not to start looking into it. But once they did open a federal investigation, they had a pretty good roadmap to go to get the search warrants, which we saw. And it seems to me, and I've heard from people close to the investigation, that they were able to recover a treasure trove of evidence, video evidence, digital evidence in those raids that were so closely held back when they went down. I mean, there were agents on those raids who didn't know whose house they were going to raid until they pulled up on it. That's how closely held this was going into it. So, but the fact that they have this evidence they got from
okay, let me bring this also information to light. I just seen it. I have a different computer down here, so I'm looking at some stuff while I'm playing that. This is also interesting. This is what the U.S. attorney was talking about when he said there's a little bit more info about, and I wrote notes on it, about the arson. Like, there's a statute of arson, or a crime of arson that's under the Racketeering Act. And it's actually addressed, it's not really detailed in the indictment, but on page, what page is this? On page 4 of the detention letter, right? You'll see it here. The defendants, is it this? No. Wait. Let me just make sure. No. This isn't the. Yeah. Am I looking at the same thing? My bad. I'm using 2 different computers. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is page 3. Okay, page 3, page 2, page 3. Sorry, chap. Cool. All right, so this was the. Oh, yeah, page 3 is here. I'm sorry. Okay. It says, for example, early in the morning, so this is about other violence. It says, in addition to the defendant's physical, sexual, emotional abuse of his romantic partners, the defendant repeatedly engaged in acts of violence directed towards his employees and others. As charged in the indictment, the defendant, often assisted by members and associates of his enterprise, engaged in kidnapping, arson, physical violence such as throwing objects at people, throwing people to the ground, hitting, dragging, choking, shoving others. Numerous witnesses, including the defendant's employees and others, observed and experienced violence from the defendant firsthand and sustained lasting trauma as a result. For example, in the early morning hours of December 22, 2011, the defendant and a co-conspirator kidnapped the individual at gunpoint to facilitate breaking into and entering the residence of another individual one. By the way, it's very important. It's they're giving a little bit more. So there's a person, individual one, that's going to be referred to multiple times. We'll find out who this person is eventually. But somebody got kidnapped. They kidnapped someone to get into the residence of individual one. Now, the importance of them calling the person individual one, this isn't, we don't know if that person's a victim. I don't know if they would normally call the person victim one, but individual one just seems like, okay, maybe somebody not a victim or a co-conspirator. Anyway, multiple witnesses will testify or would testify at trial to the events surrounding the kidnapping and break-in. The latter of which is corroborated by police reports and other records. Ooh, who got kidnapped? Chat, search the blogs. Everybody search the blogs right now. Well, obviously probably didn't make the blogs, but there's a police report. There's a police report, right? So December 22nd, 2011, we're going to figure out who was he trying to break into that person's house. Let me go to, I know YouTube going to have some information for me. They said Diddy was armed with he was armed with 5 bottles of baby oil. No, I'm playing, that's a joke. Okay. Yeah, I think that's Kim Porter. Some people say that's Cassie. Now, well, here's the thing. Approximately 2 weeks later, the defendants, that's Kid Cudi. Got him. Kid Cudi, chat. Approximately 2 weeks later, the defendants' co-conspirators set fire to individuals' vehicle by slicing open the car's convertible top and dropping a Molotov cocktail inside the interior. Police and fire departments reports extensively document the arson and conclude that the fire was intentionally set. Multiple witnesses will also testify to the defendant bragging about his role in destroying his individual's car. Wow. He was about to kill that nigga Kid Cudi. Yo, Kid Cudi. Niggas think you gay. Yeah, you can't be fucking my bitch. Get that. Let me not co-sign none of Diddy's action. That's crazy. That is crazy. That's crazy. No. Oh my God. Yo, this court case is going to be a movie. Now, let me read this once again. Multiple witnesses will testify at trial to the events surrounding the kidnapping and break-in. So, is the witness, maybe, because remember it says, look, the defendant, so Diddy and a co-conspirator. So they're saying Diddy was damn near there. So Diddy and somebody else. Oh, they call the person a co-conspirator. Never mind. Yeah. So the person ain't snitch on Diddy. They call him a co-conspirator. Yeah. Well, we think they ain't snitch because they could still be called a co-conspirator and still told, right? But individual one, chat, write this down. Individual one is Kid Cudi. Wow. Okay. So the arson, so basically he's getting charged, part of the RICO, and again, we're going to get to the indictment. Part of the RICO, as I mentioned, is one of the things under there is multiple acts of, no, not multiple acts. You're going to see arson. Where's arson? Arson. Oh, multiple acts of arson. Yes. So these are one of the things that are underneath the racketeering conspiracy, which means dumbass nigga Diddy is getting charged for trying to intimidate Diddy's side dude. Okay, cool. All right, so individual 1 is Kid Cudi. Approximately 2 weeks later, the co-conspirator set fire to individual 1's car by slicing open the convertible top, dropping a Molotov cocktail inside the interior. Fire and police departments extensively document the arson and conclude that the fire was intentionally set. Why didn't he get arrested then? Multiple witnesses would also testify to the defendant bragging about his role in destroying individual 1's car. Multiple witnesses would also testify. Now, here's the thing. They say multiple witnesses. You know who this reminds me of? Said Diddy set fire Kid Cudi car. There's a few people who went on social media who said that. Not Kid Cudi. Who was it? Here we go.
One of the other allegations in the question is, could Diddy be under witness protection? I wonder if they're saying they want to build a case against someone bigger.
If it's the internet, it looks to Gene Deal, he will give an interview, and I think
Gene Deal said this, right? I'm wondering if Gene Deal will be some type of witness.
The allegations in their face.
Well, actually, no, Gene Deal wasn't around during this time. Like, who are the people who came out and said this? By the way, we're still waiting for this press conference outside the thing.
I always go back to the line.
Who was the people who said this, chat? Who told the story of the Kid Cudi thing? We know Cassie said it, right? Cassie said it, but they're saying multiple witnesses. So who else could have been the multiple witnesses?
Roger Bonds, a former
Roger Bonds said it, right? Didn't he?
Diddy security guard, claims Diddy beat Cassie after learning about her 2011 affair with Kid Cudi, which he discovered.
Yeah, Tiffany Red, thank you. Tiffany Red did say it, thank you. But Tiffany Red is the friend of Cassie. I know y'all saying Jaguar Wright, but they say witnesses, so we got to think about people who were actually around. No disrespect to Jaguar Wright. Tiffany Red was like Cassie's best friend, so she may have been a witness. Cassie's clearly a witness, right? Who else would have either, Diddy, I'm wondering if Lil Rod comes in here, because remember, they said that they have witnesses that will testify that Diddy bragged about it. So, Diddy was going off, and remember, Lil Rod has these videotapes of Diddy just in a room, just running his mouth. So maybe Diddy was like, man, y'all niggas gotta stop fucking with me. I get niggas. Yo, remember that one video of Diddy saying, like he was with a barber and he was saying, oh, niggas get killed, like something like that? Diddy barber video. Let me see. I remember the video right here? Where he was talking crazy shit. He was talking crazy shit. Like, he was like, yo, Diddy threatening. It was like haircut. Like, it was while he was getting a haircut, I remember. And I remember the barber just kind of watching, like, all right, brother. Do you remember the video I'm talking about? He was talking crazy. Diddy. Y'all know the video I'm talking about? Diddy makes threats on video. Nigga said Fabulous booty hole is finally safe. Man, stop playing with Fabulous, man. Stop playing with FABOLOUS. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know what I'm talking about? Oh my God, I know that video, bro. Please, somebody help me find it. It was a video where like he's kind of sitting and like you could tell everybody kind of looking at him like, y'all know what video I'm like. He started just talking crazy like yo, niggas get fucked up. Diddy. No, it wasn't Drink Champs. No, which one was it? Fuck. Bro, it's a video it's like a nonchalant video. He's talking crazy in it though. He's talking, I think it was like around a barber. He wasn't in a club. It wasn't Drink Champs. It wasn't Drink Champs. He was like, God damn it. Somebody said Freddie P. Art of Dialogue. No, Freddie P. has his own stories, but there's a video where like Diddy's like he's just talking crazy. Nah, fuck. Y'all definitely know what I'm talking about. Oh my God. I'm gonna find it. It's okay. I'm gonna find it. All right. Okay, so real quick, we now know one of the acts of this racketeering criminal enterprise is him blowing up Kid Cudi's car. Okay? So more broadly, at least since 2008, allegations of the defendant's physical abuse of women have been publicly reported in the media, including Hollywood blogs and on podcasts. Law enforcement reports corroborate. Police responded to several instances, including assaults against victims, blah, blah. More recently, there's been an outpour of public allegations against him. Okay, cool. Let's go back to this. I'm going to try to find it on my other screen real quick.
That help them to go to the grand jury and get this indictment, and it's a big case.
It's interesting, Bradford, that they haven't in this indictment, and you tell me if it's commonplace, they haven't listed what the evidence is they have, right? They haven't said we have this digital evidence, we spoke to X, Y, and Z witnesses. They haven't even publicly specifically identified any of the cooperating witnesses. They mention a victim one, but it's not like you see Cassandra Ventura's name. It's not like you see Joy Dickerson-Neal's name or Rodney Jones' name. It's comprehensive, but it's broad. It doesn't go into the specifics that I think many of us were anticipating, but having said that, this is also just the first charging document. This is the indictment. Is it not surprising we don't have that information? And when would we learn what information and what evidence the prosecution has?
Sure, it's not surprising. Usually indictments don't have a lot of detail in them. It's unusual when they do. And usually when they lay out a ton of detail, it's because there's some weakness in the case. There's something they're trying to cover up with all these allegations. In this case, the indictment is what's expected. It makes the bare allegations. It lists victim one, which we can assume is Cassie because of the way that they address it. But you're guessing at who victim one is. You're guessing at who cooperating witness is. All these things that normally happen in an indictment happened in this indictment. I've had many, many cases in the Southern District of New York, and these indictments are commonplace anywhere. Southern District of Florida, same thing. Usually you don't find where there's an indictment with great detail as to individuals' names, individual places, different areas. Usually it's an area of time, so it gives you kind of a goalpost of what time they're looking at, what time frame, and the allegations that they're making during that time frame. Especially when it comes to RICO charges, you're not going to find something like the YSL case where the attorneys in that case went into great detail about all this RICO and racketeering and what they did and when they did it. You're not going to find that in a federal case. This is a more streamlined type RICO case. And you're not going to find, like, again, the circus that's happening in Atlanta. That doesn't happen in federal court.
So a couple of things. One, at 11:30 a.m., we are waiting for a press conference to be held by Damian Williams, who's the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, who will go into more detail about this indictment and what the possible penalties are. We talked about it. I believe racketeering could be 20 years. You have another charge that could be 15 to life, another 10. So he's looking at very, very serious prison time if ultimately convicted. I do want to go over this with you, Chris. Sure. So this is a racketeering case. The first charge is the racketeering conspiracy to violate the racketeering statute. And you're talking about an agreement to violate the law. You're talking about a criminal enterprise. And there are all these underlying...
Yo, all right, my boy. Thank you for finding it. Yo, this shit was going to drive me mad. I know I'm not crazy, bro. Got a memory of an elephant, bro. Thank you so much, dog. How do I get to this? It says, all I got to type in is this. This was the clip. P. Diddy talking about throwing somebody out the window. Like, listen to this shit.
When I was, man, DJ, give me the thing, man. I'm loved now, y'all, so, back in the day, somebody may got thrown out the window for that shit. But not no more. when I was.
He said, back in the day, I would have threw a nigga out the window for that. God damn. Man. He said, my name is Love now. I don't do that shit no more.
DJ, give me the thing, man. I'm Love now, y'all. So you know, back in the day, somebody may got thrown out the window for that shit, but not no more.
Damn, Diddy was really running around here thinking he Pac. Holy shit.
Crimes is part of what a criminal enterprise is. There is a section of this indictment that talks about the means and the methods of the enterprise, and I want your reaction to it. This is where they talk about the freak-offs, right? These really disgusting sexual sessions. Freak-offs were elaborate and produced sex performances that Combs arranged, directed, I'm not even going to electronically recorded. In arranging these freak-offs, Combs, with the assistance of members and associates of the Combs enterprise, transported and caused to be transported commercial sex workers across state lines and internationally. This is why you get to the sex trafficking. Freak-offs occurred regularly, sometimes lasted multiple days, often involved multiple sex workers, and the allegation was he would force women to have group sex with male, sometimes male sex workers. And during freak-offs, Combs distributed a variety of controlled substances to victims, in part to keep the victims obedient and compliant. Sometimes, unbeknownst to the victims, Combs kept videos he filmed of victims engaging in sex acts with commercial sex workers. After freak-offs, Combs and the victims typically received IV fluids to recover from the physical exertion and drug use. And then it says this part, that, you know, they talk about how he had help, that members and associates of the Combs enterprise, including high-ranking supervisors, security staff, household staff, personal assistants, and other Combs business employees, facilitated the freak-offs by, among other things, booking the hotel rooms, stocking the hotel rooms, including with controlled substances, baby oil, lubricant, extra linens, lighting, cleaning the hotel rooms after the freak-offs. It's really disgusting stuff.
Well, it is. And what you see here is the extreme level of predatory behavior, right? This is the extreme of what we see in our investigations, our takedown investigations on True Blue with, you know, predators who come into our stings. This guy is the ultimate groomer, according to this indictment, allegedly.
Wait, is True Blue like Blue True? Hell nah.
All these allegations are true. He set it up. He had a fantasy. He couldn't resist this fantasy. He had to fulfill it. And he had the means and the contacts, the power and the money, the access to pull all this together. Now, here's a guy who's a mega music producer. A lot of people depend on him for their celebrity, their success, everything else. So he holds a lot of this power over their heads. Then you introduce the alcohol, the drugs, the notion that if you go along with this, you're going to be someone. The notion that this is just part of this out there extreme lifestyle that we have in this business. And it became acceptable in his mind. And so the fantasy becomes reality. And then you have this major event that is likely videotaped. So the predator, being Combs in this case, can relive it and show it and brag about it and experience it over and over again. It is so typical of a predator.
Now, look, these are very disturbing allegations.
Okay. I got another part. Again, you don't, obviously my voice is a little bit limited here because we would just read every single word of every single thing, but especially since we're still at the top of the broadcast, I want to get to the most interesting things that's at the top of our list. So I'm kind of like parsing. Anytime I play a video, I'm looking through some shit to read you some more interesting shit. Page 10 of the detention letter shows how they said Diddy allegedly went to try to, you know, right after the Cassie thing, they said he was making mad calls to other women because he knew basically the house was coming down. For example, let me start reading here. Okay, so this is the Cassie thing here. More recently, the defendant has directly or through intermediaries, engaged in obstructed conduct related to the matters under investigation in this case. Specifically, following the November 2023 lawsuit, that's Cassie lawsuit, the defendants and intermediaries acted on his behalf, reached out to potential victims and witnesses to the alleged conduct, including individuals he did not speak to regularly and had not spoken to in years, to attempt to feed those victims and witnesses false narratives about the defendant's criminal conduct. With respect to at least two of these individuals, the defendant's co-conspirators assisted in efforts to protect the defendant. For example, on or about November 19th, just 3 days after the filing of the lawsuit, so Cassie lawsuit, so that's after he settled, because he settled basically, well, pretty much he settled by Friday, right? And it was filed like on a Friday. The defendant made multiple calls to another victim of his sexual abuse and recorded certain of those calls using a cell phone of a co-conspirator. Ooh, who's that co-conspirator that was trying to help him cover shit up? I wonder if this woman is going to be called the co-conspirator. You know, as people keep saying, the real Ghislaine Maxwell, they're accusing this woman. I know I'm putting her name up here and I'm not trying to disparage her, but they're saying that this is like an assistant, like his chief of staff, Diddy Quorum. Okay, this person here. They believe this woman here that you seen right here was supposedly the woman who is like was trying to help, you know, make sure things were on the up and up. So, you know, they kind of describe her as Diddy right-hand woman, and potentially she would be the person to do some of the things to try to cover. Look, he's in the fetal position. She's sending out a text trying to make shit, you know what I mean, okay. And it's always good when like either your personal assistant or your chief of staff, you know what I mean, is in a bathrobe at your crib. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but yeah, maybe this is the person who was helping Diddy, right? Anyway, so multiple calls was made to another victim using a cell phone of a co-conspirator. During the calls, the defendant, and I'm wondering if this means the phone calls were tapped. That's also very interesting to know. We're not going to know these things at this moment, but clearly, you know, actually it wasn't tapped because they said it was being recorded. So it was being recorded on that person's phone, right? And so during the calls, the defendant repeatedly asked for the victim's support and friendship and attempted to convince the victims that she had willingly engaged in acts constituting sexual abuse. The defendants also assured the victim that if she needed the defendant to, she ain't got to worry about nothing else. A thinly veiled attempt to coerce the victim into adopting and supporting the defendant's false version of the events to protect the defendant. Basically saying, yo, I'm going to take care of you if you hold me down. You know what I mean? That's what essentially he was doing, right? Even more concerned, and since learning about the criminal investigation, so by the way, at that point, he didn't know about the criminal investigation. That was only a civil suit. Said, since learning about the criminal investigation, including following the execution of the search warrant, Combs contacted other witnesses on multiple occasions, including witnesses who had received grand jury subpoenas. Oh, wow. Yeah, this is... fuck. His recent conduct is similar to that in United States versus LaFontaine, in which the Second Circuit affirmed the district court's revocation of pretrial release after the defendant in that case engaged in witness tampering. Now, granted, his lawyers are going to have something to say to this, basically saying, well, Diddy didn't know these people were witnesses, and in his opinion, these people aren't victims. So witness tampering is I would believe, and obviously I'm just not a lawyer, but still, that would assume he has some knowledge that these people are witnesses or potential witnesses, and maybe they could somehow explain to say, nah, he was just reaching out to friends, right? Whatever, anyway. Specifically, the defendant who was charged with multiple counts of fraud in connection with the providing false claims to medical insurers called a witness to remind the witness that the particular patient had received surgeries that the patient had not received, in fact received. The Second Circuit affirmed the district that the patient, blah, blah. Okay, cool. All right. So they're saying based on another case, Diddy has done worse. He's hitting up people who got subpoenaed. What's not clear is if he knew they got subpoenaed and was trying to like, yo, remember, if they do ask you about the freak off we had at the W, just remember you was the one who said, yo, if I got you 3 bottles of Ciroc, 15 bottles of baby oil, and two long dick niggas that were gigolos, you said you were down. Remember, that was your idea, girl. Just trying to make sure you know what it is. Who knows what the fuck he was probably saying, but I'm just making that up, right? Okay. Wow, interesting. Okay. Oh, here we go. The government is aware through electronic evidence, toll records, conversations with witnesses, and other evidences that the defendant has contacted witnesses, including subpoenaed witness, prior to the dates on which the witness were to appear before a grand jury. In addition, the defendant has recorded calls with at least one victim and provided, either directly or through intermediaries, false narrative of events that transpired so that the witnesses would adopt that false testimony. Moreover, the defendant's obstructive conduct is made even more alarming by the manner in which he carried it out to evade detection. In some instances, by having intermediary make calls on his behalf and recording certain calls on another individual's device. These deliberate actions show that the defendant was aware that he was doing was obstructive, and that his aim was to evade detection. Even the most stringent conditions, including monitoring of a court-authorized electronic device, would fail to ensure that the defendant would not engage in this kind of obstruction from his home. So they're saying, fuck house arrest, keep his ass in jail, including by acting through intermediaries and using other devices. Given his history of obstruction as well as violent nature of the charges, the defendant cannot overcome the presumption that no condition or combination of condition can ensure the safety of the community. Wow. Still waiting on this, chat. Still waiting. No update yet.
Bradford, that's clear. How do you defend?
Okay. Oh.
Defend this. So if you can, again, I said this before, there are eerie similarities between this and the R. Kelly indictment, which was also out in New York. It was also a federal case. There was racketeering charges. There was sex trafficking charges. How does one defend this in front of a jury?
So there's a couple different ways. Number one is because of the other individuals that were involved, I'm sure you're going to have multiple flipping witnesses. The government generally, approaches these individuals. They say, hey, listen, you can either be on, the defendant's side of the case, which we'll be more than happy to add you to this racketeering charge, or you can be on the state side or government side of the case, and we would give you immunity for X, Y, Z. Why you saw different things coming about Cassie and like that video that was leaked. And I said this at the time, the video was being leaked. My belief is that the video was being leaked to show that Cassie was a victim and should not be a defendant in the case. I'm sure Cassie was, according to reports, according to other individuals that have talked about it, and according to individuals that I've spoken to, Cassie engaged in some of these allegations that are going to be going on against Sean Combs. So because of that, and they know that that was going to come out, I think they wanted to make sure that she was labeled as a victim and not as a co-conspirator, because I think very easily a lot of individuals could be co-conspirators with Diddy. My understanding is that there was a lot of individuals that were involved. And I think by looking at the indictment and seeing that only Sean Combs is the only defendant currently, who knows if that increases and it gets superseded with a different indictment. But currently there's only one defendant. My guess is that all of those individuals that could have been co-defendants or could have been co-conspirators or could have been involved in a RICO case have flipped on Sean Combs, and they're getting some sort of immunity. You find it.
Wow, we just talked about that. I said, this is a racketeering fucking case. There's only one person, but I was saying maybe a superseding, right? And you hear Bradford Cohen say this.
Is the only defendant currently, who knows if that increases and it gets superseded with a different indictment. But currently there's only one defendant. My guess is that all of those individuals that could have been co-defendants or could have been co-conspirators or could have been involved in a RICO case have flipped on Sean Combs, and they're getting some sort of immunity. You find it's usually very unusual to have a RICO case with one individual as a defendant.
I was curious.
Interesting. By the way, I'm also getting told I might be incorrect here. This is the indictment. We didn't go through it completely yet, but apparently there is mention of children. And I can't hit the search button there. Variety just ran an article. Variety.com. They ran an article basically saying children. It says, wait, hold on. According to their tweet, they have a tweet out. Let me just go to the tweet, and then I'll find it from there. Again, we're going to read this for ourselves, but wait, my computer freezing up? Come on now. Variety. Here we go. Here we go, Chad. This is the, wait. Yeah, we're going to find it in a second. Give me a second. We're going to get to it. We're going to get to it. By the way, Kevin Lyles just left Warner Music Group. I think it's a cash out option, I think. But today's not the day we'll get to that, really. I got to talk about a whole lot of shit going on at Atlantic. A lot of moving parts. Music industry drama. There's a lot of shit going on there. I got to spend like 2 hours on that. Just not important right now. Okay, look. It says Sean Diddy Combs has been charged with 3 counts for racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking of children. You see? Children by force. Wow. I didn't say the children part, but let me look at their article and then see if I can find it in the original. Children. It doesn't say. Hopefully this indictment is searchable. Yeah, I think it is. No, it isn't. No, they just scanned this in. Let me scan through this real quickly. Actually, I'll do it on the screen below, just like usual. I hate wasting our time, so let me just play a little bit more of this. I'm going to find what aspects they mention children, okay?
Because you're right. He's the only one charged, and you're seeing that he allegedly had a lot of coordination and cooperation. I want to read you something here, Chris. So this is now from that letter that I mentioned from the government to the judge requesting that no bail be issued. And they talk about how he's violent. They said, in addition to the defendant's physical, sexual, and emotional abuse of his romantic partners, the defendant repeatedly engaged in acts of violence directed towards the employees and his employees and others. As charged in the indictment, the defendant, often assisted by members and associates of the enterprise, engaged in kidnapping, arson, physical violence such as throwing objects at people, throwing people to the ground, hitting, dragging, choking. Numerous witnesses, including the defendant's employees and others, observed or experienced violence. For example, in the early morning hours of December 22nd, 2011, the defendant and a co-conspirator kidnapped an individual at gunpoint to facilitate breaking into and entering the residence of another, individual 1. Multiple witnesses would testify at trial to the events surrounding the kidnapping and break-in, the latter of which is corroborated by police reports.
Once again, Kid Cudi. This is a Kid Cudi thing.
Approximately 2 weeks later, the defendant's co-conspirators set fire to individual 1's vehicle by slicing open the car's convertible top and dropping a Molotov cocktail inside the interior. Police and fire department reports extensively document the arson and conclude that the fire was intentionally set. Multiple witnesses would also testify to the defendant bragging about his role in destroying individual 1's car. I think that this is Kid Cudi.
Yeah.
So if we go back to the Cassandra Ventura lawsuit, she made an allegation that Diddy blew up his car because she was talking to him or whatever it was. When you hear this is a whole separate component of this case as well.
Well, it goes to the power, the enforcement, the thought that you are too big to be busted. You get away with things enough times in your life at this level, you think you're invincible. And you're not, because at some point, people are going to see the Cassie video. They're going to see the brutality of it. This wasn't an argument or just a domestic violence case in a hotel lobby. This was an all-out ass-whooping of an innocent, vulnerable woman. And he did not give up. And that video, although that the case is probably beyond the statute of limitations in terms of charging a crime, that was significant for the reasons Bradford said, and in the back of the minds of the federal investigators, because they're thinking, we can't let this guy get away with this. Mm-hmm. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. You talk about the allegations in the indictment. You're talking about arson, kidnapping. This can't be allowed in society, no matter who you are. And there are a lot of allegations here. And I think going back to him making himself available into New York, knowing this was coming, clearly that's an attempt to bargain for his short-term freedom as this case works through the court system. But it's going to be very tough when the judge takes a look at this and sees the potential danger, the potential witness tampering, the things that have already happened. What, suddenly he's going to change? it's going to be a tough argument for his lawyers.
And it says that the government's investigation is ongoing in this letter. You know, while the indictment against the defendant was unsealed today, the investigation into his and other co-conspirators' conduct is active and ongoing.
And you have to wonder how many of these events were somehow videotaped or captured to show other people, to encourage this notion that, you know, if you cross me, this is what's going to happen to you. And it doesn't matter how big you think you are, I'm bigger and I'll crush you. So, you know, was some of that taken from one of the raids?
So now I'm curious, Bradford, if once we knew that he was arrested last night and we knew this indictment was coming, I went back and I looked at all of the lawsuits. I looked at all of the lawsuits that he's facing, from April Lampros, to Rodney Jones, to even the Cassandra Ventura one that was settled, to Dawn Richard. There's the Grace O'Markey one that lists him as a defendant, but his son is the one who's the main defendant. There's Joy Dickerson-Neal. Do you have a sense from reading these papers, these indictment, this letter, how much of these witnesses, their accounts are made up in the criminal charges? How much of they are cooperating witnesses? How much are their accounts part of these criminal charges? Do you have a sense of that?
I think that, yeah, I mean, when I read some of these lawsuits, some of them I think are so fantastical that I don't think they would make great witnesses. I think Cassie's is the most credible. In terms of looking at the other lawsuits, I think that those witnesses can provide some backup and some confirmation of some allegations, but I don't think they're going to be the star witness. I think there's probably going to be 5 main core witnesses, and those are going to be the 5 individuals that were closest to Sean Combs. I'm sure they have subpoenaed assistants or personal assistants.
Yeah, chat, I ain't gonna lie. This does look incredibly horrible for Diddy. I mean, again, this is the indictment. You know, obviously they spell out his. I mean, I guess we could kind of go through it. Let's go through it. Once again, this is the 14-page indictment. This is the first document. I'm actually, let me look it up to see if it's fully in the system as yet. Diddy hasn't appeared in court from what I've been told. I do believe that his attorney, after the court hearing, I think that's what that's for. It said this afternoon. We don't know what time. But if you're wondering what this is for, this is most likely for after the attorney is walking into court and out of court, that they could possibly have a press conference. I don't know if Diddy's attorney will address the press again. I don't even think it was a need for him to address the press this morning. Again, let your PR people do the PR shit. Let the lawyer go beat the case. But regardless, they've set this up. You know, Diddy's set to appear in court later. He's currently in custody, so you won't see him walk through these doors or walk out most likely. And we're going to hear some updates about, hey, was there consideration for bail given? Did the judge say, hey, we're going to grant bail? Or will it be a motion to remand? Or not motion, but it will be will the judge remand him into custody for the foreseeable future, which, you know, at that point, you know, who knows the next, you know, shot they'll have to try to get bail. Obviously, that's probably one of his biggest priority. Like a billionaire in jail is probably not used to that lifestyle. You don't get $1 billion to go sit in jail, right? So his lawyers at every turn, even if he's denied bail today, they're going to try to get him, you know, additional opportunities to apply for bail, and hopefully, you know, in their case, they could get him out on some type of bail, whether it's house. You know, we all seen Youngboy. Youngboy was in like a $10 million crib, you know, with an armed militia around there 24/7, but at least you're in a mansion. You know what I mean? You'd rather be in a $10 million crib rather than be in some New York City rat hole jail, right? You know what I mean? You don't want to be bunkies with Taxstone. You get what I'm saying? So, of course, we're going to see what happens there. Let me see. I actually don't think it's going to be still in the system yet. I'm searching it right now. Because we're going to see a bunch of documents fly off, including what's going to be important is, you know, maybe if there is a premeditated motion for pretrial release, maybe that's also submitted, but that might be just, you know, submitted after court, even though I think they would want to have him, have the judge consider it in court today. Give me 1 second. I'm looking some shit up right here. Because right now we only have two documents, the indictment and the detention memo, which is both from the prosecutor. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I still don't see it in here yet. It's probably going to take some while. They'll probably officially file it. The clerk will file it to the government website after the court hearing is done. But regardless, we don't know what time. Let me see if I can Google and figure out what time Diddy is scheduled to appear in court. We don't know what time, though. What time? Don't know what time, but apparently it's supposed to be in the afternoon. Here we go. Diddy's gonna appear in court at 2:30 p.m. From what I'm hearing, I've talked to a few people who are legal experts. They think it's gonna be quick. They think they're gonna have him in there and out. Probably a 30-minute hearing. There will be no video. This is federal court, so we're not gonna see no video of it. Obviously, there's gonna be reporters in there. So I'm pretty sure somebody's gonna be in there trying to get a drawing of Diddy. I'm guessing he would probably be in cuffs, even though I still can't even imagine Diddy in cuffs. But they're gonna come out with a description of his demeanor, the proceedings, and obviously we're gonna see the documents fly off afterwards with the results of that. But 2:30 today, which means it's about another hour and 15 minutes until Diddy goes to court or Diddy sees that judge. Again, his indictment was unsealed, which means that his lawyers know what charges he has. They're going to be read to him at his first appearance. They're going to apparently try to get bond, but there's already a memo filed to heavily oppose bond. This is a pretty, again, the memo to oppose bond is 16 pages. The indictment is 14 pages. You get what I'm saying? This is the memo to oppose bond. This is the indictment, right? Okay. I'm gonna play a little bit more of this, and then we're gonna. Oh no, this is what I wanted to get to. This is how disgusting they kind of set the shit up in terms of when they start describing the freak off. Keep in mind, I've never heard Diddy say the word freak off, but god damn it, it's such a disgusting thing, even when you think about it now. Here we go. They're gonna describe a freak off. Here we go. Okay. Here we go. Among the means and methods by which Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, PD, Love, the defendant and other members of the associates of Combs Enterprise conducted and participated in the conduct and affairs include the following, right? They wielded the power and prestige of Combs' role at his businesses to intimidate, threaten, lure females into Combs' orbit, often under the pretense of a romantic relationship. He then used force, threats of force, coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sex acts. Now, this is the disgusting part. Extended sex acts. You're going to hear them describe that the freak-offs sometimes lasted days. I'm like, yo, what type of level of horny that you got to fuck for 3 days straight? This is some new shit, brother. Okay, so freak-offs were elaborate and produced sex performances that Combs arranged, directed, masturbated during, and often electronically recorded. In arranging these freak-offs, Combs, with the assistance of members and associates of his enterprise, transported and caused to be transported commercial sex workers across state lines and internationally. Damn, even was bringing in bitches overseas. God damn. Freak-offs occurred regularly. Sometimes it lasted multiple days. I see why this nigga need 1,000 bottles of lube. Because nigga, you must have found Aqua Woman if she could stay wet for fucking 3 days. What the fuck? No wonder he needed lube. Lasted multiple days and often involved multiple commercial sex workers. During the freak-offs, he distributed a variety of controlled substance to the victims, in part to keep them obedient and compliant. Sometimes unbeknownst to the victims, they kept videos he filmed of victims engaging in sex acts. Oh my God. Members and associates of Combs Enterprise, including high-ranking supervisors, security staff, household staff, personal assistants, and other Combs business employees, facilitated freak-offs by, among other things, booking hotel for the freak-off, stocking the hotel rooms in advance with lube and freak-off supplies, including controlled substances, baby oil, lubricant, extra linens, and lighting, cleaning the hotel rooms. Oh, my God. Yo, chat, how much would you need to get paid if you work for Combs Enterprise and your job is to clean up after the freak off? You're running into all type of like fluid. You see something that's like gooey, it could be semen. Between 50 niggas semen, because you know apparently it was mad niggas in this shit. You don't know what type of semen that was. Vaginal discharge, saliva, lube. God damn it. Yo, whose job it is to... Yo, I could see why Fonzworth Bentley said, I'm getting the fuck on out of here. It looked good when Fonzworth Bentley was just holding the fucking umbrella. Imagine, it'd be like, all right, nigga, ain't no fucking rain going on in here, nigga. The only thing raining down is semen. Nigga, clean up after this goddamn freak off. Scrub all the cum off the wall. All the ejaculation stains. Yo, I kid you not, man. If I was the feds and I raided Diddy's cribs, the first thing I'm scouring the crib through is with a, what's it called? A black light? You know the light they used to, y'all remember the show? Raid My Room? Room Raiders, black light. And they'd be like, yo, that's the cum stain. That's the cum stain right there. That's the cum stain right there. Yeah. Imagine when they do this at Diddy's mansion.
Y'all remember that show, Room Raiders? Well, it's time to do the bed check.
Yes. Oh my God, you do this at Diddy's mansion, it's over. It's fucking over.
My own bed. Alright, so we have the
nigga, just go
bed here. Do it to myself and see some hairs. See some hairs. Pillows clean.
Nah, on shit. Diddy's house is gonna be diabolical. How much you think the nigga who's cleaning up the lube, baby oil, vaginal discharge, semen is getting paid? It's gotta be a good gig, right? Like you gotta get 6 figures for that, right? I'm not saying I would do that shit, but I'm just saying. If that was a job you had to do, like how much I would want to get paid for that? You walk into the room, that shit smell like Badussy. Diddy was just getting his ass eaten by some dude, some buff Negro. Cassie was just in a bukkake. Some other little chick was having a mukbang with just mad random assortment of semen. Piss. Remember, this is P. Diddy. P. I want to pee on you. Drip, all of that. You're cleaning pee, maybe some fecal matter. The only thing you won't find, no condoms. No fucking condoms. Ain't that a bitch? You know this shit gotta be nasty. They found 1,000 bottles of lube, not one condom. You woke up in Diddy's freak off room, it's like a slip and slide up in that bitch. Oh my God. It's a slip and slide. Nigga, you show up to clean up after the freak off. You know who you gonna sound like? You gonna sound like this.
One nigga got that nigga up out of there. Thank God. Yeah, I had to fight some nigga in the bathroom. No homo. We slipping on semen.
Y'all slipping on semen. You gotta be slipping on semen when you enter the freak off room and this nigga's all lube. It's lube everywhere. You slipping on semen at the scene of cleaning up the freak off.
But niggas was jerking off in the bathroom, nigga.
Yeah.
I mean, we
jerking off in the corner.
Had to fight some nigga in the bathroom. No homo. We slipping on semen. But niggas was jerking off in the bathroom, nigga. I mean, I got that nigga up out of there. All that shit. You know, this is parts of the story that I don't like.
Yo, I know this ain't funny. We got victims here, people. We gotta stop the laughing. Fucked up shit. Fucked up shit. Okay. Combs to and from freak-offs resupplying. Oh my God. Imagine you had to be the person to go bring some extra lube in the room while Diddy and 10 other niggas and Cassie are having a freak-off. Resupplying Combs with requested supplies. Delivering large stacks or sums of cash to Combs to pay the sex workers. And then, yo, this is when I realized, nigga, how much fucking you gotta be doing that you fucking for days. If your fuck session lasts days, god damn it. Nigga, even in the jungle, nigga, you know they say the lion, when the lion has sex, it only lasts a minute. It takes the lion a minute to nut. The most fucking powerful creature in the jungle. But for Diddy, it was taking him days? What type of deranged nigga is this? What type of edging was he doing? Chat, keep it a bean. When y'all niggas like, and I know, no homo, you feel me? But how long is the longest y'all even jacked? All right, say you open a Pornhub. You ain't got no bitch around. You open a Pornhub. You rubbing one out. You know what I mean? We all do it. Come on, let's not act like, what's the longest you jacked off for? Imagine Diddy is jacking off to this shit for days. I'd see why this nigga need lubricant and baby oil. Nigga, you will chafe your dick. Nigga, at some point, your palm gotta feel like sandpaper. What the fuck? This nigga was jacking off for days. Nah, if you jerk off to Pornhub for an hour, something wrong with you, bro. Something wrong with you. An hour? An hour is a lot. 3 hours? You're wildin'. You niggas jerked off for 3 hours to Pornhub? I'm sending U.S. attorney to y'all house next. Who said 3 hours? Nah, 5 minutes too short. Like maybe between 10 and 30. You know what I mean? 10 and 30. Now, we're not counting the parts where like you're on the 89th page looking for the right porno. Like that's how it works. Like you're on the 89th, like you're like next. That's cool. We're talking about jerk off time. But fuck all that. Even if you went 3 hours, Diddy's going 3 days. In or about March 24, during the search of his cribs in Miami, Florida, Los Angeles, California, they seized freak-off supplies, including narcotics and 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant. Oh my God. This is... Now, here's the thing too. Doesn't make it any better that we've seen Diddy with this IV fluid shit. Remember during the pandemic, I used to see that nigga have the IV thing. Did Diddy get these videos scrubbed from the internet, bro? Diddy IV recovery. There's some videos of him with IV in, bro. It was like during pandemic times. I spelled pandemic wrong. I've never took that IV shit, but now I'm associating the IV shit to freak off shit. Somebody was trying to say, yo, Ak, you be drinking a lot. You know what you should do? In the morning, just get an IV. It just replenishes you. And I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, I mean, I'm drinking, but I ain't drinking that hard, bro. Like, what type of shit you got to be doing to stick a needle and just have to pump fluids into yourself? Apparently, this was a post, nigga, this was his post freak off ritual. Let me see if I can find it. Diddy IV fluids. Let's see if we can find it. I know I've seen it before. Definitely seen it before. Back in the day. Nah, Diddy might have had some people scrub some shit. I can't find this bitch. Oh, here we go. Look. Right here. Thank you, Diddy. What the fuck is this? This is the drip bar? The fuck is the drip bar? The hell? This was during 2021. Yeah, this was a... Oh, yeah, this was after a freak off. Yeah, that was after a freak off. Facts. Let me see. Diddy drip bar. I'm trying to see. I can't find it right now. I'll find it later. It's all good. What's this though?
Let's go ahead and
we listened to that already.
When we say
not being off the table.
Here we go.
Charges racketeering, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. He called what Sean Diddy Combs organized a business empire that he said he controlled using kidnapping, bribery, saying that he exploited people, used force, threats. And when you really understand where all of this comes from, you have to go back to the lawsuit, that civil lawsuit that was fired by Combs's longtime ex-girlfriend. Mr. Williams mentioned that video that would later show up after he settled with her in that civil case when she was claiming that he sexually assaulted her and beat her. And then we saw evidence of that months later in a 2016 video in a hotel where she is hit, kicked, and dragged. Those were the exact words that he used in this criminal case. Something else worth noting, Lindsay, is what he talked about when referencing what they were able to find when searching the home. He said that they searched and seized evidence, 3 defaced AR-15s, evidence of freak-offs. Again, this was a term used in the civil suit, but now talking about it in the criminal form. He said also that this is not done, that there could be more people that are prosecuted as a result of this. But today, of course, the focus being on Sean Diddy Combs. And Jerika, many reporters were quick to ask whether any more charges could be coming because this indictment says that he did not do this alone. He was essentially enabled by the people around him, the apparatus that he built, according to prosecutors, as part of this criminal enterprise, again, according to the indictment, that essentially enabled this behavior and led to a pattern of coercion and intimidation. Yeah, I mean, he said it again by saying we are not done. He even gave a phone number for people to call if they have any tips, because this is an ongoing investigation, as he said a couple of times. He also talked about other charges not being off the table. One of the first questions, though, I think that many people have had, this is someone who's been so well known, a business entrepreneur, a mogul, for 30 years. And the question was, why did this take so long, and are there any other victims? He would not specify about how many victims there are allegedly, only to say that there's multiple based on that indictment. When it comes to why it took so long, he said the better focus should be that we are here today. I mean, that is the question. He just got the key to New York City in 2023. He was asked to give it back. He did give it back, and yet here we are. Prosecutors saying that this behavior went on for decades. Jerika, we are expecting to learn more from this detention document that Williams kept mentioning, that they will be trying to seek pre-trial detention. What do we know about what that document will contain and when we might get it? So we're working on getting that document right now. What I can tell you is that we're hearing that Combs is expected to appear in court now just after 2:30 this afternoon. So we're, of course, going to keep a close eye on that. As for the pretrial detention, essentially Williams is saying we want him to remain behind bars. We'll look at that document and get back to you in terms of the reasons. But they obviously feel that he's a threat to the public. When asked about his cooperation, he also mentioned that he said the word cooperating has taken on tremendous elasticity and that responding to the law in their eyes is not necessarily cooperating with authorities. So we know that he's going to be in custody, but we do know that they're not going to get into, at least Damian Williams saying they're not going to get into the why and when they took him into custody the way that they did as far as that investigation is concerned. But a lot came out of this. Also, I thought worth mentioning, having covered R. Kelly several times and both trials. He said that he was not going to compare or sort of contrast the two, but we.
By the way, there is a proposed bail package. I'm looking to get that for you immediately. Give me 1 second. Let me keep playing this. I'm going to pull it up in a second. So there's a proposed bail package.
Do know that Homeland Security Investigations is the same group that really took on a bulk of the responsibility when it came to R. Kelly. Same group, again, looking at these charges that are also similar in nature when you think about sexual assault and sex trafficking.
Jerika Duncan, thank you so much. We'll see you at the top of the hour. And joining me right now is celebrity attorney Chris Melcher. Chris, obviously, we just heard that press conference. We were talking to you on the front end. Did not think that the U.S. attorney was going to get as graphic as he did because this is so disturbing, but he did. The nature of the allegations are disturbing. Your thoughts after that press conference?
Well, they certainly took their time, and that was a very well-crafted press conference where they were laying out a little bit more detail than we saw in the charging document. And I do have that detention letter, so that's a letter to the judge saying that Diddy should, or Mr. Combs should remain in custody pending trial. So that's pretty unusual. Many times somebody's going to be released on a bond. His attorney, according to that detention letter, had offered a $50 million bond to secure Mr. Combs' attendance at trial and also electronic monitoring. The government's saying that's not sufficient. That's not enough money to really dissuade Diddy from fleeing. And more importantly, it's alleged that he is a danger to the community, that he could dissuade witnesses from testifying. So what they're asking is that he be held in custody. He's in custody right now and they don't want him released. The judge will have to decide that, or magistrate, I should say, will decide that later today. But these are I mean, the conduct is depraved, multiple victims. And what is most significant to me is that these events were allegedly recorded and the government has those recordings. That's going to make it extremely difficult if...
Okay, I'll get back to what that gentleman is saying. Let me read through this, which is important. So this is what the government detention letter was trying to counteract. Okay, so this is a letter from the lawyer, Agnifilio Intrater, which that might be another lawyer or it might be a joint law firm. Anyway, it says, Dear Judge Tafornsky, Mr. Sean Combs, through his counsel, submits this letter to the court for release on certain specific or specified conditions. Yesterday evening, he was arrested on an indictment charging him with the following offenses. For these reasons set forth below, we ask this court to release Mr. Combs pursuant to our proposed bail package. This letter will walk the court through a series of actions taken by Mr. Combs over the past 6 months that will prove he's not a flight risk or a danger to anyone in the community. These actions will prove that Mr. Combs is eminently trustworthy, that he's demonstrably committed to showing his innocence in court in the context of this case, and that he should be released on the condition proposed in order to do so. The first thing the court should know is that when it became apparent to his counsel that Mr. Combs would be at some point formally charged, he did something extraordinary. Oh, wow. It's extraordinary. Let's hear the extraordinary thing. He left his home in Miami and traveled to New York, the very location of where the prosecutors and agents were investigating him. Through counsel, Mr. Combs promptly told the government that he had voluntarily come to New York, offered to tell them specifically where he was, and offered to turn himself in at an appropriate time. Even though Mr. Combs came to New York, authorized his lawyers to tell the government of his location, and offered to self-surrender, the government effected an arrest last evening. This, we know, is the government's right. However, that he traveled to New York to self-surrender is also something the court should consider. This was not the first action Mr. Combs took to show his trustworthiness and lack of flight risk. Indeed, it is part of his pattern since even before the March 25th, 2024 searches on his residence. Mr. Combs and his counsel have been fully aware that the United States attorney for the Southern District of New York has been conducting an investigation involving allegations concerning racketeering, sex trafficking, and other offenses, knowing for these many months that he would be indicted. Oh, wow. So basically, they're admitting that he knew he would be indicted. Wow. Damn. Mr. Combs has done everything as will be set out below, to work with prosecutors in ways that are unusual, if not unprecedented. Okay? In light of these circumstances, he can rebut presumption of detention here due to his extraordinary actions taken in this investigation. He should be released on the conditions proposed so that he can fight the case in court effectively. By the way, let me see. Okay. All right. So we'll get to the extraordinary actions he took, but this is the proposed package. A $50 million bond, which clearly makes sense now. He was clearly liquidating some assets. One of the main things, securing a cash bond or a potential part of a cash bond, or being able to free up assets that he could possibly put up, right? They don't mention if the $50 million would be in a cash bond or maybe he could use a property or something of the sort. But yeah, $50 million bond, co-signed by Sean Combs' mother, his sister, the mother of his oldest daughter, and his 3 adult sons, okay? So I guess it's a bond co-signed by them. Secured by the equity of Mr. Combs' residence located at 2 West Star Island in Miami, Florida. The appraised value of the home is about $48 million. The home is unencumbered. In anticipation of the bail hearing on August 20th, 2024, he paid off the mortgage. Oh, wow. He paid off the mortgage, which is $18 million. Wow. So now he finally owns the house outright. And that's just sitting, equities in the value of the house. But there isn't a lien on the house, meaning a mortgage, that a mortgage company would control some interest in the house. So basically he's saying, yo, I'll give y'all, I'll put the title up, right? Like, shit, if I flee, that's $48 million. So that home could be used to secure a bond and be free of a mortgage. Cool. Secured by the equity of Combs' mother's house. Wow, they gave her, I wish this was blurred out, but this is where his mom lives. Mr. Combs' travel will be restricted to the Southern District of Florida and the Southern District of New York to attend court and meet with his counsel and attend medical appointments, which we will address the court in a separate sealed submission. Yes, they're probably going to do a sealed submission saying that Diddy is suffering from, again, you got to make this look good. He's suffering from some illness that cannot be cured if he's in a detention facility. He needs to be free. He needs to see the best specialist in the world. He needs to be able to go to his doctor's appointments every day, that he could be healthy, right? Typical. I think they did that with Harvey Weinstein as well. I mean, shit, they've been trying to do it with YNW Melly, saying he has some grave disease and he needs to be let out. And they keep saying, well, the niggas he allegedly killed can't get out of the casket, so you're not getting out. That's what they've told YNW Melly pretty much. Don't know if that they'll work, but clearly they're going to do a sealed submission that obviously the public don't know what that is, but the court or the judge could consider it. As well as the Eastern District of New York and the District of New Jersey, only to the extent that his travel from New York involves an airport in those districts. The airport in New York, as in Jersey, would mean that he would be flying via private jet. Teterboro Airport is a place that Jay-Z, Beyonce, anybody, when they come to New York, they land at Teterboro with their private jet. Okay, that's usually where Jay-Z used to rap about the Clearport. That's where that is, right? Teterboro, New Jersey. So he's trying to carve out places that I'll only be in Jersey to be at that, to be at the fucking Clearport. That my private jet can land there. I'm gonna go right to New York to go to court. I'm gonna be in Southern District of Florida, which is basically, he said he was gonna stay at Star. He's basically kind of outlining house arrest, but not saying house arrest, because his residence in Southern District of Florida is at 2 Star Island. You get what I'm saying? His passport, now we get to find out, his passport was surrendered to his counsel. So he gave his passport to his lawyers, and his lawyers advised the prosecutor of this fact in an email dated the same day, and the counsel is now saying, please take his passport. He ain't going nowhere. Take his passport. So interesting to note, they didn't turn over his passport then, but he did turn it over to his lawyers. Okay, cool. The passports of the following family members who have already surrendered their passport to counsel after the raids. Oh, wow. Whoa. They're saying they're down to surrender. Janice is his mom, I believe. Janice Combs. Chance Combs. Who's Chance Combs? Jesse Combs. Delilah Combs and Love Combs. I think this is the baby. Ain't this is the baby? Love Combs is the baby? Let's see. Love Combs. Yeah, I think that's the baby. Yeah, that's the new baby he had. Oh, wow. So he's down to even give up the baby passport. Like, yo, I'm not getting my family out of here. I'm not dipping out of here. You could have their passports, my passports. Take it all. Just, who's Chance Combs? I don't know who that is. Janice is his mom, I believe. Let me use this. Who's Chance Combs? Oh, that's his daughter. Okay. Jesse Combs, is that the other daughter? I don't know who Jesse Combs is. Who's Jesse Combs? Jesse Combs. Oh, it's Diddy. Yeah, Diddy's daughter. Yeah. Jesse James Combs. Okay, cool. So that's the mom, the two daughters. Who's Delilah Combs? Does the sons not have passports, or did they already surrender their passports? Because they're not mentioned. Delilah Combs. Oh, this is another daughter he has. Okay. Okay, Jesse and Delilah are twins. And then there's Chance Combs. Who's Chance Combs? Oh, she's not one of the twins. Oh, so there's a daughter that's not a twin. And the parents are Sarah Chapman and Diddy. Okay, cool. And then Love Combs. So basically, all of the women from the Combs family are here. By the way, we're gonna get down to exhibits. The exhibits are gonna show the appraisals. Is the exhibits attached? No, but there are exhibits supposedly. Look, the written appraisal. So the appraisal that property is worth $48 million is Exhibit 1. The satisfactory of the mortgage, which means he paid it off, is Exhibit 2. And the letter to the prosecutor, as mentioned, that he offered his passport up, is Exhibit 3. Or he didn't offer his passport up. He said he has turned his passport over to counsel, right? Yeah. They emailed on the first saying that they turned the passport over to counsel. Cool. All right. H, since at least 2024, April, Mr. Combs has been making efforts to sell his airplane. Oh my God. Damn, shit is going down, bro. Damn. If y'all buy that plane, man, make sure y'all scrub the whole interior, black light and everything. If he was having freak-offs on the ground, imagine what he was doing in the air, nigga. Trust me. He's been making efforts to sell his airplane. We informed the government of these efforts in May 2024 and I explained further below. Just this weekend, Mr. Combs entered a letter of intent with the party to sell it. Oh, wow. Mr. Combs understands he is not to travel to Los Angeles, where the plane had been located this week. Oh, wow. He's been staying away from his own plane. I still think he's going to fly by private if they do give him this bail. But I guess he's trying to say, if you own a private jet, you probably have more leeway with what you could do with it. So he's like, nah, I'm gonna get rid of my private jet. I guess he probably just charter one. Oh, damn. And further, the plane is not to be brought into any district where okay. That's why we could look it up now. Love Air LLC. That's Diddy's plane jet. We can find the tail number. This is Diddy's plane right here. Yeah, Love Air. Yep. And what's the tail number? The tail number is where's the tail number? Tail number, come on. Why can't I find the fucking tail number? Am I slow? Is it N119? N11969C? I think this is it. I think this is Diddy's jet. Yeah. Diddy's jet. Yep. Yeah, FlightAware. Okay, cool. Yeah, so it's owned by Diddy. Sorry, chat. I'm just like looking this shit up. Yeah. And yeah, that's registration history. Let's see if we can look where it's at. We could. This is how it looks. Beautiful jet still. Let's see if we could, we could track it. Tracker, flight radar, history of flights. Yeah, there's no recent flights. Yeah, that shit is parked. Holy shit. Okay, nah, this is. You look how they tracking Jay-Z's. Yeah, having a jet is just having people in your business. Look, they're tracking Jay-Z's jet. Oh man. Flight history. Okay, here we go. Departing information. It looked like it is flying around somewhere, but at some point it was in LA. Yeah, that jet is moving, but apparently it was in LA for a while. Who's at my fucking door? Give me a second. All right. Anyway, let me play a little bit more of this.
For Diddy to defend himself if those recordings show coercion or violence.
Important point there. Chris, according to the indictment, law enforcement seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 AR-15s with defaced serial numbers and a drum magazine. How will that play in? We know as part of the allegations, they say that Combs regularly carried and even brandished weapons to create an atmosphere of intimidation.
Well, that is part of this allegation that these women unfortunately became part of his orbit.
Okay. Yeah, no, they're taking care of who's at the door. It's all good. Okay, perfect. Let me go back. Okay, so yeah, so I guess it was the time of that letter. You know, they're still saying, I guess, like ever since they wrote that letter to the prosecutors, they kept the jet away from wherever Diddy's at. So the jet's still moving, but you know, they kept like it was in Van Nuys. Yeah, it was in Van Nuys a bunch, right? San Jose. It was in LA. It was definitely in California for a while. And I guess they were saying they made sure that the jet wasn't anywhere where Diddy was at, that the police could think that Diddy has access to his jet. They're saying it's on the other side of the country. And they're saying they're down to keep it on the other side of the country or make sure the jet doesn't go anywhere where Diddy's at until it gets sold, which is, damn, I mean, my boy's definitely trying to make sure he's free, right? Okay, understand he's not to travel to LA where it's been located this week. Oh, this week. He said this week. Has it been located in LA this week? Well, it went to Indianapolis. Last week it was in Jersey, Teterboro. Then it went to Indianapolis. And I'm guessing it probably is in LA, right? This isn't all the way accurate. This is just some of the flights. Cool, all right, bet. Then, now they finally say home detention. Home detention. So they're down for home detention. They're not going to say what crib, but come on. You know he wants to be up in the Star Island crib, right? All other standard conditions of pretrial release, right? The history of investigation show a great degree of collaboration between the government, Mr. Combs, and his counsel, which should be weighed heavily in this court when thinking about releasing him on the conditions proposed. By the way, 30 minutes until Diddy goes to court. Once again, we're not going to have a live stream of that, but we expect to maybe hear a word or two from the lawyer as they enter or leave court, okay? On March 13th, counsel for Mr. Combs emailed the assigned assistant U.S. attorney in this introductory mail. Counsel identified himself as counsel for Combs and stated he wished to speak with the prosecutors and share information about Mr. Combs and the matters under investigation. After not hearing back, oh wow, at first AUSA didn't respond back. Counsels again emailed 5 days later on March 18th. Counsel did not get a response. Oh yeah, they don't give a fuck about Diddy. So this 2 emails sent to the prosecutor, deaf ears. Third time, this is before the search. Wait, so why did they email before the search? Oh, it was being heard that there was an investigation. So I guess they just wanted to get ahead of it. This is before the search was done. March 25th, search warrants were executed at Mr. Combs' place of residence in Miami and LA. In addition, he was removed from his airplane and searched. The searches of his residence were unusually public and particularly heavy-handed. The agents had assault rifles trained on the heads and chests of his children, who were then handcuffed, brought before news cameras in a press helicopter. On the day of the searches, counsel called prosecutor and they spoke for the very first time. Counsel indicated that they would accept service of 2 grand jury subpoena to Mr. Combs' businesses. Counsel took possession of Mr. Combs' passport on April 1st. About a week following the searches on April 1st, counsel took his passport. As noted on the same day, they advised the AUSA of the fact that counsel had Mr. Combs' passport and we would not return it to him, and that he would not be allowed to leave the country during the pendency of the investigation. We have, in fact, maintained passports, and Mr. Combs has not, in fact, left the country. Despite knowing the investigation was ongoing, despite having a plane at his disposal, despite not being charged with any crime. And so as of this morning, the plane is in Teterboro for a charter flight. As of this morning, it says 4. Where is 4 is that? 4 is somewhere here. Oh, right here. Yeah. Okay. So the Teterboro thing was right. As of this, well, this is 9/12, so it's probably a return flight. Whatever. Cool. Counsel agreed to advise government on all domestic travel. Myron said this. Bradford Cohen said this. I agreed. Vlad, please stop saying the bullshit you've been saying. And I love you, Vlad. You know, you're a peer, colleague, and a friend of mine. But you've been saying that dumb shit like too long, saying Diddy should have fled the country. It's very clear they could have arrested this guy a long time ago. He surrendered his passport. He was telling the government everywhere where he was at because he was preparing for this moment. He was saying, I'm not going to be in the same city as my plane. He was never going to leave the country, and that was never an option. I don't even know why Vlad left. Vlad's the only person I've seen like say this shit. Like, I don't know why you didn't go to Russia. Like, what the fuck is Vlad talking about? And I love you, Vlad, you know, but come on, bro. Like, you know, you're too smart to be saying this type of nonsense. He says, I've been saying this last month, a couple months in my interviews. Diddy should have fled to Russia. What? Like, Vlad, you're too smart for this, okay? Like, this is some shit the dumb rappers you interview would say, right? Instead, he spent his time hanging around in Harlem and Miami. No, he spent his time trying to not look guilty and knowing he's under federal surveillance. What more could he do? He can't do anything else. Anyway, I'm glad this letter came out. Now we know all the things that clearly was being done, right? These two promise, okay. Moreover, counsel advised the government that Mr. Combs intended to travel domestically. Counsel would inform the AUSA. Me, Bradford Cohen, Myron Gaines, former HSI agent, we all predicted this. You're telling the government where you're going, right? Like, you want him to feel very comfortable, right? I heard that through sources that he's telling them anytime he's going to get on a plane. They know before he went to LA, then went to LA and he popped up some random places. They knew before he came to New York, okay? These two promises have been kept. For example, June 9th, counsel advised AUSAs that Mr. Combs was traveling from Miami to Los Angeles to go on a road trip with his children. In addition, we provided AUSA with information about the flight, when his flight departed, when it would land. On June 29th, counsel emailed the prosecutors that Mr. Combs will be flying to Wyoming. And by the way, he did go to Wyoming. People seen him White River rafting. You ever seen this? Here we go. Diddy, Wyoming. White River rafting. Right here. Boy, Diddy did it. By the way, chat, apparently we got 23,000 people watching on YouTube, only like 2K likes. Please, could you guys just hit the like button? If you guys haven't subscribed as well, please subscribe to whatever platform you're watching me on. It's greatly appreciated. I do this for y'all, clearly. But just please hit the like button, hit the follow button. That's all I ask for, okay? That looks fun. can imagine this is a way to, you got to imagine Diddy's mind is probably going absolutely bonkers, right? Like, this is the worst scenario ever. He has to, have some time to, I almost bit my lip. I did actually. He has to have some time to unwind. He has to try to kind of, distract himself a bit, because that could be very mentally tolling. And not saying we feel bad for Diddy, but if you're constantly thinking about a potential prosecution or threat of arrest for months, yeah, he has to unwind. And I guess that was what that trip was. Okay, so cool. That was the Wyoming trip. Okay, cool. So he was flying to Wyoming. He told them that via a chartered aircraft. On July 5th, the counsel emailed the prosecutor that he was traveling back to Los Angeles. 2 days later, July 7th, when he traveled back to Miami via chartered aircraft, they once again emailed the AUSA. In addition, when Mr. Combs planned travel but did not take those trips, they notified the prosecutors as well. Okay? They notified the government of Mr. Combs' efforts to sell the plane. On May 21st, counsel advised the AUSA during a phone call that Mr. Combs had commenced efforts to sell his airplane. We followed up with that conversation the next day on May 22nd, 2024, with a letter to the AUSA that the efforts were underway to sell the aircraft, reminding the AUSAs that the counsel continued to be in possession of his passport. Over the past several months, there have been several potential buyers for the airplane, and at least 2 buyers have signed a letter of intent to purchase the aircraft. Just this weekend, a buyer for the aircraft and representatives for Mr. Combs executed a letter of intent. Due to the nature of this asset, the amount of inspection and due diligence that's required for this purchase is just not a simple asset to offload. In advance of the plane being sold, which it eventually will be, we have agreed to keep the airplane in Los Angeles while Mr. Combs resides in his home in Florida, if it's not being chartered. So again, they do chartered rentals on the plane. Coincidentally, and not at Mr. Combs' request, last night the airplane was chartered. Oh, wow. Maybe that's why he got arrested. They've been keeping the plane away from Diddy. They've been telling the government that. Like, hey, we're keeping the plane away. Remember I told you? They're tracking that fucking plane. They're tracking it, right? Diddy is in New York. The private jet location that everybody flies into is in Jersey. And all of a sudden, Diddy's plane shows up in Jersey. Yeah, I could imagine somebody says, before Diddy get on his jet, let's lock his ass up right fucking now. Maybe he's let's lock his ass up now. So this is probably why, right? So now his team is saying this is coincidentally. They're saying there was a chartered flight from Los Angeles to Teterboro. He had no advanced knowledge of the flight, nor did he possess any control over its movement last night. Obviously, Mr. Combs agrees to not go to any state, in this case, New Jersey, in which his plane is located pending its sale, which is being actively pursued, and I get it. New Jersey is not New York, but the place that people in New York usually go to board a private jet is in New Jersey, Teterboro. It's like from Manhattan, let me see, we're talking about 10, 15 minutes. So it's really in close proximity, even though technically it's not within New York State. All right, Mr. Combs voluntarily relocated to New York in advance of his arrest. Once it became apparent to counsel that Mr. Combs' arrest was imminent, he promptly relocated to New York City. On September 5th, 2024, he arrived in New York, and counsel immediately informed the government of Mr. Combs' whereabouts. By the way, here's the thing. I'll read this. It said, pursuant to the Code of Federal Regulations, a private jet may be available to the general public for use. That's about chartering. Part 135 pertains to Mr. Combs' airplane, and therefore it can be chartered by the general public. Yeah, many people who own a private jet, they'll allow other people. And by the way, this is why I look at Rick Ross's private jet, and I'm like, I don't know if people are chartering a private jet that just says Rick Ross, right? Like, it's so branded. You know, Diddy's private jet, at least, it's a distinct private jet, dark colored one, but it doesn't say Diddy. It doesn't say Diddy all over the shit. So, it would probably say, let's get another jet. So he probably was chartering, and it's probably a good way to make money. A flight, I could price it out now. A flight from LA to Teterboro, that's cross country. It's 5 hours in flight time. How much, how many people, I won't get too much into it, but how many people, let me see, Diddy's jet, let me see. Love Air. What type of plane is it? It's a Gulfstream 550. I think it holds between, how many does it hold? And by the way, look, there's this website you can literally book his jet. Browse our empty leg flights to see if, you can literally book Diddy's jet. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm pretty sure many other brokers or websites allow you to book the jet. Anyway, it's probably going to be 60,000, around 60,000, 50, 60,000. For a one way, right? So, if you want to have 8 to maybe 12 people on Diddy's jet and you want to afford the $60,000 fee, that's a one way. Now, obviously, you got to pay flight crew. Going to probably have at least one stewardess, 2 pilots, right? Diddy gets the rest and probably a broker fee for whoever is doing the booking. But that's a way to generate some money because jets are expensive. You got to park them. You got to service them. You got to maintain them, right? So, yeah. All good. All right, cool. Then it says, counsel offered to continually share Mr. Combs' location. Damn. This is like when your bitch catch you cheating and you're like, yo, I'm going to share my location. All right, so they're saying that Mr. Combs was down to share his location with government constantly, right? Since arriving in New York on September 5th, Mr. Combs has been staying at the Park Hyatt Hotel. Okay, cool. I'm going to try to see if I can hit up a work over there to see if they got, one of them workers got low security footage, guaranteed. They're going to try to sell it to TMZ, but I'm going to see if we can get it from one of them. If you think there's no video of Diddy being taken into custody, you're wrong. Somebody's just trying to sell that bitch. So he was staying at the Park Hyatt Hotel. Let me Google that bitch. Let's see how that shit looking. It's a luxury 5-star hotel. I don't expect Diddy to stay in anything else. Let's look at the suites. I could imagine he was staying at the big boy. They got a presidential on here now. Where's the presidential? Oh, here we go. 1-bedroom presidential suite. If there's a 2-bedroom, I'll imagine that Diddy would get it. And probably the rooms that he probably stay in aren't listed on here for you to publicly book. You know what I'm saying? If we were to book it, let me see how much this is costing. Yo, I'm such a pocket watcher, right? I ain't shit, right? Oh, it don't look like you could book these ones. It says you got to call. Yeah, you got to call for this. You could book these. Let me see what the price is looking for, though. Let's look next month. A 1-night stay. Let's see what we're looking at, chat. Chat, I'm such a pocket watcher, right? I know. Pray for me, chat. What? And this is just a 1-bedroom. $2,000? $2,000? Oh, hell nah. And so if this is $2,000, the presidential is like $6,000, nigga. $7,000 for the night. Holy shit. Holy shit. Yeah. Damn. So Diddy probably shelling out $6,000-$7,000 a night for this spot. Yeah, $2,000 a night for a 1-bedroom. This is the minimum room you could get there. Look, all right, so these are the rooms. Oh, here's the suites. Here are the suites. Okay, $2,500 for a double bed suite. Let's keep going. Oh, here we go. Okay, so I don't even think the presidential is listed on here. Show more. All right, never mind this. Oh yeah, so Diddy's staying in the presidential. So yeah, $10,000 a night. Yeah, exactly. So $10,000 a night. You know Diddy staying the president. Like, you're Diddy, my nigga. You're like, come on, bro. $10,000 a night. Fuck. God damn. Some good shit right there, brother. Let me look in this room. $10,000 a night for this shit? This shit better be. This shit got. Oh, I'm going to call WAC 100 in a second, too. I'm going to call WAC 100 in a second. You got to get WAC 100 on the line. Okay. Right? I mean, it's a suite, nice suite, but 10,000? Oh, let's do a 3D tour. Okay, here we go, chat. Ooh, okay. Chat, if you were Diddy, no pun intended, and you were going to stage one last freak off before the feds came in, which part in this presidential suite would you fucking stage the freak off at, Chad? Let's get to it. Let's get to that. Ooh, nice closets. Ooh, now this is a big ass 1-bedroom. Ooh, look at the closet. I like this. Oh, that wasn't a closet. This is a room. Ooh, I like this closet. This closet looks nice. Yeah. Okay, got the mirrors in. Okay. Here's the room. Okay. Chat, where would you stage a freak off? Ooh, this goes into another place. This is another bathroom? No. This is the bathroom. This is the master bathroom. Okay. So this is the master bathroom. This is the master bedroom, I'm thinking. Okay. Got this little, almost like little vanity area. Nice little closet over here. Go over to the the hallway. Now this is the living room. Nice living room. Okay. Has like a little kitchen area, right? Little kitchen area. Actually, it's a full kitchen. No, is it a full kitchen? We see a sink. Probably a microwave in one of these. There's clearly a fridge, right? I mean, shit. Chat, this is like where you would put, you know what I mean, the freak off supplies. Bottles of lube could go right here. You got to get the tons of lube all over here. Okay. I see what's going on. Okay. The last freak off, bruh. God damn it. Chat, who do you invite to the last freak off? And I guess this is, this is another little entranceway. Oh, wow. And then this goes to here. Is this a closet or a connecting door? I think this is the outside of the suite. Yeah, okay, a nice little hallway. What is this connected to? Look like this is a closet, maybe like a coat closet. Okay, nice little mirror leading up here. It's pretty cool. Ooh, what type of thing is this? That's kind of nice. The feng shui is kind of good. Yeah, the energy in here, like, you know what I mean? Freak off energy, I ain't gonna lie. Not bad at all. Not bad at all, but $10,000? $10,000? Like, hold up, man. $10,000 a night. All right, the pocket watcher in me just got to. I'm sorry, chat. He was there. He was there from the 5th. So that's 12 days. That's $120,000. Yo, chat, I ain't gonna lie. I spent $120,000. I deserve a freak off. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, chat. I spent $120,000 for 12 days? I deserve a freak off. What? 120? Now, here's the thing. Look what they say. They say, due to bookings made at the Park Hyatt prior to Mr. Combs' reservation, after today, September 17th, he will no longer be able to stay at the Park Hyatt. Accordingly, he had a reservation to stay at the Carlisle Hotel starting today. Let's go over there and go pocket watch. Why do I like this so much? I'm not saying I like some weird like freak off shit. I'm saying I just love seeing how much money niggas have. Like, I'm sorry. Oh, this is it. The Carlisle. This looks good. Damn, they give you like a little intro video, a drone type video. Okay. All right, let's check the rates. Let's go 16th to the 17th. Whatever, just check rates. Let's see is this 5-star? What the fuck? $3,000 a night? What? What? Yo, I love looking at shit like this. It makes me feel broke. Sometimes you need a humbling. Yes. $3,000 a night? You know we gotta find a presidential. Where's the presidential? The Central Park Suite is $5,000. The Premier 2-bedroom suite is $5,000. Now, you gotta have a presidential. It's probably not listed. A lot of times they don't list their presidential suite. You gotta call. You gotta call to go get that shit. Because that's really meant for like special people, not only people that got the money. All right, but anyway, still minimum $5,000 a night, or if we're saying he's going to stay at the best suite here, that's listed. Let me see how this place look. Maybe this is like freak off ready. This is a Central Park suite. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, this doesn't give proper freak off energy, man. How's the gigolos gonna be on this type of floor, getting their backs blown out, and Diddy's gonna be in this type of chair jerking off? Nah, this doesn't give freak off energy. The room too small. How 50 people gonna fit in this fucking bed? Hell nah. You only got 3. Nah, hell nah. Y'all only got 3 pictures? Hell nah. Let me see this one. I gotta have a little bit more. Nah, they not big on pictures with this. Nah, Diddy. This ain't gonna work. Whatever. Anyway, they're saying that he'll be staying at the Carlisle if he gets out. Since Mr. Combs relocated to New York early this month, council has been looking for a 1-month rental for Combs in New York City. Despite council's persistence, it has been challenging to find a rental for many reasons, including because numerous events occurring in New York City in September. The U.S. Open, Fashion Week, UN Summit. And some landlords have discomfort having Mr. Combs as a tenant given the investigation. Last night, council had scheduled a viewing of a potential apartment. However, because of Mr. Combs' arrest, council and Mr. Combs obviously were not available to see the rental. Combs advised the government that it was in his possession of the council advised the government that it was in their possession the passports of members of Combs' family. On June 13th, council advised the government that we possess Mr. Combs' mother's passport. We also informed the government we possessed the passport of his 4 daughters, all who were minors at the time we took their passports. And wait, does Justin, Quincy, and Christian not have passports? Why are y'all only taking the daughters' passports? I don't know why that's a thing. Anyway, council's assistance to the government concerning the subpoenas. As stated above, council accepted service of 2 subpoenas directed at its businesses in March of 2024. Separate counsel for the entities filed a motion to quash the subpoena in April of 2024. In May 2024, upon becoming the sole counsel in connection with the criminal investigation of Mr. Combs, so somebody got fired or left. Actually, didn't that make news? Lady Gaga, criminal counsel, Diddy, like somebody had stopped. Yeah, Diddy was dumped by a law firm after Lady Gaga told them, if y'all represent Diddy, I'm done with y'all. Right? Look, here we go. But we don't know if that was civil. Maybe that was civil, right?
Okay, so there's been some rumors floating around about Diddy and Lady Gaga, but we have the latest update on the situation. Manhattan law firm Grubman, Shire, Mysilas, and Sachs, known for representing top figures in the music industry, has cut ties with Sean Diddy Combs. A spokesperson for the firm confirmed that the decision to part ways with Diddy was made proactively by the partners months ago.
Okay, that might be it. So it appears that Mr. Aguafilo, I might be fucking up his name, there was a co-counsel, means lawyers, and that law firm dropped out, which, by the way, if you got Lady Gaga's and them saying, yo, I'm not using you as a law firm no more if you represent Diddy. Diddy's a creep. Damn, they're putting Diddy in a vice grip. Pause. Okay, upon becoming the sole counsel for Diddy, we advised the court that we would withdraw the motion to quash the subpoena, and instead the parties would meet and confer with the government to minimize the number of requests of which the parties disagreed. Counsel agreed to begin gathering documents in response to the subpoena. For several months, counsel for Mr. Combs and the AUSAs have had a regular discussion about what documents we've had, what we didn't have, and in regards to the documents we didn't have, where the governments may be able to find such documents. We did this for 2 reasons. First, there was nothing in counsel's estimation that will constitute evidence Mr. Combs being involved in any federal crime. Second, we wanted to appropriately be helpful to the government in the investigation. To that end, the Combs entities have produced over what? Oh, my bad. I can't see it. I'm sorry. Fuck, I'm retarded. 144,000 pages. Damn, they gave the government 144 pages of documents to the SDNY, Southern District of New York, in compliance with the subpoena. Whoa. Let's take a breather, y'all. By the way, Diddy is scheduled to be in court. He probably is in court currently as he waits for the proceedings to start. We don't know if it started exactly at 2:30, but it is scheduled for 2:30. Let me quickly... I'm looking at... Still no action here. Still no action here. Sorry, chat. Still no action. Okay, we won't get action for a while. It's all good. All right. So the next thing is paying off the mortgage at 2 West Star Island in Miami. As noted in the discussion about the bail package on August 20th, 2024, Mr. Combs caused the outstanding mortgage to be paid on his primary residence in Miami. This payment of about $18 million was for one reason alone, so he would be able to have the $48 million residence free and clear of any encumbrances so that it could be used to secure a bond. We submit this truly extraordinary measure that shows resoundingly that Mr. Combs is appropriately focused on defending this case on the merits in this court, the legal standard. Mr. Combs is presumed to be innocent. The Supreme Court has observed that the liberty is the norm. Detention is prior to trial or without trial is the carefully limited exception, U.S. versus Salerno. As the Supreme Court recognizes, the function of bail is limited. Stack v. Boyle. The underlying goal is securing the presence of the defendant rather than the sum of bail. So basically saying it shouldn't be about the amount of money he could put up. It should be securing him showing up to court. U.S. versus Nabia. The court should bear in mind that there's only a limited group of offenders who should be denied bail pending trial. U.S. versus Shakur. Is this what I think it is? Shakur. Nah, that's not what I think it is. Okay, nah. Let me not bring it up. Okay, anyway. Who cares about this legal mumbo jumbo? Let me just move on. While there's a presumption of detention, so this is, I think, the biggest molehill they're going to have to climb. I didn't know there was a presumption of detention in sex trafficking case, but apparently there is, and his own attorney is admitting that, right? So while there's a presumption of detention in sex trafficking case, this presumption is rebuttable. The presumption imposes on the defendant a burden of production while the burden of persuasion remains with the government, U.S. versus Mercedes. Although this burden is not heavy, the defendant must introduce some evidence contrary to the presumed fact, U.S. versus Rodriguez. A defendant can satisfy this burden by coming forward with evidence that he does not pose a danger to the community, or risk of flight, Even if the defendant presents some evidence satisfying his or her burden, the presumption favoring detention does not disappear entirely, but remains a factor to be considered among those weighed by the district court. The benchmark case here is blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. All right. All right, this is more mumbo jumbo here. We don't have the rest of the documents regarding or relating to the exhibits, but I'll see if I can get them. All right. Let me go here to finish playing this. Then we'll get back to law and crime, and then I'm trying to pull some more documents for y'all.
Because he's famous, and that was his way of kind of preying on these folks. But then when they realized what was going on and wanted to escape, that he used threats and intimidation. And the allegation is weapons were displayed. And so we did see some weapons. Of course, it can be legal to own weapons in the U.S., but these were high-capacity magazines or defaced serial numbers. So depending on where those weapons were possessed, that could make it illegal and kind of demonstrate the intimidation or fear that allegedly was used against these women. We definitely saw that in the Cassie video, the 2016 hotel surveillance video. And I would note that Diddy initially denied that. He said she was looking for a payday, and that and then when we saw that video, we know that that was untrue. So he is in a very difficult spot.
Okay. Back to the law and crime video, which is here.
Distance, calendars, anyone that keeps those calendars. And what the government does is essentially they just put a story together. And those are the best cases, is that when you can put a story together where you're not relying on one individual witness, where if that witness gets crushed on the stand, your case is kind of over. What you do is you build up a case through, like I said, 5 or 10 core witnesses that all can verify what the other one is saying. Even if it's not the exact same story, it is confirmation that this is how it happened to me, or this is how this happened. Or if Cassie was present during one of the other witnesses and something happened to that other witness, they would be like, yeah, Cassie was there. And then Cassie obviously testifies, I was there.
Well, Bradford, just one follow-up question to that. The allegations from the 90s, so there have been people who have accused Sean Combs in...
By the way, we also do have the email that was sent to the government. I think I'm typing her name wrong. The email that was sent to the government essentially alerting them of Diddy going to Wyoming. Here's the letter in question. It says from, Tenny Garagos, okay, which is, obviously somebody who works at the law firm for this person. It says, "Dear all," and by the way, they sent it to the USA Department of Justice.gov, right? So this is the AUSA's and pretty much the prosecutors. "Dear all, Mr. Combs will be departing from Miami tomorrow at 6 p.m. tomorrow on his plane for Los Angeles Tuesday. He and his family will depart on their road trip. They will go to Sedona, the Grand Canyon, Lake Powell, Zion, and Death Valley." Well, what? I don't know what places these are, but okay, cool. Yeah. They were going to go to these places. "We'll be in touch with his flight information back to Miami. We hope you've all had a nice weekend." So Diddy's lawyers were trying to play ball, man. They were trying to like, yo, we'll give you anything you want. Anything you want to make you feel comfortable. Like, yo, we're trying to work with you. Okay, sorry.
Lawsuits of sexual assault back in the 90s. Now, some of them are able to bring their lawsuits because of a particular law in New York that allowed people a look-back window, 1 year to file sexual assault claims. I don't know if the 90s claims are a part of this. If they would be, if something was time barred under state law, could it still be used as evidence or in a federal case?
Yeah, so it's an interesting question. The feds always have a way of bootstrapping in stuff that you feel is outside the scope or outside the statute of limitations by saying it's an ongoing criminal enterprise. And this was something that was continually going through the years, 2002, 2003. And in your head, you're like, wow, these are 20-year-old allegations. These are 25-year-old allegations. But when you're talking about an allegation that is part of an ongoing criminal enterprise, that's how they kind of bring it in. It's the same thing with co-defendants, right? If you have a co-defendant and you guys are robbing banks and you don't technically get out, you say like, hey, I'm out, I'm done with this, and that co-defendant continues to rob banks, they can try and say, hey, we're still looping you into all these other bank robberies because you were part of the original conspiracy. And I've seen that happen before. So it's time will tell what they will bring in, but they always bring in different allegations to show motive or to show, something else that they're saying, oh, it's not technically charged, but look, he used baby oil in this case. He used baby oil in this case. I use the example of the wet bandits from Home Alone.
Oh my God.
You know, it's like they could have done something in 2000 where they got caught by flooding someone's house, and then in 2020, all of a sudden it's the same thing. They can say, hey, look, this is their MO. So a lot of ways those things come in, not necessarily as an individual charge, but as something to prove something else.
So I want to let everybody know in about 8 minutes, we are anticipating this press conference, presumably held by federal authorities, but more specifically, Damian Williams, the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York. You see a live shot outside the courthouse right there. Elizabeth Milner, our reporter, is there as well. So hopefully when that gets going, we will be able to go live. Chris, I want to go back to you on something. So in this letter, again, from from the government to the judge, presumably overseeing this part of the case, asking that there be no bail set. They talk about how Combs is a danger because he has allegedly bribed witnesses and obstructed justice. I want your thoughts on this. So it talks about the 2016 Cassandra Ventura video, and at the same time, staff members were in close communications with the victim of the assault as well, all in an effort to cover up the defendant's assault, to prevent the incident from being publicly disclosed. Within days of the incident, the surveillance video disappeared from the hotel's server. Again, this is exactly the allegations from Cassandra Ventura that she made in her lawsuit. Then, it talks about how throughout the time period charged in the indictment, members and associates of the enterprise have reached out to multiple victims on behalf of the defendant to convince them not to report the defendant's abuse. Most recently, in late 20...
Let me see if I can get Whack 100 on here. I know Whack is probably busy. I know Whack on Clubhouse getting it lit right now.
Hello?
My man, Whack 100, man.
What's up, bro?
What's going on with you, man? Did you see the news?
Yeah, a little bit. Hold on. R&B, go get me the baby oil.
Yo, hey.
Yo, listen. You know what's fucked up? There's no law against having baby oil, bro.
By the way, you in the wrong business. You in the baby diaper business. You should get in the baby oil business. You could have been wholesaling to Diddy.
But what I'm saying is, why people take how do you know the baby oil company didn't just ship him a bunch of goddamn boxes of shit just because maybe they hoping one day when he's preparing himself he shows that. Why everybody gotta look at that shit like it's about shit, bro? This shit is crazy. That's illegal about baby oil. Nah, we gotta kill the narrative because we be doing it to our own people, bro.
Well, they also said lubricant, so we thinking KY jelly too.
Yeah, but they never say. You notice that they never. It could have been one thing, a lubricant, which majority of people have some form of lubricant for whatever reason, right? They never said how many bottles of lubricant or how many tubes of lubricant, right? You know, they never said that. They said it was 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant. They never said how many things of lubricant, bro. But end of the day, I sent Jason Lee 8,000 pieces of diapers, bro.
Oh, all right,
right?
But come on, Whack.
Yeah, no, I sent him this shit, bro. So he ain't got no babies.
Well, hey, if the feds came in, they would probably think he doing something else.
Yeah, but see, that's where the bullshit is at. There's nothing illegal about having baby oil unless the baby oil is diluted with some type of drug or some type of shit, man. Let's kill the motherfucking baby oil thing, bro. Come on, man. God damn, man. Shit.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, I think that's a reasonable. I do think that they put the baby oil to jump off the page to make him look like a freaky sexual deviant that constantly had sexual. You know, again, you're right. Baby oil isn't necessarily like an item that could be used only in sex.
I went, bro, because they keep using this word freak off, right?
Yeah.
And I'm getting tired of that word too, right?
Why?
Because, okay, I went to Google. I said definition of freak off, right? It says African American vernacular, to masturbate or ejaculate or to have wild or unorthodox sex. So that's 4 things. I'm guilty of 3 of them.
Wait, hold on.
I'm a convict. I have definitely masturbated and ejaculated, and I've definitely had wild sex with my woman. Now, I don't know what unorthodox sex is. I didn't look that up. What is that?
Well, I think that is the.
Are you not guilty of a freak off yet? Because I've
had a threesome. I've had a threesome. I don't think that's a freak off though. Nah, freak off ain't no. A freak off ain't a threesome. A freak off. All right, pull at this. This is what I think a freak off.
That ain't what the definition says, Ack.
Yeah, some nigga made that up. We know what a freak off means for Diddy.
No,
he's in the cuck chair. He's in the cuck chair, and he has sex workers plowing his woman.
Hold on, listen to me. Okay, so we gonna say Adam 22 has freak offs. Him and his wife fuck bitches every week.
Yep, but it's contractual. If they were doing that recreationally and one of them chicks.
What do you mean?
All right, let me ask you a question. You know the whole T.I. and Tiny thing.
Nobody that was in those rooms naked was forced to do shit.
Okay, all right. Well, I don't think a freak off is inherently illegal, but I'm gonna be honest with you. If you have a sex worker, I think that's like the basis of a freak off. Like, come on, you've hired a sex worker.
Okay, hold on, Act. Now, see, tread lightly. Tread lightly. Because you yourself has said, I was over at the bar, the bitch was entertaining bad. I gave the bitch a couple $100 and asked if she wanted to come back with me.
Hell no.
You said that,
Hell nah. Yo, I'm like Bobby Schmurder. We not paying for vagina. Nope.
Yo, listen, we all pay for pussy in some way.
Well, okay.
You take a chick to the movies, to a dinner, and you pay for the room, you pay for some pussy.
Okay. Well,
so are we establishing that you have to know or be with somebody for a certain amount of time? So when you have sex, it's not considered that? How many motherfucking bros you done went to the club, they come back from the club to the room, and you hit.
Whack, I'm not gonna lie. You running a mean... Yo, right now, you should be on the defense team. Let me ask you a question. So, are you trying to say nothing sounds odd about the description you heard that a woman who, by the way, we've seen her on camera running away from him, supposedly she was running from the freak off. Cassie. He beat her ass, dragged her back to the room.
But listen, they did that to establish character. No, that is an assault. That is a domestic abuse. That's violence, right? We didn't see no sexual shit happening right there. It wasn't like, I didn't see no other tricks. I didn't see him forcing her head down. No, I seen her trying to leave. He came out and did some crazy shit. That's one thing. That's an assault. I don't see him charged with, I think maybe, they probably put that up to establish character. That's going to fuck him up in the long run. But what I will say, the things that he probably did wrong, because niggas, they get so much money, they live a lifestyle so long, they don't understand. Just because this is your house, your mansion, right? You still just can't do anything in your house, in your mansion. If you have a tray, and I'm speaking hypothetically, going around with cocaine, pills, and drugs on it, right, around the party, right? At that point in time, you setting yourself up. Because if any users of these things that you are providing end up in one of those rooms and things happen, and then they wake up the next morning or the next day say, yo, what the fuck was I thinking? I was high. I wasn't in my right mind to make the right decision. You just fucked yourself.
Let me ask you this question, because you said you don't think that they were unwilling participants in those rooms.
No.
So do you think that basically he's getting charged for being too freaky?
He's getting charged for what they all wanted to do, but because certain things were incorporated, it's gonna make it look like they shouldn't have been doing it. The drug, if they could eliminate the drug factor, right? And you come to my house, right? And you get naked, and you locking lips and tongues with this other broad, right? And I'm hitting the other broad, and y'all switch positions. And I'm hitting you. There's no struggles nowhere. Nah, bro, I don't see him doing nothing wrong. I don't give a fuck if it's a man, a woman, whoever he doing it with. That's his preference. Bro, unless I see a struggle or I see somebody laying there and moving and shit like that.
So what you're describing is like sexual assault. All right, so let me give you an example, because they're saying sex trafficking by coercion. Number one, there's a power dynamic, right?
Because they're saying because he's famous.
Yeah, what they're saying.
So the bitch showed up to his party because he's famous, and it's his fault that she wanted to give him some head.
No. Basically, they're saying, well, like for example, Cassie would go hire, or supposedly he would tell Cassie.
Slow down right there. I'm glad you said that.
Go ahead.
Cassie will what?
Cassie would hire the sex workers, but supposedly Diddy would instruct her to, saying, get the ones with the biggest dick. And it felt like maybe she, you know, it's one of those things where, you know.
So are you saying that she didn't want to do none of these things?
Well, that's what she's claiming. Again, I don't know. That's what she's claiming. That is the basis of
15 years.
That's what she's claiming. Maybe she just loved the lifestyle, so she was doing it against her will to maintain the lifestyle. They still look at that as coercion.
I got a question for you.
Okay.
Who told Cassie to go suck the dick of the trainer Diddy was paying for? Did Diddy do that too? Now we talking about character, right?
Okay.
We talking character. Did Diddy tell his girl, go suck the trainer's dick that I'm paying to keep you in shape and behind my back and don't tell me about it?
Maybe that was trauma.
We talking character, right?
Maybe that's the post-freak-off trauma.
Did you just hear what you said?
Yeah, maybe that's trauma.
Okay.
You never heard a girl say that? You never heard a girl say that
So
she
your
became a hoe?
ex-girlfriend, when she fucked your homies in the backyard without you knowing, was ex-post freak-off trauma.
You said what?
Your ex-bitch, while you was in your room sleep, who went back there and voluntarily on camera, fucked them two dudes in your backyard, this ex-post freak-off trauma. Or is that just a freak bitch? In our world, let's be real.
I mean, I don't
Nobody
know what she got going on. I want to just keep it a being with you when it comes to that.
So you telling me it doesn't establish character?
No, hold on. I'm playing devil's advocate. I'm playing devil's advocate because this is how this is looked at in court, right? I'm playing devil's advocate. By the way, you got to realize he got indicted, right? So like, clearly the grand jury's seen, you know. And by the way, there's a shit ton of evidence, right? So,
is he in trouble? He's definitely in trouble because some of the shit that we think is in nothing is actually something. See, we're all dumb to the law once we start to think we're above the law. You get what I'm saying? Once you start to think, well,
wait, did my phone just die? My phone just died. Hold on. Fuck. Yo, why the new iPhone die the quickest ever, bro? My bad, chat. This new iPhone died mad quick. All right, it'll be back on like in a few seconds. Fuck. This is like a debate, right? I actually like that Wack calling. He's giving a different perspective. Obviously, you know, here's the thing. I guess he's saying Diddy's in trouble, and not to rephrase what he's saying. He's saying, yeah, Diddy's in trouble. Did he do some fuck shit? Yeah. But he's staying very steadfast on the idea that these freak-offs that were happening were all consensual, right? Obviously, I wasn't there. I can't tell you if it was or wasn't. But, you know, Wack is using to his point to say, well, who does, if you don't want to do it, who does an act for 15 years before not criminally going to get some retribution, you go civil him. Whatever. Obviously, the prosecutor looking at different. They're saying, well, this guy is supporting her lifestyle. This guy controls her career. Let me just make sure. Did my phone being charged? Sorry. This guy controls her lifestyle. He controls her career. And by the mere description of what sex trafficking is, you know, even if you look at the Andrew Tate case, it's not necessary for you to hold a knife at somebody's throat to have them do something that is outside of their will, right? So, you know, Cassie essentially is claiming, I ain't never want to do it, right? I think that's going to be a conversation that, the only thing with what Wack is saying, there's potential of like maybe, just say you're having locker room talk, you could throw that in the air. But when you see the video of him beating her ass and dragging her back to the room, it's like, my nigga, if she wanted to, like, again, we don't know what was happening in the room, but if you gotta knock her out and drag her back to the freak off, maybe she ain't want to be the freak off, right? Like, if you gotta knock her out and drag her back to the freak off, you know what I mean? Fuck. Why'd my phone fucking die? Come on, sir. Yo, ever since they changed to this new fucking like USB-C, like all my old chargers like don't work for this new fucking phone. All right. The phone will turn back on in a second. I'll call Wack back. Yeah, like, you know, Wack's making a point that, you know, as a defense attorney, I think you're gonna argue that. The human in you is like hard to really like take that point too serious. Because you've seen the video. Like, that video is very impactful. That video of allegedly, you know, and again, you know, couples fight. Not saying that this is, you know, we're going to co-sign and we're not going to act like couples don't get into it. But that alleged video supposedly is from a freak-off. She's trying to tiptoe out the door and escape the freak-off. He runs out with a towel around himself, clobbers her, knocks her out, and drags her ass back to the freak-off. Yeah, it's kind of easy to sell the narrative that she ain't want to do that shit. You know what I mean? Right? That, like, again, I'm sorry. Now, here's the thing, and this is the thing we got to be very careful in, like, you know, kind of like, we're not saying any woman who makes an allegation is just automatically right? You know, obviously this is the court of public opinion to a certain extent, but I don't think. When it comes to Diddy and what we've seen, we've just seen a lot of evidence that he's capable of doing some of these things. We've heard a lot of accusations. We've seen some proof of some of these things that he's been accused of. You got to be like his man's to be like, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, right? For me, I'm going into his potential criminal proceeding with an open mind. Like, okay, cool. If he's innocent, hopefully he'll be found innocent. But I don't know if I'll go as far as to like say and echo what Wack has said. Wack is saying, you know, everything was on the up and up. I don't know. I don't know about that one. Okay, give me a second. Oh. Wait, why don't I have a plug over here? Like, okay. All right. Let me just get a little bit more juice on this phone and I'll call him back. Diddy should be in court right now, chat. They're showing a barricaded a entrance. By the way, this is all at the federal court building. It's very possible that Diddy's in court right now listening to these charges. And we should find out pretty much within the next 30 minutes or so about if he'll be detained or not. One thing I'll point out, let me go to Rolling Stone. Is Rolling Stone or Rolling Stones? No, Rolling Stone. Rolling Stone has a headline describing an incident that happened outside of the courtroom today. Listen to this. Here we go. It's outside the courthouse. Combs has a smattering of support. So people are showing up in support of Diddy. So one man screamed, "Fuck y'all," while wearing a Combs shirt, while a black Cadillac rolled slowly past, blasting Combs' 1997 hit, "I'll Be Missing You." So look like, you know, Diddy's having some supporters. And by the way, you know, a lot of people have had supporters in these situations, including, including, what do you call it again? R. Kelly, Michael Jackson, OJ had some supporters as well, you know, during these cases. So again, these guys are celebrities. So no matter, even if you think they're guilty, they're gonna have their fair share of supporters. And again, I hope my coverage of this, I'm not here to defend Diddy, and I'm not here to also biasly just take the popular road of like, oh, he's automatically guilty. I'm hoping I could be a little bit impartial, but not being completely inhumane, right? Like there are people, and we have seen some proof. It's, you know what I mean? It's not just these wild allegations. We ain't seen no proof. So hopefully I could be a little bit unbiased when it comes to that. All right, let me see if I can get Wack back on the line. I think Wack think I hung up on him. Oh, I have a plug right there I could plug into. Yo, Wack is a whole troll, man. Fuck. Give me 1 second. Yo, I'm that one friend, my phone always dying, bro. Always fucking dying. Give me 1 second. My bad, Chad. Sorry. Let me call Wack back. Yeah, my phone had died. I think he think I really hung up on him.
Yo.
I did not hang up on you, Wack. My phone died.
I ain't tripping. Rainwater just called me too. He gave me some content. Him and Yellow Beezy crew just got at it down there at the courthouse. Somebody got dropped. Got the content. Put it up a little later. What's up, though, man?
Wait, what? Hold on. No.
Yeah, you know, Rainwater and Yellow Bees, you know, they've been in that goddamn civil suit, right, for a couple years. So they've been going to civil court. They got at it outside in front of the courtroom. They sent me the content.
Are Yellow they fighting team, outside the courtroom?
Team, squabbling like a motherfucker.
No way.
Yeah, it was a one-on-one. Yellow Bees looked like he tried to rush up, but he slipped.
Wack.
I'm going to put it up on the motherfucking Honey Show YouTube channel, man. 100 told YouTube channels going up.
Yeah, by the way,
man.
Hold on, real quick. Just because I know they've done you dirty recently. Yo, what's your Instagram? By the way, everybody, y'all all know Wack 100. I think I low-key felt you got snubbed from that top media person list because I ain't gonna lie. I'm on Clubhouse listening to you. Well, I'm on YouTube listening to your Clubhouse clips every day. What's your new Instagram? Because your Instagram got taken down. What is it?
_ the 100 show. _ the 100 show.
Okay, everybody, please go show my man Wack 100 some love. This is his backup page until his main page gets back up. Please go show him some love on one of these posts. Or, if a lot of people disagree with what you just said, Wack. Y'all get on his Instagram. Go get at Wack. He don't give a fuck. He lets y'all get your comments off. He lets y'all get your comments off.
In the meantime, go subscribe to Echo ECCO. If you are sick and tired of going to all Prime and fucking Tubi and Netflix and trying to figure out what to watch, Echo is a new company launched with my man Jeremy Green and motherfucking goddamn Nick Cannon. It combines everything so you can just see everything, and when you hit it, then it'll send you to the network where you got to watch it.
Perfect.
You know what I'm saying?
All right. Hey, listen, by the way, that's the very least I could do. My man Wack always gives us amazing content. He comes, he always chills with us.
What they don't agree with, huh?
Nah, they don't agree with you saying everything was consensual. They feel like, they're not saying everything was non-consensual. And also, all right, let me ask you this question. Because you said, well, why would somebody be 15 years, right? Is it possible, do you believe that it's possible that there could be non-consensual sex at times during maybe what's considered a relationship?
Yes, because there's a such thing called marital rape. No is no. I don't give a fuck whether you're married. There's a such thing called marital rape. Whether you with her, your girlfriend, 20 years, 30 years, or you married, if she says no and you keep going, that's rape. I definitely believe that. Do I believe that was the only physical altercation that we saw in that hotel hallway? No. I don't believe it. I don't believe that.
Okay.
I'm not going to sit here and say.
Expound on that.
Because the severity of what we saw, see, things always progress. just like things regress. You know what I'm saying? If you're an alcoholic, you're not gonna just quit cold turkey overnight. You know what I mean? You're reduced till you get to a point to where you're not doing nothing at all. What we saw was an extreme. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So in order for it to get to that extreme, that means it started someplace. It may have started with a shove, started with a slap, you know, and then went to a shove and a slap, and then went to a push, a shove, a pin down, and a slap. So what we saw on that videotape, that was an extreme. At least I would hope that was an extreme. I would hope that wasn't a start.
Hey, you know, you're making sense there. The only thing that I think defeats a lot of the points with Diddy is like we just hear too many acts of violence where like he was trying to intimidate people. So like the Kid Cudi situation, they put in the indictment. They said
we don't know, but we don't. That's based upon some hearsay of somebody said what he said. And let me tell you what I know. A lot of industry cats do, and you know this shit. Some shit like a dude got into it with a dude, right?
Yeah.
And then he's with a chick, and they know this dude and went on Instagram and like, you bitch ass nigga, told this dude that, right? And then the shit comes out on the blogs. Such and such just got rushed. He will act like in front of that chick like that was him. Yeah, you see what's up. You see what's up.
Okay.
Right? Knowing damn well it's probably never going to come out who really sent these dudes or what it was really about, right?
Yeah.
So I think Diddy is really guilty of that, of claiming some shit to try to save face of whatever because dude took his broad or whatever, and it's backfiring on him. Everybody know motherfuckers be at home, especially niggas that ain't about that life, claiming shit that didn't happen, so it makes them look good.
Hey, I don't know if you've read this. And by the way, I got all the paperwork. If you need me to send it to you for the the 100,000 trenches, I got you. But I know you're probably gonna get it yourself. Anyway, Diddy's lawyers put together a bail package. In the bail package, they offer up $50 million. They paid off the whole mortgage for the Star Island property. It was $18 million left on the mortgage. They paid it off, and essentially, they offer $50 million home confinement. It appears that the reason why he got taken into custody last night is that his lawyers were communicating with the AUSA office like all along. By the way, Diddy surrendered his passport after the raid to his lawyers, not to the feds, but to his lawyers. His lawyers told the feds. All the kids' passports, the girls, and the mom passport is surrendered. Anyway, the reason why it looks like they might have taken him last night, they were telling the feds, Diddy will not be in the same city as his plane. He has no access to it. Guess what happens? He's in New York. His plane last night comes to Teterboro. What happens? They take him into custody. I don't know if that's fully the reason, but it looks like if they were communicating with the feds.
But who came in? Here goes the thing. Diddy rinsed that plane out.
Yeah, he does.
So did somebody come in on it? It could have been a customer, bro.
Yeah, well, that's what his lawyers are saying. But who knows? The feds might be like, shit.
No, because when you get on those planes, they got to have the passengers tied to those tail numbers. So if you look on there and see that this plane left Miami, went to Houston, and then sat there, then it picked up, 7 passengers coming to Peterborough who was going to be there overnight and fly back out to L.A., that means that plane was booked out. Right now, with Diddy probably not knowing that his fucking plane that he's making money off of is restricted from being in actually it ain't even the city. Well, that's where we fly into if we go to New York.
Yes.
But he's probably not thinking that wherever I'm at, the plane can't fly in there because I'm pretty sure it is set down at Opelika many days while he was at home in Miami.
Yeah, Opelika.
And it wasn't no big deal. Probably set in Van Nuys while he was in L.A., right? That doesn't mean he's getting on it.
Hey,
and who's to say he can't get on the plane right within the USA?
Yeah, well, they were going as far as detailing every place he was going to be. So they would tell him he went to Wyoming. He told him how long he was going to be there. He told him when he went to LA. He told him when he was coming to New York. Hey, by the way, if he doesn't get out on bond, he offered $50 million home detention.
I don't think he's going to be able to handle it. I don't think if Diddy don't get out, bro. Diddy's 54, bro. He's been living a different type of life, bro.
Hey,
I don't think Diddy gonna be able to handle that shit, bro.
Hey, by the way, speaking of which, my pocket watching ass, they said what hotel he was staying at. I looked up the presidential suite for the hotel he was staying at since September 5th, 10 grand a night. Like, this guy's used to luxury. He's not used to a jail cell. You know what I mean?
Nah, he's not used to that shit. He's not used to, you can't move around and do this and do that and do this, and he ain't used to that shit, bro.
Okay, you give me your expertise, dealing, at least with law enforcement. What do you think Diddy's going through? They picked him up last night. I can't even see Diddy in a cell. Do you think he's in a cell?
He's in high power. He's in high power by himself with nobody to talk to. Gotta factor that in too, bro. Yeah, he's in high power. Like, yeah, that's a whole nother mental attack. You know what I'm saying?
How do you think Diddy prepares himself for this? Like how could you prepare yourself?
He can't because he was prepared to bail out. He thought they were going to allow him to bail out, right? But they're going to claim he's a motherfucking flight risk and all kind of other shit like that, right? He can't prepare himself for it. I'm going to be real. It's not. I'm prepared for it because I started doing time at 12. I did a lot of time, and I solitary confinement, and so on and so forth. At 54 years old, living the type of life he lived, there's no way he can prepare himself for that.
Wow. Now,
no way, bro.
Okay, all right. Let's extrapolate. What do you think a federal trial looks like for him? How long you think he gonna have to be, like in jail?
Unless he takes a cop-out plea, they gonna stretch him out. What we in 2024?
By the way, mandatory minimum is 15 on that, and that's federal.
Yeah, you're right about that. So I would say we'll be watching this case till probably like late 26, top of 27, 2 to 3 years.
Okay, I hate to even ask it, but do you think if Diddy has to stay incarcerated the whole time, do you think he makes it?
I think if Diddy could get over the 100-day threshold, if he gets over that 100-day threshold and he believes he can beat it, I think he can make it. If we start seeing suicide attempts and attacks before that 100-day threshold, I don't see him make it.
Okay, why you say 100 days?
Because after that 100 days, right, I don't give a fuck what situation you in. You start to normalize it.
Really? Okay.
You get what I'm saying? If they took your cell phone right now, locked you in your studio, right?
Mm-hmm.
And all you had was that camera to go on, right?
Yeah.
For the people to see you to talk to. After 100 days of not being out that cell phone, you ain't gonna give a fuck about it. You're gonna be used to being without it.
When you were incarcerated, obviously,
it took me probably my first time I was 12. It took me about 21. Yeah, I called it assault. I shot a man 32 times in the face with a pellet gun for calling my mama a bitch. I seen you my rap sheet. It'll say 245, assault with a deadly weapon, 9 firearm. That's all I had on me at the time, so I gave it to him. He had to go have, like, surgery and shit for them to dig them shits out. So it took me probably about 21 days for me to get used to that shit. Now, after that, like right now, it'll take me like 3 to 5 days, and it'll be like I never left jail.
Damn. But
about 3 to 5 days, because I didn't did so much time. Now, I've been home 25 years. But I can sit here and tell you what's inside of the jail, what the hallways look like, what intake gonna be like, and tell you everything about it, because I done been there so many times, right? But Diddy's a 54-year-old guy that at least 30 of those years, the last 30, he's been a multi-millionaire. Private jets, having it his way, mansion, he's, jump up, let's go over here, let's do that. We all been kind of watching his life, the parts he let us see, right? So to take all that away, strip him down to a jumpsuit, some boxers, and some socks, right? And tell you we gonna shower you every other day, and you going in this cell with nothing to do, nobody to talk to.
Yeah.
He gonna start talking to the fucking guards like they work for Bad Boys.
And by the way,
he don't know no better.
By the way, breaking news: Diddy is currently in court as we speak. It just got announced via TMZ. The hearing is not
They
even
gonna
done.
get that nigga 45-day return date. It's gonna kill him.
Well, initially they've pled not guilty to all charges. They're going through the bail portion of it now. We're gonna get an update whenever the court proceedings is over. Wow, man, do you feel bad for Diddy or not? Be honest.
Do I feel bad for him? I feel bad for. I know he got little kids. You know them little girls. He got like a 1-year-old and those twins. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That aspect of it. But this, unfortunately, this should be like a lesson for those motherfuckers who start thinking they're above and they bigger than the program, bro. You know, it is rules. This is the United States of America. And although people are with it today, that don't mean they can't line you up for the mall. It's just some shit you can't do. And if you do it, you have to protect yourself. You understand what I'm saying? If you do it, like, it has to be known that you guys are this. This is what we doing. You gotta, you know, it damn near should be an app, a consensual app, bro. That a motherfucker go on video, screenshot you sign it, let them know you read it, and then y'all do what you gonna do. Because when it comes to these sexual acts, shit is such a setup that whoever you dealing with, you gotta trust them. You go to the club, you at a strip club, right? You high, she got high. Y'all go back to the room, you just met her earlier that day. We on South Beach, you met her at the fucking pool party, right? Yo, we going to the club and now you want to go? She ain't got no shit. Cool, fuck it, right? You like, let me take you get something to wear. You take her, get her something to wear, drop her off. She meets you at the club, come in, she in the VIP, y'all going up, y'all bottling up, she doing her thing, you doing yours. She jumps in your motherfucking Lambo, your rental Lambo. You go back to the Fountain Blue, you got the 1,100 square foot suite on the motherfucking owner side over there, right? You go in there, y'all having some wild sex. Watch this, act. You start having anal sex. She tells you, put it here, and you do just that. She wakes up the next morning, her phone going off. Look, it's her fucking husband or boyfriend. She ain't answered, she ain't did nothing. She gets dressed while you sleep, go out to the hallway, you wake up, she gone, you don't give a fuck. It was just a night. She on the phone crying, said, somebody put something in my drink. I even think they sodomized me. What? Yeah, I'm going to the police station now. Go to the station, go to the hospital, they check, yep, she was sodomized, right? Yeah, who was it? This guy. You nigga, you get up in the morning about 1 o'clock, eat, you out rolling around, you get to the lobby, see a bunch of police, you like, God damn, somebody in trouble. Sir, is your name such and such? Yeah, come here, cuff you. And see what I'm trying to tell you is some shit that you're doing is it's really against the law, but you're trusting that whoever you're doing this with, right, is cool. Sometimes you can't line yourself up. Hey, bro, ain't no female I'm just meeting in the club, getting in my car and coming back nowhere with me, bro. Okay. I don't give a fuck. I get you an Uber. You're not coming back with me, bro.
Not even then, though. Like, I think you're mentioning like an isolated like event, though. Like this shit with Diddy is like
shit at his house. You ever been to Diddy party? You been to Diddy parties?
Hell no. I was never cool.
You never been? Okay, well,
I never met him.
Okay, well, listen. You show up to a Diddy party. Personally, a lot of us do the backyard thing, and about 1:30 we leave. We don't go in the house, respectfully. Right? And he ain't the only one we do like that. It's another motherfucker they do the same way. Right? But shout out to him. What I'm saying is this, bro. People show up. People go in, they indulge, they get involved. A lot of people go to these parties because it was offered, was for free, and then one thing leads to another. But then they get caught up in some shit because maybe they weren't supposed to be there, or maybe whatever, and then they say what they say. I'm saying how it happened because of the distribution of drugs inside his home, inside his party. That's illegal. And they're going to say, based upon that, this person wasn't in control. They didn't really know what they was doing. You get what I'm saying? And when that shit starts to happen, it's an uphill battle fighting the law, bro. because you're not supposed to offer or distribute drugs at any time unless you're a pharmacy. And even then, it has to be to a person that has the right prescription. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's where he's going to run into problems. Oh, we were just having fun. Yeah, but you weren't supposed to offer these things. And because she was under the influence of this, we got the camera right here. And that camera shit, I'm going to be real, bro. When they went through all them tapes and they went back to some of them people who probably didn't know they was being recorded, right?
Well, let me ask you this, though. Like, for me...
Out of embarrassment, they said some things.
Wait. For me, I'm going to be honest, like, historically, like, and I'm talking about for many different situations. Like, shit, sometimes I've found out motherfuckers stole from me for using a camera. Cameras around me has always helped me. Because you know what? I know I'm not doing nothing wrong, so I like everything to be recorded. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, I just learned, you know, at least in Jersey law, because there was a time I didn't have cameras like in my bedroom because I thought that was illegal. Now I get to find out.
I'm the same way. I don't have them in my bedroom.
No, my attorneys tell me the only place you can't have it, and actually you can have it everywhere, you just can't use footage from the bathroom. You can't. But you can technically do it, like supposedly. Now, granted,
everywhere you can get into my bedroom, it's a camera there.
Yeah.
Every hallway, every door entrance, the staircase, the back, wherever the fuck, anywhere you can access my bedroom, there's a camera there to show who's coming into my bedroom.
I'm not gonna lie, Whack. Now in my master bedroom, I have 3 different cameras. I got Ring, I got a CCTV, and I got some other shit. Like every single, like I'm sorry, if we do something, it's gonna be on candid camera. I tell everybody, there's no hidden cameras. Hey, just let you know, this is for, you know, just clarity and for everybody protection. You get what I'm saying? It's stored on 15 different clouds, nothing to hide. We got nothing to hide.
Yeah, well, you might need to.
Why do you think Diddy would record this stuff if supposedly...
Well, that's part of his freak.
What do you mean part of the freak?
That's part of his freaky shit, bro. Record. I'm going to be real, bro. I got recordings of me, you know, having sex with my motherfucking girl. I sent it to her.
Okay.
She know I got it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but why? You know, again, these are allegations. We know that came out via a civil case. But even the Cassie case said that he would threaten her with it, like he was blackmailing her, like, "Hey, remember I got this video of you. You better act right." Like, Diddy had to know that's illegal, right? Like, yeah.
I mean, you know what? I ain't finna say she lying. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna say she lying.
So why do you think that Diddy thought it was above the law? And you've been, I guess you've been around.
Do. A lot of them do.
Really?
You know that? Hell yeah, that.
I mean, I've never seen the level of power and money that Diddy got, but I've seen certain rappers who they clearly don't give 2 fucks about the law. They definitely think.
Okay, watch this. You see how Diddy be talking crazy to the people on them shows?
Yeah.
That ain't no motherfucking act.
Really?
You understand what I'm saying? That ain't no motherfucking act. Right? That's not no act, bro. It's not an act. So when you got more...
You know what's funny, because the whole thing with Diddy, a lot of people used to say, especially when you go back to the 90s, they used to say, nah, Suge had Diddy shook. Like, Diddy was a punk.
He did, but bro, this is not the same Diddy of back then. This Diddy that we know in the last 15 years would have told Suge suck his dick.
So you saying the more powerful he got, the more gangster he got?
Yeah, you motherfucking right, because he felt he had more resources. You know, he had to build. He could shut shit down. It's real shit.
God.
Yeah, so, you know, I feel like a lot of people do that, bro. They start doing shit and feeling like, well, who gonna do something? And they start thinking everybody around them really fuck with them. You pretty good at that. You know, you understand everybody around you don't fuck with you, so you cut the fat.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But, you know, I think what Diddy went wrong is he disregarded his handler. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, what they give it, they feel they gonna take it away.
Hey, listen, I don't even know if this is possible because two things that came up, and I seen some attorneys, shout out to my man Bradford Cohn, he pointed that out. He said, you usually don't see a RICO case with only one person charged.
It's more to come. I think it's more to come.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's more to come. Yeah.
Okay. Now, let me ask you a question. If you're Diddy, right, do you explore the possibility of maybe rolling on somebody else?
Oh, that's a fact. That's definitely going to happen.
So you think if he got somebody to offer up, he probably going to lean towards doing that?
He got other people to offer up. He definitely do, and it's gonna be some pretty big people.
Not as powerful as him.
What I'm saying?
I think he's the tip of the iceberg. I don't think he could offer nobody.
It's gonna be. Oh, they sending me pictures of Diddy parties. I'm about to see. They must be hearing us talking. Parties at his house. Damn, this is security guy sending me this shit. I'll send it to you. This is my boy. Who is this dude? He got this Juggalot Security. Yeah, he do a lot of people's security. Juggalot Security. But yeah, definitely Diddy. You know Diddy gonna serve him up. He 54 years old. Let's be real. These days, don't nothing happen to you. Diddy ain't no street dude. Who gonna do something to him? Nobody cares no more. You tell, you get bigger. Let's be real, bro. Right now, today, telling nothing happens. We looking at Lil Woody. Shout out to Woody, living his best life. I ain't got nothing against the dude. But from him telling, he got famous.
Nah, he's a star. He's a star.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so you think if they say, yo, we'll let you go or we'll let you out 90 days, 12 months in a day, PI style, if you can give us this, you got the footage on that, what you think he gonna do?
Well, here's the thing. People are saying the only person that, there's two names. They're saying either Clive Davis or Jay-Z. I don't think he got none on either of them. I mean, anybody else that he probably was around, like he was always...
I don't think he got nothing on Clive. I think, whatever he has on Clive is some personal shit that they did that ain't against the law. Now, the other name, only thing I know is ever since Diddy shit got raided and shit got hot, shit been quiet.
Well,
I don't know, bro.
Well, here's the thing, though. You see what prosecutors are saying about Diddy. They saying he was continuing them freak-offs all the way to last year. At least with Jay-Z, if he used to do some shit, he got out of Dodge and got married and said, yo, I'm done with that big pimping shit. I'm done with all of that. I'm now a businessman. Diddy was still having freak-offs, peeing on Carisha, allegedly.
Well, when it comes to Carisha Young Miami, I don't think she said Diddy did anything to violate her, bro.
No, she didn't. But like, again, part of the freak off is the extra freaky behavior, insatiable, like, yo, your thirst for sex can't be quenched shit. You know what I mean? Which that leads to, all right, when you come up with some...
That can mean anything, bro. Like, sometimes I lock up for a whole weekend, bro. And it ain't nothing but... Nigga, we watching movies, ordering room service, and we having sex.
Yo, if you run through 1,000 bottles of baby oil, and they said they were having free calls for days at a time.
Yeah, but bro, that's a whole household over there, bro.
You ever had a multi-day freak off?
Well, I've had a weekend of just me and my woman ain't getting dressed, ain't moving, no nothing. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but that's not, well... I'm still saying that's not what the freak off sounds
St.
like.
Thomas,
You got sex work.
We was just in St. Thomas, my nigga, for 4 or 5 days. Troy Ave was with us out there. Shit, Troy Ave, I tell you, he was there. Like, we was, what you think? I'm gonna put him in different rooms? We all in the same room.
Man,
that's my woman and her sister wife. So shit. What you mean?
Oh, you got?
I got video footage. Of course, I got video footage. It's great video footage.
You got a little finesse 2 times shit going on. Look at you. You see finesse 2 times?
Nah, mine's is bad though. Mine's is bad. I ain't dealing with no ooga boogers. I'm just saying. I mean, do I think that, bro? Okay, our man, the one who kicked a lot of this shit off, he's telling us Diddy grabbed his ass, Diddy groped him, Diddy did this, Diddy did that, but the nigga got on the jet, went to the red carpet, went to the premiere. So it's like, but when Diddy didn't pay him, now it's you did this. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Also,
I'm not saying everybody's like on some bullshit, but I think a lot of them on some bullshit because they couldn't get something out of the man or some shit like that. So now we blowing the fake whistle.
Hey,
did this probably happen? That Diddy might have grabbed his ass? Probably so. But if the nigga smiled at him like it's cool when he rubbed his ear and he handed him a drink and he took a shot and let him grab his ass again today, yesterday, then you came back the next day and then he grabs your ass and then he grabs you and it's cool and you smiling about it. At what point in time you're leaving and coming back? But then when you say you didn't get paid, now he did this, I'm gonna scratch my head about that shit, bro.
No, I agree with you. Hey, what do you think the kids are going through now? Like, I mean, as of a couple of days ago, they were partying. Like, they've done a good job of, not looking that bothered, right?
Older ones could handle it. Those girls with a 1-year-old, she's not gonna understand what's going on. But those two twins, brother, and not to say that his son hasn't been anything. In the last decade or so, 5 years, whatever, they lost their mother. Right to a death, and then now to lose their father. Those, I believe they're like maybe 14, 15. I don't believe they're 18 yet. So yeah, bro, that's at this point in time, I really feel for those two. You know what I mean? It's a sad thing, bro. You know what I mean?
How much you think the lifestyle is gonna change, like even for the kids? By the way, so in the letter they wrote to the judge, they announced that Diddy been trying to sell the jet. They said they finally have a letter of intent to purchase. They executed it, and they're saying that they're going through a lot of inspections because the jet got a lot of inspections. But essentially they're selling the jet. That's more money to be liquidated. They sold. They're trying to sell the property in L.A. They paid off the property in Miami. He's clearly liquidating. How much you think, in the money wise, he's probably?
Well, this is what's fucksy. This was fucksy. He can't sell whatever he sells. It's a dude in prison who just hit him for $100 million. They gotta pay him.
Yeah, but that's a default judgment. They're gonna get that shit overturned, right?
No, I mean, that ain't necessarily true because they did go see that dude in prison. They can't claim they didn't know about it because once they got the letter, they went and visited that dude in prison on the books and offered him a deal for like $2.3 million. He didn't take it. So if you never got served and you didn't know nothing about it, why did you go visit this dude after the date that they say you served you, bro? That's gonna be an uphill battle, my guy. Yeah. And they're gonna tie up those properties and everything. They're gonna lean on everything. It's lean though.
Hey,
you can't just ignore that.
Hey, by the way, so in the indictment, when you go down, once it's getting to the bottom of the indictment, probably on like the 12th page or so, they start talking about forfeiture. And according to what the prosecutors are saying, they're saying where all this criminal activity is happening in, they want to exercise a Title 18 forfeiture law that would give them, have Diddy forfeit these places because he was doing criminal acts in them. We see that in drug cases a lot. Like, you know what I mean? If, you was using your grandma's house as a trap house.
Yeah, but he didn't purchase those with criminal money. That's usually when you did. If you're selling drugs out of a home, they could come take it, right? But he wasn't. These parties cost him money. He wasn't fucking, having orgy parties and charging people to come in and do these things, right? Nothing done in the homes was used to generate income. He spent money on these parties. It's for his own personal pleasure. For his own fun, entertaining his people. If he wasn't dipping into the Ciroc budget or whatever else he was doing. But usually if somebody's selling drugs out of a home that's tied to a family member, yeah, they can come take it all day long.
Yeah, but according to even, remember the Lil Rod dude was trying to paint a RICO racketeering conspiracy? They were saying, well, these parties may have not gained them money, but it added to the mystique and the brand, which gained them money. So it made him a bigger star.
Made who a bigger star?
Diddy, because he was having this reputation of doing these crazy parties, it made him more
No,
known.
come on, bro. Let's not ignore the Ciroc boys. That was a nationwide thing with all the DJs and shit like that. Let's not ignore the DUI commercials. You know what I mean? How to drive home safe. Let's not. This was the movement. Let's not ignore all these clubs, right? That was promoting the shit out of it. French Montana with the French vanilla, Ciroc. It's a lot of things that went into that. You can't say Diddy's personal parties, right, is what made Ciroc big. Come on. That's a reach.
Well, I'm just going off what they're saying.
You remember the Ciroc boys? It was literally DJs in every city and state who had a card that wherever they went, they had to order Ciroc.
Yeah. Now,
K-Slay had one. They was on the radio, Ciroc boys in the building, pumping Ciroc. So, you know, I think that, I mean, it's an attempt. I don't think it'll work. Do I think they're going to let him out? No. I think they're going to try to break him. We've seen this with a little different case. They didn't let Thug out. He's on the state level. Do I think he's a flight risk? No. He's too noticeable. Do I think they'll give him a
by the way, they found
tracking device? Yes.
They found
no,
those
that's
guns.
That's feds.
They found guns with shaved off serial numbers.
That's feds.
And well, no, with Diddy, they found the two ARs.
That's feds.
Yeah, so they're looking at it and they're saying that Diddy might be using these guns because apparently he was threatening violence, and they're saying if we find illegal guns, because you know they're illegal ones, the serial numbers defaced. They're saying
that's the serial numbers being gone is a problem. Now, where's the problem? Where's the charges at?
There's no charges for that, but they're presenting.
That's what I'm saying.
They're presenting it that the prosecutor's going to present it that a judge could consider. I mean, the judge might be like, well, file charges on it, but it looked like they're trying to just put it in the air that the judge says no bond.
No, yeah, that's a problem. Those guns with the shaved off serial numbers is a problem. That's a problem. That's a brand new problem. If nobody in that house doesn't claim those guns, that's a problem.
How much money you think you're running through in lawyers? I heard a number. I heard $2 million a month.
I think he's gonna be in the ballpark of these lawyers because he's probably gonna hire at least 2 teams and PIs and all this shit. He gonna be with that $50 to $150 million if it strings out 3 years.
Damn.
Hell yeah. Yeah, he gonna probably have 2 different teams, right? Because the last law firm he was with dropped him because of
Lady Gaga.
So now once another law firm sees that, okay, it's more value in this because they dropped him, it's a problem with where he can go and who wants to take on the case. That just boosts his shit up 20-30%.
Damn.
Alone.
Do you think that, so this whole thing about him being a billionaire, apparently they're saying his net worth and liquid, especially after they lost the Diageo deal with De Leon and Ciroc. They're saying it's
was $50 million a year alone.
Yeah, all right, they're saying it's a couple $100 million that he supposedly got. Do you think that this case, like, dries him out, like he goes broke off of this? How is he making money? Like we gotta imagine it's only off catalog, like right? He owns
catalog and whatever. You never know what investment. Diddy could be invested in hotels overseas.
Oh, by the way, Diddy's a part owner of Twitter. That's what they found out in a filing. Diddy is one of the investors in Twitter. When Elon Musk went private with it, he got a few people. One of Diddy's holding companies sent a few million in. So Diddy's
that's what I'm saying. You never know where the money spread out at. I mean, he definitely need to downsize. Need to be down to one house. I understand the security of the house needs to be in the right spot, gated community, whatever. He's not there. The kids are there. All the cars and jets and all that shit. Maybe downsize to a couple SUVs and whatever your little get around joint is. All that definitely needs to happen. The shopping sprees and all that crazy shit, all that shit got to come to a halt. He needs to take care of his legal. He don't want to be like Suge Knight. You don't remember? Suge Knight legal would start walking out the courtroom. He wasn't paying him.
Really?
Hell yeah. This is why when I came on board, that was the number one thing, was to get him legal. And I got Alex Kessel to go down there to see him to take on the case.
Wait, Suge Knight's lawyer walked out the courtroom.
He had a lawyer go to jail, and the rest of them was leaving because they wasn't getting paid. He didn't have the means to pay them. He was broke, bro.
How much?
He was dry.
How much was the legal fees for Suge?
Well, for when Kessel went and took the meeting, it was going to take us, I believe, the bottom number was like 150,000 was the bottom. And I think because I had a relationship with him, we had a top of 250 no matter what it was. And I was even with the appeal, so he was showing me some love. I've been paying Mr. Kessel for many years, spent a lot of money with him. But all this was tied up into the $30 million deal I had for the life rights to do the series. And once the hedge fund came back and said, yo, he did deals with 5 or 6 other people, that's when it fell apart. And that's when he went in there and took his deal. He had no legal when he took that deal for 28 years, bro.
Really?
Yeah, I was the last one. Yeah.
But you know, obviously, Suge Knight has never been close to being up like Diddy though. Diddy got that real shit.
No, Diddy had another 24 and 4, another 28-year run on top of Suge shit. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you're right. Suge was up at one time. Them niggas was doing $100 million a year.
Really?
You know what I mean? So yeah, definitely go pull it up, bro. Go pull it up.
Hey,
he was up at one time, but he did close to 10 years, 8 to 10 years, bro. The bills and putting the bills and trying to put out acts and financing acts and lawsuits. It has a wear on you.
Wow. Hey, by the way, all right. So that's the Suge situation. Could you compare this to the the R. Kelly situation? A lot of people have argued, well, if R. Kelly had that Diddy money, maybe R. Kelly is free. What similarities you seen? By the way, I'm gonna look at the prosecutors. I don't know if you've seen the press conference. 6 white women who will be working this case. One's pregnant. It just looked like Diddy's cooked. 6 white women who's gonna be working from the AUSA's office to get you convicted, and you accused of sex trafficking. Oh my God.
I'm gonna be real with you, bro. I hate to say it. I hate to say this. If they came at Diddy with 5 to 10, he should take it.
Anything is possible.
Indictment against music.
He ain't gonna do it. He ain't gonna do it because even on the 10, that means he gonna do 7, 8, and that puts him at damn near 61, 62. That sounds like a life sentence to him. The 5, the reason why the 5 sounds
really
right.
Take that? You think
I'm gonna tell you why the 5. No, I don't think he would. I'm gonna tell you why the 5 years sounds good, right? Is because whether you take it or not, you gonna fight this case at least 2-3 years, which you'll be ready to come home. You gotta get, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You fight the case and say, okay, what they gonna do with me versus the time it's gonna take me to fight the case, I could be paroling.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? This is how you got to look at it. It's kind of like, remember we had our discussion when it comes down, okay, she's suing me for $80,000. My attorney says it's going to cost me $150,000 to fight it. What do? We pay the 80.
Yeah.
Right? So Diddy, okay, listen, 5 years, right, in the feds, or you could fight it for the next 3.5 years. 3.5 years you fight it, we might could give you 20 years, 15 years, right? Or you take the 5 today and be home in 3.5, 4. Halfway house, you knock a year off doing some other shit or whatever in there, some milestones. Which one do you do? He's not gonna hear pay the 80,000 and keep him paying the 150. He's just gonna hear, oh, I know my hope is gone. No, your hope is you got a date, a closer date. You get what I'm saying? That's your hope.
Okay, is it a possibility Diddy ends up like R. Kelly? What's the differences?
Strong possibility. R. Kelly's in there for one female, correct?
Yeah, I'm not too sure about.
I think it's the one that got him. The one that told him she was 19, but she was really 17. The one who the mother and father was texting R. Kelly as if she was the like as if he was talking to her, but really was talking to the parents. The guy that worked at the concert hall who did all the lighting. I think that's the one that they let hear all the phone calls and messages he was sending other women and shit, and she kind of went across the street and testified against him. I believe that's the one that got him. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, there's maybe one, maybe two. Diddy, his criminal shit, we don't even know how many of them it is, bro. Because remember, a lot of the other shit is civil. The shit with the producer, that's a civil thing. Did he go criminal?
Well,
that's civil, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, the only criminal thing is this indictment. There is no other criminal charges. This indictment. We don't know who's the victims. It appears Cassie's one of them, but we don't know if Lil Rod.
I don't know. Could Cassie do? I thought she signed some.
Hey, by the way,
didn't she sign something?
Yeah, but that don't matter in a criminal case, right? Because she signed an NDA, but every NDA is gonna say the only way you could speak about this is if you are legally required by a subpoena to talk about what happened.
Now, speaking about it and being charged for is two different things, Zach. Is she coming in as a character witness? I don't know if when she accepted that money, it was something in there that said could nothing come or whatever that was.
Well, you gotta remember that's civil. This criminal thing, she's definitely a victim. Like I think she's even.
Yeah, but bro, majority of the time when people do this kind of shit, after know that type of footage has come out, it's stipulations in that paperwork to be paid out that they agreeing to.
Yeah, no, she probably definitely broke the NDA, right? But Diddy's gonna look crazy trying to sue her. But
no, I think she can come as a character witness against him, but I don't think they're gonna bring any of those charges are related to her. I don't think none of the criminal.
You don't think none of the criminal charges on Diddy's related to Cassie? She's numero uno as the victim. She's the only one whose story seems the most true. You think about that producer you talking about, Lil Rod.
Yo, we got statute of limitations on the hotel, right?
Well, for assault. Just for assault.
Yeah, we got statute of limitations on that.
Hold on.
Right?
And also, here's the thing with a RICO case, right? Because, that's what Bradford Cohen was saying.
I don't think, is this a RICO?
Yes, it's a RICO. They said, put it like this. If they have you on tape selling drugs in, say the 80s, you were selling drugs in the 80s. The statute of limitations is past that. But if you kept selling drugs from the 80s up till 5 years ago, the statute of limitations usually is around like 5 years or so, right? If it was continued, so in a RICO they usually prove is continued. So it started before the statute of limitations and continued up onto the point where statute of limitations exists. So yeah, that assault from 2016 would not be able to count. But if say that they could prove that it was a pattern of consistent abuse, physical abuse, they could use that. And by the way, they referenced that thing in the indictment. They referenced the videotape in the indictment, even though that's outside of statute of limitations.
Yeah, but But what I'm saying, though, it could be used for character, and it's gonna eat him up. That don't mean they're charging him for those acts. We got to see that. You got to go through it. Because I think when she signed off, whatever she signed off on, I'm pretty sure Diddy put everything in there for whatever money he paid her.
Okay,
I could be wrong.
Wait. Okay, all right. So let me tell you that. So it's 3 counts, right? Count one is. Give me a second. I'm scrolling down. I have the whole indictment on the screen. Count one is the racketeering, right? And then under racketeering, these are the offenses they have, right? They have kidnapping, arson, bribery, they have witness tampering, they have forced labor, sex trafficking, they have a transportation for purposes of prostitution, and they have possession with intent to distribute narcotics. And then we get to count 2. Count 2 is just sex traffic. It's not sex traffic underneath RICO. It's sex traffic by force, fraud, or coercion. And this is where they list what they call victim 1. They say victim 1. Now, the reason why that is, people think that's Cassie, it says from at least, because no act in this whole indictment is before 2008. So there was a 17-year-old supposedly in the 90s that got flown from Detroit, Michigan to a studio in New York. That's not listed at all in the indictment, right? But what is listed, it says from at least 2009 up until 2018. That matches with the time that Cassie was with him in the Southern District of New York. Diddy basically recruited, enticed, harbored, transported, provided, obtained, advertised, maintained, patronized, solicited by any means. Hold on, I'm skipping some words here. A person to cause the person to engage in a commercial sex act, aided and abetted, willfully caused the same, to wit, and blah 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 blah. A person named Victim 1 and attempted to aid and abet, willfully cause Victim 1 to engage in commercial sex acts in reckless disregard of the fact that Victim 1 was engaging in the sex act as a result of force, fraud, and coercion. So that's the second. So the second count is all about
this is what
Victim
I'm
1.
saying. This is what I'm telling you. The things that people think they're doing just to have their own personal fun, a lot of this shit be in violation of the law. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You think it's cool, but it ain't cool, because if the other people involved choose to go this route, your ass is in trouble. He can't get up there. Let me tell you what's going to fuck him up. They're going to say, under oath, did you provide or did you ever provide drugs at any of these parties? He can't say no. Ain't no telling how many videos they got of this shit. You get what I'm saying? You can't say no. The minute you say yeah, everything after that, bro, it's, well, I was under the influence. He gave us drugs. Even though you voluntarily took him, well, if I didn't take him, he was going to put me out. He coerced me. I felt threatened, all this shit. And then I woke up in the morning and then I never knew it was a tape. And when he asked me to do something, I said no. He threatened me with this tape that he says he has. And now the feds and raided and actually got the tape. It's bad, bro. This ain't a thing about what's cool for you to do or what some bitch ass nigga shit if somebody do to you. This is about if the things that you did is in violation of the law. If the person you did it with is saying they were violated. And on those terms, I think he in trouble. Now, personally, do I think people was willingly in there tooting and popping pills and taking their drinks? Fuck yeah.
Do you think that Cassie was ever at a point into this freak off idea, or do you think that maybe maybe she was just trying to do it for her man? Like, I want to be with you.
I think there was a period of time to where she got used to it and submitted. Do I think Cassie had opportunity to leave, to call the police, to blow the whistle? Yes. Do I think it got to a point, it was ever a point where she might have said, no, I don't want to, and he like, fuck that, you this, that, you gon' this, that, bring your ass in here? Yes. Do I think it was times where she was willingly, like, maybe suggested it? Yes. I think all of the above, but some of those above is a violation of the law, bro. Some of those above is a violation of the law.
I'm gonna look up to see. I know she's not gonna post anything. Cassie's lawyer, every time there was a search warrant ran, every time there was a major important news, he always made a statement. I'm waiting for him to make a statement today. Cassie, Cassie's not gonna post anything. What do you think Cassie's husband, is probably, thinking? Because obviously they got the payday already. But it looks like, they're definitely hell-bent to make sure Diddy spends his time in jail.
Well, end of the day, bro, you don't forget Cassie had a GoFundMe up or wherever that shit up for $5,000 trying to raise money to help her husband at one time.
No, she didn't. What?
Yes, she did. That's a fact. That's a fact.
Do you think funds got low a little bit?
Bro, dude was a personal trainer. When Diddy announced that the personal trainer he hired was fucking his girlfriend, what do you think all his clients did? that had that was female driven with a husband.
Yeah, that's true.
It hurt him. It crippled him.
Yeah, if the trainer who fucks.
Now let's look at Cassie.
Yeah, his career.
Cassie wasn't fucking Beyonce or SZA, or she wasn't running around. You know, that wasn't happening for her. I mean, she's a great artist. I love her music, but let's be real, that wasn't performing for her. So you got her. She's out. She ain't got no kids buying. He ain't got to pay her nothing. Dude's the fucking trainer, personal trainer, who everybody probably let go because of the situation. She ain't got no real means of it. Like, yeah, but I think they fell on hard times. He like, when he heard about it, he like, fuck it, go get him. He was all with it.
God damn, man. So, chat, we're still waiting to see if he's going to be denied bond. I think we all believe he's going to be denied bond. Like, I mean, the hearing's still going on. Supposedly, the prosecutor, as of about 20 minutes ago, they're still laying out their case why the bail should be denied. They're saying that they're worrying that Diddy will intimidate witnesses. By the way, I don't know if you've seen this part. They wrote a detention letter, which is a memo to the judge, hopefully to convince them that Diddy shouldn't be let out. Apparently, they said after Diddy got hit with a lawsuit from Cassie and he settled, he called 2 other victims. And he was trying to tell them, hey, if anybody reach out to you, remember, this is what happened. So he was trying to, like, you know, here we go. The feds say that witnesses, the witnesses they interviewed have universally expressed fear. And prosecutors claimed Diddy called former artist Kalina Harper, which, by the way, Kalina Harper just stuck up for Diddy recently when her group member, Dawn Richards of Danity Kane, filed a lawsuit against him. So the Danity Kane girl filed a lawsuit, and the group member of that group said, hey, I can't speak for her, but everything with me and Diddy was good. Some people point out that Kalina Harper, she was married at the time when she was in the group Danity Kane, and her husband still supposedly does business with Diddy. So she's going to protect Diddy because Diddy and her husband are cool. But they said Diddy called her 54 times. 54 times the day before she made a statement about a recent lawsuit they were named in. So apparently,
that's bad business.
So she made the statement last week. So they said Diddy called her 54 times. Wow.
Yeah, that's bad business. And see, they'll use that to say that he may try to tamper with the victims.
Ooh. Oh, shit. And here's more. Prosecutors say that Diddy's got the money and the means to be a flight risk, and the feds say that what appeared to be narcotics was in his hotel room in this New York spot when he was arrested. They said they found a pink powder. What's a pink powder? What's that shit?
Oh, that's that pink cocaine. See, that's bad business.
And they said that previously tested positive for ecstasy was found in Diddy's room as well as other drugs. Why the hell, if you think you're going to get locked up, would you still have drugs in your room?
Bro, I keep telling you, bro, some of our people, listen, there's few people out there, right? Listen, there's a few people out there, right, that have did it in reverse. Went to jail, did all the shit, got out, came up, they well off. They know what not to do. You get what I'm saying? You hear Top Dog having wild TDE parties? Nigga been to the penitentiary from the projects. He know what comes of that. He know what not to do. QCP the same way, right? You got Diddy ain't never been in the beast of the belly. So in his mind, shit don't stink. His shit don't stink. He still think it ain't that serious.
Hey, so everybody, I don't know too much about this drug. Some people saying it's what they call Tootsie or Tootsie. I don't know what that is. But
that's what they said, and I think it's a drug trafficking case still coming. The white boy they caught with the backpack full of drugs, trying to get on Diddy's plane. That's what they said was provided to a certain individual to fly on Diddy's jet to a studio in Virginia. Was that shit. Right? Then
Go ahead.
Then they catch the white boy. The white boy do a couple days, get out on some whatever shit. You think that white boy ain't cooperated and told them people any transactions he may have did with that man? Or whoever, whenever?
I would agree. By the way, they're saying, they also tell me that this Tootsie thing is ecstasy mixed with cocaine, and it has a pink tint to it.
Yeah, I just saw an article on it last night, pink cocaine. But that's the first time I heard about it was when they mentioned it with Diddy was somebody at a studio in Virginia or something said Diddy got on the phone, put an individual on the plane to fly some in, right? So now you got the white dude a week or two later after that, they catch trying to get on the plane, right? So now if they get this white dude, take him in as they did, and they ask him, did you ever provide this to this person? And he says yes. And he says, was it on this date? And they go on the phone and see any type of lineup. Then they got the person at the other end in VA talking about, Diddy called this in and this person got on the plane and brought this drug. And now they got that drug in New York. They're going to get I think it's more charges to come. We don't see the gun cases there. We don't see drug trafficking there. I think it's more charges to come.
There is a drug charge under the RICO, but we don't see the guns. Hey, hold on. So what people are telling me, again, I don't know too much about this drug, but they're saying this is a drug you take to turn up the party. Why the hell would Diddy, if you're facing sex trafficking charges, I would think this is some, you know, like some people be drinking, you know, or taking Xanax to kind of drown themselves out or whatever going on. I would think he want that because he got a lot on his mind. Why he got party drugs? That's freak-off drugs. The freak-off is over. Why would he have that?
Bro, listen. Hey, listen, bro. You never know what extreme people would do, bro. And you know, people that do drugs, a lot of drugs, they party like this all the time. It takes more and more and more and more, bro, to get them to where they trying to go.
You think he had one last freak-off in New York? In no way. That sounds too stupid.
I think that was just his personal shit. I would hope the only freak-offs he had was personal, whatever woman he was with, right? You know, and I'm a little confused. I thought I seen him get married, but then I thought I seen him in the room with somebody else. I don't know what Diddy got going on, but each his own. You know, if they with it and they agree with it, shit, there ain't no law against it. But I'm just saying that the things he did, I think there was some things going on while he was doing these things that was in violation of the law. You know what I'm saying? And this is what they're going to use against him having fun. Your fun was in violation of the law. You know what I'm saying? You can't be in a house and whip out your illegal gun and fire it in the backyard and say, nobody better not leave this motherfucker or else. Now put the music on. Because you can have one motherfucking Poindexter say, well, I did everything because he fired the gun in the air and said, well, we better not do. Everybody else going to be like, yo, he was just clowning around, bullshitting. No, for one, you can't fire a gun in there like that. Two, if the gun illegal, you ain't supposed to have it. Three, if this person's saying they were in sustained fear or in fear or whatever, and because of that, this is why they did that, you're done.
Yeah, like even a kidnapping charge, you don't have to necessarily physically bar them. If they feel like they're in threat, that they can't leave without violence, that's kidnapping. Hey, if Diddy's an addict, how does the arrest, he got to come off some withdrawals. He's going to have withdrawals immediately, right? Like, if he's locked up.
He's definitely going to have withdrawals. If he's doing something every day to keep him up, yeah, it's definitely going to have some withdrawals.
Okay, so how does this work? Do they hit up his dealer to make sure he get a little bit more and then wean him off of it, or what?
What do you mean he in jail? What the fuck you mean? If he got to go through what he got to go through.
He's going to go through the withdrawals?
Hell yeah. What you mean? You think they going to come bring him a little drugs?
Bring him a little bit of Tootsie, like just give him a little.
No, you got to kick. We all seen the kick process. He got to go through his kick process.
Or are there like maybe drugs they could give him to help him with the withdrawals?
Yeah, they could definitely do that too.
Like prescription drugs, yeah.
They could definitely do that too, but then it'll have him addicted to something else.
Hey, I know you said, he's going to be on a different type of restriction and, obviously he's a high-powered person. But what do you think incarceration is looking like for him? Is he going to be near any inmates? Does he got to worry about trouble?
Nah, they going to every time. The only time an inmate going to get to him unless the police want the inmate, the guards want the inmate to get to him. They're going to have Diddy ass locked away, on keep away. You know what I'm saying? When he go to court, he going to go in his little paddy wagon. He going to be single man selling, all that. Whenever he moves, that hallway going to be clear. He's going to be shackled down. They're going to take him to the showers every day and a half, back to his cell. You know what I'm saying? He going to have his phone time, but other than that, he ain't going to be around nobody. Because if something happens to him, the family gonna own New York.
Really? Jeez.
Hell yeah.
Man, I'm wondering if his time as a prisoner is going to be different than anybody
They
else.
had Blueface on Keep Away High Power. Suge Knight, when he used to have to go to the phone, they took him to the roof. They put him in a cage.
They did what?
Put him in a cage.
They put him in a cage?
Lock him in a cage with a phone. Yeah.
Why? Like this?
High Power Keep Away. Drug kingpins. Yeah. Yeah, it's real shit. If you go to jail, you gonna be high power keep away. That's a fact.
Well, good. Shit. Wait, hold on. Do they still got bars on your cell, or it looks like a regular room?
I mean, depending on what institution you at. Most of the time is, sometimes it's bars, sometimes it's a solid door with a little window.
Now, this is gonna sound crazy, and if it sound mad square, it's cool. But do you think the level of privilege Diddy, or his, status? Do you think that he's ordering meals in there, or he's eating the same thing as a regular prisoner? You think he's getting, a little extra honey bun? He got a little gourmet meal. My dude is used to whining and dining pretty good. Like, I don't know if he's down for the jail
that's
toast.
Gonna come down to what little hookup he could have going on off the record. You know what I'm saying?
But no special treatment usually for like just.
Nah, you ain't finna just because you in this area. That ain't happening. Now if you could, you got somebody want to bring you something in because you making something happen. Shit happens.
Jesus Christ, man, this is, chat. I'm in disbelief that Diddy would have drugs in his room. Come on, bro. Come the hell on. Even if you're still on the drugs, you gotta have it in your assistant's room down the hall, your homie's room. You can't have the drugs just chilling in your room. No way. This just seems like almost thinking you're above the process.
Bro, end of the day, if a motherfucker's an addict and he's addicted to something and he's free, it's a good chance he's gonna do his thing. You know what I'm saying? You know that.
Hey, by the way, 50 Cent hasn't really piled on yet. Why do you think that's the case? Do you think it's because,
I don't think 50 wished, he from the streets. We don't wish jail on nobody. He made trolling while he was out.
Nah, he definitely did with Preem, though. Preem, he definitely did. I remember that nigga was on New York City radio laughing. He said, Preem, when you hear this, I know you're going to be in your cell, nigga. I hope you die in there, nigga. I remember you said that. I
mean, but we talking about some, some real personal shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that was definitely personal.
Every time a motherfucker look in the mirror, he got to remind you if that's what really happened. You get what I'm saying? So I get that, but I don't think Diddy did nothing to 50 that serious to where he
was messing with his baby mamas.
Well, 50 didn't mess with a bunch of motherfuckers' baby mamas. What the fuck are we talking about? I get it, but I don't think he was with her, right? And they don't have that type of relationship. You know what I'm saying?
No. 50 wasn't with her anymore, but clearly, these two had a little feud going on. So I think D always thought that he was trying to get to him. 50 thought he was, always trying to
I would think so too. I would think it was intentional. I can't front. Ain't no telling what 50 might do. 50 might. I thought he was putting together a little series or something. And that series gonna hurt Diddy. But that surviving R. Kelly definitely affected R. Kelly.
Yeah, well, a lot of people believe that's the reason why they went so hard, right? By the way,
you on R. Kelly?
Yeah. By the way, chat, they're saying Diddy appeared in court. He was sitting wearing a black shirt at the defense table with 2 U.S. Marshals standing behind him. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm reading again. In federal court, they don't allow cameras. So you got to go from the reporters. They said his lawyer's Mark Agnafilo. You ever heard of his lawyer or no?
Nah, but I'm pretty sure wherever he got is top notch.
Okay. Apparently the judge says you have a right to be represented by a lawyer for this proceeding, and he questioned blah blah. The indictment is 3 counts: racketeering conspiracy, including sex trafficking, forced labor, bribery, arson, obstruction of justice. And victim 1 was forced to engage in sex acts. You're charged with knowingly transporting an individual to engage in prostitution. Do you have a copy of the indictment? Apparently, his lawyer said yes. He said, Mr. Combs, how do you plead? And Diddy said, not guilty. The judge says, have we set a conference date? They said the conference date is Tuesday, September 24th at 10 a.m. Do you know what that means? The conference date?
I don't know. I don't know what that date is. You know, I know this. They gonna start stretching them court dates out like they same way they do everybody else.
Oh, wow. Hey, by the way, this is what the AUSA says. These crimes carry a maximum sentence of life imprisonment or death. Wow. There's a risk of flight and that the person will obstruct justice or attempt to intimidate a witness. This is a presumption case based on sex trafficking.
See, and that's what's bad right now, bro, because that sex trafficking shit, bro, is bad. You know, Mel Gibson had that movie that came out that everybody should go see. It's a real thing that's happening in our world. You know, I'm gonna be real, I don't think Diddy's intent was to be sex trafficking, bro. I don't think he was like baiting people in and making you do this and keeping you hostage over here doing this. But whatever the definition is of that law, if he's within those parameters, that's how they gonna come at you, bro.
You know, I was explaining last night, and you know,
I mean, do you act? I don't think Diddy's a sex trafficker by how we know it to be, but the parameters in that law.
Well, that's the thing. I think some of these charges are ones that it's like even the RICO charge. I think we could even talk about. Let's say the YSL thing, right? They wanted to get Thug, couldn't get Thug, but then they used this gang charge to be like, well, all we got to prove is that y'all are a criminal street organization, that y'all are tied to each other. We have this guy for this shooting, this guy for that shooting, and we know you're the guy at the top because you've given this guy this money, you've paid for this. Now they create an organization that you didn't do anything in actuality in terms of what they have you physically doing, but you're now the head of some criminal organization and you're guilty of a RICO, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's how they came.
So it's like,
but they haven't been able to prove. They haven't been able to prove that.
What do you think? Oh wow! Oh shit! By the way, chat. Okay. This is what the AUSA. So the AUSA spoke. Then Diddy's lawyer spoke, and the AUSA. You know, Diddy's lawyer was saying, "Hey, we've been working with these guys, sending them emails. We were down to surrender passports. We stayed away from the jet. We've been trying to show that Diddy is someone who's looking forward to trial because we knew this was coming." The AUSA comes out and says this in response. It says the defendant poses a danger to these proceedings through obstruction. He should be detained pending trial. Okay? It says the government spoken to over 50 witnesses. We have sworn out warrants for cloud accounts. I don't know what that means. The search yielded 90 cell phones and 30 other devices, including the surveillance systems. The freak-offs are corroborated. Now, I don't know if that means it's on video, but probably means. It says 300 grand subpoenas have been sent out. And he says also, Diddy had appeared to be what seemingly is narcotics in his hotel room last night, a pink powder that previously tested positive for ecstasy and other drugs. This is a heartland detention case. His package is woefully inadequate. They're saying that the package that he offered, the $50 million, they're saying fuck all that. They say it only focuses on flight risk. He says that the defendant is a wealthy man. It allows him to flee quickly without detection. His counsel have taken steps to minimize his flight risk, to set him up for an argument to be made today, but then his incentives were entirely different. He flew to New York 2 weeks ago. To compare, R. Kelly was detained. Jeffrey Epstein was detained on conduct going much farther back in time. Keith Rainier detained on all 3 grounds, even though the violence was committed by others. It says his incentive to flee changed when he was arrested last night. Wow.
They saw that jet land, but was fucked up. If the person that the company that's renting the jet out, he don't know where the fuck the jet's at, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right? Just rented it to somebody who, because you know, to fly to New York, you coming to Teterboro or Jersey or Connecticut, right? If somebody just came in there, that's fucked up, bro. If they didn't have Diddy on wiretap saying he's headed over there or headed in that route, it'd be one thing if they cornered him out, put it into the spot. But just because the motherfucking jet landed over there, bro, you don't know if those passengers booked that flight. He's not going to restrict, you know, hey, yo, they want to fly from here to New York. Okay, we'll rent them the jet. That don't got nothing to do with him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's what's fucked up.
By the way, do you think Diddy fucked up by making that apology video after the Cassie video came out? Because the prosecutors used that. They said, we fast forward to the video being publicized. They told about the Cassie video. It says the defendant admitted he was involved in the assault. It's clear you can't believe him because he previously denied doing any of the things he was accused of. It said, make no mistake, March 5th, and I guess that's when he apologized, is just one example. There's numerous assault, choking, and what else they talking about? Jesus Christ. I ain't gonna lie. The prosecutors are giving this guy the business in court, man. This is bad.
They're gonna use all that against him, bro. Everything. That's what I'm saying. And we still don't see the drugs or the guns in there. Bro he got some problems, bro.
Man, this is hella sad.
I remember you saying, you know, yo, whack, all the money Diddy got, man, fuck all that, bro. That shit don't mean nothing. Not dealing with the feds.
No, you're right.
Nothing.
You're right. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I definitely thought he was, you know, he's at the heights of being above, not necessarily prosecution or getting charged, but when you have so much power, you could make things happen. Like, for example, Jeffrey Epstein, when they first caught him, I think it was like a Palm Beach case. They had a secret court hearing that they gave him some special plea, and he basically just got on probation for being a pedophile, and they let him off. And he still was able, they didn't publicize, he was still able to do all his businesses. Apparently, he got like a halfway house thing, but he was allowed to leave for half the day to go to work. So he would still do everything he had to do. He just had to check in once a day. And everyone was saying no one ever seen this type of plea. You know why? He's powerful. When you see powerful men who has reach, like Diddy used to do the election stuff. Remember Vote or Die? So we don't know what politicians he might have, you know, he might have up his sleeve, or maybe he brought them to a freak off. He got some information on them.
Yeah, but bro, you're right. But at the end of the day, none of that shit gonna matter. All that's gonna do is expose the fact that he may be intimidating or persuading. You get what I'm saying? That don't work in his favor, bro. I don't think they're gonna let him out.
Wow.
I don't think they're gonna let him out, bro.
Wow.
They're gonna say he's a flight risk, he's too influential. You know, he may intimidate witnesses, all that kind of shit.
Yeah. Nah, this is definitely sad. Do you think this is gonna change up how everybody moves?
It already has. You think people ain't like, oh no, that's over with. We can't do that no more.
Yeah. Wow.
It already has, bro. Only thing people could do, the fans out there, writing, act, if you can get his address, that'll be, you know, you want to look out for Diddy posting his address where he's at. That letter, that mail will help him. Give him something to do, something to read, something to think about. You know what I'm saying? Fans can write him. You know, he ain't gonna need no money on this book. He don't have that problem. And shit, you know, say a few prayers for him, the ones that he's deserving of. But on the flip side, we got You know, we got victims out there too. So we can't say because Diddy gets the popularity vote, right? It ain't nothing on. You just
By
got
the way, with all due respect, you know, that's his son's job to do though. Like they should. Hey, by the way, yo, something you just said came up in court. Let me read this to you. Let me read this. It says, okay, Diddy's camp has argued that victim one. Remember, I told you victim one is Cassie. It says, okay, so basically, all right. Let me read this update. Diddy's attorneys taking on the narrative that the rap mogul is a brute and a bully, seemingly hinting there's more to the story regarding the 2016 hotel hallway incident involving Combs and the girlfriend, because the prosecutors mentioned in this video, Diddy's attorneys now trying to rebut it. So it says Diddy's campus argued that victim one, which everybody's assuming to be Cassie, was looking through his phone and discovered he had more than one girlfriend, hitting the rapper in the head with a cell phone and taking off his clothing, which explains why he was in the hallway with a towel. It says his lawyer claims Diddy and the unnamed victim, which everybody assumes is Cassie, were very much in love until the woman in question cheated for years with the trainer the A-lister provided for her. Now they've reached out to Cassie for comment because this what Diddy's lawyer's going at Cassie. Wow. Cassie notably married physical trainer Alex Fine in 2019, September. They shared 2 children together. Diddy's lawyer claims his client is not a perfect person, though found himself in toxic relationships, but claimed they were mutual. However, early in court, it was suggested that Diddy wrote a large check to an ex for 10 years. It's unclear who received the payment and for what reason, but even that is assumed to be for Cassie. I didn't know she cheated on Diddy for years.
That's all I'm gonna tell you, right?
Not that it's validated.
It should look like it's super deep, right? It looks super deep, right? Bro, we ain't seen shit. They probably didn't let us see 25% of really what it is, bro.
No, I agree.
We ain't seen shit, bro. I'm gonna be real. And one thing for sure, he was out 6 months to the date from the time of the raid. Them folks, them alphabet boys, they don't come tap you on your shoulder unless they know they got something to hold you on. They ain't doing it. That's why he ran around for 6 months. Now let's think about it. How long would they investigate them prior to the 6 months? Prior to the raid? We don't know. You know what I'm saying? So right now, you know, look, man, I don't wish nothing on him, you know, but his victims out there. So, you know, justice should be served on their side. You know, I wish they could all sit down with him. I don't know if people was hurt, mentally fucked up, and maybe just work something out. But evidently they didn't take that route. But where we stand right now is dude got a problem. He got a situation. I will tell you this to all my people, black entrepreneurs in the music game. Our moguls are falling. Suge Knight fell. We got Biggie fell. Kevin Lyles just resigned. I don't know if he's retiring. I hear my main man Mike Kaiser's no longer at Atlantic.
Yeah, I heard
a lot of people.
Atlantic Clean House. Atlantic Clean House.
A lot of people that we have leaned on, a lot of people that open up doors for opportunities for people that look like us are being removed and erased. Pay attention. We gotta, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying it's the people's fault, but this is real shit. We will never ever get back to where we were if they keep knocking them down. Russell Simmons, Suge Knight, and Puffy right now. Probably some in there I'm missing. Our man L.A. Reid, remember? He got caught in the Me Too shit. You know what I'm saying? To where he was a big factor in those builds. It's a lot of people, bro, over the last decade been getting removed, erased, and that's less people act that you know. You know, that's why you so important. I'm so important. You know what I'm saying? The QCPs are so important. The top dogs are so important. Because if a motherfucker can't get to you, it's a lot of people that can get to me. And if I hear something, I'll be like, you know what? Bro may be interested in that. Let me make a call for you. Those things are very important, bro, for the things that we were doing.
Hey, no, you're making a lot of sense. But let me also ask you this, too. Is this a warning that maybe having too much power? You know, obviously, I get you with, like, a lot of these guys who have built, you know, and have been really instrumental in hip-hop. we're seeing a lot of them fall. But do you think that when, maybe these individuals, they got corrupted by just having too much power and thinking that they're above everything? You know what I mean? Again,
yeah, and getting away with a lot. And let's be real. Fuck that. Let's talk about it. I'm finna get to my 100 side of the trenches shit. Let's get real. DJ K-Slay, my big brother, God body, taught me. Whatever you put in the universe, come back 360. Am I right? Fuck it, let's talk about a few things we know. Okay? You got the accusations of what went on in Vegas and who motherfuckers was tied to and this type of shit, right? Boom, accusations. Then we got our man over here. We got the lady in the club clearly saying, I seen who shot me. But another motherfucker took it to hit and went and laid down and did 9-10. And now he's speaking saying what it really was, right? We got other females, who's saying maybe it was some things going on, a little roughing up or whatever, right? We got the other dumbass R&B singer who came out and talked about the situation, and now the girl appeared saying this would happen and this would happen and this would happen. Look, bro, my granddaddy, rest in peace, right, said when I was a kid, the sun don't shine in the same dog's ass every day. You put negative shit in the universe, eventually on that 360, on that circle, it's gonna get you. Let's be real. Pumpkin had a lot of allegations that he didn't maneuver his way out of them. Let's be real, bro. So niggas can't feel too sorry for, what a man chose to do. If they look up and say, yo, they just arrested whack nigga that 19 bank robberies. And they come up with the evidence to show this and show that and show this and show that, find a motherfucker backyard full of money. My nigga, don't feel sorry for me, nigga. I was moving, nigga. I didn't feel sorry for me when I got away. It's real shit. We can't turn this shit into some woe is me Puff. Yeah, some of us fuck with Puff. We appreciate what he did for the culture, for the music and all that shit. But it's also victims on the other side. It's victims who have mothers, who have brothers, who have children, and things of that nature, who probably right now might be fucked up for the rest of their life, to where now they significant other got to deal with them having dreams and screaming and not wanting to be touched a certain way because of whatever they went through. We have to include them as well. So we can't use this as Puff the music mogul. Yeah, but if Puff the music mogul also had another face, and that face wasn't right, he got to pay for that face, bro.
Yeah.
He got to pay for that face. This is why I always say, I'm not a gangbanger, but I'm from Paru. I can't forget that, because Paru is another face. And some people remember that face, and that face did things or may have did things to hurt or harm or make somebody feel some kind of way about me. So although I may have become this businessman or this or that, I can't say where that face is gone. No, motherfucker remember that face when they see me. So I got to stay in touch and tune with what that is, right? And I hate to say it, but I brought that on myself, right? And if something come my way because of what I did 20 years ago or whatever the fuck it may be, or somebody I did something to in prison behind this gangbang shit, then look, bro, don't feel sorry for me because I did that. And when I did that, my homies and myself, we celebrated. This shit come with it, bro. It come with it. I try not to add to it. Ain't nobody out that can say that I did something to them because they was a Crip or because they was from here, because they was from there, right? I try not to add to it, but at the end of the day, Puff has done some things that people know you should have took a fall for. And if he would have took a fall for 10 years, 15 years, would his success be that of today?
Nah.
So, that's a blessing that you was able to sit here and enjoy that continuous. Now it's time to pay the piper, my nigga. It's what it is.
No, you're making some valid points. A lot of people are
agreeing with you in the
chat. A lot of people are agreeing with you in the chat. Hey, let me read you. Hey, Diddy's lawyer is going so hard at Cassie, even Dawn Richards. Let me read this. So Agnafilio, which is the lawyer, says, they're talking about, they basically are now painting Cassie, who they clearly have identified this is a important witness for the prosecution. They're painting her as a chick who basically finessed money and got out of a situation. They're saying she got mad at Diddy cheating, so she started cheating. and she got paid for it after the allegations, but the allegations aren't true. Let me just read what supposedly said in court. By the way, shout out to Inner City Press. They're basically, you know, they did the same thing during the 6ix9ine case, type out what pretty much is saying in court.
There's no law against cheating, bro, if you're not married. There's no law. New York, I think it is, but she ain't do nothing wrong. I mean, not by the law, so they can say what they want.
So Agnifilio says, these two people are in love, meaning Diddy and Cassie. Victim 1 ended up marrying the trainer that Combs got for her. They had been cheating on each other for years. But now she got 2 kids with the trainer. Years later, she realized she had a good thing with Mr. Combs. She has her lawyer call his lawyer, say she has written a book. But if you want to buy the rights, you'll have the rights for $30 million. We have the recorded conversation. So now we get to find out when Cassie calls her for the $30 million, Diddy recorded that. It said it did not go well for her and her lawyer. And in November 2023, she sued. When he contacts witnesses, it's not to stop a criminal investigation. It's to not be seen. It's not to be seen. It's not to be seen as one. Why is it depicted as a one-sided thing? There's 30 million reasons, $1 a piece. She said, I'm going to write a book. You can buy the rights. This Dawn Richards lawsuit and Miss Harper from the same band. The lawsuit says he did a couple inappropriate things. Miss Harper said, that wasn't my experience. That's not intimidation. It's divergent recollections. There's nothing wrong with that. It says, I'm not even sure Dawn Richards is a witness in this case. My client hasn't done a darn thing wrong. We've interviewed at least 6 of these males. We ask, did it seem consensual? Now, that's assumed like the gigolos who were like fucking Cassie or whatever. Did it seem like the sex was consensual? Was anyone too drunk or too high? They all said no. Then the defense attorney continues. He says, is it sex trafficking if everyone wants to be there? No. We don't want the federal government in our bedroom. The kidnapping, we spoke to the victim. She did not use that word to us. One day, it may be heard Mr. Combs employs a security company. Mr. Combs got nothing to do with how guns are kept in his house. He needs security. In sections of LA and Miami he lives in, did they do it wrong? That's not for us to say, so they're blaming the security company. It's not his gun. R. Kelly? Well, that involved children. They can't consent. So they're saying, why are you mentioning R. Kelly in this case? That considered children. The indictment did not mention kids from what I've seen. So they're saying, why are you mentioning R. Kelly and comparing him to Diddy? They said Jeffrey Epstein, again, children. Keith Raniere, children. We have substantial bail package. Some family members are here. They love him. A $50 million bond secured by a $48 million piece of property. And on August 20th, we paid off the $18 million mortgage. One day we're going to have a fair trial. We're going to have substantial defenses to each of these charges. Mr. Combs is handling this head on. He's become a punching bag. He's built businesses from scratch. His father was killed when he was 2 years old. He earned all of it. Mr. Combs has earned this court's trust. I have nothing else to say. The judge says, any rebuttal to the AUSA? The AUSA says the defense counsel has his critique of law enforcement, but has not rebutted the presumption that the defendant should not be detained. 3 days after the lawsuit, the defendant is recorded saying he doesn't want to talk on the phone. It might be tapped. He uses armed security with defaced AR-15 stored in his personal closet. Yeah, right. Absurd. For the record, we are proceeding on a theory of lack of consent, that she was coerced to participate in those sex acts. The judge says he wouldn't be in danger, would he, if he only engaged with behaviors in what? He wouldn't be in danger, would he, if he engaged in these behaviors with consenting adults. The AUSA says we have the hallway video. We're thinking it's still about the Cassie situation. Then Diddy's attorney gets back up and says, this is a slippery slope. The government is going to say she was coerced. She had to say that for the $30 million. We have a serious bail package. I hope Your Honor could see that Mr. Combs had done things to show he's trustworthy. Again, I'm asking you to trust me. I have my eye on it. We speak 5 times a day. I want to thank Your Honor. The judge says thank you. I'm going to take a short recess and invite pretrial services to join me in a robing room. Look like the judge is going to consider this bail package. Wow. They're getting that Cassie, man. They're getting that Cassie.
I don't think Cassie could stop him from belling out because they've been separated for quite some time without any incidents. You know what I'm saying? We noticed it wasn't any incidents after she left where they saying he went over here, stalked her, did this, did that, did this, did that. I think the overall situation is what's going to have him in trouble. I think him contacting those people, like you just said, is going to have him in, that's the type of shit, they're going to say he has the influence to coerce a witness, to send somebody. We need to monitor who he's talking to, what he's saying, all this old type of shit. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And that one thing they're going to use against him. If that call was made, I don't know. I don't know if they got phone record. I don't know how they know. But if that call was made, that's going to hurt.
On a slightly lighter note, because this is mentioned a few times in the indictment, what do you think, or what do you, if someone had to get you to think off top, what are freak off supplies? According to the indictment, they said it was the job of people in Combs' enterprise to resupply the freak off supplies. So to keep it always.
And like I'm saying, the only thing that could be used against him are drugs or restraints if the people say it's against their will. But let's be real, bro. The end thing that I hear about, I don't know really what the fuck they be talking about, BDSM fucking parties, right? And I just be hearing people talk on my side of the clubhouse. And I hear about all kinds of shit that they do, right? So what is for fun and pleasure and what's really against the motherfucker's will, right? If you got somebody that their pleasure is to be leashed and walked around, right? That's their pleasure, right? Do they later on say, he put this on me and made me crawl?
Well,
you see what I'm saying?
Well, that's the biggest thing about, obviously sex crimes is that, obviously, consent is the important thing, right? And you're hoping somebody's clear of mind, this and third, but could give consent. But you brought up a point earlier.
You prove it? You damn near got to do a fucking contract.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Because even if there's no drugs involved, no alcohol, whatever, and they give consent, you do something, then their boyfriend find out, yo, you fucked so and so at the Fountain Blue after they brought you backstage. Yeah, I've seen women who then, while get caught cheating and trying to explain it to their partner, they say, well, I really wasn't with it. I'm not a whore.
That's what I'm saying. Yo, listen, I'm going to tell you what the secret is. The secret is you got to have that 11 in 1, bro.
What's that?
11 in 1. You got to have your woman, your girlfriend, your business partner, your best friend, your nympho, your freak. She got to be able to turn into 11 different people in one. Then you ain't got to worry about it. You listen. You can't have a prude who just no. I'm not doing that, nigga. With that, listen. You got to have 11 in 1. You know what I'm saying? Do you follow R&B, by the way, because Adam 22 follows R&B. Do you follow R&B? You met R&B way before Adam on Clubhouse.
All right, well, here's the thing. I don't like following my homies. Women.
I'm requesting that you follow my queen and you let people know. Say hi to Academics.
Hello, Ack.
Hey, how you, R&B? Yeah, no. Hey, listen, I only do it because you're
respect on her name. R_ANN_B. Adam did it on his own.
No, hold on, but you see, Adam, I ain't gonna lie. We black, so it's like, I talk to a lot of these rappers, and they all be getting into it over females. I like to stay away. I try to have respect, but I try to stay away.
Listen to me, right? Do you not have Academic's number in your phone?
I do.
Yeah,
all my close friends, my woman has their contacts. In the time of need, I may have time just to say,
what's your Instagram? What's your Instagram?
R_ANN_B.
Okay.
You get emails and cash apps from her all the time, Mac.
Okay, but here's the thing. Yo, Whack. Wack, I never want you to look on your woman's page and be like, why academics commenting? Is he trying to be funny?
Listen, Act, let me tell you something. This real shit, Act, because she follows real shit. If a motherfucker does not acknowledge and admire my woman, then I'm going to call you gay. Because even the gay niggas acknowledge and admire my woman. At the end of the day, she put up a picture of my nigga that's sexy and she's elegant. She ain't gonna never do too much because she my queen. I expect my comrades to like and acknowledge. Or if she put up a quote or she's just doing some talking because she does life coaching, I expect you to acknowledge it's a good look for her. You know what I mean? My build is her build. You know how I go.
Yeah, but
I ain't tripping.
But Wack, you know, again, you are clearly you're not like that, and I get the picture now. But you know how a lot of people in the industry are. You know, hey,
listen, anybody that's like that is because their woman is like that. That starts with your woman. So why you got a woman that's like that? Like at the end of the day, I expect my comrades to support me. Supporting her is supporting me. If I liked it, you know, it's just a picture of her, right? Or whatever, it's a quote or something. If I liked it, I expect my comrades. The little guy that worked, I ain't gonna call him little guy, but your guy that's always in there.
Yeah.
That films us.
Yeah.
You got on my ass. Yo, Wack, you don't follow me. Oh, shit. You know, out of respect to you. Right?
No, you're right. No. Hey, listen.
You're right. That's what I'm saying. And unfortunately, fortunately, my queen is, you know, she's an author. She done wrote 7 books. She's she writing my book on me now. She's going to author that. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, listen.
So,
as long as
I gotta help you.
I try to play professionally. As long as you give me the permission,
you my brother.
No more.
You not my brother?
Yes, but again, I don't. Yo, let me tell you this. One thing I never try to do because I know two men get into it. Hey, but you know you deal with rappers, and I talk to these rappers, and they tell me.
Listen, this is real shit. I meet your significant other that I know is significant other. That I know what this is, right?
Hey, I met up with
If I go through the lobby or I'm going in the club, I'm going to go over there and say, Miss, you okay? You straight? Okay, look, we over there in that area. You need me, I'm over there. You know what your woman going to do when she get home? See, I ran into Wack. Oh, yeah, he came and asked me, was I good? And told me I was over there if I needed him. If I come outside, bro, and she got a flat tire, I'm going to say, yo, that's your car? Listen, don't worry about it. I got AAA. Take my car. You get up out of here. I get this to you. Tell bro I send my love. That's what brothers do, bro. We don't look at each other.
Hey, Wack. Hey, you see, you're a little bit older. Listen, I linked with a rapper recently, and he just told me these are people he collabed. Like, he said one guy who they made great music together, he said, me and that guy might never work together again. I said, why? He said, they have issues over, yo, did you try to talk to my woman? And I don't know what the truth is there, but I said, damn, I realized 2 men, they will fight and be able to get over it. But if there's any type of a woman, you know, whether intended or not.
Let me explain something to you. It's two things. There's 2 factors here, right? My woman respects herself, so she respects me. And I see Act as a brother. He respects himself, and I know he respects me. I don't know what them niggas be on. I only got a certain amount of people I call my friends, right? And my comrades. But Act, not for nothing, you are academics. My woman does have a voice. She's the queen of the 100 side. She helped me build that clubhouse shit. She didn't help me with a lot of shit that I'm doing. She's an author and 7 books out, right? What's the name of the books, baby? Built to Stand. Built to Stand by Rakita Bradford, right? They out. They on Amazon. Act, I'm building her and she's building me. I'm investing in her and she invested in me. By all means, I expect 100% of your support. I do not look at the like from Act as if, what the fuck Act like, nigga. I look at that as, bro, baby, Act. Adam did it. He went over there and followed on his own. I didn't even know.
Yeah,
I looked up on her feet. She put it up. I said, oh, shit. That's, you know, then when I got to the no jumper, he like, yo, man, your girl, she did some shit that make me feel like I don't know where I'm at with my wife because the way she talk about you, my wife ain't talking about me. He pulled her whole fucking shit, played a whole video. I ain't asked him to do this, but he said, I just been paying attention to how she represents you, and I felt like it was respectful, so he put some light on it. So I expect all my comrades who have some type of voice to put some light on it. I'm sorry to talk about R&B in the middle of the puffy shit. But you know what I'm saying? I was just pretty much saying that my woman does everything in one. She does the freak off with me.
Hey, by the way, Wack, I'm happy. You are so. Ever since you've been with this woman, I've heard you speak nothing but glowingly about her. She's making you very happy now. I'm very happy for that. You know.
That's what I'm saying. Like if I got a request, you know, one night it was raining. I said, "Baby, it's raining. Let's go out in the backyard." Right, and I didn't even turn the sprinklers off, so I knew they came on at like 3 o'clock. I said, "It's raining in the sprinklers." I take the hit, it lay down, no blanket. And she came out that motherfucker, the birthday suit, the kids was gone. You know what I'm saying? I was in that motherfucker, sprinklers going, it was raining. I was looking up at the stars. I said, shit, he's alive. He's alive. But again, I'm able to say, baby, we got to go to this business meeting, and she gonna get like that. Like, whatever it is, my nigga. Like, I'm on the freeway, I'm driving to LA or something, and I'm looking over there, and I'm like, baby, listen, lay back and let me see you pleasure yourself. She gonna give me what I want. I ain't got to worry about no fucking police being called. None of this shit. This is real shit, bro. If your woman is telling you no about things that you desire and you request, then you need to go work on getting another woman.
Okay, let me throw a monkey wrench into this, though. Suppose Cassie was like that until the money stopped coming in. Like, she was like, Diddy was like, tonight I want to do a freak off. All right, baby, I'm gonna get you a freak off. Then she leave Diddy, and then now she's like, you know what? I ain't really want to do them freak. That's the only thing with women. Like consent. You hope consent means consent. Like, you're not gonna change your mind later.
You can't expect your woman to do everything. She can't expect you to do everything. Women got some freaky ass fetishes, bro, that you just ain't with, respectfully, right? But at the end of the day, if you looking up and you got a checklist of 10, and 7 of the 10, she don't mind giving you. You know what I'm saying? No problem. Bro, you can't be forcing the other 3. Maybe if you execute the other 7 and the more comfortable she get with you, you might get tagged one on. I don't know. But at the end of the day, you shouldn't force no woman to do nothing they don't want to do. Bro, if I see your list, you remember you played with me that one day? And I thought you said no. What I do? All systems off. Hey, nigga, everything went off immediately. Whoop. She like, baby, what's wrong? I heard you say no. I didn't say no. Well, that's what I thought you said. Give me a minute to reset. If I even think you saying no. Now, it's sometimes where she wants to play the resisting game. You know what I'm saying? You know, and
that's a dangerous game. That's a dangerous game.
She wants to be choked a little bit, and you know, she wants to be, you know, handled a little rough, and you know, shit like that. But you got to know how far to go. Usually, you have a safe word. You get what I'm saying?
Pineapples.
Yeah, whatever the fuck it is. Now, you know, that's just what's real. But again, we don't indulge in drugs, and every now and then I pour some shots down her throat. You know what I mean? If a bottle of liquor lasts me 2 years on my dresser because I don't drink. But other than that, you got to get somebody, bro, that you satisfy you. She's the only woman that got me to dress up like a fucking cowboy. I told you that they tried to rob me, right? Did I tell you they tried to rob me?
Yeah. What happened with that?
Yo, we went to this fucking party with friends. We had to be dressed up like cowboys and shit. So I had the Versace cowboy boots with the Versace shirt. I thought I was doing some shit. I got comfortable. We was in like some Mediterranean shit out the way. So when we come out, I'm grabbing the little bags and the food she want to take home. And she like, baby, let me take that stuff because your hands need to be free. I'm like, nah, you looking too good to be carrying something. The car's just right there. We come out, motherfucker pull up. I see him. Whip out, give it up, right? Now, I think they was watching this. I had my cash money fucking piece, the big one, you know. I had my rollie. I got this ring, right? Got my boy, maybe, what's my jeweler name? Chris Jewelers. He made me a whack ring. It's a big-ass ring. It says whack iced out on the motherfucker, right? So she starts to panic, so I think. Remember, this woman ain't been around me for a while. Since she been around me, I done brought her 4 firearms, got her CCW. She stay at the range.
Good.
We do simulation range with her to where she's going through obstacles and shit popping out and she's doing her thing or whatever. So when I turn, I say, yo, calm down. So I got the shit in my hand. I said, all right, homie, let me take this shit out my hand. When I went to bend over to put the food on the ground, he said, come out there rollie first, nigga. When I said, homie, I got it, she started screaming. When I looked to like, yo, chill out, bro, the motherfucker looked her way. When the dude took his eyes off me, I heard pack, 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 4 of them, right? I went to grab her, like, what the fuck, the niggas is bumping? Whole time, she the one squeezing. Oh! They get out of there.
Wow.
You niggas got ran off by an ordained minister.
Damn.
Bro, they would have made history if them niggas would have got away with that whack ring and that motherfucking Cash Money West, nigga, motherfucking piece. It ain't nothing but like 4 of them, 4 or 5 of them even ever exist. Nigga, it would have been clown time. I'd have got paid from the insurance people, but it would have hurt me. But guess what, Act? I told you them 11 women in one. I didn't put a little gangster in there, Act.
Damn. She built like that then. Or at least you
Yeah,
trained her
she
to be like that.
now, what I didn't realize is we was dressed like Western, right? So she had the gun hose thing on, the right, with a gun in it. I wasn't tripping. It was a real gun in the shit. She already had the motherfucker in the little holster. Because she could conceal or open carry where she at. They can't do nothing to her.
Wow.
Right? So, at the end of the day, it's like, fellas, don't force your woman to do nothing. If you married to her, she been your baby mama 50 years. If she say no, respect that. If she don't want to do it, understand one day if you force her to do it or manipulate her to do it, one day you may get caught doing something or piss her off to a point to where she don't want to be your friend and she don't give a fuck what happened to you. Pay attention to Diddy. Read the book.
Hey, by the way, some breaking news, chat. The judge is now returned. The judge said, hey, listen, basically asked the prosecutor, do we need to wait for your partner? The Ignacio says, no, I really appreciate it, but we're ready to go. The judge says, and this is Judge Tafornsky. I'm gonna look that judge up to see how they look. We'd like to see if we got a black judge, white judge, whatever, but that sounds like you should know. It said, in this case, I find the presumption that he is not rebutted, so Sean Combs will be detained. There's been significant violence, weapons around, coercion of witnesses, and even gentle coercion that could be effective. The type of behavior we're talking about happens behind closed doors. I thank your family for coming, but I cannot release him.
I told you, bro. Bro, the fact that he contacted those people hurt him bad. Out of all that shit, that's what hurt him bad. Because, see, you did that when you wasn't facing criminal time.
Wow.
Now they talking about this shit carry life? Now, what won't you do?
Now, remember, they got a conference, which is not necessarily a court day, but, clearly, I'm guessing they're going to set some type of timeline. I figured out what the conference is, because obviously they got to set a timeline for when the defense is available, prosecutor is available, when they could do exchange of discovery, have the formal, well, I guess this was a formal arraignment. I don't know if it was a formal arraignment, but he definitely entered a plea. It's basically almost scheduling out the trial that the judge could approve the dates and stuff like that. So they're going to come back with that, which means Diddy's going to sit in jail for at least a week. Don't know when.
No.
What happened?
Diddy gonna be in that motherfucker for 2-3 years fighting this thing, bro.
You think Diddy's gonna be in jail for this whole time? Well, I mean, again, I don't know if
let him bail out.
I don't know if they're gonna try other bail applications, right? Like,
no. You gotta go to the judge. That's the feds.
Yeah,
that's on the judge.
Yeah,
I don't give a fuck where you go. That's on the judge, bro. That's the feds.
No, I agree, but they try to do it. Obviously, this was state. They try to do it thug. Be like, oh, things has changed. We could verify that. Oh yeah, you guys think he's gonna contact witnesses? We'll make sure he does have a phone or something. They're gonna try, right? But I still think that if the judge denied it on this, he probably not gonna let him out. Like, you can't change your mind. What situations could change for you to believe that? If you thought that you're not gonna let him out because he's gonna contact witnesses, why would you ever?
What's gonna change? What he gonna do?
Yeah,
the guns are still there. Him trying to coerce a witness is still there.
Yeah,
the violence is still there. The intimidation is still there. It's all there in the charges.
Do you think Diddy is shedding a tear? Maybe not necessarily in court, but he gets back to that detention facility holding.
That nigga ain't gonna eat till Friday.
What do you mean? What?
Yeah, bro, his appetite is gone. Bro, listen.
Oh, yeah,
I remember what it was when I was 12, right? You talking about 54-year-old man. He'd be 55 in November. This nigga is used to the best of the best. He hasn't had any restrictions. He don't wait in line. He flies private. The people wait on him hand and foot. He got his pick of the litter of this, that, or the other. Right? Now, in the cell, when I'm coming out, all right, it's Wednesday, we bring you out Friday for 30 minutes. What? Yeah.
Hey, by the way,
I can't watch TV? No. Here goes the phone.
I don't mean to cut you off. His lawyers and the prosecutors walked out the courthouse. His lawyers spoke to the media. Hold on. Let me try to get to it. I want you to hear. His lawyers is addressing the press a lot. I ain't gonna lie. Some of us. Okay, hold on. Chat, my bad. I'm just fast forwarding. They had 2 cameras out, 2 entrances. Trying to get to it. Hold on. Almost there. Okay, here we go.
All right. So this was the first step. We have a bail appeal scheduled for tomorrow, 3:30, in front of Judge Carter, the district judge assigned to this case.
Okay, so they have a bail appeal for tomorrow. It's going in front of a different judge, which is a district judge that's assigned to the case. You know, the magistrate judge just does the first appearance. So they're hoping that the other judge tomorrow gives a different opinion. But, I mean...
So this is what you talking about, about him possibly have made some friends.
Shit, yeah.
This is what you talking about. And I'm going to be real, right? We're going to see if this next situation, they grant him bail. You was absolutely right. I knew they wasn't gonna give me no bail today, right? Now we know told me. I knew they wasn't gonna give you no bail today, but if he goes to this next hearing and gets a bail, he was on point. Straight up.
Let me hear the rest of it.
I think that we made the points that we've been wanting to make. I think it came out. Mr. Combs is a fighter. He's gonna fight this to the end. He's innocent. He came to New York to establish his innocence. He's not afraid. He's not afraid of the charges. There's nothing that the government said in their presentation today that changes anyone's mind about anything. He's been looking forward to this day. He's been looking forward to clearing his name, and he's going to clear his name. And we're going to stand by his side as he does. We believe in him wholeheartedly. He didn't do these things. This was a 10-year relationship. There's no coercion. There's no crime. There's basically just, someone who brought a civil case and now is finding themselves as a witness in a criminal case. And we're going to fight this case with everything we have, as is he. And eventually he's going to be shown to be innocent. And so tomorrow we fight again, and we'll fight every day until we don't have to fight anymore.
Why did the arrest happen last night instead of today as planned?
I don't know. The question is, why did it happen last night instead of today? I don't know the answer to that question.
Are you going to be
I just want to make one point very clear. We have no power. All we can do is show good faith. He got on a plane and he came here. And if he stayed here for 1 day before the case started, or for 1 year before the case started, he was going to stay as long as he needed to stay. It ends up being only 12 days. That's fine. That's what the government wanted to do. The government didn't want him to turn himself in. He came here to turn himself in. Why doesn't the government want him to turn himself in? Because then they can't ask for detention. So they go and they arrest him. They arrest a guy who came to New York to turn himself in. But we're going to make all these points again tomorrow, and we'll make it as much as we can until we get him out.
Will you appeal the bail?
So that's all I have.
How is he feeling? Will you appeal the bail?
Yeah, tomorrow. Wait, what was the question?
Will you appeal the no bail?
We're appealing.
No bail.
Yeah, we're no bail. No bail. Oh, I'm sorry. We're appealing the decision to hold him without bail.
When is the next court appearance?
Tomorrow at 3:30.
Otherwise.
3:30, same place.
For the bail?
Bail appeal. Bail appeal tomorrow, 3:30, same court, different judge. He's doing fine. He's a fighter. He's a fighter, and he's gonna fight this. All right, I'm gonna go.
Where's he being held?
I don't get into that stuff.
Okay.
Give us some space.
Where's the support?
Guys, you gotta move it. You gotta move it. Use your legs.
Where's the support for your father? Are you expecting him to be released today, or are you surprised?
It's a wall.
Sorry.
Guys, move back.
Why are you?
Oh, careful, guys, easy, guys. Get around. Oh, now we're back.
How can you support your father?
Did you witness anything?
How do you support him moving forward?
Yes, we'll have him out eventually. We heard that same shit with Young Thug.
Yo, they got about 100 people surrounding the kids as they walk away. Wow, this is.
You mean family and friends and security?
Well, fans and I gotta imagine press. They got security, but like it's a lot of fucking people. This is the biggest fucking thing I see.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Careful, pedestrians, careful.
I'm wondering if so you think Diddy's gonna shed a tear when he gets to it, because it's finally gonna sink in, right? Like, hey,
hell yeah,
this might be your home for the foreseeable future.
Bro, last night was the longest night of his life. In his mind, I'll be out tomorrow. He got on the phone. Attorney was like, we're going to get you out. Stay calm, all this shit. He walked in there, and they blasted him.
Watch your baby.
Yeah, that's the problem, bro.
Anything you'd like to share? Any comment?
Man, this is kind of like a surreal thing. I mean, I think we consider the Combs family as pretty much hip hop royalty, right? You know?
Definitely. Definitely, bro. But I mean, end of the day, they playing to win. They know letting him out works against him, because then he'll string it out. And I don't think they're gonna offer him no deal.
You don't think no deal?
Nah, I don't think so, bro.
Yeah, it looks like he's getting into a car. That's Quincy. He gets into an SUV. They're trying to get that car out of there. There's so much paparazzi that's there. Like, this shit is shut down. And if you've ever been to that federal building in the Southern District of New York, like,
no, what street is it on?
I forgot what street. Oh, by the way, that's Justin and Christian. Is that the sister? I don't know what street it's on, but like they block off a big area. There's no vehicles like in like 4 square blocks. So like you got to do some walking to get to where cars could come. They have everything barricaded. You know, obviously because these are federal buildings. They have the shits that come up that you know what I mean. Nobody can run a car into.
Is that Jacob Javits building?
I'll tell you exactly where it's at.
I know they got a Jacob Javits building down there. They got a Thurgood Marshall federal building.
I think it's Thurgood Marshall, unless I'm tripping. Southern District of New York Courthouse. I think it's the Thurgood Marshall. I'm gonna be honest with you.
It's crazy.
Yeah, this shit is crazy, man.
Yeah, look, man, he got to ride, bro. You know, he got to ride.
How do you mentally prepare yourself for this?
He can't. He got to take it one day at a time.
somebody like Diddy, if we all know Diddy's mantra, he used to say, yo, I don't sleep. He works. He's always doing 20 things at a time. How does he get used to not having a phone and not having his like?
What I'm telling you, he got to go, bro. One day at a time, bro. After them first 100 days, you're going to see him walking in that court normal. And we probably talking about maybe 4 court dates within that time frame. First one, he got another one, a couple weeks, a week or so. The second one, that other one going to be probably stretched out about 30, 40 days. He might have 4 or 5 court dates possibly with these quick too. But end of the day, either he got to take it a day at a time, bro.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
What he gonna do? Think about life?
I mean, you've done a bid before. Like, how do you mentally?
Yeah, but it's different. I was groomed for it, bro. I started doing time at 12 years old. The time I was 16, I was in the penitentiary. Started off 45 days, 2 months, 4 months, 9 months, 2 years, 5, 6. After that, it's kind of like you was groomed for the shit. And even at that, anybody did time and they keep it real with you. After so long, it gets old because it's so fucking repetitive. You on the same motherfucking yard 2, 3, 4 years at a time. Some cases, I seen lifers on the yard 10, 15 years at a time. It gets repetitive. It's the same shit. Only thing different is people coming and going. So it ain't like you're learning something. I mean, you got to deal with protecting your life and shit like that, whatever workout program you got. But other than that, bro, it gets repetitive. And to somebody like Diddy, that's going to kill him, bro. He can't sit down. That dude can't sit still.
Let me ask you this question because, and I spoke to Tory's people, and I remember when it was reported that, he couldn't wait. As crazy as it sounds, if he wasn't going to get out, he couldn't wait to be sent to prison because
the county jail is fucked up.
Yeah, apparently he was on isolation. Like he couldn't even. He couldn't even.
He was right where Blueface was at. Yeah, the county jail. Man, Blueface called me last week or whenever he got up to the penitentiary, and he said, "Man, I'm glad to be in. I'm glad to be in prison." It broke my heart when he said it because I didn't never want that for him, but I know what he meant. This is the first time in 6, 7 months he was able to take more than 7 steps without being handcuffed or running into a door. Because they got him in the dorm reception. So now he can walk around. He hasn't been outside under the stars in 7 months.
Wow.
Not being able to run, right? He just got this little space that's as big as one of your bathrooms. Not your master bathroom, because that'd be pretty big. A standard size bathroom. You know what I'm saying? That's how big it is. From that table to that door is about 7 steps, and it's over with. So you are goddamn right. You want to get somewhere where a top ramen soup don't cost $2 a soup. Where you get somewhere where you can go get your hygiene and get your shit and your basic needs and get your Walkman, a radio, a TV or something to watch and order books and some real shoes for your feet and get out of that. Yeah. I mean, it sounds bad, but it's an upgrade from county jail and a step closer to going home. County jail, prison, home. Now you're on stage 2.
Now, so do you believe that? So right now you're saying he's probably not leaving a cell. Do you think that is he having time outside? Probably. Like okay.
Nah, if they taking him outside, he by himself. They might be taking him to a roof. I don't know how y'all set up, but they taking him to a gated area where he's just walking around a little bit. They may give him a handball or a basketball or something if they got that out there. But other than that, go out there. You can do some jumping jacks, some motherfucking burpees, some push-ups, sit-ups. Time to go. They usually give you an hour. Usually out of that hour, 15 of those minutes is getting handcuffed, escorted to and from the cell. So you usually get a 40, 45-minute little run out there every other day.
What do you think his shower situation is like?
You're going to get 180 seconds.
What do you mean, 180 seconds to shower?
3 minutes. Nigga, what you mean?
Nigga, I be taking 30-minute shower. It got to be extra hot
That's
water.
over with. Now they may look out for Diddy and, you know, if he cool or some shit, and they a fan, they may get a nigga 4-5 minutes. Other than that, nigga, 3 minutes.
Wait, 4 minutes to shower?
180 seconds.
Yo, I ain't
That
gonna
nigga
lie.
ain't getting
I
no
don't even
motive.
apply soap in the first 10 minutes. I'm just sitting under the water.
Yeah, but listen, man.
All the jets
listen,
is
man.
hit me.
Listen, you gonna get in that motherfucker. You gonna water down. You gonna soap up. It's a real whoop, rinse off, and then soap up the areas you know you really need to soap up, rinse off, hit your hair, whatever you gonna do is over with.
God,
if not, you gonna get out with suds on that ass. That's a fact.
But at least he'll have a little private shower though, right? He get the handicap joint, the big joint.
They probably gonna let him out by himself. He gonna get lucky with that. You know, because most of the time, LA County, boy, it be 30, 40 motherfuckers in that motherfucker, you know, especially coming in on intake. You know what I'm saying?
God.
Yeah. Yeah. You ain't never going to jail. First of all, you ain't going to do nothing that wrong to go to jail. And if you do act, you tell it on everybody.
Of course. Yeah, like, I mean, shit.
That's a fact.
They won't even have to put handcuffs. Yo, I mean.
They going to say, whack, you worry about telling it on you? No, because I only do clean shit with academics. That's it.
Hey, Woody dropped 60. I know I got to drop 99.
Yeah. Hey, yo, I was watching Woody on the Adam, when Adam interviewed him, yo. Hey, one thing about the dude standing on his 10, he in his neighborhood, it just let you know the direction the streets is going. I ain't mad at him. You know, he got a little girl, so, you know, I don't want to see nothing happen to it. You know, I just give my personal opinion on what it is. You can't take it personal because, end of the day, he knows some flaws in his actions. But nevertheless, he running around that motherfucker having it his way, bro. Times are changing.
By the way, Woody said something that was very important. And I wonder why a lot of other gangsters from the street don't think like this. He said, I'm not the fall guy. And I think the streets is built on a lot of times some of these niggas who don't got the money, don't got the status, you are the fall guy. You did that shooting to protect everybody else. You got to go sit down on that charge, even though you did that shooting for him, and you got to just take the L. And it looked like he says, I'm not taking the L on that. He says, I'm not the fall guy. I'm not the guy who just go to jail for life.
I heard that. Y'all heard him say, nigga, I'm putting in work for us. You niggas going out telling everybody, and that's how they knew it was me. But unfortunately, there's no reason when it comes to the street to justify telling. You can't say he told on me, I'm going to tell on him. He can't say you put me out there, so I'm going to use this to get out. This is the unorthodox, bipolar, weird-ass rules and regulation that somebody who probably had a half a brain made up way back when. But it is what it is. This is why I tell the kids, do not get involved in street or gang life. Go to the military, go to motherfucking police academy, go your ass to a trade school, truck driving school, college. Don't get involved in this shit because the very same things they telling you have to do and can't do, them same motherfuckers, little do you know, have probably already violated and did and probably won't do the shit they want you to do.
Hey, by the way,
it's a fact.
You're definitely right. No. When I heard him say that, I said, you know, he making sense. But I remember Wax saying the streets is irrational, and that's one of the best things I've ever heard you say. Bro. Which is, yeah, they got some rules that don't make sense. It really don't make sense.
But that's what it is. And the very same people, a lot of the people that's enforcing these rules have violated and broke them. And you don't know them, or niggas is selective politic and acting like they don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's real shit. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, the Max B shit, my man Fox, out of New Rochelle, Fox 914, FOXX at 914. He bring the paperwork on him, and I don't know nothing about Max B. I know French, but I'm reading the paperwork. He like, whack, the dude told on the chick, and I'm reading the shit. Next thing I know, his brother's calling me. Pooh Sims, he's been calling me because he heard me reading the paperwork, and I'm just reading it. But I came across what I read, and it is what it is. Like, you can't give information on nobody unless it's you. You know what I'm saying? So once you do that, they gonna put you in that lane. But I will say this. Max B has a strong following. He got fans to where although they're reading it, they're acting like they don't see it. I see this shit all the time, right? This is what I'm saying is like selective politicking. If it's going to be one way, it got to be that way. But that ain't how it works. You know what I mean? If you tied to somebody, you got a little bag, your popularity vote is there, people tend to look the other way. If you a hated motherfucker or you really can't do nothing for somebody, they going to crucify you even if you ain't did it. That's just what it is. They try to put shit on you all the motherfucking time.
Yeah,
Right? They ain't got no proof, no nothing, no nothing, right? But yet, it'd be some straight direct paperwork over here, like Fox 914 brought us out of New Rochelle, right? And on Max B, and we reading it, and people coming in the room mad at me. I say, yo, bro, this nigga from New York right here, Fox 914, right? This nigga from New York. He brought this in here. I read it. I'm reading it, and when I'm reading it, says what it says. Don't get mad at me. Yo, whack, fuck that shit, wooty, wooty, woo. But then I look up, and they try to just pin something on you, and ain't got no paperwork to support it.
Got
This
nothing
the
at
type
all.
of shit. Them bro, they do the same shit to me. I laugh at it. Me and you both get on the phone and laugh at it because we know what it is and what it ain't. But that's just selective politicking. Whoever get the popularity vote is going to get the favoritism. They're going to look the other way. With this one, with Puff right now, it's like he's getting the popularity vote on one side, but on the other side, I don't know, bro. And with Kamala Harris running right now, that female president, and this shit against a lot of women, bro, this shit can start getting ugly for bro.
And by the way, chat, you know what I just realized? So the magistrate judge is your Honorable Robin Tanufsky. Clearly, she's a Caucasian. Nothing wrong with Caucasian. We love white people. We love everybody. But you know, tomorrow, guess who Diddy's gonna be appearing in front of? It's a brother. I googled his name. His name is Andrew L. Carter. That's the district judge that he's gonna go in front of. Now, I'm not gonna say race makes.
But he's doing this when?
Tomorrow at 3:30. So tomorrow 3:30.
And is this for another bail hearing?
Another bail hearing. The guy name is Andrew Lamar Carter. Lamar Carter.
You might be right. I'm telling you, if they let him out tomorrow, you was right. I mean, he did his due diligence. You know what I'm saying? With doing the right thing with certain people.
Yeah. Well, again, if you guys believe in that, apparently this is the brother right here. He looks.
Now
like
that
this.
brother's under a lot of pressure right now, Act.
Yeah. Well, hey.
He's under a lot of pressure. I'm gonna tell you why. If he let Puff out on whatever grounds, and that nigga Diddy get out, and he looks or even attempts to contact or does anything, a motherfucking accident under the influence, and something happens to somebody, that judge's whole career is over with.
I mean, you're right. Yeah, whatever judge lets him out. This is such a high profile case. Nobody wants to, you know, and that might hurt Diddy, right? Because
hell yeah, it's a risk.
Yeah, because
even
now,
though they should, they might be scared.
Yeah, like you got to be the first. Hey, you know, obviously, I'm relating to something that's not a criminal situation, but think about 6ix9ine. I remember I talked to every DSP. I was like, why nobody wanna
me and you both?
Why y'all want to put him on the playlist? You know what everybody told me?
They didn't want to be the one.
They say we ain't gonna be the first. They say let them niggas do it first. We'll do it second. Nobody wanted to be the first. It takes so who's gonna be the first judge to say Diddy's getting bond? That's gonna, you know, this guy been in office. He assumed office 2011. He's a district judge, district court judge for the Southern District of New York. He's been there since 2011. That's 13 years. The guy's 55. You know, maybe he has other aspirations, right? You know, maybe Supreme Court justice at one point. Who knows? Do you think that he wants to put himself on the line to say, I'm going to give Diddy freedom in whatever mansion, in whatever new hotel he going to be in? He's still going to have the Tusi probably, because I don't think the Tusi going to stop if they let him out, right?
Man, I mean, you know, I don't think he got caught with a mount to where they tripping like that, but We gonna see, bro. If they let him out tomorrow, dude rolling the dice.
Man, oh man. Hey, where you getting on Clubhouse talking about this? Cause I want to hear you and your people break this down. You feel what I'm saying?
I'm about to go to a room. We got a room right now from 2 to 5. I'm gonna roll over there. They've been listening to us this whole time, streaming the room back over there. I'm gonna go ahead and check it out, break it down. We got a bunch of people in there. I got a few people that study law. My man Uptown, a few other people. So we're gonna go over there and break this shit down, man, and talk about it. And keep it moving. I appreciate.
I appreciate you coming on here. I was gonna say, well, whenever you find a suitable, schedule a time for me to come show some love over the 100 side. Hear me?
All right, I appreciate you, bro. I think they appreciate that too. Keep doing your thing. Shout out to everybody that tunes in. We in the 100 South on the 100 side of Clubhouse. Everybody tuning out. Keep tuning in. Keep
and follow my
man
on the gram, man. It's Queen. Okay.
_ THE100SHOW. And follow the Queen R&B R _ ANN _ B. Appreciate y'all. We out.
Appreciate you, brother. All right, that was a good conversation. I know it was 2 hours, but Wack is just fucking diligent. I love hearing Wack. You know, not only is Wack older than me, but like Wack has certain expertise and insight that a lot of times I don't think of. So I like listening to him and how his mind works with certain shit. So, you know, I think we have, you know, obviously we have a friendship, but like, you know, I'm very blessed when, you know, these moments, he always extends his, you know, his time to come over here. So anybody watching from Clubhouse, shout out to y'all, you know, always love. Chat, wow, this is crazy, right? We might get Myron back on here. I do know my man Bradford Cohen, the lawyer. Matter of fact, I might hit him, ask him if he's free. Let's see. You know, he's going to be able to really help us, right? Let me see. Again, Diddy will remain in jail. Okay, great. All right, so I hit up Bradford Cohen. Chat, again, bond denied. I can't believe that they thought that, you know, again, if you guys don't know, I'm not a lawyer. Y'all clearly know that. But a magistrate judge is not a judge that deals with the case as it goes along. A magistrate judge usually deals with maybe an initial appearance, and then it kind of goes to a, you know, and it works the same on a state level too, for the most part, where, you know, if you get indicted of something, they give you a first appearance. A magistrate judge, it's kind of like, it's like a hearing judge. You just, okay, your charges are read, blah blah. You could put in a plea if you want to at that time, and you could possibly go for bail. But you got to realize, a magistrate judge, especially for a high-profile case, you're not going to get bail on that, right? That person doesn't want to be on the hook if you go out and go have another freak off, right? At least the district court judge, this district court judge is going to be the person, and this is going to help Diddy though, right? So the district court judge, district judge Andrew Lamar, what's his name again? Carter. He's going to be on this case for a while, I believe, right? He works out of the Thurgood Marshall building. But yeah, shit, you know, maybe they'll get a different result there, right? You know, again, I still think you're taking a risk on this, especially when the prosecutor is coming in with, you know, situations and stances to say it is usual that detention is given. Like, you know, you remand someone when there is these high profile sex trafficking. You don't let the person who's accused of sex trafficking out free, right, on bail. So precedence goes to keep him locked up. But of course, these are existential I'm saying that word fucked up, circumstances where Diddy's offering $50 million. Not everybody who's charged with that is offering $50 million. It's offering $50 million, 20 other things. give up passports, or my family giving up passports. We'll give you anything, okay? Except the goddamn pink cocaine and a bottle of lubricant, all right? It is what it is. So we'll see if this judge feels differently. And maybe if it doesn't work tomorrow, maybe as time goes on and, they get discovery and they could figure out who essentially, because you know what we realize about this whole hearing? This whole hearing was based on Diddy's lawyer and even the prosecutor speaking about only one victim of substance, at least, and that's Cassie. It doesn't seem like there's 20, there are probably other victims, clearly, but that seems like the star witness. And Diddy's lawyers took that approach because all they talked about is Cassie. They even brought up the fact that Cassie cheated on Diddy with the trainer that led to them falling out, and basically saying that, she regretted doing that because later on she wanted to write a book, and then they were trying to shake Diddy down for $30 million. They have that recorded. So they basically attacked Cassie. And again, I know you might be like, because we are sensitive to Cassie in terms of her being a victim, because goddamn it, we see her get her ass beat on a thing. But Diddy's whole situation, if he's going to be proven this case, is that she's not a victim. So he's going to call her a liar. He's going to say that she's a manipulator. He's going to say she's money hungry. He's going to say that, hey, the freak off, she was equally with it. And, to explain the civil suit, hey, she needed money. She put me onto some drugs. She was the one who wanted other men, and I allowed her to. I didn't participate. I was jerking off, though, but I wasn't, in there. She picked the men. She booked them. I never booked them. We're going to probably hear that if we eventually get to a trial, right? Let's see what's popping with Law and Crimes right now. I know they probably got some good shit going on. 12 minutes ago, here we go.
But it seemed to take some time, and the feds usually do take their load with more allegations. And U.S. Attorney Damian Williams says Combs and his team,
no matter how powerful
in the indictment, the parties are just, it's a really appalling thing. They were going on for days in some instances. Explain to the audience what the crime is here with the freak-offs.
Yeah, so looking through the indictment and reading it carefully, just basically definitionally in the indictment, the freak-off is defined as an elaborate and produced sexual performance that was arranged by Combs and members of what is termed in the indictment his enterprise, which is a word that is used when racketeering charges are alleged in a federal indictment as the group of people around, in this instance, Combs, the allegation is, that were working together in service of advancing the goals of the enterprise, which here it's stated are Combs's businesses, basically. So that's just definitionally to start how the indictment defines that term.
And some of these parties, I guess, I hate to call it a party because it doesn't sound fun, but they went on for days. And we're talking about people being recorded. The allegation is that this was all for Sean Combs's sexual gratification. Sex workers were hired in some instances. People were forced, they felt like, to take part in these things. They were videotaped, and then coercion was used, almost like blackmail was used to keep them quiet about it. And the part that gets me is the fact that IV fluids were given to participants. Talk to me a little bit about that type of thing. I mean, where's the federal crime there?
Well, there's some interesting parts of the indictment that build on public reporting that we heard a couple of months ago when there were public raids or search warrants executed at the homes of Combs. So just speaking to the IV fluids, that's alleged in the indictment to be one of the things that members of the enterprise did to assist Combs in setting up these freak-offs as they're defined in the indictment. So some of the things that the indictment says that were done are setting up hotel rooms, buying supplies, which include baby oil and lubricant, making travel plans for the sex workers, as well as Combs, and then delivering IV fluids. And when we talk about and think about what we learned, what was publicly reported, which was not very much back then about what was taken out of the homes. But now we learn in the indictment at least some of the things that were taken out of the homes, which they include the baby lubricant, baby oil and lubricant. I think believe it says more than 1,000 bottles of those between the homes. Now, how probative or how important and helpful that evidence will be for the prosecution were this to go to trial, that remains to be seen. But certainly we see what some of the search warrants yielded in this indictment, it looks like.
Yeah, the prosecutor, the U.S. attorney, I should say, mentioned that in his press conference that they seized 1,000 bottles of lubricant / baby oil seized during the raid. If you're Sean Combs' lawyer, I assume you just say, look, this is a guy who has an active sex life. This is something he stores, whether you like it or not. He has a lot of this stuff. Is that kind of where you go in defending that type of thing? Because, I mean, you hear 1,000 bottles of lubricant and you just think to yourself, oh my God, why does anybody need 1,000 bottles of that stuff?
Yeah, I think that could be an argument for the defense. Other things that were seized that are named in the indictment are interesting to talk about, including a couple of guns and that piece and how it's connected to the enterprise and to the way that they are describing in the indictment, the prosecution is describing the indictment, the freak-offs. There's an allegation that there was sometimes brandishing and use of these weapons, not necessarily those weapons, but weapons in general for the purposes of intimidation and threats. And so that evidence weaves into the proof of the indictment as well. That was recovered from the search warrant. So I hear you on the possible defense argument for the lubricant. And I think the question of why there were guns in the house, that will be something else that the defense has to contend with moving forward.
They say that the allegation is that he kept videos and he filmed a lot of this stuff. Basically, he did this to keep people quiet about this. It was almost blackmail material. And it kept people obedient to him and compliant to him. So is there a federal crime in that? Or is the crime more in that they're saying he transported sex workers across state lines? He was using some type of coercive things. He was coercing people to take part in these things. Is the crime really in the transporting of sex workers across state lines for these parties?
That's part of it, yes. There are 3 crimes that are alleged in the indictment. There's racketeering conspiracy, there is sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, and then there is transportation to engage in prostitution. So the racketeering conspiracy charge is the most robust and far-reaching. The charge of racketeering in general allows a prosecutor to put in evidence of the enterprise. In this case, the enterprise is defined as the Combs enterprise, which is defined as basically everybody around him and working with him. As the evidence unfolds with the prosecution, they'll be able to put in evidence about the way that his lifestyle was, the way that his businesses ran, the way that the people that worked for him operated. And just 2 things I noted from the indictment that were interesting. To your point, the discussion of video evidence. Now, it doesn't say, from what I read in the indictment explicitly, that there is video evidence different from the recovery of the lubricant and the firearms, but it does suggest, from the way that it's written, that there is potentially video evidence of that Combs retained for himself of the freak off. So it suggests that. It doesn't go as far as saying that, but I feel it's probably possible that the prosecution does have that kind of evidence based on reading this indictment.
And the part about giving drugs out at these freak-offs to the participants, I'm assuming that's to keep people kind of engaged in this activity. Drugs can cause people to lose their inhibitions, as we know. What part of the crime does that include? Is that a coercion part of it?
It's not clear from the indictment what piece of that entirely it will be, how it will be woven into the prosecutor's case. Certainly, we can conclude logically that using drugs could be have a coercive element. There was a note, apart from the firearms and the lubricant that was found in the houses, were also narcotics. I did not see what type of narcotics that they were. whether they were personal use, weight, what kind of weight we're talking about, whether it's a personal use narcotic weight or whether it's something larger that could be distributed to more people. I think we'll learn more as the evidence unfolds and as, the case kind of moves forward.
There was ketamine, GHB, and some other things, ecstasy, which were named as drugs by the U.S. attorney in his press conference. But it's all, as far as the freak-offs go, are the freak-offs really the meat of the case here, in your opinion, with Combs using his company, the enterprise, so to speak, to organize these parties? Is this really the meat of the case?
It's hard to say. When we're talking about a racketeering enterprise and proving that up at a trial, there's many things that can come in. So it sounds like because they're alleged so explicitly in the indictment, that is something that the prosecution would intend to put in as a centerpiece of evidence at trial. Whether or not, as the case continues, that is what we will see if it were to go to trial remains to be seen. Certainly from the indictment, it sounds like, particularly with the detail of the IV drip, that there are witnesses to the things that are being alleged in the indictment, and that was returned after a vote by a grand jury. So we can imagine that there may be more that will be learned from those witnesses should this go to trial.
Well, it will be certainly something to watch. Rena Paul, do you anticipate more coming out of this? That's really the big question. The U.S. attorney says, this is ongoing. If you have information, call us. Are more dominoes going to fall? And will we see possibly a superseding indictment? Because we have 3 charges here. I think people maybe expected a little bit more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll see. Many times when a racketeering indictment is put out, it is with multiple people in it, because there have to be multiple people that engage in the crime in order for it to be a crime at all. You can't do this crime with one person. So the fact that there's only one person named in the indictment is something that I certainly paid attention to when I read it. And we'll see if there are more and whether or not anyone will be publicly named along with him or superseded into the same indictment as him.
It will be very interesting to see. Rena Paul, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And that's it for this episode of Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Thanks so much for
grant bail to Combs while he awaits trial. This new development coming after Combs appeared inside a Manhattan courtroom today, where prosecutors unsealed an indictment claiming the hip-hop mogul used his media. Where prosecutors unsealed an indictment claiming the hip-hop mogul used his media empire as a criminal enterprise.
Diddy pleading not guilty to federal sex trafficking, racketeering, and interstate transportation to engage in prostitution charges. Well, today's indictment coming after Diddy was taken into custody last night here in the city, and roughly 6 months after federal authorities conducted a sex trafficking investigation that included searches in his Miami and Los Angeles homes.
All right, Fox 5's Lisa Evers live outside federal court in Lower Manhattan with more on today's indictment. Lisa.
Well, Stephen, Bianca, those are just some of the stunning developments in the last 24 hours at his arraignment, which happened this afternoon. His attorney said that Diddy came to New York about 2 weeks ago because they knew that the indictment was coming down. They just had a feeling. His attorney is also, by the way, a former federal prosecutor. So Diddy was here in New York in anticipation of the indictment. His lawyer says he was planning to surrender himself and turn himself in once that indictment became unsealed and became official. Instead, the lawyer says federal agents raided his Midtown Manhattan luxury hotel room, took him away in handcuffs. Prosecutors said
that makes sense that Diddy's attorney is a former prosecutor. Those make the best attorneys, right? Like, they're going to have a little bit of, brotherhood with maybe the other prosecutors. That used to be their job. There's almost a synergy there. So, Diddy's definitely going with the right person, right?
This very same arraignment that they found what looked like pink cocaine in that hotel room. Now, his attorney pleaded for him to be free on a $50 million bail package, which included electronic monitoring, but the judge wasn't buying any of it and ordered him back to, said no bail and ordered him back to jail. Now, earlier today, family members, including his sons, walked into federal court to see him for the first time since he was taken into custody Monday night. Once the king of a vast global empire of music, fashion, and entertainment businesses, Diddy is now in the fight of a lifetime for his freedom. Diddy was indicted on federal sex trafficking and racketeering charges resulting from his
Why they got his face looking like this, bro? Oh, nah. Why they got Diddy's face looking like this, bruv? Bruv. Why they got Diddy's face looking like this, bruv? Bruv. What the fuck? Oh, they got the Tversky. They got the judge looking cute. The drawing of the judge look cute. Diddy look crazy.
Jail. Now, earlier today, family members, including his sons, walked into federal court to see him for the first time since he was taken into custody Monday night. Once the king of a vast global empire of music, fashion, and entertainment businesses, Diddy is now in the fight of a lifetime for his freedom. Diddy was indicted on federal sex trafficking and racketeering charges resulting from his freak-off parties. Prosecutors allege
every time I hear it, yo. By the way,
they went on for days, were funded by his businesses, and involved forcing drugged-up women to engage with male sex workers in exchanges that were often videotaped and forced on the women. Here's what U.S. Attorney Damian Williams had to say.
The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity, including sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice. Let me say a little bit more about the charges. The indictment alleges that Combs abused and exploited women and other people for years, and in a variety of ways.
Now, there were also some stunning revelations about those raids on his Los Angeles and Miami homes last March that made so many headlines. The indictment states that agents found an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle and a large capacity 60-round magazine.
By the way, I want to send some love to Lisa Evers. Lisa Evers, you have been so amazing in covering and being an advocate for hip-hop, you know, obviously while doing your job as a reporter. Just want to send you a lot of love. You've covered so many of these cases where, you know, you've humanized, and not saying this is one of these cases, but especially the RICO cases, you've humanized a lot of these rappers who maybe sometimes their lyrics make them look like savages or monsters. You've always done a good job of being fair, but understanding the culture as well. I only say that because if you don't know Lisa Evers, she's been at this for a really long time. And she hosts, I think on Hot 97, she hosts a show called Street Soldiers. Salute to her.
In his Los Angeles home, along with 1,000 bottles of baby oil and personal lubricant. In the Miami home, the indictment says they found 2 AR-15s. Diddy's lawyer, Mark Anifilo, says they will fight all the charges. Here's what he had to say just a short time ago outside of this federal courthouse.
We made the points that we've been wanting to make. I think he came out. Mr. Combs is a fighter. He's going to fight this to the end. He's innocent. He came to New York to establish his innocence. He's not afraid. He's not afraid of the charges. There's nothing that the government said in their presentation today that changes anyone's mind about anything. He's been looking forward to this day. He's been looking forward to clearing his name.
Now, at the bail hearing, which happened just a short time ago, the prosecutor said that Diddy being free meant a threat to women and that he was a danger, especially to witnesses, and that there had been evidence in the past of him intimidating witnesses. The judge, that apparently weighed with the judge. But the attorney for Diddy, Mark Anifilo, says that a lot of these charges are based on one victim who sounded very much like his ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, and that these were the result of a 10-year toxic.
I agree. I do believe everything we're hearing so far sounds like one victim. It doesn't sound like 20. Sounds like one. Yes. Are there other victims? Like, for example, Kid Cudi technically is a victim, right? His car got torched. Also, someone else got held at gunpoint. Those are victims. But it seems the main situation is Diddy was in this toxic relationship with Cassie, did a bunch of crimes, and that's coming back to haunt him.
Toxic relationship and somebody out there with a certain agenda. So we'll see what happens. But the judge ordered Diddy held back to jail, held without bail, and his attorney says that he will be back here at this federal courthouse at 3:30 tomorrow afternoon to fight that bail and present new evidence and a new case for releasing Diddy on that $50 million bail. We're live at the federal courthouse. I'm Lisa Evers, Fox 5 News. Back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks, Lisa.
Shout out to Lisa Evers. She's really done a good job of covering hip hop. All right, wow. Let me see what else. I think we played that already. Yeah, we you guys are up to speed with everything that we all know. No bail for Diddy. He's gonna stay with no bail. Wait, hold on. We have another.
Yeah, we're joined right now by Lisa Bonner, who's a former litigator and now an entertainment lawyer from New York. She joins us now to explain exactly what's next in this case. Lisa, great to see you. So Combs has been in front of the judge, as you heard right there from Nicole, for more than an hour as lawyers kind of argue over setting bail or not for the singer. Prosecutors seem to be fighting very hard to keep him in custody. What does that tell you about where this case is and what they're building?
This tells me that the case is very serious. The allegations in the indictment are very serious. Apparently, his lawyers had proffered a $50 million bail, and the prosecutors turned that down. So they are still in a bail hearing, which has been going on for at least the past hour. And that means they are vehemently fighting against letting him out and remanding him back to jail for the duration and holding him there until trial.
Lisa, let's talk a little bit more about the indictment. You've read plenty of indictments over the years, including from other stars throughout their careers. Talk a little bit about this one. How damaging is this for Diddy?
Well, this is very damaging because they have charged Diddy with a RICO charge, which is very serious because RICO is basically where you have two or more persons conspiring to commit a criminal activity. And the crimes that they are alleging are sex trafficking, forced labor, drugging, bribery, kidnapping, distribution of narcotics, obstruction of justice. So there are so many charges here that are so serious, and that they are alleging that this has been going on for over a decade and a half. And so,
I ain't gonna lie, somebody just sent me some proof. They said, Ak, why the hell you so surprised about the 3-day freak off? They said Diddy didn't said it. They said, let me see if I can find it. They said
the people don't.
You know them.
I know, but the people don't.
Okay, so
I'm asking for the people.
What's the answer? What's the answer?
Baby, let me tell y'all something. On which yacht? This nigga don't go to sleep. I be like, God damn. I'm gonna tell y'all something. For real. I already thought that I was gonna like make him tap out. Like I already thought he was gonna be being out no chest. This nigga don't go to sleep. Like I be like, nigga, go to sleep. You gotta be energized, you gotta be charged up like a Tesla.
When you going off the grid with me, you gotta go to sleep for a week.
Yeah, because it's definitely giving no sleep.
So the fact that it has taken so much time to come to light, and this has been going on for so long, mandates that there are a lot of people who have been involved in this cover-up. And so this is a very serious allegation and an extremely damaging indictment that they have levied against Mr. Combs.
Now, as soon as I learned about the indictment, I spoke with you last night, and we didn't know exactly what was in the indictment, but you immediately knew that it was a racketeering case. Why is that?
Well, because when you are alleging sex trafficking and you are it's Cassie's suit. Let's start with that, which is something that really lit this firestorm into action. And so you have so many people that are engaged in helping to facilitate these crimes, to cover up these crimes. So no man acts alone. And so when you have, all it takes for a conspiracy and a RICO charge is 2 or more to engage in a criminal activity. And from when reading Cassie's indictment, which I want to be clear was a civil suit, but like I said, really indicted this firestorm. When I read that, I immediately knew that there was going to be a RICO charge levied against Mr. Combs, and I was right.
So federal prosecutors say there's more to this investigation. From what you've been able to gather, could there be more charges in play or coming to surface and other people kind of named and facing charges?
Absolutely. In the indictment, it clearly states that Mr. Combs and others were involved in these criminal activities. So the fact that they have brought this indictment against Mr. Combs alone at this time does not mean that they are going to keep it only in the realm of Mr. Combs, but that means that they are really looking to bring this indictment because it has taken, like, say, 6 months since they raided his 2 homes. And so they really wanted to get this on the record, right, and get the ball rolling with this case. But that does not mean that others had not been charged or had not been threatened to be charged in this case. So I do believe that that charges will be forthcoming with others, and I absolutely do believe that people had pled out and really cooperated with the prosecutors.
Yeah, the prosecutors saying the investigation does keep going. They're asking.
That's very important. By the way, shout out to this lawyer who came on to try to explain. I think, I seen someone else say that, Bradford Cohen said it on Long Crimes. It's a possibility that maybe Diddy's co-conspirators are now unindicted co-conspirators, where they have flipped on Diddy and they have taken some deal, maybe some immunity, maybe some, they have some type of protection where they won't be pursued, but, they have to cooperate. That could explain why we're only seeing Diddy charged right now. Obviously, the possibility of a superseded indictment is still on the table, and that's just one of the things that we're going to have to see what happened. Really quickly.
Joining me now is former prosecutor and MSNBC legal analyst Kristen Gibbons-Fedden. She famously helped prosecute the case against Bill Cosby. MSNBC legal analyst and former prosecutor Christy Greenberg prosecuted sex crimes as an assistant U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York. And NBC legal correspondent Lisa Rubin is with me here on set. Let's talk about the charges, and I think related to the depth of them is that we just learned the defense is proposing a $50 million bond in an attempt to get their client released.
Well, I think the fact that they're proposing a $50 million bond speaks to how serious the charges against Sean Combs are. So let's go through them from top to bottom. The first is a racketeering conspiracy charge. And I'm sure when some of our viewers hear that, their eyes glaze over. But essentially what that means is that
By the way, it appears that we might have our own guest. Okay. Okay, Bradford Cohen is going to be on shortly. We'll probably get Myron on as well. I would love to get them both on at the same time. I just got to tell, Myron's a little bit fucking slow when it comes to like technology, but because Bradford Cohen does Zoom. If I could get both of them on Zoom, it'll be perfect. We get an agent, a top defense attorney. At this point, who else would we need? You have we would just probably need like a former prosecutor. No, actually, we don't even need that because the fucking lawyer is going to do all that. What else will we need? I want to get like the super panel of like experts that I could just chill and just ask questions. I like doing that.
Sean Combs built an enterprise consisting of his businesses, but also of personal employees and people loyal to him to help him basically accomplish these sex crimes with which he has been charged. And not only did they help him accomplish these sex crimes, they did a bunch of other criming with him, according to prosecutors, in order to cover it up or to keep his victims silent. He's also been charged, Chris, with sex trafficking under force or coercion or transportation with the intent to engage in prostitution. And critical to the allegations are the severity of the violence alleged, use of guns, forced drugging,
arson, and kidnapping, all alleged and suffused throughout not only this indictment, but the detention letter that prosecutors sent to the judge today, where they outline in 16 pages why Sean Combs should not be released from federal custody prior to his trial. That's why you see Sean Combs and his lawyers saying, hey, we'll put up a $50 million bond package consisting of a $48 million home that I own outright and other things.
So, Kristen, I want to play some of what we heard earlier from prosecutors.
This office is determined to investigate and prosecute anyone who engages in sex trafficking, no matter how powerful or wealthy or famous you may be. No one should doubt our commitment on that. A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City. Today, he's been indicted and will face justice in the Southern District of New York.
So to me, honestly, Kristen, that sounds pretty straightforward. But then I read the indictment. And the level of depravity that's just alleged there, that's described there, it's certainly nothing I've ever seen, but you have the experience. Put it into context for us.
Yeah, so what happens is, and I think one of the things that's interesting, Chris, and he was actually asked this at the press conference about, okay, if you have this indictment that outlines this depravity, how is it that just a year prior you give him the key? How is it that we didn't know that any of this was going on? And one of the things that I think is really important is that throughout the pre-detention letter that Lisa was alluding to, they talked to, I think they said they gave around 300 grand jury subpoenas, spoke to around 50 victims and witnesses who are able to really substantiate or corroborate one another with the allegations that are set forth in this indictment. So I think one of the things is, well, then how did this go on so long? But you have to remember that sexual assault, particularly when it's against someone as powerful as Puff Daddy, particularly when you have the facilitation of some type of intoxicants, you're talking about ketamine and all of those drug-fueled parties, and then you go up against someone whose reputation is such that he was awarded the key to the city, you have a very large power imbalance, which further levels onto that coercion and further forces victims to be silenced. So that level of depravity, even though it's so horrific, can really cause it to be silenced when you have someone as powerful as Puff Daddy.
Yeah, Christy, to be honest with you, again, when I read through it, it was like, how did this go on for so long? Again, allegedly. And no one spoke up, or, I mean, there have been other cases in the past related to him, but let me ask you what you, as someone who has prosecuted sex crimes at the SDNY, what stands out to you in the indictment?
So one thing I would say in prosecuting sex trafficking cases, oftentimes they are undetected for decades, like this one. I unfortunately have prosecuted sex trafficking cases that have gone on for decades. And a lot of the reasons why the victims don't say anything earlier are, even when the facts are different across cases, the ultimate reasons tend to be the same, because these traffickers know that they can instill a culture of fear. And that culture of fear really prevents them from speaking up. Here you had force, you had violence, you had U.S. Attorney Damian Williams saying that these victims felt they could not leave because their own security was at risk if they did. And there is actual video evidence of that when one of the victims was trying to leave a hotel room, trying to leave one of those freak-offs. And what happened? Sean Combs violently beat her. That is on tape. So to the extent any juror, any member of the public questions, well, why didn't she leave? You can see the evidence of why she didn't leave sooner. It's right there on tape. I will say that in terms of looking at this indictment and looking at the detention letter that was submitted by the prosecutors here, this is among the strongest sex trafficking cases I have seen, because you have the conduct on tape. These freak-offs are on tape, found in videos, in Sean Combs' own personal devices. You have recorded calls where he is then trying to have them and engage in a false narrative to conceal his the evidence of the crime. Once it was determined that the law enforcement officials were looking into this. That evidence is damning. In addition to having the victims coming forward and corroborating one another's accounts, the fact that you have video.
Did they say the strongest? Shorty's going in.
Or any member of the public questions, well, why didn't she leave? You can see the evidence of why she didn't leave sooner. It's right there on tape. I will say that in terms of looking at this indictment and looking at the detention letter that was submitted by the prosecutors here, this is among the strongest sex trafficking cases I have seen, because you have the conduct on tape. These freak-offs are on tape, found in videos, in Sean Combs' own personal devices. You have recorded calls where he is then trying to have them and engage in a false narrative to conceal his the evidence of the crime. Once it was determined that the law enforcement officials were looking into this. That evidence is damning. In addition to having the victims coming forward and corroborating one another's accounts, the fact that you have video evidence they can see and hear Mr. Combs threatening and hurting victims, I mean, this case really seems incredibly strong.
So given that, given the details, given the strength of the case that the prosecutors say they have, Lisa, what will the judge consider if they offer this $50 million so he can be free while this case is going to trial?
Well, you know, as Christy and Kristen know well, the dangerousness of the individual to the community, as well as the likelihood that they will and have the capacity to flee, are two factors that a judge considers. One of the things that Sean Combs' lawyers have told the judge is acknowledging that he owns a plane. They say that there's a letter of intent to sell that plane, and as part of that, he won't take the plane right now. But where you have a defendant who owns private aviation, the capacity to flee is there. The other thing is that the dangerousness of Sean Combs should not be underscored. In addition to the allegations of literally hitting, dragging, kicking his victims, I'm reading from the detention letter now, there's an incident where he and a co-conspirator kidnapped an individual at gunpoint to facilitate breaking and entering into the residence of another. Approximately 2 weeks later, according to prosecutors, co-conspirators then set fire to that individual's vehicle, and that multiple witnesses would testify to the defendant, meaning Sean Combs, bragging about his role in destroying individual one's car. This is not a white-collar defendant who has committed alleged securities fraud. This is a person who is a danger to the community and a danger to women, according to the Southern District of New York, Chris.
So we have less than a minute, but let me ask you, Kristen, what happens today? What happens next?
So today the judge will most likely determine whether or not he will detain Puff Daddy.
All right, we get to understand what that is. Wow. God damn. We're clearly still in a state of shock. Harvey Levin.
Thank you very much. Now to some breaking news.
We are expecting some sort of news conference, I believe, in less than an hour from New York. But what are you?
Narcotics offenses, arson, bribery, drug charges, including during the raids, they found oxy, GHB, ketamine, cocaine, MDMA. They found AR-15s. There is clear reference in this indictment to that Cassie video where she was brutally beaten at the Century City Hotel by Diddy in March of 2016. They mentioned that prominently in this indictment. Also, they mentioned these freak-off parties, these sex parties that Diddy had, and they say that he had pressured women into having sex with male commercial sex workers, freak-off parties, which they say he often recorded. So there are just a variety of charges here. His lawyer says not only is Diddy not guilty, his lawyer says he's innocent when he walked into the courtroom. And like you said, the U.S. attorney is going to be laying this out at 8:30 our time in a news conference.
Harvey, the arson charge that you mentioned, is that in any way connected to the when he allegedly blew up someone's car in a driveway?
It could be. The only thing they reference with respect to arson is that it occurred in California. So we don't know, but it well could be.
TMZ also reporting on a cryptic post from Aubrey O'Day, who was a member of Danity Kane, which is one of the pop groups that Diddy put together.
Yeah, I don't know, Melvin, that it's cryptic. I mean, we interviewed her for our documentary, and she is thrilled that this indictment came down and said more to come, and there would be women coming forward. She has spoken with some of them, and this is a day she has been waiting for many years.
I know it's so early in this, but given the heaviness of the charges and how many charges, federal charges he's facing, what does this mean for possible jail time? Decades and decades in prison.
Right now, the big issue is, will he get bail? We're told he has surrendered his passport, and I think they're doing that to show he's not a flight risk because they're trying to get him bail. We will see.
And even his attorney, I believe, said that Diddy had gone to New York knowing that this was coming.
Yeah, I mean, it was really clear this was coming. Now, we were told that this was supposed to happen today. And for some reason, the feds accelerated it and did it last night in Midtown Manhattan. I don't know whether they found out he was going to leave or what, but we're told it was supposed to happen today.
And what about the implications for what's at stake here in the state of California?
Well, it's a good question whether California would file charges. I don't have the answer to that. I have no idea whether the DA is looking at that. But I will tell you, when you read this indictment, they threw in everything, including the kitchen sink.
Mm-hmm. In this indictment, these charges and the allegations go back decades, even back to the 90s, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're saying that he was in a conspiracy with his group to do all sorts of things. And again, they lay out, bribery and all sorts of allegations, some of which involve violence toward women, but also involve money. They say that this has been a decades-long criminal enterprise. That's essentially what they're alleging.
Which brings to mind the issue of perhaps statute of limitations, especially when you consider...
Chat. So while you've been watching that, I'm trying to see what's going on. I'm looking at all the chicks Diddy used to fuck. Anybody saying anything? Any baby mamas? Any kids? Nobody saying shit? You know who just deleted their Instagram? I don't know if, somebody can fact check me on this. I don't know if it was deleted before. But you know whose Instagram is deleted? Shorty here, bruh. So she's out of here, okay? Gina Hill. Her Instagram, remember I played her like not too long ago, like a week ago. I said, yo, she's starting to, I see why. Remember I was like, yo, her twerking ain't good. Remember she was twerking on the gram, right? She's socials off. I don't know what that means. I don't know what it means. By the way, this is her page. Currently, if you look it up, unless she blocked me, I'll look it up on my other account. Maybe she blocked me. I did clown her. Yeah, maybe she blocked me. Let me look up on a burner. Yo, I be roasting these chicks, and they'll hit me with some like shit. They be tight. Now, maybe she just blocked my account. But this is not even my real account that I use on stream. Gina Hill. Nah, she's out of here. She's out of here, people. She's out of here. The house of freak off cards is crumbling. She's out of here. I don't know what this means. This could mean she's a potential witness, a victim, or she could mean, nah, that's my sugar daddy. Fuck y'all niggas. I'm blocked? Some people said I'm blocked. Nah, I think she out of here. Chad. I'm going to read donations in a second. Everybody who donated, I'm going to read that in a second. By the way, hey, sorry for the shameless plug. I don't ask y'all for much, but I do want y'all to, if you're following, if you're watching on YouTube, please hit the subscribe button to the page. We're trying to get to 1 million followers on the King Academics, trying to get to 500,000 on the Academy. If you're following on Twitch, please subscribe. If you're following on Rumble, please become a member, okay? The last thing I will say, shameless plug, I'm sorry. I don't like to do ads, but we just dropped our new line, okay? If you don't got to donate to me, you don't got to do anything, but if you could cop something from the merch store, really appreciate it. TheAcademy.shop. That is the only thing I have to offer to y'all. Other than that, I'm very happy with just your time. But we got some new shit on we just released. I love this shirt right here. I'm about to wear it next week. Still got a Compromise shirt out here. You know, shout out to my boy Kenny. We got an air freshener for your whip. Got a mystery box. Got a keychain. You need that Scorpion keychain right there. Got the shirt popping. You know, we got some shorts, varsity jacket, little trucker hat. We got y'all, man. Okay. This is our new drop. Please go support if you can. Okay. And also I think we still got a Chat Nigga hoodie on. So go ahead if you could support. All right. Otherwise, it's okay. I value your time and I really respect that. So yeah, Gina V. Hill. Am I saying her name wrong? Gina V. Hill. Am I saying her name right, Chat? Hill. Yeah, she's out of here, people. Now, what we do know her for, and this is the thing, they're saying Cassie's victim number one. We get that, but let's go to Gina Hill. She did an interview back in the day where she was exposing the shit out of Diddy, right? Listen to this. I'm wondering why this is not included. She did an interview with Tasha K saying that, yo, Diddy forced me to terminate 2 pregnancies. He was putting the beats on me. Like, again, the feds need victims. They need witnesses. How is she not a part of it? But maybe she is. She just hasn't been named yet. Regardless, she disappeared from social media.
As to why she's, telling her story, because when we spoke the other night after the video went up and it went viral, everyone was shocked, like, whoa, Diddy has a new girlfriend, has a new boo. You guys were like tongue kissed.
Wait, I'm blocked? Why y'all keep saying she's still on IG? You capping. Check Janelle Monáe. Somebody said, actually, I'm blocked. Oh, my God. I clouded twerking. I'm black. Am I blocked? Real talk? No way I'm not blocked, bro. She on Instagram? No. All right, hold on. I got to go on an extra burner. Nigga, I just open a tab on incognito mode. Nah. Is he going to load? I think I'm blocked, y'all. I think Shorty hit me with a wild block button. Y'all hear Pluto upstairs crying like a bitch? By the way, Pluto about to get this. He got implants into his foot. He about to get him taken out. Am I blocked? Oh, I'm blocked. Oh, she did me dirty, huh? It's all good. Thank you for blocking me. We're still gonna play this video. Somebody says check Janelle Monáe first. Let me look on her Instagram. What's going on there? Why Shorty block me for? I'm not the one that got your sugar daddy caught up. That's what she said. Spotter, what the fuck is this? That's not anything. Why y'all tell me to go look at Janelle Monáe? What's up? No, he had implants to stabilize his leg, but like, they're not permanent. Like, he's walking on it good, but we got to get them out because there's also lack of bone growth, and I think the implants are fucking it up, so they're gonna have it. Now he walks without a. Come on, this ain't time for Pluto update. Come on. Nah, Shorty blocked me. Why she block me for? I'll be able to tell if she blocked me. I'll go on incognito mode on her ass. Gina. Huh. Wait, why incognito mode don't load the pages no more? Nigga, I will go on Safari. Yeah, let me go on Safari. Yeah, I'm not logged in on Safari. You know Instagram got that block now where they block one of your accounts, all of your accounts is blocked. Like, they got the ill block. I ain't gonna hold you. All right, I just opened up a Safari tab. Gina V. Hyun. Am I saying her name right? Yeah, nah, the new Instagram block is diabolical, nigga. Like, Gina V. Hyun. Am I spelling it wrong? Huynh. Bro, it won't even load her page. Nigga, I'm on Microsoft Edge. Pause. No edging. No Diddy. It might be up, nigga. I can't see that page. Fuck that, nigga. I don't know what's going on with her page, bro. Maybe something's going on with her page. I don't think it's me. I think the Mark Zuckerberg fucking with her shit. Anyway, why'd y'all tell me to go to Janelle Monáe page? What? She don't fuck with Diddy? So I'm blocked. I'm not fiending, nigga. Who sent in $100? Yo, Lord Hybrid. My boy got them bands, bro. Appreciate you, Lord Hybrid. Everybody spam up big W's to Lord Hybrid in the YouTube chat. He sent in $100. He said, bro, maybe Diddy was coming out with his own brand of booty lube. That ain't no fucking federal crime. All they got on Diddy is an AR-15 with a serial number scratched off and arson for burning up Kid Cudi's car. The rest is bullshit. Diddy gonna take it to trial. Well, if they so vehemently are going against what they believe Cassie is saying, it look like they would take it to trial. So we'll see. Okay. All right. Shout out to Lord Hybrid though. Okay. All right. Since I can't pull it up, here we go.
And there was some photos, and I know you got hella followers from that because when Shade Room got it, it was over. Mm-hmm. Once they get it, it's over.
Yeah.
So, all right. So I want to start from the beginning, okay? Because we discussed a lot over the phone. Mm-hmm. Some very, very intimate details.
Chat, no disrespect to her. I seen why Diddy dropped her from the roster. Yeah, I seen the twerk video. We all seen it. Once I seen the twerk video, I said,
like that. Hey! I'm a real ass, rich ass from the go.
Nah. Yeah, you could be like a fourth stringer with that ass. You know what I mean? Fourth string, no disrespect. But anyway, fuck all that. I'm joking around. Is she cooperating against Diddy or not? We got to get to the fucking real info about it. She cooperating against Diddy or not? Anyway, back to this.
Details and things that just kind of made me go, wow. Okay. About the specifics of you and Diddy's relationship. So I want to start from the beginning, okay?
Okay.
How long have you known Diddy?
I've known him for 5 years.
5 years.
Yes.
Do you mind telling me what year did you meet him?
I met him February 2014. Well,
again, she would be a subject of who the feds will want to talk to. I'm wondering what happened.
Technically, the very first time I met him was September 2013 because I was at a fight in Vegas and I went to the Palms and he was hosting there. So I kind of met him there, but he says he remembered it vaguely. And then 5 months later, I ran into him again in Miami, February 14, 2014. So that's when we officially met, I guess.
And what was that encounter like? When you met him and like you remember him, but he didn't remember you. Of course, everybody remembers Diddy. It's like,
Yeah.
Diddy.
Well, I think he saw me and then he was like, this was at the Palms. He saw me and he asked who was I with, and I pointed to the guy I was with, and he kind of left me alone after that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. So nothing really.
She skated on her old guy for Diddy. Diddy, you slime ball, man.
Transpired
no.
during that meeting in Miami.
No.
Okay.
Nothing.
So-
No. In Vegas.
In Vegas.
Yeah.
Okay. So he was trying to holler in Vegas.
Yes.
Okay.
But
And
then I told him I was with another man, so he kind of left me alone. But then I ran into him again.
By the way, real quick, and again, I'm sorry for shameless plugs, but I got to do it. Got to shout out my people. Hey, big shout out to Michael. Damn, my niggas just dropped like $200 on like mad items. Shout out to my boy Michael Vanham. Oh, damn, I'm saying government, my bad. He just copped a whole bunch of stuff. Like, if y'all buy things, I'll give y'all a shout out or whatever. But I'll say your first name, Mike. Appreciate you. Thank you for the support, all right?
February 2014.
Okay. And this was in Miami.
In Miami.
All right. And so what was that conversation like in Miami when you guys met up again for the second time and you weren't with a man?
I don't think when we met in Miami, I don't think he remember me from Vegas.
Okay.
He doesn't remember that.
Okay.
Until I told him.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. So what did he say? It was like serendipity or something?
He said he remembers it vaguely, but not really. So, but I don't know. I was with a friend. I was visiting a friend in Miami. She had moved to Miami from Nebraska, and I was visiting her. And we went out the night before I met him, so we were out all night. And me and her.
Yo, chat, completely unrelated. Who cares about this? But I'm asking anyway because I'm just petty. Y'all think Diddy got riz? Or like, y'all think Diddy's rizzing these girls up? Or he's showing out with cash, lifestyle, money, and using his name like I'm Diddy, right? Or you think he's saucing them up like, what's up, girl? You know what I mean? Damn. Like, you think he's kicking game or you think he's just like, I'm Diddy, fuck out of here?
We were with a couple of guys and they were like, let's go to Puffy's house. So we were just like, okay, whatever. It was like 9 a.m.
Wow.
We were
Puffy's house at 9
By the way, shout out to Ayeli. Thank you for the shirt purchase, by the way.
Morning.
I mean, no one was there, but he was up too, though.
Okay.
And so we went to his house at like 9 a.m. And when I first walked in, I'm very like a chill person.
I can tell.
And so like I could walk into a White House and still be chill, but like inside I'm like screaming, oh my God. But when I came to his house, obviously I was kind of like, you know, I don't know, guess like starstruck in a way, because I'm from Nebraska, so I'm not around none of this. So but I'm chill though. And he came. So when I came, he was like, "You not happy to see me?
Oh,
you at Diddy's house. That mean you made it."
The cockiness.
Yeah.
Shit.
Okay, Diddy.
I was like, but yeah, that's.
And how old were you at the time?
I was 21.
21
or 22.
Okay, and you're how old now?
I'm 27.
Okay.
Maybe 22.
So a long time.
Yeah.
These dates are crossing over. We'll get into that in a second. Okay. We're going to get messy in a second. All right. So you're at the house, you meet Diddy. So obviously he made you feel comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, we've seen it. Diddy seems to be this like very just kind of inspirational, always just kind of over the top, DJ Khaled kind of personality.
Mm-hmm.
And so I take it did you guys like hit it off during that initial encounter at his house, or did it take some time?
No, not really. We were there probably for like an hour, I say. And he was talking to the guys that we were with.
Okay.
They were artists, so like they knew each other.
Okay.
So he was like talking to them most of the time, and then by the time we left, I had already gotten the car, and then he like walked over to the car and asked for my number.
Oh.
And so I gave it to him.
How'd that make you feel? Diddy asking for your number?
It made me feel, I don't know, it made me feel good, kind of, I guess.
Really? You didn't see him as like this old pervert asking for
No, not at all.
I know, because I see a 50-year-old dude, I'm like, at your age?
I mean, I knew
shingles?
he was older than me, but I've always hung out with older people in general, so it didn't.
See, this is the problem with Tasha K. Tasha K is not a genuinely beautiful woman. So she don't understand how beautiful women look at rich men. You know what I mean? Like, look at Tasha K. You know what I'm saying? This chick don't give a fuck how old Diddy is, nigga. Diddy got them billions. Fuck that. She with it.
It make me, it didn't bother me.
Okay. Now, from that time of you meeting him and you give him your number, how long did it take before you guys actually made it official? Well, you made it
Chat,
official.
what you mean knock it off? Listen. I'm sorry to tell y'all the truth. Niggas, you could be as ugly as sin. If you got the bread, you're basically a bad bitch. If you got the bread and the fame and the status, you're a bad bitch. As a woman, you could have $1 billion. If your face still look like that, yeah. I mean, there's a couple of niggas who still fuck you, but like, come on. Like, you're not gonna get nobody else who's successful that won't fuck with you, period. Like, men and women are a little bit different. Like, come on, we all know this, right? Like, you know what I mean? Women don't care that much about men looks as much as they care about men pockets. When it comes to men, we give a lot of fucks about how women look. Like, that's the number one thing. We rather a 10 working at McDonald's than a 4 that has a salary job paying $60,000 a year. Let's be honest, right? 10 working at McDonald's making $20,000 a year, or a 6 making $60,000 per year. Like, bro, come on. Like, you know, like, men and women, we're just different. Men, we love looks, we love beauty. Women, for the most part, they love status, money, all that shit. Come on, I don't gotta hit you with a red pill shit. Come on, stop playing.
Official, but he was off, of course, doing other things. The way these dates are kind of
we never like, okay, let's be official. We never ever had that conversation. We just kind of knew, like, we just felt like we were together.
Okay. So you spent a lot of time together.
We did.
Okay, so you were at the house.
Yo, y'all think did he fuck on the first night? Like, real talk.
Did you meet his kids? Wow. Okay. Now, when we spoke the other night, you said that things had gotten so serious that you became pregnant. Not once, but twice, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When was the first time you became pregnant with Diddy's child?
The first time was October 2014.
Okay. So this was like, what, a year after?
No, not a year, but because I met him in February and then I got pregnant in October.
Oh, so the same year.
The same year.
Also, I hate when y'all start getting on this righteous shit. Yo. I you know, this is I gotta pull up niggas y'all look up to. Jay-Z. Listen, there was a time Jay-Z was late 30s, Beyonce in early 30s. You know, late 30s, Beyonce in her mid 20s, right? You know what I mean? Bruh, stop with this. Oh, okay. Diddy, like, granted, if I don't know what age, actually, she probably just said, I probably missed it. Now, if Diddy's 50 and meets her at like 21, it's like, damn, Diddy, like, goddamn, bro. But she a grown ass woman, bro.
Okay.
By the way, also, here's a funny thing too. All of us, y'all talking about age and shit. Bro, I keep telling you, Shaq is hitting every 21-year-old alive. By the way, Shaq, you know you next, right? Shaq been fucking 20. Yo, y'all seen this picture? I didn't even mean to snitch on. I didn't even snitch on Shaq. This is just reality. Y'all seen this picture with Shaq, bro? Yo, Shaq is diabolic, bro. Shaq is like diabolic, bro. I gotta show you this. Like, there's this one joint. This girl, let me see. Hold on, I gotta show you this. Shaq, listen. Shaq make niggas like Diddy look like they ain't even trying, bro. The thing is, a nigga like Shaq, he a billionaire, so like whatever the fuck you talking about, it don't matter. He a billionaire for real. Like, Diddy ain't no more billionaire. Look, Look at this right here. Look at this. Bruh. Yo, hold on. Like, look. How old is Shaq? But I'm going to be honest with you. If you win 5 rings or 4 rings and you're the greatest basketball player, like you're the most dominant, like you could still fuck 20-year-olds. It's like, unfortunately. That's just kind of how the culture looks at it, right? Like, again, I'm just telling you how culture looks at it, right? Yo, Shaq took a picture with this chick. Like, bro, come on, dog. This looks crazy. Nigga, like, bro, you're so taller than her. You're so old. Like, bruv. Like, this shit look crazy. Bruv. Like, this is diabolical, bro. You feel me? You feel what I'm saying? But niggas like, he gonna get a statue outside the Staples Center. Fuck it. You feel what I'm saying? That's just reality. You know what I'm saying? It's reality. It matters. So when y'all be mentioning, yo, this chick look like she might be 19, bro. Like, come on, bro. Anyway.
And you mind telling me what happened with that pregnancy?
I told him, and he was like, you're gonna get an abortion, right? And then I was like, I don't know. I don't know yet. And then he offered me $50,000 to get rid of it, but I turned it down because I just loved him, and I was like trying to prove that I wasn't the girl that wanted him for money. Okay. I just care about him, and I just wanted him to be nice to me. That's it. I was like, I don't want your money. I just want you to be nice to me.
Whether you decide to keep the baby or not.
Mm-hmm.
So would it be fair to say that he was an asshole about it? I mean, offering somebody $50,000 to abort a baby, whew, he must really want it gone bad.
I mean, in the beginning, like the first 3.5 years, the first 3-4 months, he was really nice. But then after that, he started being an asshole. So like I say, like the first 3.5 years, he was like mean to me.
So when you say mean, describe it.
He was abusive. He was like always belittling me, and always like he was like mentally, emotionally, and physically abusing me.
Keywords, y'all.
Diddy.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the first time we've heard that.
Mm-hmm.
There was an incident, of course, with Cassie, where reporters are saying that the police were called because they got into an altercation. I think it was like 2 or 3 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. Tell me some of the things.
This is funny as fuck. My bad. Y'all see the shit we just posted? Yo, tell me why Shaq is online. Shaq said, "Nope, it's not the kid." Wait, hold on. Let me see if I can. Wait, where is it posted? Shade Room, 23 minutes ago. Shaq said, "Nope, not the kid." Cause somebody tell Shaq, "Yo, you 50-something, nigga. You can't call yourself a kid no more." Like, I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, I'm about to say the same thing with Drake. Yo, Drake, you finna hit 40. You're not the boy. You're the man. You're a grown ass man. Shaq, you 60, nigga. You're not the kid. Okay? You're the grandpa. Nope, not the granny. Not the grandpa. That's what we want to see. Also, I'm gonna be honest with you, I still think it's Shaq. He said it's not him. Nigga, I'm pretty sure somebody gonna zoom in, nigga. That's a Diesel Superman tattoo on a nigga arm, bro. Like, come on, man. The fuck you got? Yo, let me stop, man. Before Shaq DM me again. Did I ever tell you Shaq DM me? Talking crazy? The whole time I'm like, yo, Shaq, shut your stupid ass up. Yo, Gilly called me and was just like, yo, bro. Yo, Shaq got paid. Yeah, I be snitching. Yo, Shaq, you know I snitch on you, even though you're a cop. They said, it told me that Shaq got paid killers in LA on his payroll. I'm like, oh, okay, all right, I'm gonna apologize. Oh, man. Shaq, you ain't shit. You know you next, though. That's facts.
things that he would say to you?
He would always compare me to Cassie and tell me that I'm the bad one and she's the good one.
And he was with both of you guys at the same time.
Yeah. And at one point, like, I was breaking out really bad with acne, and he would be like, he said this a few times to me. He was like, baby, why don't you go see a doctor or something? I don't date women with bumps on their face.
Oh.
Wow. Damn.
Yeah, he would say that to me.
Take a drink. Relax.
I want to be honest with you. This is to show how much you was Diddy's puppet. You got bum-ass Tasha K saying, take a drink, and you just immediately take a drink. You could see, this is why Carisha said, if I wanted, Diddy could have you doing A, B, C, and D. Because the fucking interviewer is just telling you what to do, and you're just obeying.
And he would be like, he said this a few times to me. He was like, baby, why don't you go see a doctor or something? I don't date women with bumps on their face.
Oh.
Yeah, he would say that to me.
Take a drink.
Oh, shit, look. Immediately.
Relax. Okay? I can tell this is bringing up a lot. We have some tissues. Thank you, Jasmine. Okay. So, of course, that is very, humiliating, especially when you love someone and they tell you that you're not good enough for them.
Mm-hmm. He would like call me names like, he would call me a hoe every single day.
A hoe?
Yeah.
I hate when females say this because, like, that's like a different subject. Like, wait, were you a hoe? Like, was he lying? Like, I get it. That's not like a dope term, but it's just like, were you doing whole shit? Were you fucking other?
Why would he call you? Not that he had a reason, but like, in his mind, what do you think prompted him to call you a hoe?
Now that I think about it, I think.
Oh, okay. Hold on. We're getting to use some tissue. I don't want you messing up your makeup, okay? You look gorgeous, okay?
Thinking back now, I think he did it because he wanted me to feel low about myself, like, so that I stick around him because, like, no one would, I don't.
Oh, shit. By the way, shout out. Ooh, damn, y'all been going crazy. Travell, appreciate you for the merch purchase. Janaki. Oh, damn, homie dropped like $200. Appreciate you, my nigga. Like, real nigga bought 6 items. God damn. Everybody, big W to my man. I don't give up his full name, but Janaki, like, he went crazy with the merch. Nando, appreciate you. Isaiah, appreciate you. Lazarus, I think that's my boy who do all the edits. If you're wondering who do all the edits for my off the record and certain other things, my man Lazarus. Shout to my man Lazarus.
No, I just feel like he'd try to I was naive and young when I met him, so I feel like he tried to take advantage of that and manipulate me.
Mm-hmm.
It made me feel low about myself.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess that's where, obviously, at least with her, it doesn't look like Diddy wasn't dating her on their age or nothing like that. But do y'all think that's an actual thing where, like, okay, all right, Diddy's a mogul. He might have been 50 or whatever, close to 50 by the time he met her. Definitely within his own and, like, super successful. She's insecure a bit. She doesn't have anything. He's offering her a way of life. He's kind of telling her how other women are giving it up and, probably leveraging that against her. She's feeling insecure. She's feeling like she got to... Do you feel like that's, like, manipulation? What do y'all think? I think that's manipulation? Because her demeanor kind of gives off the, like, I'm trying to please, like... You guys let me know.
Now let's talk about the physical abuse. If you're okay, are you okay with that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So obviously you terminated baby one because you loved him. How long after you guys started dating is when did the physical abuse start?
The first time it ever happened, which was not even like that long into the relationship, because I met him in February, and then it was probably like the beginning of May, because we were at Meek Mill's birthday.
Okay.
He had like a mansion party, and we went, but while we were there, I was sitting here, and then Puff, and then Meek, but I was like covered with like a stand or something, like probably says like "Happy Birthday, Meek" or something like that, but it's like a little stand that like was covering me.
Yeah, Meek Mill is his bitch, not yours. The fuck? Yeah. Listen, I get it. Yo, you don't want two of your hoes in the same spot. You is hoe, Meek is hoe. Both y'all is hoe. Like, y'all can't be in the same spot. The fuck?
Because there was like a lot of cameras and stuff there. So it was like me, Puff, and Meek. Puff had like leaned forward to like...
Chat. No homo, but who y'all think Diddy probably fuck with more? Her or Meek? Who y'all think? I ain't never seen a video with Diddy saying to her, "You doing it, mommy. You deserve it. I like you when you be scrapping and scraping, mommy." I never heard that. I heard, "I like the way you do it, daddy. You deserve it." That's what I heard. You deserve this. That, like, shit. If she don't got a video like this, I don't want to hear it.
Hey, what's up, King Son? Man, you doing it, man. You deserve it, daddy. You putting in that work. Proud of you.
See? She ain't never put in that work. Meek was putting in that work. That's the difference. Shorty, you not putting in that work.
Son. Man, you doing it, man. You deserve it, daddy. You putting in that work. Proud of you. I love you.
Yeah. I see why she tight.
Talk to somebody, say hi or whatever. And so I turned over to Meek and I said, "Happy birthday." He put his hand out and then he was like, "Thank you." So I reached his hand and shook it. And as I shook Meek's hand, he turned around and saw it and he got so mad.
Wow.
And then we probably like stayed like 20 minutes after that happened. And then when we got in the car, he like grabbed my hair. We were in the one of those Escalade trucks.
Okay.
So I was sitting on this side, he was on the other side, and he like grabbed my hair and like cussed me out for doing that. He was like, "Why the fuck can I cuss?"
Yeah.
Oh, he was like, "Why the fuck you shaking his hand for?" Like just saying stuff like that.
It was
I
just
was
like
like
a jealous rage.
Yeah, I was like, I was just saying happy birthday, nothing else. I think he thought I was trying to be sneaky behind his back because I like reached over when he like leaned forward to talk to somebody else. So he thought I was trying to be sneaky.
And you were how old at this time?
I was 22 probably.
Whoa, okay.
Wow.
Young, but still.
Okay.
And then he did this. So
okay. By the way, also, who just donated? Story to tell. Thank you for 5 and say, "Yo, Shaq is not next because he changes those women's lives. Diddy ruined those women's lives. Shaq gives up. Damn, nigga, you sound like you got a personal story. Like Shaq fucked you." He said Shaq is not next. Shaq changes women's lives. Diddy ruined women's lives. Shaq gives out $250,000 care packages. Does he? Because Shaq hit up three of the girls I've dealt with before. I would have told him, go get that $250K. We need that. Need that. What? Shaq giving out $250K care packages? Okay. All right. Oh, wait. Oh, this is not the lead attorney. The lead attorney's paralegal says she didn't delete her IG act. She fucking blocked you. Justin Clark, thank you for the 10. He says, yo, act. The freak off must have smelled ungodly. Yo, everybody describe what you think the freak off room smelled like right after the freak off ended. The best one, I don't know, I'll give something to, or we'll give a free shirt or something to. What do you think the freak off room must have smelled like immediately after the freak off? Baby oil? Baby oil don't got no, does he have a scent? Somebody said butt, pussy, cocoa butter. Somebody said baduzzi, fish, hot dog water, garbage truck juice. Somebody's alright says puffy juice. Cabbage? No, definitely not no cabbage. Somebody says smell like Meek sweat. Yo, stop playing with Meek. Yo, real talk, y'all niggas stop playing with Meek. Y'all know how Meek get down. Stop playing. Somebody said Sodom and Gomorrah. Smell like tuna. The New York subway. Yo, stop playing with Flacco. Who said Flacco in my chat? Yo, that's Big Flacco, and that's my nigga. Stop playing with him. What? It smell like the chumba. All right, y'all. Yo, a story to tell. Thank you for the 5 again. You said Shaq took your girl. That you lying. You lying. It might have happened, though. I literally just talked to a rapper who told me he got into an argument with Shaq. And I'm like, bro, how is it 4 people out? 2C called me one day. He's like, yo, Ak, why this bitch ass nigga Shaq in my DMs? In my girl DMs? I'm like, don't worry, bro. He does it to everybody. You're not special. Is that word? So he did it to me mad times. Another nigga called me. Yo, why this nigga Shaq? Bro, Shaq's a whore, okay? And he only fucks, like, I think Shaq think him being almost 60, he gonna keep fucking 20-year-olds and become young. Fuck it. You know what I mean? I can't even be mad at him. Why become a billionaire, right? The Thunder Sound, thank you. He said, take a drink as therapy from Mr. Take That is crazy. Take a drink as therapy. Oh my God. Damn, we have like straight off the path of what Gina's saying. Shout out to Gina. Why she blocked me though?
King Los was sitting in the back.
Okay.
And then when we got to the hotel, it got even worse. And he took one of my heels and tried to throw it at me. And then he like mushed my face and like really hard and made my nose bleed.
Wow.
And the only person that every time we get into like fights like that, the only person that ever helped me was D-Rock. Everyone else just kind of just allowed it to happen and just like looked the other way.
So most of his entourage were, I guess, enablers.
Like his staff.
Yeah.
Or, yeah.
And they wouldn't say anything. They would just watch him.
No, not watch it, but kind of just walk away and just leave us alone.
That is sad. I will be honest. Like, no bullshit or joking aside, it's like a lot of these women, and we're hearing the stories even from Cassie and even this woman, like, yo, we're left to fend for ourselves. Security only cares about if Diddy is getting hurt. They're here to help and protect his image. Why? They're getting paid by him. We as women, we're just kind of getting abused, or people looking the other way, or people are saying, well, you must have did something, right? That is kind of fucked up. Again, we don't know what Gina currently feels. Is she cooperating with the state? Or not state, the feds? Is she a potential witness? I'm pretty sure, the grand jury said they issued 300 grand jury subpoenas. It took months to get through the nitty gritty. She might be a person who is into, that's a key witness that's going to be involved with the abuse or whatever the case is, even though clearly the main witness is Cassie. So we don't know if she's involved with the case, or we don't know if maybe she's trying to lay low to try to avoid it. Now, it's way easier to avoid a state case. Like we've seen people either try to plead the fifth or even down to be held in contempt. They're down to sit in jail. For state cases, Fed case, they're coming at you with a full court press. If they feel like you're either a co-conspirator or a victim, they're not gonna, especially if they want somebody as bad as they want Diddy, they're not gonna let you just play the game with them. This isn't Fulton County. This isn't a YSL case, right? So I'm wondering what's going on with her. I'm pretty sure more will be determined later, but she's given, and she did this voluntarily 5 years ago. 5 years ago from now is 2019, right? Remember, the feds need to prove ongoing behavior. She would be a very integral part of proving ongoing behavior. By the way, also, thank you guys. You guys are running up the bunch. Oh my God. Real quick, Tosin, thank you. Appreciate you for the merch purchase. Noel, Bertrand, really appreciate you. You bought 2 items. Brennan, thank you for the 3 items you bought. And Dave, thank you for the 2 items. All right. Appreciate you guys. Let me keep playing.
And not really step in to stop.
Wow. Now, what made you stay? Because obviously there's baby number 2.
Money. Now, Chad, I don't fuck with gold diggers either. But I don't know if we should call these women gold diggers. Bro, this girl, no disrespect to her, I don't know if she has a marketable skill. Also, these women have never worked a 9 to 5. They're used to have their bread buttered on both sides. When you ask them why they stay, it's they're like, well, I only know this lifestyle, and I guess I have to just keep going through it. I won't necessarily call her a gold digger. Maybe you will. I won't. This is all she knows. A lot of these women, all they know is that they're beautiful, they're attractive, and they've caught the eyes of these famous guys. They have no marketable skills. They've never had to use their brain. They've never had to problem solve. They've never had to get a job. When you say why do they stay, a lot of these women, they're staying because until they find another man to foot the bill or find another opportunity, it's imagine you being in a fucked up job and you're your boss talks to you crazy. They be doing you dirty at work, but it pays the bills. So, I know it's easy to just demonize these women y'all whores, this and third, but and no one's ever going to feel, well, actually people do feel bad for attractive women, but for some of these women, they have no skills at all. Their only skill is being a commodity of sexual objectivity that rich and successful men lust and yearn after, right? And their thing is, all right, once they realize that, let's find the guy of highest value or the guy with the most money. So when you're with Diddy, there's not another Diddy coming around. You know what I mean?
And then there's more beatings, according to you, that happened after that, because that was just the first time. What made you stay?
Because I just thought, that he was only being like that because he loved me.
Get you a tissue. I don't want you messing up your makeup, okay? I'm sure you've shed enough tears about this, so.
Because, I grew up watching my mom get beat by my dad, so that's all I knew. So I just thought it was normal, and I thought it just mean he loved me.
Do you know most domestic abuse victims don't talk about their abuse? They're ashamed of it. They feel as if they've done something to deserve it.
Yeah, I felt that.
Now, let me ask you a question. Again, I hope if you're watching this, we've been streaming for 7 hours straight. Again, we're getting to 10 hours today. We ain't getting off. We ain't finna get off. We finna do 10 hours. It's all good. But let me ask you a question genuinely, Chad. Do you believe that you know, in judging Diddy, some of these things are clear to me. Diddy believes in a harem. He doesn't want to be with one woman. He wants to have his different flavors. He wants to mix and match. He wants, sometimes to be able to just exercise power and control. To be like, hey, this is a woman that I could have sex with any time, but I want that guy to have sex with her. Obviously, which and all these freak offs, we've not heard? We've never heard that he wanted a rapper to fuck her. He's always gotten a sex worker who would never be seen again. So, like, maybe that's his homoerotic fetish of him wanting another man there. But he clearly was still competitive. Like, he didn't want Drake fucking his bitch. He didn't want Jay-Z fucking his bitch. He didn't want Fabulous fucking his bitch. He didn't want Jadakiss fucking his bitch. He rather some white guy or some other guy who's a sex worker fucking his girl. How much do you judge? Okay, I'm not here to judge kinks. Obviously, that's not my thing. To be honest, I don't think most black men are into that. And if you're white, I love all my Caucasian people and mixed race or other people who watch me. But us niggas, we not into people fucking our hoes. Or let me not say hoes. Now our girls or women or wife or girlfriend. Some of these white people might be with that shit. How much do you judge Diddy that he was on that extra freaky shit? Like, clearly regular sex, either got boring for him, wasn't enough. Shit, even a threesome, maybe that wasn't enough. Like, I've done that a million times. It was clear he was into really freaky shit. How much do you judge him for being into freaky shit as opposed to you just analyze whatever you've heard about him to be, hey, it's not about how big of a freak you were, it's about consent. Because I'm going to be honest with you, like, I think the reason why they mention 1,000 bottles of lubricant is for us to feel like, yo, Diddy isn't like us. Like, bro, there's nobody in here that has a fucking 1,000 bottles of lubricant on hand. We if you could cognitively remember going through 1,000 bottles of lubricant, like, you're a fucking freak too. What? So part of that is to kind of like shame Diddy on a kinky, freaky level. And that adds on to the real meat and potatoes, which is, did Diddy do things against these women's will? Number one is consent. Did he abuse them? Did he force them to do things by coercion, by, threat of financial incentive or whatever? That's what we should be caring about. If Diddy likes to lick toes, with all due respect, we shouldn't care. If he likes to lick asshole, we shouldn't care. If he likes to, whatever weird shit he likes to do, we shouldn't care, right? If he's a nigga that his kink is to suck a nigga's dick who just put his dick in some pussy, whatever, that's weird, obviously. But like, whatever his weird kink is, we shouldn't care. We only should care about, is everything consensual? Are you abusing these women? Is everything on the up and up? But these days we are judging him on the weird shit, right? Like, we're like, bro, like, what type of nigga goes sits in a corner on a desk and films another nigga fucking his bitch? That's kind of weird. That's some weird nigga shit. Like, we don't know. I don't know no nigga who do that. No black niggas. Let me just correct it. I don't know no African Americans or black people who just go sit in the corner and jerk off while your girl getting donkey fucked by another nigga. So, unfortunately, I guess for Diddy, we're not only judging him in the court of public opinion. Remember, again, the court of public opinion. We're not only judging him on consent, which that should be the thing. Consent. Are you abusing people? Are you, these things that are laws? We're judging this nigga because he got 1,000 bottles of lubricant. He's super freaky. He's letting other niggas fuck his girl. We are judging him because of that too. Let's be honest. We are, right? We are.
My dad, so that's all I knew. So I just thought it was normal, and I thought it just mean he loved me.
Do you know most domestic abuse victims don't talk about their abuse? They're ashamed of it. They feel like as if they've done something to deserve it.
Yeah, I felt that.
Let's talk about baby 2. When did baby 2 come?
Last year in August.
So
I've never heard anyone say they use a condom, or I've never heard anybody in these free. Diddy clearly doesn't like to be with one woman. That's no crime, by the way. You know, whatever. But we never heard condoms. Instead, we're hearing multiple pregnancies. You know, one thing I've been surprised that we haven't heard. Yeah, if you're fucking 6, 7 girls, right? And you're doing it all unprotected, bro. First of all 6, 7 girls, say you're a guy, all 6, 7 girls, most likely they're not only fucking you. They might be fucking 2 other guys, 1 other guy. By the time you extend that web of who's fucking who, there's dozens of people in the mix. So you know what happens? An STD gets introduced. One thing we haven't heard is anyone accuse Diddy of STDs or anyone admit to STDs, which obviously that's embarrassing for the person who would have to admit it. But that's one thing I'm kind of surprised. I'm like, so we ain't never hear about Diddy. Like, we're hearing about Diddy impregnate you multiple times, which clearly leads us to believe he was having sex with you unprotected all along. But he's never been monogamous to you. He got mad at other girls. No STDs? All right.
Talk about that conversation. You're pregnant. You tell him. And this is obviously after 6 years of you guys being together.
And mind you, it wasn't my fault that I got pregnant. I told him, because I have like this period app and it tells me when I'm ovulating and stuff. So I told him that I'm ovulating, so don't do it. But he just did it anyway. And then I got pregnant, and he like, okay, just get an abortion, like no hesitation. But this time was harder for me because I had been with him for so long, and I was like really in love with him, and part of me wanted to keep it, but he didn't want it. So we had agreed to get it, but I only agreed to it because he told me to. And then we went to Turks and Caicos like a couple days later. And during that time, he was like giving me drinks, like alcohol, like giving me drinks to drink. And I was just like,
I'm not laughing because of this, because it's not funny. I just seen another video and I'm like, no fucking way. Yo, look at this video right here, Chad.
We sit down with the man who famously represented Meek Mill and Bill Cosby on his thoughts regarding the newly unsealed federal indictment.
Meek Mill's lawyer is
indictment against Sean Diddy Combs, charging the music mogul with sex trafficking.
Yo, Meek, listen, we don't get along, but you got to fire this lawyer. You can't be with this lawyer. Right now, I don't need my lawyer commenting on nothing Diddy. What the fuck? I want to be acting like I don't know that nigga.
And racketeering. We bring on Brian J. McMonagle.
Look at the fucking headline. Meek Mill lawyer speaks on P. Diddy next move. Oh my God. Please say it ain't so.
Once again, welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. We're honestly still reeling from the news of the arrest and indictment of Sean Diddy Combs. You know, we knew this was going to happen.
By the way, salute to my man Freeway, man. I heard you got me on in the green room, my brother. Salute to you, brother. Yo, I gotta get an interview with you, Freeway. Appreciate you watching, supporting always. Obviously nothing about this type of stuff, but would love to sit down with you, just talk about your life, career, and everything else. But salute to my man Freeway. Apparently he's watching.
He knew it was going to happen. There was reporting for months that the 54-year-old may be the target of a criminal investigation. His homes in LA and Miami, they were raided by federal agents back in March. There was a grand jury in New York that was impaneled. He had been hit with numerous lawsuits alleging sexual assault, sex trafficking, illegal narcotics and gun possession. There were rumors that those alleged victims were cooperating with federal prosecutors. And then last night, it happened. Sean Combs, the music mogul, artist, producer, was arrested out in New York City. Reporting indicates he was taken into custody last night by federal authorities at the Park Hyatt Hotel. He'd actually come to New York in anticipation of the charges. And this comes after a grand jury has indicted him. And that grand jury indictment was unsealed today. A 14-page filing. Damian Williams, the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, charged Combs with 3 counts. Racketeering conspiracy, that's the first one. Essentially, that Combs operated a criminal enterprise that engaged in sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, obstruction of justice, that they used coercion, threats, physical, sexual violence, guns, drugs to intimidate people, to get them to do what he wanted. And there's a large discussion about freak-offs, when he would allegedly threaten and lure women to engage in sex acts.
Freak-offs is the craziest shit I've ever heard. Yo, chat, is there any video of Diddy saying freak off? Like you know what the word freak off kind of like almost suggests, right? Like you ever had it be like, yo, this is a joke off. This is a something off. It's like we're gonna find out who's the best, who's the ultimate, right? Like that's the image I get. A freak off sounds like, let's see who's the freakiest motherfucker of the freaks. That's crazy. That's why I'm like, yo, we keep seeing this in lawsuits, but is there any fucking proof of Diddy saying this shit? Like, I can't imagine him saying, yo, bruv, be like, yo, Diddy, what you want to do? What you want to do today, Playboy? What you want to do today? Go to the club? Nah. You want to go to the studio? You know, the Locks in there cooking up heat. Nah, fuck that. Fuck them niggas. Yo, you want to put on a shiny suit? Man, fuck that shit. We ain't got time for that. All about the Benjamin, baby. You know what I mean? Take that. What do you want to do today? Nigga, go grab Cassie. Go get some prostitutes. Men. Let's go do a freak off. Like, this shit don't even sound... It sounds so crazy. It sounds like a movie, my nigga. Like, who the fuck... Bro, you know what movie I just watched for the first time? I never watched it before. Anybody in here, one in the chat if you ever watched this. It's called... I was about to say Orange is the New Black. No. 50 Shades of Grey. First time I ever watched it. 50 Shades of Grey. Watching the shit. I'm like, this got to be what the freak off is. Except there wasn't multiple people. It was just 2 people. But it was like some BDSM shit, whatever. And I'm like... Okay. But I really started thinking about the freak off, bruh. Y'all watched that, right? Where the fuck did Diddy come up with the freak offs? I'm gonna be honest with you. Diddy has to tell us who taught him the freak. What the fuck is a freak off? Game 7 type freak off? Like, yo, come on. 50 Shades of Diddy? 50 flavors of lube. You know Diddy had the, you know they got the lube that's like, it's eatable, right? You ain't hear about it? Actually, I just made that up. I don't know if it's true. But he definitely probably had like flavored lube, all type of shit. God damn it, man.
Acts with male commercial sex workers. He's also charged with sex trafficking of a victim by using force or coercion or fraud to have that person engage in commercial sex acts. And he's also charged with transportation of people for purposes of prostitution. And these are 3 very serious felonies that potentially, you're looking at potentially 15 years to life in prison That's what we're talking about here. By the way, as we sort through all these legal filings around Sean Combs, and there's a lot to get into, can I just take a quick second to tell you guys about something positive? Yeah, some force women and, men.
It's going to be a war
on right now. Brian J. McMonigal, thank you so much for coming on, Brian. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
It's Meek, my lawyer.
So, your reaction, is it what you expected?
It was, and yet reading it took me back a little bit. It's quite stunning that he's been charged with a racketeering crime. When you think of RICO, you think of a lot of things, and you don't usually think of entertainers. But here we go. And it is rather staggering in terms of the accusations. You're talking about sex trafficking, you're talking about kidnapping, forced labor, and the like. And it's going to be a war. The charges couldn't be more serious. My guess is the government will seek pretrial detention, as they often do in cases like this. And he's got a really great lawyer, and he's going to need one.
And we'll get to that pretrial detention because that is what prosecutors are moving forward with. But the racketeering, right? So you have this idea that he is leading this criminal enterprise. It's not like it's Sean Combs LLC, it's a group of people, right? And the idea is that he's using illegal methods to force women and, men as well, into these situations. And it's a combination of all of these underlying crimes. But the government is not proving, they don't have to necessarily, they're not charging him with kidnapping or forced labor, but it's an underlying crime, part of this criminal conspiracy. How tough is that to prove? I mean, we know R. Kelly in New York, in the federal context, was charged, was found guilty, sentenced to 30 years in prison. But how tough is that to prove?
RICO has always been an amazing tool for prosecutors, supposedly an easy lift. But when you look at it a little bit more carefully, the first thing they're going to have to prove is a criminal enterprise. Was this really a criminal enterprise, or was this simply a legitimate business that did some pretty despicable things, for lack of a better way to describe it? And the government's got to prove two predicate acts in order for there to be a racketeering conviction. So they've got a high burden of proof, but they've used a statute that time and time again has ensnared a lot of people and convicted a lot of people throughout the country because of its breadth. It is extremely broad, but it is not without limits.
And so talk to me about ways you think that he would defend against this, because these allegations are quite stunning. We dedicated a full episode to breaking down this indictment, but you have everything from this idea of all of these ways that he was using sexual violence and physical violence and intimidation against these people to do what he wanted. And I want to break down something for you. So in this separate letter from the prosecutors to the judge, were they asking for his bail to be denied, or he not be granted pretrial release? I want to list some of the evidence that they say they have, because this indictment, although it's comprehensive, is a little bare bones. So they say the government has conducted interviews with over 50 victims and witnesses, many of whom saw or experienced the defendant's abuse. Many of those witnesses corroborate one another, and their accounts are similarly consistent with the other types of evidence discussed below. The government only expects that number to continue to grow, given that the investigation, which is now public, is ongoing. The electronic evidence is vast. The government has sought and obtained numerous search warrants for such evidence, in addition to obtaining evidence voluntarily from certain victims and witnesses. Setting aside devices seized in connection with the defendant's arrest, the government has obtained over 90 cell phones, laptops, cloud storage accounts, as well as over 30 other electronic and storage devices such as hard drives, thumb drives, cameras, a surveillance system. This electronic data comes from the defendant himself, as well as co-conspirators, victims, witnesses, and chronicles much of the defendant's criminal activity as it occurs. So that feels really tough to defend, but what do you think some ways that you're going to see his defense attorneys fighting back against this?
Yeah, besides that, Mrs. Lincoln, how'd you like to play? It is going to be really difficult to defend. But I think what you're going to see is a rather calculated effort to break it all down. Number one, was he involved in the specific acts? Are there Are there buffers, to use the Godfather analogy? Were these sex workers or were they victims? Were these people being compensated and paid for their time? Were they voluntarily taking drugs or were they being drugged? The difference is like the difference between lightning and lightning bug. And, you know, if the defense can find some symmetry in those talking points to say, hey, listen, bad behavior, horrific behavior, but everybody came into this thing with their eyes wide open. They got paid for what they did and they left compensated. I think that's the only way you can defend it, because the video, particularly the one that we all saw in the hotel, is pretty hard to stomach. And a lot of this stuff is going to be hard to stomach. The seizures that occurred at his multiple homes with, you know, AR-15 assault rifles that have obliterated serial numbers, tough to defend. But I think what you're going to see is, hey, listen, we didn't force anybody to do anything. This was all orchestrated. It was bad behavior. But nobody did anything against their will. And then it's a cross-examination exercise. And they got to hope they get a little bit lucky with one or more of these eyewitnesses in terms of maybe giving false statements or something like that. Otherwise, they're in for a long haul.
Do you get the sense, even though there are no specific alleged victims named in this indictment, and they're not named in the letter as well, do you get the sense that this indictment is based upon, maybe entirely, the accounts from the people who have already sued him? So Cassandra Ventura, Rodney Jones, Joy Dickerson Neal. He's facing so many different charges, and so many different complaints. You know, somebody who's been following it for a while, I saw overlap. I mean, more specifically, the Cassandra Ventura 2016 video, which we all know about, which was amplified, which was mentioned by Cassandra Ventura in her complaint, and then we all saw after the CNN published it, and Sean Combs apologized for it. It is mentioned in this indictment. That's a more specific example. There are other things that are more general, but again, it seems to be consistent with the allegations that have been levied against him in these complaints. So do you think that those people who sued him are the cooperating witnesses in this indictment?
There's no question about it. I mean, the federal government doesn't typically need a roadmap, but they got one here. And the civil litigation, I'm sure, consists of the very same players, very same alleged victims, very same witnesses. So they took that and they probably, as you would have imagined, put it in front of a grand jury, got additional witnesses to corroborate that which was, you know, portrayed in the civil litigation. And that's going to be your case. I don't think there's going to be many surprises here for the defense. They've seen this. I think they expected this. And my guess is particularly the way I've seen this charged, it looks like, just as you've discussed, they just took the playbook from the civil litigation and, you know, they put it within the rubric of RICO. And now it's life and death.
And one of the complaints, I believe it was Rodney Jones, alleged RICO violation. So I wasn't surprised to ultimately see that. Were you surprised at the number of counts here, in the sense that, you know, if you compare it to R. Kelly, who I believe was facing more, and there was obvious allegations regarding minors. Here you have a very wide, overarching racketeering charge, and then you have these two other charges: one, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, that is with respect to victim one, and then transportation to engage in prostitution.
Gigolo.
Why those charges, you think?
Well, you know, they want to be able to establish the predicate crimes. And, they, you know, like I said, they only need a couple of them. In every RICO I've ever seen, you have the RICO charge, and then you have a laundry list of counts. I was surprised, quite frankly, of the brevity of the complaint. I honestly thought you were going to see a RICO and then about 100 separate counts that a jury would have the ability to return verdicts. So they didn't.
Yeah, you know, I heard a lot of people mention tax evasion. They thought maybe there was some financial. Obviously, we don't know if that's even a thing. But, you know, people are thinking, yo, they want to get this guy. Like, you know, we spoke to Myron last night and said, yo, the government is in this thing for millions. They've spent millions of dollars of taxpayer money in investigating this thing, doing these raids, like, you know, monitoring phone taps, going through surveillance footage, phone records, all of these things that can compile a case, you want a big result, right?
Didn't do that here. It was bare bones, and I'm not so sure it was done without great thought. I don't think they wanted to marry themselves to specific acts just in case they don't have them at the time of trial. You know, I don't know what people have said before the grand jury. And keep in mind, you can only indict by what you presented in front of a grand jury. And so they probably kept it, as simplistic as they could, because juries can get confused, they can get distracted. And then if some of those other counts that you've overcharged go wrong, it could lead to a real problem for the government. So they kept it simple.
That's so interesting. So there is a possibility that more was presented to the grand jury, and the grand jury said there wasn't enough probable cause for these other things you're asking us to come back for, but there is probable cause for these 3 counts.
Could be that. You could also see a superseding indictment. You know, I've seen that time and time again, where you get the indictment, 2-3 weeks from now, a month from now, they supersede. I don't think they're going to do that here. They took
You mean
a lot
charge
of time.
him with additional crimes?
Oh, yeah. They have the ability, probably within the next month or two, to supersede this indictment anytime they wish, quite frankly. I don't think they will. I mean, this is the kind of high-profile case. They gave a lot of thought to this, and they wanted it done this way, and it's going to be a war.
It's interesting you say that, because Damian Williams, the United States Attorney, when he held the press conference today, he said nothing's off the table. Whether that is charging more, that's charging Sean Combs with additional crimes, or charging other people. There's co-conspirators in this. He's the only one charged right now. I don't know if they're cooperating, or he's looking for more to cooperate, or more people will be charged. But he was very clear in the bail package letter, and also when he spoke today, that this is an ongoing investigation. What do you take away from that?
Yeah, I mean, if that's what he said, then look out, because he will be charging other people. I was stunned that other people weren't charged. You always charge as many defendants as you can provide probable cause for. Why? You want them to flip. You want to put pressure on them for their lawyers to say, hey, listen, you're facing a life sentence. You better get on the government's team. So this was really surprising to me. A, because it was just him. B, because of its brevity. So maybe what you're going to see is 2 or 3 more shoes dropping.
Before I get into the idea of bail, how does this case progress? When would you actually see a trial of Sean Combs on these charges, assuming, of course, that there is not a superseding indictment?
I don't know how fast they're moving now in the Southern District, but I assume what will happen here, and what happens in a lot of these RICO cases, is that the government will file, or the defense will request, a complex case designation. So it'll push this trial out, because I'm sure the discovery is voluminous. It'll take months and months. If you're talking about tapes, if you're talking about if there are wiretaps in this case, they'll try and buy time. I could very easily see a trial not for at least 6 months, maybe even 9 months, if it's designated complex case. I don't see anybody running in here and trying this case from the defense perspective. He's got, as I said, really experienced federal lawyers, and they will take their time. They're going to want to read all the grand jury transcripts, develop as much evidence as they can to create doubt, and that's going to take months and months.
What is the complex case designation? What does that mean?
It just means that the discovery is so voluminous that it would take any reasonable defense team to ask for more time. You saw it recently, I think, in some of the Trump prosecutions, where the defense was constantly asking for more time to prepare. I mean, a case like this, a RICO case, I've had RICO cases that have taken a year to try, so I wouldn't be surprised if it gets pushed. A lot of it depends on your judge, too. Some judges, like a rocket docket, and they like to move, so a lot TBD, but I would think it's got to be 6 months out at least.
I want to talk about the circumstances leading to his arrest and indictment. So it was reported that he came to New York, knew that the charges were happening. There's been, I believe, a photograph of him in Central Park. So he was hanging out, again, knowing that this was going to happen, or seemingly knowing this was going to happen. I think it was to make the argument, the same reason I've been asked, how come Combs hasn't just left the country? He knows he's under investigation. Because if you do that, there's a chance you could be arrested, right, immediately. And I think for him, he wanted to say, I'm not a flight risk. And I think he knew he was going to be charged. But I think that for him, if he can say, I came here voluntarily, I've been cooperating, I am not a flight risk, I want bail. And the government I should tell you, the bail package that was offered they said was insufficient. The bail package that the defense has proposed was home detention with electronic monitoring and a $50 million bond secured by Combs' Miami property. The government says that's insufficient. But I can see, again, I think that he has been trying to do everything these past few months to say, I am not a danger, I'm not a flight risk, and I'm giving you a bail package, but the government says it's insufficient. What do you take away from it?
Proof is in the pudding. That's exactly what they did. I mean, they brilliantly made sure that he came to the jurisdiction voluntarily, that he made himself well known, that he was there, that he cooperated with law enforcement to the extent that he would self-surrender. All of those things will go into the analysis as to whether or not he should be released. My guess is that the bail package that they presented is certainly sufficient. He'll have to surrender his passport. And if he's put on a monitor, they'll know within seconds if he's taken the monitor off. I mean, where's he going to go? It's not that he doesn't have the resources to go other places. He just doesn't have the means, I think, to get there safely if he's under a monitor. So I think the defense really did a brilliant job of really going beyond what they had to. They could have easily said, hey, listen, he's got no prior record. He's been involved in any number of philanthropic activities. He's got a laundry list of folks that'll speak for him. He doesn't need, he could post a bond of $1 million. They went overboard because they know it's a RICO and they know they have a problem. And I think what they submitted, it's going to be hard for a judge to say that's not sufficient, I think.
So in their bail package letter, right, the prosecutors say we have a number of reasons why he should not be let out. They say he's a danger to society, he's a flight risk, the weight of the charges, the weight of the evidence. This is incredibly serious. But then they say that he is engaged in bribing witnesses and obstructing justice. So they talk about how in 2016, with the Cassandra Ventura video of him allegedly beating her in that hallway at a hotel, they say that the defendant tried to bribe a security guard. And it says after the security guard refused the defendant's bribe, and after coordination between the defendant and his employees, the defendant's staff contacted other members of hotel security. At the same time, staff members were in close communication with the victim of the assault as well, all in an effort to cover up the defendant's assault and to prevent the incident from being publicly disclosed. Within days of the incident, the surveillance video disappeared from the hotel's server. That is actually very consistent with what Cassandra Ventura alleged in her lawsuit. Now, it says throughout the time period charged in the indictment, members and associates of the enterprise have reached out to multiple victims on behalf of the defendant to convince them not to report the defendant's abuse. Most recently, in late 2023, immediately following public allegations of certain of the defendant's crimes, because we know that he had been hit with a number of lawsuits at that point, including his physical and sexual abuse of women, the defendant and other members of the enterprise made repeated phone calls to victims and witnesses during which they provided victims and witnesses with false narratives of events in an apparent effort to conceal the defendant's crimes. On at least 2 occasions, the defendant recorded those calls on a co-conspirator's cell phone, thereby attempting to obscure his involvement in the obstruction. That feels like that could be a problem for him in the eyes of the judge.
99% of the cases, if that was alleged in a federal courtroom, it would be enough to hold him. You got to understand there's a statutory presumption that exists with certain crimes, and he really has the burden here, I think, of establishing that there are conditions of release that will protect the public. The one thing that federal judges, all judges, hate is intimidation of witnesses. And if they've got prima facie evidence of witness intimidation, that could be the one thing that keeps him detained prior to trial. You're absolutely right.
I said this before, but I want a little bit of clarification. I looked at the law on this, and I'm reading racketeering conspiracy could be 20 years. I'm looking at sex trafficking using fraud or force or coercion, and if I read it correctly, 15 years minimum to life in prison, I guess depending upon the circumstances. Am I right that this is a situation where if he takes this to trial, and he decides to fight it and he loses and he's convicted, he could essentially be looking at the rest of his life in prison?
No question about it. Federal sentencing guidelines and the way the RICO statute is created, it allows a judge to basically say good night. There's no
because
doubt
there's a
about
part of it, it's called, and I'm just going to pull it up here one more time. It's part of the racketeering count one of this indictment. It calls it the Notice of Special Sentencing
Yeah, I didn't get this part. I was reading this. I didn't really get this.
Factor. And that's what that is?
They'll try and posture this case, depending upon what counts he's convicted of, as a life sentence. Quite frankly, when I first looked at it, I said to myself, if he goes to trial and loses, it's for sure a 25 to life case. So the stakes couldn't be higher. Go to trial in a case like this, you lose, particularly on some of these allegations. There are not many judges in this country that would do anything else but put him in jail for what could be the rest of his life.
One more question for you. We don't have a lot of information in terms of, as I said, like who is cooperating, what this is based off of. But in a federal case like this, maybe in a racketeering case like this, as I said, they're not trying him with forced labor crimes. They're not trying him for kidnapping. They don't have to prove that beyond I mean, I guess they have to prove it in order to prove the racketeering case, but he's not being charged with that. There's been a number of people who have asserted claims against him dating back years, so past the statute of limitations on criminal charges, assaults, sexual assaults back from the 90s. Can prosecutors, federal prosecutors, use those allegations that might otherwise be time barred in a federal indictment like this?
Sure. Just consider what happened in the Cosby case. Not the trial I had, but the second trial after the hung jury. They tried to introduce evidence of other victims that weren't ever charged. And those crimes were, 20, 30 years old. Federal prosecutors have the same luxury. There's a rule of evidence, as you probably know, Rule 404B, and a judge will have to conduct a balancing test should the government seek to introduce what we call other crimes evidence. And if it is relevant, if it's probative, if it creates a signature, that's really what you would need here. Signature crimes that mirror almost hauntingly the crimes charged here. But they've got to, it gets a little difficult when they're older and when they're aged. And in the federal courts, they usually err on the side of caution and not allow a lot of that evidence. But I guarantee you they're going to be trying to introduce it here.
And to be clear, not everything that was alleged in those complaints is a part of this. There was an allegation that he was soliciting minors, and that wasn't a part of this. So I imagine prosecutors were kind of key in what they wanted to use and not.
That really shocked me. I really was surprised that I didn't see any accusations involving minors. I had thought that was going to be the linchpin to this prosecution. So, you're right. If they have that evidence somewhere and witnesses can come in and testify, you may see a superseding indictment on that precisely. Maybe they were protecting child victims, and maybe they just didn't have it. I don't know, but I was really expecting to see that, and that would have been a death knell for him.
Because that's why it was so hard to defend R. Kelly, right? He couldn't say these were sexual, consensual encounters. Here you made an interesting, and to go full circle, if you're talking about defending Sean Combs, you have to tell this jury one day, listen, this is a different environment. This was parties. It's maybe not a party you went to, but it doesn't make it a crime, right? And that's what you would have to argue. And just to go full circle here, defending a Sean Combs, that is a different kind of beast than defending John Smith, right? When you're defending somebody that high profile, accused of, not every day that somebody would be charged with allegedly engaging in freak-off sessions and having people set up the hotel rooms and bring all the lubricant and all these things. It's really disgusting stuff. So how do you communicate that to a jury one day and say, listen, my client is like anybody else. He's innocent until proven guilty, but he's different, right?
Yeah, defending celebrities is really, really difficult. Put Simpson aside for a second. It really is a difficult chore, particularly when you have to swallow the obvious here. He's acting horribly. He's on videotape, beating women up. You've got firearms. You've got drugs. You've got horrific behavior. juries don't empathize with people that make millions and billions of dollars getting away with stuff. So it's a difficult case for people who have that kind of wealth and money and opportunity to live a decent life. So juries, at least in my experience, again, put Simpson aside for a second because that was a murder case and that was, maybe he didn't do it. But when you've got bad conduct like this and they're a celebrity, it's not a fun place to be.
And look, I would say, just to end with this, it's exciting from a legal point of view to see how this progresses. There's a number of different legal issues, but I read these cases from the very beginning, and these allegations are horrific. And I said this before when I was on air, that this is a step in the for the victims in this case, or the witnesses in this case, or the alleged victims. This is, they would say, a step in the right direction, right? But this also has to be really tough for them, because now they might have to testify. This is being amplified, and this is not going to be easy for the people who were involved. This is a reason why a lot of people don't come forward. I mean, Damian Williams was asked, how come he was never charged before? Well, maybe people didn't feel comfortable coming forward before. And look, Sean Combs is innocent until proven guilty. But if these allegations are true, I also have to think how difficult this must be for the people who are involved.
I couldn't put it any better. Put it any better. As has been said many times.
Who's his attorney? I like his demeanor. He look like a nigga who would defend the mob boss. What's his name? I want to follow him. His name is Brian Mana. My favorite attorney favorite defense attorney is still my boy Bradford Cohen. But yeah, this nigga look like it's like a mob boss type of guy right here. What's his Instagram? I'm finna follow this motherfucker. Is this him? No. Hey, let me know what's his Instagram. I want to follow him. Okay? All right.
For real legitimate victims, sometimes they're raped a second time at a trial. So,
yep, there you go.
Stay well.
Brian, thank you.
Okay. By the way, just to let everybody know, I'm trying to be impartial here. I'm not, I want to be very, open and honest with y'all. I'm not sticking up for Diddy or nothing like that. But I don't want to try to railroad him. I know we've gone with narratives that he's already guilty. Shit, I think he's kind of guilty, right? But it's like, I also want to be a little bit fair. So don't think if I show anything that is maybe complimentary of him, that's not me riding for him. Just letting you know, okay? I just don't want to be very biased, okay? That being said, I seen a post that was kind of going a little bit of viral. Someone is defending him. So again, this is not my opinion. This is someone else. I spilled liquor on my drum. It's like mad sticky. Okay. I'll read what this person said. And it looked like some people agreed with him. It says, just read the Diddy indictment. What a travesty of justice. The charge is basically that he got women to have sex in freak-offs with male prostitutes that he liked to watch. Drugs were involved. He allegedly lured them with promises of romantic relationships and help with their careers, as if these are crimes. They were basically girlfriends he threatened to cut off. The indictment keeps talking about psychological manipulation and emotional abuse. Nowhere does it include any kind of non-consensual activity. The indictment keeps saying he ensured the compliance of women with drugs, but gives no indication he forced anyone to take them. What's confusing is that the men were prostitutes here, and how the feds are charging him with sex trafficking, but the male prostitutes were not abused. Now, again, that's kind of a valid point. If we're saying that the people, but we're not sure if the feds are only saying the male prostitutes were sex trafficked. I think they were saying everybody's sex trafficked. Because again, Diddy had multiple places, LA, Miami, New York. He was going everywhere and having freak-offs and flying people in at times, not only prostitutes. But anyway, let me keep reading. So they combined the men being prostitutes with the bad treatment of the female girlfriends to create a sex trafficking charge full of salacious details. The indictment does allege he assaulted women, and if so, he could be charged with physical assault. But that's not what they're doing here. Freak-offs do not make you a sex trafficker. This is a ridiculous abuse of government power. This is the full indictment. We've already went through this, or not really fully went through it, but what do you think about that? I don't know. Okay. Bradford Cole might be on here shortly. You know, he said he was in transit. He's moving back to, or going back to a location that would be able to get on the stream. We don't know if we'll be able to get him. However, we did have something more. Hold on, give me a second. Oh yeah, okay. So I read that. Where's the other thing that I wanted to like? Oh, this.
Taking selfies, not knowing the legal hammer that was about to come down on him. These are the last photos and video of Sean Combs in New York right before he was arrested and charged with stomach-churning crimes, a case his attorney insists Diddy will win.
He's going to fight this with all of his energy and all of his might.
Combs faced a judge inside this federal courthouse in New York just hours after authorities laid out their case in a shocking 14-page indictment.
Kim, how you doing this morning?
We were there as some of Diddy's kids arrived. Combs pleaded not guilty in court. And now we're going inside the explosive document, alleging Combs abused, threatened, and coerced women and others around him to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. Prosecutors claim that abuse was verbal, emotional, physical, and sexual.
Combs can be seen grabbing Ventura and throwing her to the ground.
The indictment specifically references this surveillance footage uncovered by CNN showing Combs assaulting his then-girlfriend Cassie Ventura. In 2016, he offered this apology just days later.
My behavior on that video is inexcusable.
And the legal papers mirror multiple lawsuits filed against Diddy in the past year, accusing him of engaging in prostitution, narcotics offenses, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. Diddy had also been seen in Central Park just hours before his arrest. He had arrived in New York a couple of weeks ago, specifically expecting the indictment would be handed down.
He came here to surrender at a time agreeable to the U.S. Attorney's Office, and then they arrested him last night.
The court papers also reveal new details about the raids carried out in March. One here at his home in California, the other in Florida.
Diddy's ex, Misa Hilton, posted the surveillance video from inside his Holmby Hills mansion to Instagram. It references electronic incriminating recordings Diddy allegedly made of what are being called freak-offs, elaborate and produced sex performances that Combs arranged and directed for his own pleasure and as collateral to silence his victims.
As alleged, the freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers, and often involved a variety of narcotics, such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB, which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant.
Thousands of items used in those freak-offs were seized in those military-style coast-to-coast raids.
I won't permit it! I won't acquit it! I want to fight you! It could cost the billionaire hip-hop mogul everything. He faces life in prison, and prosecutors are asking for him to forfeit any property or assets used in the commission of these alleged crimes. He could also face additional charges. Prosecutors showed pictures of the weapons and ammunition taken during the raids, including a drum magazine and AR-15s.
We are committed to bringing justice to everyone who's been victimized by the defendant.
I expect a long battle with a good result for Mr. Combs.
Okay. Yeah. Fucking crazy. Where's the video I was trying to find? Is it this? No. We're gonna get back to this.
It really?
Ooh, yes. We're gonna play this. So there's a legal expert who's gonna be trying to break this down, and we get it. Really quickly. I'm sorry. Yo, for all the people who just caught merch, I just want to give y'all a shout out really quickly. Yo, Christopher, thank you for the you cop like 2 items. Most you cop 3 items. Thank you. Boubacar. I never heard a name like that, but salute to you. You cop 4 items. Raheem, my boy, cop 2. Hansel, copped 1. T1C3. He's the guy who actually did the intro for Rumble. He copped 3 items. Appreciate you, my boy. And Gene Kofi, oh shit, I don't want to dox you, but that's one of our guys. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's one of the guys who helped this whole machine go along. So I wanted to say who you are because I had to say your whole name. I'm sorry. All right. Anyway, thank you. If you guys do want to support, again, I only ask you for a sub, a follow. That's it. Otherwise, just cop something for the merch store. You could get some value. You could get a varsity jacket. You could get a hat. Get some shorts. I know it's about to be fall. Get a shirt. This is my favorite shirt out of the whole thing right here. You got this, and then you could get a keychain if you want, a little air freshener if you got a whip, and if you don't got a whip, just put that shit. Use that shit as deodorant, bro. Compromise shirt still here, and mystery box, which if you've ever missed out on merch before, will give you that. Like it's a random assortment of merch. Okay, thank you guys. Appreciate you guys who you're helping out the effort. Okay, let's get into this real quick. This is another breakdown of this situation. Also, we're gonna transition out of this Diddy stuff. Like we won't get more. We're milking it for as much as details as we can at this point. We won't get much more out of this, but we're gonna get more tomorrow in terms of the next bail application. So we want to get into Rich Homie Quan thing a little bit. So Rich Homie Quan's homegoing ceremony was kept today. I know some of you guys, I hate funerals too. We're trying to celebrate his life, not all be sad. I'm gonna see if I can find some dope people who spoke or people who spoke some positive words that we could probably go listen to them. But that was streamed if you guys don't know. Anyway, let's play this. This is a legal expert breaking down Diddy's bombshell indictment. Listen to this.
He made me think of R. Kelly when I read this indictment and I saw exactly what the allegations were. The conduct is very similar. You're talking about coercion, threats, cover-ups, and everything for the sexual gratification of the individual, in this case, Combs.
First, tell me about the severity of things when the feds, especially the Southern District of New York, arrest you.
When the Southern District takes a case, it has a specialized unit that deals with the most severe cases. Also, Southern District, 99% conviction rate. When the federal government is the one to investigate and ultimately make an arrest, they really are meticulous and they make sure that they have sufficient evidence. They cross their T's and dot their I's. And by the time you get to an indictment, the investigation is thorough and complete, which is why the conviction rate is so high.
Can you set up how this is a grand jury indictment and not just a prosecutor going after Sean Combs?
When someone's indicted, it means that a grand jury has made a determination that there's probable cause a crime was committed and that the individual being indicted is the one that committed the crime. Probable cause is the lowest level under the law. And when probable cause is found, that means an arrest can be moved forward and the case will go to trial. The grand jury process, though, is a prosecutorial process, meaning prosecutors present evidence to the grand jury. The defense does not get the opportunity to respond.
So we know Sean Combs was arrested at a hotel late last night. His attorney said they had been in New York in anticipation of the charges. What does that tell you?
Couple of things. That means that they were in communication, the defense attorney and prosecutors, regarding the impending charges and that they were going to be coming down imminently. This isn't surprising because we saw these raids play out in May. It's likely that his defense attorneys believed that this was going to come at some point. And instead of him being going down the perp walk and being dragged out of his home, there are times when you can coordinate between prosecutors and defense attorneys to give yourself up willingly. Another aspect of this, it helps with an argument about bail. It says that this person is not a flight risk and they're willing to come when they have court appearances and when it's necessary.
His attorney also made a statement before the news even broke about being disappointed with the charges and stating Sean Combs was innocent. What is your opinion on that statement?
No surprise his defense attorney is saying that Sean Combs is innocent. He conceded that he's had some problems, but ultimately he's not a criminal. Something I did notice, though, The statement really was a litany of accomplishments of Sean Combs, as opposed to really talking about the merits of the case. That's something that never really seems like a good thing because it's not focused on the actual allegations or underlying defenses. It relates to the person in general. That being said, you have to be so careful what's put out there in the public sphere when you're defending a case.
And feds have been pretty silent to this point. How is that telling?
The feds were silent to this point, but that's really the norm in a case like this. First of all, you have intense media interest on this case. Second of all, you have a high-profile person with a lot of means who could potentially flee the country, get out of town, go to a different location. And in addition to that, they are very, very strategic about collecting the evidence, taking witness statements, protecting those witnesses so their identities are not given up early on in the investigation, and moving forward with an indictment without making much of a public statement so that the indictment speaks for itself.
So tell me, what are prosecutors claiming?
Prosecutors are claiming that Combs abused, threatened, and coerced women around him for the purpose of furthering his sexual desires. He also used his employees and others close to him in his sphere to cover up his conduct and actually engage in other crimes like kidnapping, arson, and obstruction of justice.
Which is quite serious.
It's incredibly serious, and it's far broader than we anticipated when these raids began.
So what exactly is Sean Combs charged with?
Combs is charged with racketeering, sex trafficking, and sex trafficking over state lines to engage in prostitution.
And what do these specific charges tell you?
These specific charges signal a criminal enterprise. It means that Combs is not the only one involved.
Is Sean Combs like a mob boss?
Interestingly enough, the racketeering statute was actually started because it was going after those in the mob. Oftentimes, you couldn't get to the higher level individuals in the mob, and so the racketeering statute says that there's a criminal enterprise. Basically, he's like a mob boss.
Can you explain how this is like organized crime of the mob?
It's like organized crime because it's a meeting of the minds of various conspirators in furtherance of committing and covering up other crimes. So the allegations in this indictment relating to Combs is that he's the one that everything was in furtherance of. It was his sexual desires, covering up crimes he was committing and utilizing those around him to facilitate those crimes. That's how he really is in a criminal enterprise as far as the prosecutors are concerned.
So how long is he looking at? Should he be convicted? Is he looking at life in prison?
The most serious charges could carry life in prison. There's also an amplifier in this particular indictment, which says that he could be subject to a harsher penalty if he were to be convicted. That's typically based on a prior criminal record. Other factors that are looked at, just the nature and extent of the conduct and the amount of time that prosecutors allege he was engaging in this criminal enterprise.
I noticed there's a special sentencing factor mentioned in the indictment. Can you explain that?
The special sentencing factor means that he could face an even harsher penalty than what is under the federal guidelines as far as a sentence. It means that at the end of the trial, the judge could actually impose additional time. This could be because of a prior criminal record, or it could be because of the severity of the guilty verdict.
In terms of evidence, how big of a role do you think the Cassie Hotel video played in everything?
The Cassie Hotel video seems like it played a pivotal role in the case. And that's because in the indictment, while Cassie isn't specifically named, there are references to what we saw in that video. In fact, it seems like video evidence played a central role in the prosecution bringing this case to the courtroom.
How does this video show what Sean Combs is capable of?
This video shows that Sean Combs is capable of violent conduct. And that's a lot of what we saw in the indictment. It also is going to be a factor to his credibility. Remember, he initially denied that any of that conduct took place when he settled a civil lawsuit. Then the video became public. That really undermines whether or not we can believe anything he says, and is something the prosecutors will exploit.
What could he have to forfeit because of all of this?
Noticeably in the indictment, there's a whole section that relates to forfeiture. That means that the federal government, if he is convicted, can come in and seize property, bank accounts, anything, any of his finances, anything financial, if it was an ill-gotten gain from the criminal enterprise. So basically, all of his possessions, all of his property, all of his money, and maybe even his ownership to his song catalog could be at stake.
He and his team have long denied the charges. What do you anticipate his defense attorneys doing at this point?
Right now, keep in mind this indictment was just unsealed. So defense attorneys are now going to be engaging in what's called the discovery process. The prosecution has an obligation to turn over every piece of evidence that they have collected. The defense attorneys are then going to review it, analyze it, and set forth to have the best defense for their client at trial.
Was there anything that specifically stood out to you in the indictment?
The mention of freak-offs is used all throughout this indictment.
God,
These are allegedly elaborately produced sex parties that were allegedly recorded. Interestingly enough, it also said that sex workers were actually brought in from over state lines and in some cases internationally to participate in these. That's what makes this a federal crime.
Really explain what a big deal this is and how it factors in.
The freak-offs is a central part of this indictment, and that's because we're talking about federal charges of sex trafficking. In order for prosecutors to prove that, they have to show that something is happening over state lines, that there's coercion, that there's force of having individuals participate in these freak-offs under coercion, and also that people are moving over state lines or potentially internationally. That is something that's required in order for prosecutors to be successful for a conviction.
Can you talk about how these freak-offs basically sound like R. Kelly on steroids?
It really made me think of R. Kelly when I read this indictment and I saw exactly what the allegations were. The conduct is very similar. You're talking about coercion, threats, cover-ups, and everything for the sexual gratification of the individual, in this case Combs. It really mirrors a lot of what we saw play out in the R. Kelly trial. With Combs, though, it's even to a higher degree than we saw with R. Kelly.
What?
How long do prosecutors allege these freak-offs would last?
Prosecutors allege that these freak-offs sometimes lasted for days, involved multiple people, and some of the people involved were drugged, according to prosecutors.
What else did they allege Combs would do to make victims participate?
Prosecutors allege that Combs subjected the victims to physical and emotional abuse to participate in these alleged freak-offs.
They said in the press they aren't done. Tell me what that means to you.
Because there's a racketeering statute involved, that generally indicates that there's co-conspirators. We don't know whether or not the individuals that were in Combs' sphere, which are referenced, security guards, other people who are close to him, who apparently helped facilitate his conduct as well as cover it up. We don't know if they're witnesses or if they're individuals that are ultimately going to be charged in this case. It is likely that we will see more charges as this case goes on. Allegedly, victims who participated in these freak-offs were drugged. Not only that, in order to help them recover so that they could participate in one the next day and the day after that, they were given IVs against their will.
Can you talk about the claims that women had to sometimes hide for days after these alleged beatings?
The claims that women had to hide for sometimes days, by the way, first of all, incredibly disturbing. But the reason that it's relevant is that, remember, all of the conduct relates to covering up this criminal enterprise, and that Combs was a violent person. Some of the underlying conduct which make up the racketeering charge are kidnapping, abuse, arson. So there's multiple facets to this, and that is a factor that's really going to be relevant for prosecutors as the case moves forward.
Could we see future charges for any potential accomplices in these alleged crimes?
It's likely that we will see charges against accomplices because we're talking about a racketeering statute that involves conspiracy. We've also heard that others helped him cover up his conduct. So it's likely that others are involved. Whether or not they will be charged, Only time will tell. But even in the indictment, there were references to other underlying state crimes. Just because this federal action is moving forward, there could be other analogous state charges as well.
Specifically his sons, could they get caught up in anything down the road?
While his sons were not charged in this indictment, and there's no indication that charges are coming at this point, we know that they were a part of the raid. We know that investigators were looking at them at the time those raids were conducted. So it's certainly possible that we could see something relating to them, whether it be charges or whether they're witnesses down the road.
What is the likelihood Sean Combs gets bail or is released today?
It's really up to the judge and within the judge's discretion. Here's what the judge takes into consideration: dangerousness, risk of flight, the fact that obstruction is a charge, and the severity of the allegations. Right now, prosecutors are saying there is no amount of bail that will be sufficient, that he should remain in custody, while defense attorneys are saying $50 million and home confinement with a device that will keep track of Combs. That's the argument before the court today.
Do we have any idea of a timeline of how long he would be kept?
Every defendant has the right to a speedy trial, but oftentimes these trials do not move forward within the 90-day parameters of the law because there's so many pretrial motions and issues in the legal world that need to be decided before you get into the courtroom. You're talking about a year to 2 years before we see a trial.
Hold on, give me 1 second.
Morning, everyone. My name is Damian Williams. And
I was about to say, what the fuck? Give me a second. I'm doing a search on Diddy. Apparently, we know where he's at. If you're wondering how Diddy is going to be spending the foreseeable future, he's going to be spending foreseeable future like this, people. Okay, he's going to be spending in MDC. I believe they call this the Tombs, if you ask me. It's called MDC, at least MDC Brooklyn. It's not Star Island. He's going to be spending it in this building. Yes, this is a prison. Well, not prison. It's a jail facility, detention facility in the New York metropolitan area, located in Brooklyn. And I'll read it. It says, Diddy's feeling a severe reversal of fortune right now, locked up in a federal jail that's held plenty of famous people, but is also as far from the lap of luxury as the embattled mogul has been in the last 30 years. On the heels of the judge ordering Diddy to be held without bail, the feds shipped him out of Lower Manhattan Federal Courthouse and off to the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. Facility notorious for its brutal, sometimes fatal, conditions. MDC Brooklyn has been a temporary home of several celeb inmates in recent years, including R. Kelly, Fetty Wap, Michael Cohen, which was like Donald Trump's lawyer, Alison Mack, don't know who that is, but Ghislaine Maxwell, we all know, Jeffrey Epstein's like mistress, or his madame. Now, Diddy would be settling into his new surroundings. Horrifically stark difference from his Miami and LA mansion lifestyle. Federal judges have called out the Bureau of Prisons for alleged inhumane conditions at this facility. Back in June, an inmate was murdered there. And then there's the food. This is what his menu is going to be consistent of, chat. Wow. Chat, play this. I'm not 1/50th as rich as Diddy. Not 100th as rich as Diddy, I think. But, bruh, come on. Imagine what Diddy's going through. So this is what breakfast is. So today is Tuesday. Tomorrow, which is Wednesday, he'll get fruit, cereal, breakfast cake, sugar substitute. I know it sounds good on paper. It don't look that good, okay? His lunch is going to either be a hamburger or a black bean burger, baker. This is like school lunch, if you know what I mean. Lettuce or tomatoes, sliced onions, ketchup. Why I say catsup? Ketchup or mustard. Whole wheat hamburger bun. These are options you could choose from. Fruit and beverage. And then for dinner, pasta with marinara, chef salad or tofu chef salad, beets, dressing, assorted, and whole wheat bread and some type of beverage. Pretty much this is about the same. He gets pizza on Saturday. Pizza comes in he gets cheese pizza on Saturday. But you know, you ever had school lunch pizza back in high school? Tastes like cardboard. That's what he's getting. Okay? Or you can get pasta with meat sauce. I used to like that shit back in the day. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like the lunch, the school lunch version. I don't know if that's exactly like prison version, but that was all right. But that was definitely before. That was like when I was a kid, though, right? Friday, he gets chicken fried rice or tofu rice. Okay. Thursday, beef and broccoli. It's not that bad. This actually don't look that bad on paper. Now, we need pictures of these food. MDC meal plan has dinner options slated with meals like turkey roast and tofu with rice, boiled potatoes, beets, and whole wheat bread with beverage, not which sure as hell ain't a fine Italian wine. It's a far cry from Diddy's normal diet, which we hear typically includes things like duck, steak, organic veggies, shrimp, salmon, crab, and cheese platters. Okay. Beets, that's a tough intro to jail life as you could get, menu-wise at least. Have you ever seen his crib before? I could show you the Star Island crib. This is his life in Star Island. Let me just allow ads. I'm sorry.
So we are getting a look inside Sean Diddy Combs' home in LA. Look at this mess. After the feds raided it, this is the video obtained by TMZ. They also
gotta restart it to make sure no ads. This is his crib in Star Island. And this is after the raid as well, but still. Okay, come on.
We had real specific needs when we were looking for a banker. Truist really.
All right, they're getting a little ad off.
I loved
but essentially, it looks like this. It's on the water. It's Miami. It's a private gated community. It's accessible via a bridge, close to downtown, minutes away from the airport, which is ideal for, you know, Fortune 500 and celebrity and tycoon owners. If you want the action but yet have privacy and exclusivity, doesn't get any better than Star Island, people have said. Let's see if we could.
TMZ also reporting that this photo shows Combs with federal agents at the Miami airport on Monday.
So this is where he was staying
in LA and Miami, and Homeland Security appeared to be.
This is when they ran into his house in Miami. But still, even though it's going to look a mess because they ran through it and ransacked it, but it's more comfortable than a jail cell. I think his jail cell is not going to look like a penthouse suite or a presidential suite.
Looking for evidence, photos, videos, emails that could substantiate charges of sex trafficking, sexual abuse of a minor, taping people without consent, and forcing people to have sex as a condition of employment.
I think clearly the feds have taken notice of the kind of raft of law.
This is Chris Brown's lawyer, Mark Geragos. He's the one who saved Chris Brown on many cases. Yo, I don't know why I know all lawyers now. This is Chris Brown's lawyer right here.
Lawsuits that have been filed, they're using those as a roadmap.
He's an expert power attorney when it comes to LA. If you got money, get Mark Geragos. Facts.
Combs' lawyer called the raid an unprecedented ambush, paired with an advanced coordinated media presence, leading to a premature illegal police.
Anyway, I'm trying to get y'all a tour of how he used to live. Let's see if we can find that. Tour Diddy, Miami, Star Island. Okay. Let's see if we can find that. This is his crib.
Sean Diddy Combs has recently been looking to offload one of his 2 Los Angeles mansions.
While the rapper is hoping, in these videos we including the Toluca is traditional style, fully a chef's kitchen.
That's not Star Island. Let's get to Star Island.
Large property of.
Here we go.
There's an attached dining area with a 3,000 square.
Oh, this is Homely Hill, I believe.
Foot detached guest house complete with a compound on my next door, a luxury suite. His original mansion cost him over $14 million. Two side-by-side mansions. First is his 13,000 square foot estate he bought back in 2003, and the other is the $35 million house next door he snagged off Gloria Estefan this past summer.
Remember, his son said the feds ain't know we own the shit next door.
The rapper's original mansion cost him over $14 million and is a 2-story mega mansion formerly owned by music mogul Tommy Mottola. Inside, there's over 19,500 square feet of space with 9 beds, 12 baths, and features like a luxury swimming pool and boat dock. Now Diddy snagged the property next door, which was the famous conga singer Gloria Estefan's property. She and her husband Emilio Estefan still live on Star Island, but this was their second residence and used for family members. Inside, the entire mansion has white-themed decor to match the sunshine and ocean surrounding the home, as well as the exterior, which is also a crisp white. The home was built back in 1940 and upgraded since, featuring hardwood and marble floors, elegant arched doorways, and open patio spaces. The house sits on 1.2 acres of land and inside boasts 8,000 square feet of space with 6 beds, 10 baths, and 240 feet of sparkling waterfront. One of the living rooms featured a white fireplace and large windows for plenty of views, while the kitchen is spacious with a long center island.
Okay, anyway, so this is Star Island. This is the other property. You know what's so funny? Diddy party backyard bed. Diddy used to have like this big ass bed that he would put in the backyard. Look at this. Diddy has a 40-foot bed in his backyard. Every nigga that was in his bed ain't not one of them. Look, this is a fucking bed in the backyard, bro. I don't want to get copyrighted. Look at this bed. It's a 40-foot bed. God damn. Imagine the freak offs on this shit. God damn. Wait, is that Christian Combs? Yeah, this is him jumping on it before this shit was soaked in semen. You feel what I'm saying? Look at this. Ooh, this is another. This is a Diddy party. Oh, this is still on Diddy's page. Is that Jay-Z? You ain't gonna lie. Every nigga was at this nigga Diddy party. They act like they don't know that nigga now. Look. Let's pause it when we see somebody we know. Happy birthday to me. Mary, you know you was damn well at a Diddy party. Stop the cap. Mary, we see you. We love you though. Carisha. Sean. Ooh, nah, we gonna get everybody. Who are these people? I don't know some of these niggas. I ain't gonna lie. Is this Quincy? Oh, Tiana Taylor. Hey, how you doing? Back outside. Oh, you're using the Drake song. 70 on the strip. Who's this? Who's this? Okay. I noticed not OT Genesis in the back. Who's this? Nah, there's a lot of people who can't this shit. Ain't this a nigga, Lil Meech's son or Big Meech's son? Am I tripping? You're Travis Scott, ain't it? It's lit! French. Ain't that C Breezy? Okay. Is it Swiss? Now, I ain't gonna lie. I expect Odell Beckham Jr. to be at some freak offs. I ain't gonna hold you. Who's that guy right there? Who's this? Okay.
Briefcase, split it with the vibe.
Okay. Nah, Diddy had everybody at his party, man. Niggas acting brand new. Diddy got Chris Brown to jump on his bed? Pause. Oh, C Breezy, Tiana, Diddy. Is this Jermaine Dupri? Yo, chat, I'm salty as hell. I ain't get to go to this shit, right? Shit, might have saved me an indictment, huh? Y'all niggas know what it is, man. Anyway, let's go into my boy's condition.
This office is determined to investigate and prosecute anyone who engages in sex trafficking, no matter how powerful or wealthy or famous you may be. No one should doubt our commitment on that.
The feds take Sean Diddy Combs into custody, accusing him of racketeering and sex trafficking. The music mogul spending the night behind bars with his attorney, vowing to fight for him.
I'm going to fight like hell to get him released, and he should be released with all that he's done and coming here voluntarily.
I take a look at what life behind bars could be like for Combs and why prosecutors want to keep him locked up. Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Telling you that Sean Combs has been indicted on racketeering and sex trafficking charges really isn't a shock. We've been telling you for months that he was under investigation by the Department of Homeland Security, which investigates sex trafficking. But for someone like Combs to go from living in the lap of luxury to being behind bars, that has to be an absolute shock to him. Combs has apparently been in New York since late last week in anticipation of the indictment. News Nation obtained exclusive video of him talking with his attorney and one of his sons in a park over the weekend. Here's Combs' lawyer, Mark Agnifilo, outside of court.
This is what we've been expecting since the searches in March. He, to his great credit, he voluntarily came to New York. Not a lot of defendants do that. He came to New York to basically engage the court system and start the case.
Yo, somebody said, yo, Shannon Sharp beefing with Cam and Mace. Nah, y'all right. We gonna get to it. I said we've been doing Diddy for 8 hours. Pause, my nigga. You sound like you're trying to give me an indictment, nigga. What you mean I've been doing Diddy for 8 hours? Fuck is you talking? I'm like,
so Mark,
you're right. I'm gonna cue those up for you. I got y'all.
Agnifilo said he believes Sean Combs should be released, but federal prosecutors wanted him detained. They claim he's a flight risk, and they wrote in a detention letter. Most glaringly, the defendant also poses a significant risk of obstructing justice. Indeed, and as set forth below, during the course of the charged conduct, the defendant has attempted to bribe security staff and threatened and interfered with witnesses to his criminal conduct. He has already tried to obstruct the government's investigation of this case, repeatedly contacting victims and witnesses and feeding them false narratives of events, as described in detail below. Federal prosecutors claim Combs created and ran a criminal enterprise through his businesses, including Combs Global. Here's U.S. Attorney Damian Williams.
The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present.
Past this. Yeah, we just want to hear about his conditions. What conditions will Diddy face? That's it, bro. Other than that, we're going to Cam and Mace, and then we got to go to Rich Homie Quan. Okay?
Yes. Justin Paperny is a prison consultant. He often advises people on how to handle going to prison. So, Justin, first off, your thoughts on Sean Combs being scooped up on a Monday night at a hotel when he was expected to turn himself in on Tuesday?
Well, he's in real trouble. This case has gone on, or the conduct has gone on for a very long time, 2008, and continuing till today, according to the government. Clearly, they think he's at risk to the community, which is why they're going to ask that he remain in detention. And I know part of the reason they like to arrest defendants who very willingly would go and surrender and turn themselves in. They like headlines, they like attention, and they want people to know if you break the law, we're going to come and get you, regardless of the time, day, or how much privilege or wealth you might have, we're coming to get you. They like the show that accompanies arresting people, especially in high-profile cases.
Even if Sean Combs knew he was going to be walking into a courthouse on a Tuesday, it still has to be a little bit of a shock. He thought, I'm going to walk into that courthouse, I'm going to surrender, I'll make my initial appearance, I'll make bail, maybe I'll get a GPS bracelet. But the U.S. attorney wants him to stay behind bars, and I'm assuming they will get what they're asking for. So this has to be a shock to somebody like Sean Combs, who is used to living in the lap of luxury.
It's a shock for anyone, whether you're rich or not. But certainly when you have that level of wealth and things have gone your way for so long, and you tend to have, when you're rich and famous, a lot of enablers around you who tell you what you want to hear, including potentially lawyers who are telling him what he may want to hear. They might have make it seem like it's a formality he's going to get bond. He may still get bond with very heavy restrictions and inability to leave New York, with an ankle bracelet, monitoring at all times in his mansion. Some people make fun of home confinement because you can be in a mansion. This is not like a white collar crime. When people get indicted in a white collar crime, the headline will say they're looking at 40, 50 years in prison. Then they get sentenced and it's 18 months or 2 years. They love the headlines. In this case, with racketeering and fraud and arson and everything that's been alleged, when they say 30 or 40 years, that's no joke. It could be 30 or 40 years in prison if convicted, and not in these cushy minimum security camps. He will be on a higher security prison labeled a sex offender, which presents a whole slew of problems. So his only goal right now is somehow, some way to remain free, because the risk of serving time in that detention center, being isolated because of his status, would be devastating. And I'll also say part of the reason the government is arguing that he should be confined immediately is the obstruction charge, which alleges that after he knew that he was a target, he continued to make choices that exacerbated his struggles. They say he's a menace, Your Honor. We need him in custody.
The racketeering conspiracy charge alone carries a life sentence or a maximum penalty of up to life in prison. So, I mean, this is about as serious as it gets. I think a lot of people, though, after this long of an investigation, I mean, it had been going on since March. The feds have more than a 90% conviction rate. So they always have their ducks in a row when they issue an indictment. I think a lot of people were wondering, wow, 3 charges. It's 3 charges. Maybe they were expecting more. So were you expecting more to come out of this other than what we're seeing right here?
Well, first I'll say a federal investigation since March isn't that long. So they prioritized this. They got there pretty quickly. It doesn't surprise me that it's 3 charges. What will not surprise me is his continuing to fight. And there is very little willingness of people who are high profile to actually accept responsibility. He has a presumption of innocence. He has every right to go to trial, though with the evidence and what we're seeing, if convicted, he's looking at like the R. Kelly scenario, decades in prison. And I hope at some point, if the evidence is so overwhelming, he can say, if I've done something wrong and created victims, how can I make amends beyond just scratching checks? This is also devastating for my family. Is there some path to accept responsibility and plead guilty? Because if he's able to do that, he sets himself up for a scenario where he might not spend the rest of his life in prison, can actually have some freedom and begin to get on the right side of the law and identify with people that he's hurt. The issue is Sam Bankman-Fried, Elizabeth Holmes, so many people, R. Kelly. Despite overwhelming evidence, they continue to go down this path of going to trial, claim that they are the victim, and if and when they lose, a sentence that could be 10 or 15 years. I'm not saying 10 or 15 years isn't a long time, but it's not 40 years or 30 years, which could be in his path, and they'll really get tight for him, I suspect, in time, once a lot of these enablers, you read all about him in the indictment, enabled the conduct, turned the other way, his partners, business partners, they didn't want to lose their job, the fame that accompanies working with him. when some of those people begin, as they say, to roll over and cooperate because they don't have his resources. So at some point they need to say, I need to get on with my life and I don't want to serve 10 or 20 years in prison. What can I do to potentially get a shorter sentence, accept responsibility? And if that means cooperating against Sean Combs, so be it. And you can expect those things to happen. The government's very good at getting people to cooperate, and that can induce some people to plead guilty, though I suspect he's taken it all the way to trial.
Well, and I was going to ask you about that, about the so-called enablers mentioned in the indictment. I mean, he didn't, according to the U.S. attorney, do this by himself. There was an enterprise that takes more than one person. And he's having, according to the U.S. attorney, people shipped in for these freak-offs. I mean, the freak-offs feature very prominently in this indictment. So he didn't do all of this by himself. He wasn't hanging out, handing out.
Parker, thank you for the 2. You said I should discuss a possible plea deal. If we're seeing what we're seeing, number one, there's no one else charged. He's the head of an indictment for a criminal conspiracy where he's supposedly the top guy. What does a plea look like? Like, do you think they did all this to give him 5 years? 10 years? Do you think that Diddy would take 12 years? Remember, the mandatory minimum, if he goes to trial, is going to be 15. If he's going to take more than 10, maybe he might be like, yo, I don't think a plea is going to be less than 10. So if he's going to look at it, he's going to probably be like, yo, I'm going to take this shit to trial. I don't really got that much of a criminal history. Should I blow a trial? I don't think he's getting 15, but he might get 20. But I don't think this is a plea situation at this point. Now, Diddy's team is posturing that, yo, we're going to fight it. The prosecutors are posturing that you're going to lose. We have to see one side kind of bend and kind of be like, hey, we don't have the advantage before we see maybe a possible plea that would even make sense. Because right now, why would Diddy take a plea? And right now, why would the prosecutors give him a plea? So a plea might come down the road. But again, if he knew this indictment was coming, I'm pretty sure his lawyers talked to the prosecutors maybe about a plea. They might have even talked to the prosecutors like, hey, yo, our guy has stuff to offer. Maybe a snitch thing, like, a snitch proffer type plea. The mere fact that, he's locked up and detained right now, I'm not saying that it can be where he comes to a plea with I'm used to saying state, but this isn't state, this is feds, with the feds. But I don't think this is a easy plea thing, at least currently, right? He's a head honcho from what everybody's saying, so why give him a plea? Like, did they give El Chapo a plea? No, right? So we will see, but there's much more to be unraveled.
Drugs by himself to participants, giving IV fluids to freak-off participants. I mean, this was going on with the assistance and the help of a lot of people. We already know that Brendan Paul, the guy accused of being his drug mule, has entered a plea in Florida, so he may be cooperating. Do you expect that other people already are cooperating if they aren't, or will be soon? Because this has got to send a chill down the spine of a lot of people who were in his orbit. You said that you expect people to be cooperating, but do you think there may already be people cooperating?
I think people are already cooperating and help them build their case so quickly. When the FBI shows up, I know because they showed up to my home, one of the first questions they'll ask is there anything you'd like to tell us? That's an opportunity to give the government everything you possibly have with the hopes of getting what's called a 5K1 in the federal system, a cooperation letter to the judge expressing why this defendant is worthy of a shorter sentence. So certainly people are cooperating. And we can't forget, people are enamored with celebrity and stardom in this country. When you have power and influence, and you have people who sense an opportunity to make a living and live a lifestyle they never could have imagined, it's easy to rationalize their conduct. I work for him. It's his decisions. I don't want to lose the payday. These people are complicit. They're a part of it. And oftentimes these people in retrospect will say, I made bad decisions. So they're going to get a shorter sentence because they cooperated, and they did what so many high profile people fail to do. apologize. In these statements from lawyers and Sean Combs, there is very little identification with victims. Even his former girlfriend, he only eventually apologized after it came out on film that he had beat her. Even in that, it was self-serving. I think he said God or someone forgave him. So it tends to all be about him, and it doesn't help when you have the lawyers enabling the conduct. The lawyer said with all he's done, he should remain free. What has he done since 2008 to demonstrate that he lives as a law-abiding citizen according to the government? And lastly, I'll say, oftentimes people will plead guilty in federal court, get a shorter sentence because the judge will say, this went on over a month or two, was a crime of passion. You embezzled money 3 times, it was wrong, you're going to be held accountable. They're alleging 16 years. So you can't allege this is out of character for him. Here's what the government's going to say. This is his character to victimize other people, and worse, he fails to accept responsibility. He makes it all about himself. And that's why he's looking at decades in prison.
Do you expect more to come out of this? The U.S. Attorney said this is an ongoing investigation, urged people to come forward. Do you expect a superseding indictment? Is this just the beginning?
I can't predict if more
Okay. All right, cool. We're going to leave Diddy alone for a bit. We're leaving Diddy alone 8 hours, actually 9 hours and 9 minutes later. Yo, 9 hours later. I think we're good on Diddy. 9 hours. Okay. Everybody kept saying, yo, Shannon Sharpe is beefing with Mason Cam. Let's hear.
Next day he comes on his show and he's like, basically, everybody.
Now, they're beefing over. Remember Shannon Sharpe? You know, everybody think he gay, right? By the way, Shannon Sharpe, bro. You know, me and you never gonna have no issues, right? But Shannon Sharpe, I'm just keep it a being with you, bro. Your stylist is begging to tell us you gay, bro. Like that nigga, that little stylist nigga you had, the little gay nigga you used to bring to courtside. He's dying to tell us that you was fucking him or you was sucking your dick. I'm being honest with you. Shannon Sharpe, stylist. Look at this shit. Like, I'm gonna just keep it a bean with you, bro. Bro, the nigga who you claim, which by the way, I'm gonna just keep it a bean with you, Shannon. Bro, it ain't no straight man who is a football player is bringing a gay man to sit right next to him courtside, bro. To keep it real, nigga, I'd rather bring a side chick. I'd rather bring a shooter. I'd rather bring anybody but my gay stylist, gang. You feel what I'm saying? Shannon, we know what's up. It ain't nothing wrong with you. You cool. Listen, we don't mad NFL players do is, come on. So, I don't know why Shannon be hiding it. Shannon, look at you and your nigga bro, come on, stop playing. Yo, Shannon, stop playing games with us, bro. Shannon, I don't care how much you be leaking that you fucking bitches. Bisexuality is a thing. Yo, I live in New Jersey. I want y'all to all Google this thing right here. Like, word to the bros. Like, hold on. What the fuck? Is shit frozen? Like, bro, we know about shit like this. Word to the bros. I live in New Jersey. Everybody know that. Governor McGreevey. We had a governor. This nigga was gay as a $2 bill. The nigga had kids, a wife, everything. They caught him gay as hell. Bro, listen. Bro, we don't care if, nigga, you could record yourself in the pussy. You could put a GoPro on your dick, nigga. We know the vibes, nigga. We know what's popping with you, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like, nigga, you kicked it with a gay nigga for like 8 years, bringing him to the, come on, like, we seen how you hopped out that car, nigga. Like, you looked like the zesty Hulk. Like, come on, stop playing, bro. We know what's up. We don't care, though. Like, that's the funny thing about it. We really don't care. We really think you're good at interviewing. We really like your sports takes. We don't care that you're gay. We might not invite you out when we're trying to get bitches, but we don't care that you're gay, bro. Let's keep it a beat, right? Anyway, look, hold on. He told me he the first gay governor, and he wasn't gay. That nigga was married. Look, Governor McGreevey, New Jersey, married wife. Nigga, he was married. He had a wife. Bro, he had a wife, kids, everything. Bro, he had kids. And then, look, Oprah was like, how could she not have known? How could she not have known that her husband was a governor, liked penis? Look, of all the stunning things that happened to James McGreevey press conference, he did a press conference. He basically said, I gotta find his press conference. McGreevy press conference. Gay. Like, bro, it's cool. I think he had look, bro, it's cool. Like, mad y'all niggas is gay. We believe, like, to keep it real, I think half the niggas on ESPN is gay anyway. Half of these things look zesty as fuck. Like, I don't know why people still acting like being gay is a thing. As I keep telling y'all, all y'all gay niggas stop acting like it's an announcement. Y'all. We think y'all gay already. Like, Shannon, come on, bro. Like, bro, bro, I don't care how many push-ups you do, sit-ups. We don't give two fucks, nigga. Bro, you gay as a $2 bill, gang. We cool with it. Ain't nothing tripping on it. We cool. We fuck with you. Bro, you come out, tell us you like your style.
Identity.
Look.
Who I am.
This was this was the governor of New Jersey, gang. I'm telling you the truth. He was married to Shorty for 8 years. He was gay as shit.
As a young child, I often felt ambivalent about myself.
I don't care what vocabulary words this nigga learn, man. He just like sucking dick. That's his thing.
In fact, I married my first wife, Carrie, at a incredible source of strength.
Bro, just tell us you gay.
Unto myself. A reality which is layered and layered with all the, quote, good things.
We don't want to hear about no layered reality, nigga. Just tell us you like dick.
Yet, at my most reflective, maybe even spiritual level, there were points in my life when I began to question what an acceptable reality really meant for me. Were there realities from which I was running? Which master was I trying to serve? I do not believe that God tortures any person.
Bro, let me not even play this shit, man. This nigga was gay, bro. It's cool. It's nothing wrong with it. Like, I'm just keeping it being with you, bro. Yo, we be acting like these niggas not gay, bro. Y'all know all the gay niggas. Like, let's be honest. Bro, let's keep it a being. Like, y'all see the gay niggas acting gay, and then y'all acting like they're not gay. Like, bro, Shannon, I've been looked at Shannon, so this nigga gay. He's cool, though. Like, he do good interviews. I fuck with him. Bro, he gay. Who cares? Like, who gives a fuck if Shannon gay? Like, he gay, whatever. Who cares? Bro, like, in my opinion, I'm not saying this as a fact. I just think, all right, bro, we get it, bro. Like, nigga, I could see a gay nigga from 3 million miles away, nigga. Like, I got, like, the telescope for gay niggas, bro. I could see them niggas over by Jupiter, nigga. Like, bro, come on, we know you gay, bro. It's cool. So this whole, like, he pretending to be straight, oh shit. Bro, we don't give a fuck. We know you fucking niggas, bro. Come on, stop playing, bro. Like, you don't gotta, you can fool some people some of the time. Can't fool all the people all the time. We know you fucking niggas. Stop playing. Like, we don't, my nigga, I don't care if you got a GoPro on your dick. We know you gay. Stop playing. We stop it, bro. Stop it, gang. Stop it, bro. Like, bro, like, we grown at this point. Nigga, you 50. Y'all niggas got, I don't care what money, let me tell you this. You know, if I was gay, bro, I don't care what money that I would get, bro, I would never be truly happy if I can't just tell y'all I'm gay. Like, real talk. Bro, I have empathy for these people. These niggas gay as shit, but they gotta act like they straight because they think y'all not gonna like him, y'all gonna ostracize him, or y'all gonna bully him. Bro, these gay ass niggas really don't even want to be themselves. It's crazy. You know what I mean? So anyway, yo, Shannon, we know the deal with you, gang. We don't give two fucks. You're a great interviewer. You got Cat Williams to predict the future. We got you, bro. Look, my nigga, like, bro, like a nigga can't even sit like this next to me on the court side, bro. Like, you crazy, nigga? The seats are 20,000, nigga. The fuck? Look at it. Bro, come on. Bro. We know what's up with Shannon. Anyway, go back to the shit, man.
He talking about me. I don't really care if it ain't Joe Rogan or it ain't the Kelsey brothers. Everybody else is underneath me. So
Shannon Sharp sneaked this Cam and Mace basically saying he don't respond to niggas underneath him. If they're not the Kelsey brothers or Joe Rogan, he don't give a fuck. That's cap. Bro, he know that Cam and Mace Shannon Sharp, you don't talk sports at this point. Let's just keep it a beat. You don't talk sports. You talk, like, you like Wendy Williams, and it's cool because I'm like Wendy Williams. It's fine. We all talk gossip. I would go listen to Cam and Mace talk sports more than I go to you at this point. You know what I mean? Like, I, of course, go listen to you on First Take, but that Shay Shay Club is like some gossip shit, bro. Like, at least Cam and Mace on It Is What It Is, bro, they're talking literal motherfucking sports for the most part, right? They're cultural though. They're rappers, but they talking sports. Bruv, you talking all type of bullshit on it. Anyway, here's the point. Cam and Mace was just like, yo, nigga, you leaked a video or staged some shit where like your video went live while you supposedly fucking a girl. Like, it's a little odd. He responded to kind of their jab at him by saying, we don't respond to niggas who's beneath us. He's talking about Cam. You can't play with Cam like that. Stop playing.
Kelsey Rowan. Once again, a white man is the only person that you will listen to. Again. Shay Shay. Sometimes I think about what you said.
Put your glasses
Put your glasses on. You can't go live without pushing like 4 or 5 buttons. Nigga capping, bro. You gotta push like 4 buttons to go live. You know how you pocket down somebody and you be like, oh,
I called you by
yeah, because you had to get a joint. You pocket down a lot, because it's just you hit the button. Live, you got to go to Instagram, then you got to go to post, then you got to go to live, then you make sure that you sure you want to go live.
Yeah.
You got to hit 4 things to go live, and to me that was he ain't go viral in a little minute, and he's like, yo, let me go viral. Because look, let's check out the whole scenario, America. Look, first of all, I have a few things to say about this. The vocals is too clear. How you hear it that clear if you right not next to your phone? Sound like he had a mic, Larry was telling me. Sound like he had the earpiece in. It's mad clear. You know what I'm saying? That's first and foremost. Secondly, you go up and apologize, but at the same time with your apology, you say, yo, Chad, I told you I'd get it in, man. I told you I'm getting it in. So you're apologizing to ESPN, everybody, then you're bragging. Thirdly, you say, you know who called me today? Cat Williams. He said, you ain't gay today. Why you gotta make an announcement you ain't gay? If people say you gay, whatever. I don't think you need to make an announcement. I wore pink a lot of my career. And people be like, hey, Cam is gay, Cam is gay. And I'll be like, bring your mother around and see what happens if you bring your mother around or your sister. Let's see how gay I am. I don't need to make an announcement that I'm not gay. I'm not saying Shannon Sharp is gay or isn't gay. I don't care what his sexual preference.
Yo, let me tell y'all this, man. Cameron, yo, you know, I always say when it comes to hip-hop media, I think me and Big Joe Budden is numero uno, UNO and dos, whatever you want to call it, I don't care. But let me tell you this. We do be lucky that Cameron is not really like in hip-hop media. He do sports. Cameron is one of the top 5 funniest niggas of all time. Stop playing. Like, this is facts. Like, you can't out-roast Cameron. Cameron's the type of nigga, like, Cameron roast me, I'm gonna probably just eat that pause. Like, no Diddy, no, you know what I mean? I gotta say no Mo, because, you know, he from Harlem. Stop playing. Yo, y'all can't out-roast Cameron. Cameron kill everybody. That's just a fact. Yo, Cameron was killing Jay-Z back in the day, nigga, on Swagger Jacket this. Stop playing. Cameron is that guy, okay? I'm sorry. He's roasting that nigga Shannon right now, too.
I think this whole thing was staged. You know what happens after that? He talking about, oh, y'all crashed the site. All my merch sold out. All of a sudden, now all the merch sold out after you on IG Live grunting. So I told you. Yeah, man, I think this was a ploy. I think it's a Ponzi scam. But if it worked for you, it worked for you. But that's my personal opinion. This was a Ponzi. Me and Big Church was talking about it. All of a sudden, you apologizing, bragging, merch sells out. You're not gay. It's too much going on in one Instagram joint.
Let me say this, Ocho. People trying to say it was staged. So let me say this. Today, I just lost an interview on Club Shay Shay that would have been the most visible person I would have been able to interview today. They said no. We got 6- and 7-figure sponsors and advertisers saying, well, Shannon, we don't know if we want to continue this relationship. I'm about to be, my company, Shay Shay Media, is about to be a free agent. Okay. So that means Nightcap and Club Shay Shay, I'll be able to take it wherever we want to go, Ocho. Could stay with the volume. That's a very, very strong possibility I'll stay with the volume. So let's just say, y'all want to think I'll be willing to risk that. So next 5 to 7 years.
Now, I'm going to be honest with you. Shannon Sharp, you just made a great business point. 100%. Like, why would you risk it? I'm going to keep it a bean with you, though, Shannon. Bro, I don't know what it is about you. Like, bro, mad niggas think you gay. Bro, I'm just keeping the bean. They just think you gay. Like, I'm gonna keep it 100. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I don't know. Do y'all think I'm gay? Like, I don't know. Like, I'm Jamaican though, so it's like, if I had like 80% of the internet, and I'm not talking about all the internet, I'm talking about niggas. Like, because again, Shannon, not the majority of people think you gay. It's niggas think you gay, bro. If niggas think I was gay, I'd probably crash out because I am Jamaican. I can't be having that type of shit on my name. Like, I was really born in Spanish Town Hospital in Jamaica, bro. You're not about to call me gay every time. Like, you're not gonna call me, you know what I mean? Like Uncle like you're not about to act, you're not about to play with me some type of way. Now, granted, me personally, I'm not dropping a sex tape to prove that I'm not gay. But I understand, bro, at the end of the day, you know the crazy thing when I hear Shannon Sharp, Shannon Sharp, bro, you got way more money than me, and nigga, at a certain point you get to, you say, fuck money. You don't want people playing with your name. Bro, you can have all that money, but if niggas keep calling you fucking gay, and no disrespect to people who gay, but if you not gay, you gonna get offended, nigga. That's what it is. So, I don't know if you gay and you don't want to admit it, or you not gay and you just really tight, but regardless, fuck the money, fuck the business, because put it like this, if they ask me and it was a deal to do some shit with like a clear batiman, like motherfucking, what's that nigga name? The big broadback, silverback gorilla nigga, what's that nigga name? The Carisha Best, what's that nigga name, man? Saucy Santana, and I gotta look gay for $5 million? Or, all right, let's put more money on it. $10 million, $15 million? Bro, I don't want to look gay. I'm good. Like, I'm rich. You rich. Everybody rich. Like, bro, we just not finna make our personal integrity go out the window. So it's not about money. So when you talk about why would you stage something, I'm not saying you did, but I'm gonna keep it a bean with you. Nigga, my pride and my own, like, you know, just manhood as a point is like, man, fuck the money's like, nigga, I got money already. Bro, you're not about to keep calling me homosexual when I'm not homosexual. That's what I would say. I don't know about you. So it's not a good response to say, oh, you're losing money by doing that. Bro, you're getting, bro, you got, I made the prediction, you got $5-10 million off the Cat Man interview already. Bruh, after a while, money is just like what comes with because you're successful. Bro, if you not gay, you don't want niggas to call you gay. And if you gay but in denial, you definitely don't want niggas to call you gay. So I could see you risking it. I'm going to keep it a bean.
Potential $120 to $200 million. You think I would be willing to risk that?
Now, granted, he is talking about hundreds of millions. So I'm going to give him that too. I Shay. I'm going to keep it a bean. And also another thing, I just got to keep it 100, bro. Yo, Shannon Sharp, bro, ain't no straight nigga going by no name of Shay. That's a fact. Bro, it's true. You're my mans. Like, pause. Like, not my mans like that. Like, bro, I'm just saying, like, I fuck with your content. I watch it all the time. Like, I think you're dope. I think your takes are dope. Everything, like, I don't know about what you do with your dick or what you do with your person, but I'm going to be honest with you. If my mans told me his name Uncle Shay, I'm going to be like, yeah, you Uncle Gay. Like, bro, like, this kind of feel a little sus. I get that. Shannon, you got to understand, bro, this is a black culture at the end of the day that's judging you. Like, I don't think middle America white people care about if you're gay, straight. They probably prefer if you gay. Real talk. You care about what niggas is saying. Yeah. Well, you know what niggas is saying? I don't know no nigga. I go by the name Shay. I don't know no nigga who dressed like that. I don't know no nigga who got these mannerisms. So I don't know if you're really gay, right? But you falling into their trap. So you gonna have to pick a side. Stand on whatever it is. If you not gay and you don't give a fuck, man, tell niggas to suck it. Well, please, actually don't tell a nigga to suck it. Nothing. But at least stand on it and be like, nigga, I don't give a fuck what y'all say. But if you trying to convince niggas, I'm gonna be honest with you, you can't convince niggas with an action like, oh, I'm in pussy. You know why? Every time they watch you, your mannerisms, and listen, this is not me saying I think you're gay. I don't think he'll ever respond to me. Nobody's saying I think you're gay. But black people look at your mannerisms, your nickname, your dressing style, and you could say it's a cultural problem, but it screams to them, gay! That's what it is. So you don't cure that problem by dropping a tape of you fucking a girl, Because we know gay niggas fuck bitches too. You change that by not being gay, or not being gay, but like not acting gay in black people standards. And I'm not saying black people standards are right, but they think you gay because you wearing all them tight ass clothes. The way you walk look a little sus. You going by the name Uncle Shay Shay. You with a flaming homosexual that you bring in the courtside. It's a lot of, it's like niggas is just looking at it. Like, it's, you know what I mean? Now, granted, again, I don't even give a fuck if you're gay. You feel what I'm saying? Because, bro, like, I really like your content. That's really what it is. But it's clearly bothering you. Like, I ain't even gonna lie. Shit. If you talking about 200 million, I know I'm straight as a, nigga, I'm straight as an arrow. Y'all niggas can say whatever about me. Niggas, let me get up to that level. But, you know, me, I don't got an identity crisis with myself. I don't go to sleep and wonder if I like pussy or dick. Like, I know what it is. I know what it, so I don't know if he's going to crisis with himself, but it ain't for me to judge. You know what I'm saying? It's not for me to judge. Yeah.
To do this. I mean, I want you guys, because there are some guys that have, because everybody that does podcasts, LaVelle, they don't make money. You don't make money unless you got advertisers and sponsors. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, I was an upstart podcast, and I wanted to get people's attention.
Now,
okay,
that
I do
makes
that.
sense. Now it makes sense.
Now you have a legit argument. All y'all that's talking about I did this for stage, I'm on top of you.
Pause.
I'm on top.
Pause. Yeah, yo, Ocho, you get it. Pause, nigga. Yeah, yo, Ocho. Yo, Ocho, we gonna blame this on you, gang. I'm gonna keep it a bean with you. Yo, I think Shannon Sharp is an older nigga. I don't know if he bisexual, straight, whatever, but if he really is straight, he don't like niggas, bruv, he just got that old nigga swag and he's culturally unaware. I think he like white women, if you ask me. Actually, is that Michelle girl he was fucking white? I don't know, bro. Anyway, Ocho, you just gotta teach this nigga that in black culture we mad judgmental, and there's a slight like hint of homophobia that always persists. Whether we talking about rap, whether we talking about like, bruh, niggas was trying to question if John Morant was gay as hell. That nigga hit a 3-pointer dunk on 15 niggas, and all of a sudden he's like, we like, is this nigga gay? Like, real talk, this black culture, you know what it is? We like, yo, what's up with this nigga, man? Like to keep it real, that might have been one of the reasons that nigga had to pull a blicky out in the club. Like, yo, we mad judgmental as black people, right? Like, we really shouldn't give a fuck, but sometimes we identify with these people so much, we almost trying to identify with them like, oh, nah, he's like the bro. Oh, no, he's straight like me. Like we almost care about your sexuality, which we shouldn't. You know what I mean? Like, we be watching a lot of these white gay-ass niggas, and we don't give a fuck if they're gay when they're white. But when we black, you know what it is? When you black, we call you uncle. We don't want to have no gay-ass uncle. Like, no disrespect. We just don't want it. I'm sorry. So we just don't want it. So we almost like judging you on your sexuality type shit. We shouldn't give a fuck. We shouldn't. You feel what I'm saying? We call a black nigga our uncle. Unc. What up, Unc? Right? Like, nobody want to have the... Come on, bro. You know what it is, nigga. Like, it's reality shit. Shannon Sharp old as fuck. You know what the fuck going on. Maybe he ain't been around black culture that much, which, come on, bro. Like, nigga's old as shit. He's older than me. I get it. He should get it. I get it. He should get it. He should absolutely get this. Bro, like, this is a problem with our culture. We care about the sexuality of the people who we look up to and we fuck with. Bruv, right now they always say LeBron and Jordan. If we find out that LeBron like sucking cock, no way we gonna be like, this nigga not even better than Allen Iverson, bro. Ain't no way we could put a nigga who was sucking cock on his off day better than Allen. Like, bro, that's just what it is. Like, yo, this is part of our culture. Sorry. This is what it is, bro. It's an imperfect culture, but it's a culture we all survive off of, and we all, whatever. I hope it changes at some point. We're getting mad homosexual, gay-ass niggas popping up. We got niggas like, what's that nigga name? Old Town Country Road nigga. What's that nigga name? Lil Nas X. We got mad niggas like that. So, like, hopefully this doesn't become a big deal all the time. But, yeah, these days, the way how black culture is, when we see an older person, we call them Unc. We have a family aspect to it. Oh, that's Unc. Oh, that's sis. That's sis right there. Oh, that's the bro. Yeah, because of those connotations, yeah, we do kind of care. Like, we're not going to say the bro is a nigga who likes sucking cock. I'm sorry. Like, again, hopefully we get past that. And this is some ignorance. I'm not going to lie. It's hella ignorance. But it's ignorance in terms of the culture. I'm just trying to admit it for people who's in denial. Like, yeah, bro. Yeah. Now, granted, if Shannon Sharp likes sucking penis, does it matter when he's giving great sports take? No. Does it matter when he's asking great questions in pop culture type interviews? No. But I guarantee you won't call him Unc no more. Y'all call gay niggas Unc? Y'all wouldn't. Y'all would call that nigga by his full fucking name, nigga. Maybe middle initial too. Shannon S. Sharp. You wouldn't call him Unc no more. Anyway, let me get off of this shit before. You know what I mean? The gay niggas start smoke signals saying, "Act don't fuck with us," because I got no problem with none of y'all. Nobody. Period. All right.
Hey, okay, let's just say we climbing a mountain, and I'm at a higher stage than what you guys are.
Right. No.
The only people that can say, if Joe Rogan wants to say it was staged, I was trying to catch him, okay. If Alex Cooper call you daddy, okay, I ain't finna argue with her. She's gotten $200 or $300 million contract. We know what Joe Rogan is the top of the food chain. The Kelsey brothers, new heights. But bro, who just to refute a rumor would be willing to forego potentially $200 million? I've got 6-figure and 7-figure sponsors that said, "Well, I'm sorry, Shannon."
Shannon, bro, what you saying is bullshit, man. Let me tell you this, man. That money, I don't care how much millions we talking about. To be living a lie, bro, that's hell. I don't care how much money you got. We've seen it with other people who got money but still crashed out. Bro, half of the reason why Diddy into the fuck shit he's into is because allegedly the nigga bisexual. The nigga got $1 billion. But he can't really be the bisexual nigga allegedly he is. So he started to create these weird, perverse type of sexual fantasies that turns into freak-offs that he could watch a nigga but act like he's watching his bitch. He called it a freak-off. He jacking off. How you know he jacking off to Cassie? You don't think he looking at a nigga? He's telling her, get the niggas with the biggest dick. That's what he's saying. I swear. I'm not making this up. So what I'm saying is that if you got billionaire niggas who got some other shit going on and they're jeopardizing their whole shit to create fantasies that they could still be seen as normal. Oh, I'm normal. I'm just take that. But really, I'm bringing in men to fuck the same girl. Like, first of all, every straight man, with all due respect to all y'all females, bro, we like changing females out. You know what we ain't never heard with Diddy? He wasn't trying to change the females out in whatever particular freak-offs. He was changing the niggas out. Come on, bro. What that sound like to you? A nigga like, come on, dog. Hey, yo, what his saying is, yo, show me a nigga, I could show you a bad bitch he's tired of fucking. So even the baddest girl in the world, if you've been fucking her constantly for the 10 months, he tired of fucking her. All right, cool. He might try to cheat, do some other shit. Diddy wasn't switching out Cassie, bro. Now, obviously, he did freak-offs for other women, too. I ain't gonna lie. But the only people who specifically he was bringing in were men. Like, come on, dog. What that sound like to you? What type of nigga need to see other niggas and different niggas fuck the same girl? Maybe a nigga that like niggas. Like, come on. Bro, come on, bro. That's all I'm trying to say. I don't know why y'all, bro, I'm making sense. What I'm saying is that Shannon Sharp just made a point to say who would jeopardize a fortune to prove a point to stupid niggas. Diddy did that. Diddy could be like, yo, I'm a bisexual male. Cassie, I fuck you here. I fuck Carisha here. I fuck Gina here. But also, I want to be with the men over there, and I want to fuck with them or watch them fuck something because I get off at them. Bro, you know what he did? He mixed it all together, drugged a couple bitches, lied to everybody, paid the niggas, flew people out, and you know what happened? He's sitting in fucking federal jail because it's sex trafficking. If he just kept it a bean, yo, Cassie, all right, tonight I want some pussy. Tomorrow, I want some. What niggas got? I don't even know what the fuck he would say. I want some. What the fuck? I want some man ass? I don't know what the fuck he would say, but damn. If he kept it a bean, he wouldn't be in fucking jail. Let's keep it 100. Let's keep it 100. Diddy in jail because he tried to mix the shit. Oh, I could seem cool and I could not seem weird. I can seem provocative because I got the girl, but I really jerk off at the man. Your ass is sitting in jail now, man. You should have fucked them niggas on your dolly by yourself. Fuck Cassie by yourself. Just tell her the truth. Like, yo, I fuck pussy Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. I fuck man booty on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and the weekends. Nigga would have not been in jail, bro. Bro, I'm just saying, these niggas is gay as shit. I'm not talking about Shannon Sharp specifically. I just see these niggas acting mad gay, but like we keeping them in a box. Like we forcing niggas like Diddy to fuck bitches. This nigga want to fuck niggas. Shannon Sharp, bruv, why you not claiming your stylist, gang? Like, yo, look what the stylist said about this nigga right here. This shit crazy. Where's the post? Y'all ain't got it? Oh, that nigga's playing. First of all, I ain't even gonna lie to you. No homo, bro. But like, I ain't bringing no nigga named Hollywood Muggler to no. Come on, bro. Bro, like, listen to the name, gang. Hollywood Muggler. You're bringing that nigga to a. Come on, bro. Bro, stop playing with me, dog. Like, come on, bro. Stop playing, bro. Yo, nigga name is Hollywood Muggler, bro. Stop. Bro. And I got no problem with gay stylists. I could admit, one of them looks I had for Everyday Struggle was a gay nigga. Real talk. Like, a gay nigga came in for Everyday Struggle. He chefed up everybody. Look, the look was cool. Feel me? Not bringing him to courtside. We could have, just give me the looks, pause, and that's it. Nigga, we're not finna be like Shannon Sharp with this nigga like, what do you call it again? Who the other gay nigga we talking about? What's the other gay nigga who fucked Will Smith's wife? I'll be forgetting. What's the gay nigga that fucked Will Smith's wife? Fuck. August Alsina. Bruv, I'm not taking a gay nigga on the fucking yacht. Both of us shirt off, talking about I just found a new way to show love. Like, what the fuck is you talking about, dummy? Nigga, you gay. It's all good. Anyway, let me find this shit. Bro, I don't got nothing against gay people, bro. I like, these niggas just be acting too much closeted, bro. Like, shout out to the gay stylist, bro. Like, but it's clear, like, Shannon Sharp was like, come on, bro. Nigga, yo ex-stylist that you was taking to front row seats, nigga, starts talking about accidentally going live when you have to open the app, swipe right, then swipe left twice, hit the button is absolutely insane. Bro, he's telling niggas, bruv, Shannon is acting like he's straight, like he gay as fuck. You used to see him with me. He stopped being with me. Like, come on. Bro, we know what it is. Look, the nigga was dropping all type of hints. Look. He posted again. He says, first of all, nigga, your stylist name is Hollywood Muggler. Come on, stop playing, bro. Him, please don't stir up any drama. Me, crying type shit. Hollywood Muggler. Mood, y'all stop letting people play in y'all face. Basically saying like, come on, we know Shannon on that, come on. He said, yo, so much I want to say, but nah, I'll wait till the right. I think it said Tom. Let me Scroll down, make sure I can see that pause. No, like no Diddy. Like no. Oh, what the fuck? Did I click off of it? No. Yeah. He said, wait till the right time. It's below. I can't get this thing off because I logged in. Then he said, one last thing. I don't even know what this means, bro. I don't even know what this means, bro. All right, man, let me just get off of this topic, man. Y'all niggas know what it is with these niggas, bro. Like, come on, bro. What I'm trying to say is that we just don't give a fuck no more. We don't want no more announcements. We know you niggas is gay. We don't need no announcements. We know y'all are gay. We don't need to hear about your lover. Just rock out, but you don't need a lot of this neither. We're good. It's straight. Like, nigga, we could tell you were gay before you popped out with homie. Nigga, we seen it. Nigga, yo. I've seen him do it. Nigga, well, pause. Actually, pause on that. pause. Yeah, we ain't seen nobody do shit. Fuck that. Hold on. Damn, I can't play none of the soundboard. All this shit is pause. I was going to do I fell out on my knees. Hell nah. That's pause too. Listen.
Fruits.
Yeah, we see what you up to.
Fruits.
Exactly, bro. It's all good. It's all good. Damn. Anything I was about to play on the soundboard was going to get me crazy in trouble. Can't play no fell down to my knees when the sus came. It's all good. Anyway, we don't care, bro. Like, honestly, we really just don't care. Like, shout out to Shannon Sharp. Shout out to your gay lover or alleged gay lover. You can keep denying it. We don't care. We don't care, okay? Whenever you're ready to come out, it's cool, okay? Whatever. We're not forcing you out. Whenever you're ready to come out, it's cool. All right, bet. That bullshit. Let me go to Rich Homie Quan funeral real quick. I just want to see if apparently a lot of people spoke. Let me see what's up. The choir was buzzing.
Rich Homie Quan heard about it as he was riding past the service. And I'll never forget, he walked in.
Storytelling and rapping. And the compassion of our community in the city of Atlanta. And this letter is signed by our 61st mayor of the city of Atlanta, the Honorable Mayor Andre Dickens. You know, to love Atlanta is to love the people of Atlanta.
All right, hold on, we got.
Ooh, and I want to lead you to.
It's really self-explanatory if you hear it. Like, ain't really too much to say about it.
Crazy lifestyle. Crazy too.
You always said you was top 3 and not 3, and now the time has come to show where the spot is really at.
I love you, Daddy.
Oh, these kids, bro. This nigga looks so much like Rich Homie. God damn. Rest in peace, Rich Homie Quan. We love you, my brother. Killer Mike to the stage.
Good afternoon. I'm in my travel clothes, so forgive me to family for not being properly dressed. I didn't even understand why I got the call. I'm here first to speak on the behalf of just the black community here, because we've done a good job in this city, in the big city of Atlanta and the small city of South Fulton. We've done a good job being examples that you can be anything you want to be. You can be a little boy who wants to play baseball. You can train, you can develop a discipline that although it doesn't lead you to the major leagues, it leads you to the major leagues in music, and you can be an example for young people after you. Anything is possible in this city, and Corey and Tammy have showed us that by the product that they produced. I want to thank them as parents for giving their child the stability that would give those beautiful children the confidence to know that they're competent to do anything they want. A lot of people might be like, who is that up there? My name is Michael Render. I'm Denise's son. And like Tammy's son, I sang and danced for a living. Like Corey's son, Michael and Anthony, my fathers, have watched proudly from the audience, and they've suffered some for me too. I just like to say that we're not burying a musician today. You're burying a man. You're burying a man who was a student at Fort Valley, who was a baseball player, who was a son to a mother and a father, who was a father to children, who was a loving companion by what the internet say to a few women. But the women that gave him his children, he treated with honor and respect. I'd never been in that man's presence and seen him disrespect. And I've been, and I'm not going to take longer than 2 minutes. I'm going to say this to Atlanta. I didn't know him intimately. I didn't know him as a homeboy. I wasn't hanging out in the studio. I judged him by the fruit he was, the tree that he fell from, his mother and his father. Everywhere I went in this city, you hear their name in high praise and honor. And everywhere he carried their name, it was in high praise and honor. So to young people in the room, I want to say, carry your parents' name in a way that when it's said, it's going to be honorable and high praise. I've never heard his father or his mother's name spoke lowly because I've never heard his name. I would like to say, see, because a lot of us in the music industry, our lawyers, our accountants and stuff, they be people that have a certain faith. They be Jewish folks. So I asked my accountant one time, I want to go to one of your high and holy days with you. He took me to Yom Kippur. And for those of y'all who follow the Abrahamic religions, Jewish, Christianity, Islam, one of the greatest things we've taught in those religions is forgiveness and grace. And I stand here in front of two amazing parents and an amazing community that produced him. But also, man, I stand here in a room full of some people, they was his rivals about 9-10 years ago. And they got over that rivalry and they forgave each other and they lived. He was an example of grace. He was an example of mercy and forgiveness, not only in what he gave and what he was willing to exceed. He didn't let his pride and his ego and insecurity get in the way of being a good man. And I want to tell the young men that are in this room, some that were, man, righteously all the way down, some that was rival and got righteously all the way down later. You guys are leaders now. You guys are the lead in the fashion he led. If it's trouble, just get quiet and disappear and pop back up in a year. If you want to disrespect each other, find a room to go to and talk to each other, not in front of other people, so your pride and ego don't have to lead. We have an example in what this young man showed us, because a lot of times the people who lean into alcohol, the people who lean into things that will soothe our pain are the most sensitive people. And I stand before you today as a child of an addict. And I'm here to tell you, my mother was so sensitive to the thoughts and feelings of other people around her that she carried a weight on her. And musicians, a lot of times when we're writing and we understand this out of our experiences, but our writing comes from the experience of those around us. So believe me, that smile that he had carried the weight that you have. The smile that he walked around with sometimes masked a shattering, hurt thing. And he still gave audiences joy and love and laughter. So I want to say to us, forgive yourself for your own addictions. Because as you can see, I like sugar a lot. Forgive yourself for your own misgivings. Forgive your mothers. Forgive your fathers. Forgive your uncles. Forgive your aunts. Forgive yourself. And move forward how he moved forward. When he reemerged smiling. He reemerged with songs. He reemerged forgiven and being accepted and being forgiven by those he had issue with. He reemerged like a man. So I want to challenge all the black men in here to let's be more like the icon we call Quan. Let's be someone who brings honor to our mother and father. Let's be a good example for our children. And let's make sure that we forgive ourselves so we don't drink ourselves to death. Let's make sure we forgive ourselves so that we chase folly till we gone. Let's make sure that when we have a group of people in this room that much like our contemporaries who call themselves Jewish people, that we come with the spirit of I beg your pardon. We Yom Kippur, I don't even know how to spell it. But I know how to spell I beg your pardon. And I promise that I'm going to find someone I transgressed against or someone who might have transgressed against me. And I'm going to this week say, I forgive you. And if you'll forgive me, I accept your forgiveness. Because all I could think about as I sat here and watched this young man never stooped low. He always stood up high. If he stepped on your foot, he said, excuse me. If you felt like he did something wrong, even if it took a few months, they'd pop up and he'd beg your pardon and he'd allow you to be forgiven and he'd forgive. So I just want to hope in the rest of my life, how many days I have left, that I'm a lot more like Corey and Tammy's son. That I'm forgiven. That I bring people joy. That I bring people laughter. So I would just like to offer my deepest condolences on behalf of me and my family. I'd like to say to everyone in this room that Atlanta is a truly special place. That includes South Fulton. I'd like to say, black people in this room, we have an opportunity to do it different. We have an opportunity to bring honor to his name by forgiving one another. We have an opportunity to get out straight. And I would challenge us to do it because I love y'all so much. And he's gone, he's in the presence with the Lord now. So that means he's probably looking at us on a remote control TV from heaven, and he expects us to do better than we've been doing. I want to tell Atlanta I love you. I'd like to tell Corey and Tammy, thank you for loaning your son to the world. I want to tell his children, thank you for allowing your father to be an example for us, because so many days I'm sure he was away singing and dancing. I want to tell the woman and the women that loved him, you couldn't help it, baby. He was lovable. And I'd just like to say to Corey, man, I never got to tell you this, but I told you I wanted to see you and talk to you about something, but it's good for the room to hear. I heard you talk about getting an advance on your album, and the wisest thing you had said to anybody, you said, I told them I don't want all the money up front. Just give me something every month so that I can sustain myself. And I want to say to black people in this room, that was one of the greatest lessons I've heard every entertainer say. Let's be more conservative with what we do with our finance so we can give our children the stable life that Corey and Tammy gave him. Because that is the only way we will produce strong young men and women like the one we're sending to our Lord today. I love you all in Jesus' name. I pray that you all leave strong and healthy. To my Muslims in the building, Salaam Alaikum. Thank you guys for being here as well. And I look forward to seeing y'all soon. Tammy and Corey, thank y'all so much.
Wow, beautiful. Killer Mike, you're phenomenal. Wow, phenomenal.
And Corey and their relationship is that it will, thank you.
Look effortless, but those of us who were close to Quan know just how much effort he put into everything that he did. He showed us that it wasn't just about the destination, but it was also about the journey. Watching Quan evolve from the kid recording at his mom's house to a global superstar.
DJ is gonna keep spinning Quan. We ain't never let Quan name die, ever.
His legacy is still going in.
Good morning. My name is Rocco. Quan was someone that I held very near and dear to me. I want to start by saying Quan was that guy, and he knew it, you know? In the room he went in, he lit it up. You know, I remember seeing Quan one day. I was going through something. I had some on my mind, you know. I was frowned up. You know, by the time I left Quan, I'm laughing, joking, you know. That's just Quan, you know. He lit it up, you know. And it's hard for me, you know, because that was my boy. That was my brother, you know what I mean? And, I got a crazy story. So I got a call from Quan. He was like, you know, Quan talk fast. He was like, big bro, I need you. I'm doing my anniversary party at the Tabernacle. I need you. Come on, pop out. So I'm like, but you know, I'm from Atlanta, so I understand. I understood him. I was like, I'm in there, you know? I'm in there with you. But I'm a translator. He was like, big bro, I'm doing my anniversary party at the Tabernacle. I need you to pop out with me. You know what I'm saying? That's what he said. So fast forward, we do the show. He bring me out. He passed the mic off to me. I'm in there with him. We rocking. I look back through my peripheral. You know, I see Quan over. He's standing on something. He dancing. He rapping all my words. You know, that just gave me that extra energy to turn up some more and go harder, you know? And that's the type of person he was, you know? And we're going to always hold Quan in that light. Quan is forever goated in this city. We're going to champion Quan forever. We gonna keep Quan music straight.
I appreciated that because when you move to different places, you really don't have family out of state. And I was accepted by them, so I want to tell you, Corey, that meant everything to me, and I'm honored to be here to speak at your son's funeral. I'm honored to be here because...
How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Pastor, I ain't gonna be long. I see it on your face. You like, what I'm here for? First off, we want to say God is the greatest. All right? And when I talk with passion. So I want y'all to bear with me. Listen closely. Mama, I call you mama. We've been introduced since 2003. Big bro. So, you know, it's real family. Corey, what's going on? Y'all gave us an icon. Y'all gave us a legend. You know, we all on borrowed time. So the things that he accomplished while he was here, we want to let y'all know that we're going to continue on his legacy. And even through the small amount of time, it made a big impact. You understand? And I know he's the head of the household, and a lot of people in here is probably questioning. Now, there's two ways to ask questions. The first way to ask questions is you're asking because you're trying to learn the knowledge so you can apply it to future understandings. And the second way to ask questions is you're questioning because you want to question the reasoning for what's going on. And the second way of questioning can be disobedience. So we always have to go with the first way of how we ask questions, not why is this happening, not why is this happening to me. No, we have to ask God, what is the purpose? What is the lesson? How do I apply this to my future understanding? Because this is the end. He's at peace. One day we too shall do this. He's still leading. He said, I got to go to see what's going on. But as you can see, I'm still leading. You shall follow. So at the end of the day, y'all, Mom, I want to let you know, because we talked yesterday. And when we talked yesterday, I was just observing, and I want you to know that you are being obedient. The way you spoke, your energy, the way you talk, your head. Corey said it yesterday. She said, I'm going off how my mama going. But how you move, Emma, is how we supposed to move during these times. Because all the morals and the doctrines, this is the only time that we really apply it. When we hurt. Job. Everybody go read the book of Job. Just read the book of Job. He took everything from Job. He kept snatching everything from Job. And Job, like every Christian that, everybody like, I put so much good into the world. Why so much bad coming to me? He like, you know what? I ain't really been bad to nobody. I just want to talk to him. I want to ask him why. Why he doing this to me? God looked at him and said, who you talking to? Why not you? This is the time for you to praise my name. This is the time for you to tell the other people through the midst of pain, I'm the one that's giving you the strength, fool. So when people think you crazy, Mom, you ain't crazy. You being obedient. And I'm here to tell the family, big bro, so it's time to be obedient. It's time to take charge. Because I know the twilight zone is real, but guess what? It's real. This is the real. And I understand the pain. This is a familiar pain. And I'm here to tell you as a soldier, I'm scrapped up with you. I'm ready to fight with you. You understand? So continue to be a leader to the family. Listen, it ain't over with, y'all.
It ain't over with. He did what he was supposed to do. We all on borrowed time. Nobody in here know how they gonna leave. But when you leave and we meet our maker, we want to make sure, hey, wasn't I obedient? Didn't I do the best I could? So we're going to keep his name alive, and I want to tell the family, I love y'all, and I'm here with you forever. Keep God first, everybody. Quan, I love you, big bro. You a legend.
I'm first, right next to that's right too. My dad, Corey Lamar, came into my life when I was 3 years old, which means at 3 years old, I gained a brother. Well, two, but I wouldn't meet Duke until later. Quan and I always had a unique bond. I never would have imagined that my brother would blow up to be a global icon and legend. This is the same person who would ask me to call my mom and our dad while they were on a date night to see if he could use the car to go get me McDonald's. I never asked for McDonald's, and I don't think he was coming back with food, but they already told you about his women. This is the person who told me and Duke we were just playing boot camp in the basement, just so he could turn the treadmill up to 15 and watch us fly off. I still have the scars on my back to prove it. This is the same jokester who hid behind my parents' door for God knows how long just to jump out and terrify the crap out of me so that I could go running, screaming, and crying into my dad's arms. I never would have guessed that same brother and jokester would have such a major impact on hip-hop culture, black culture, Atlanta, and the world. But he did. I remember when Quan first blew up, I was 16. My dad had just bought me a silver convertible Beetle. I would ride up the hill to Mays High School with the top dropped to type away. Rain, sleet, hot, cold, snow, it did not matter. While I always thought he was talented and it was cool to have a brother who was a celebrity, he was never Rich Homie Quan to me, just my brother. I take comfort in the fact that the last conversation we had 2 days before he passed, we were starting to plan our dad's 55th birthday celebration in Miami. The last words he said to me were, "I love you, sis." We never think about the mortality of our siblings, our parents, grandparents, and other elders, maybe. But a brother at 34, never. My lesson in this is make sure you hold your loved ones tight and tell them you love them often, so that when God calls them home, you're at peace knowing the relationship y'all had, the love y'all shared, and that they're resting easy with God in heaven. Until we meet again, I love you, Quan.
Wow, it's so incredibly tough watching the siblings, you know. It's much easier watching like Killer Mike and DC Young Fly talk, but like the sister, and I think these are the immediate family that they're speaking about. Quan, rest in peace, Quan. I'm gonna play it.
Greetings. How everybody doing today? A little quiet in here, ain't it? I'm not here to talk about no memories. I'm just speaking. Progress. The verb definition of progress is to move forward or onward in a space of time. Your life was the definition of progress, big brother. The good work that was put in day by day didn't go unnoticed. I can promise you that. When becoming a man, we must become uncomfortable with being comfortable. We must become comfortable with being uncomfortable. I apologize. You was a testimony of that. Your life was built brick by brick with many troubles along the way, but count your blessings and not your troubles was the cornerstone of it all. We all appreciate your life. It gave us light that can never be duplicated. As crazy as it sounds, life isn't fair, but that's what makes it fair for us all. Now, family, as Frederick Douglass once stated, without struggle, there's no progress. And right now, we're going through a very tough struggle. We must embrace the situation in one another. Iron sharpens iron, so we may bend, but break it is not an option. If you didn't have a reason before, you got one now. And know a journey of 1,000,000 miles begins with one single step. Rest easy, big brother.
Thank you. Flies. I can't. I don't want to accept it, but I have to. You know.
I don't know, my brother, he hurt me with this one. He hurt me, man. But to see him grow and to know, like, we started this from a karaoke machine. Like, my brother made his own beats. He recorded himself. He learned how to do all that with no school, you know, like, I would be outside playing sports and he'd be in the house on the computer. It's just what he was. He perfected his craft, and I stood there and I watched him grow every day, every night. I traveled with him everywhere. He took us from around 285 to flights to Dubai. In 2014, I traveled the world with a passport. Like, since I was a child, my mama always made me walk to the bathroom with my brother, and he was the oldest. You know, I could be mid-bite, like, get up, you better go follow him to that bathroom, you know? So I was always his protector, you know, even though he was the oldest, I always walked through them doors first. And he has now opened up doors for his family, for us to continue and be better than what we were yesterday. So I want to applaud him and tell him that I appreciate him from taking me from 285, Old National, to the East Side, to endless flights, from instant oatmeal and cereal to continental breakfast. You know, and from continental breakfast to personal chefs. You know what I'm saying? Like, we went from apartments, you know, sometimes no hot water, man. Like, we didn't stop. I love you, man.
I don't know if I can watch much more of this, chat. I ain't gonna lie to you. This is like mad, like it's emotional now. I don't know if I can watch. I want to watch the mom speak or the dad speak. I think this is the dad. Yeah, this is super emotional right here.
September the 5th, when I got the phone call, and I had to redirect myself to go to Quan's home. I was shaking. I was scared. But I was also praying on that ride. Upon my arrival, they were bringing Quan out the house. And I asked, could I ride with them? And they said, no, you can't ride. So I went in the house and I told Amber, I think you should get ready and go to the hospital. I'll stay back with Leor. Duke and Koya proceeded. As I was in there, I was praying because something came over me. I was nervous and scared because I was just thinking about what if? And I got the confirmation that my son had transitioned. Not only my son, but my best friend. We didn't get it right every time, but we gave it the best every time. I grew up without my biological father. And when I was a kid, I made a promise to myself and to God that if I ever had kids, one question my kid or kids would never have, and that's what my dad had. Because I had that question as a child. My grandmother and grandfather gave me everything wasn't nailed down. I was spoiled. But I still wanted to know where was my dad. From the day I met Quan and I held him, my life changed. I knew failure was not an option. But little did Quan know, he pushed me even harder to be a dad, to be a role model, and to be an example is what a man should be, built upon integrity, morals, and values. In this industry, finances play a big part. But because of the morals and values that we instilled in him, me and Tammy, a lot of things we turned down because it didn't feel morally right. The love that has been displayed these past days for our son, brother, dad, whatever he may have been to you, it's been immeasurable. It's like now when I hear a Rich Homie Quan song, it sounds different to me. I was looking at Channel 2 News a week ago and they mentioned the word Rich Homie Quan. And the lady said, he's an Atlanta icon. I just looked up at God and said, God, I thank you. Transition is inevitable for all of us. And I know that that day is gonna come where I'll see him again. Right now, I'm waiting on him just to come and say, Dad, I'm okay. I used to tell people I live day by day. Now I live second by second. I was taught as a kid, men don't cry. That's a sign of being weak or you soft. But as I got older, I realized that crying is a sign of pain. And Lord knows I'm in pain. Somebody asked me the other day, how you doing? I said, I don't even know how I'm doing. But I know that God's grace and mercy is keeping us here. There are times since I lost my son, I don't know what to do. Prime example, when me and his mother had to go make arrangements. I buried a lot of my family members. I know the process. But as we were walking through the funeral home in the casket room, I stopped and said, what are we doing here? And Tammy looked at me and said, Corey, we're not supposed to be here. So when we left, the Spirit touched me and just said, hey, this is a bit too much for you, because I'm emotional. I lost my best friend. I lost a kid I talked to 9, 10 times a day. Pop, if he just want to talk. Dad, if he needs something. I mean, like, I was his protector. I would do anything to protect this kid. And I used to tell him all the time, you know, so much go on that you don't even know about because we love you. Dre texts me all the time, Monte texting, what we doing, and I have to find a solution, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of those times, all I could do is pray and ask God to help us. So when I look at, like, when they sent me the obituary and I glanced at it on my phone, I didn't look at it long. I said, this kid has accomplished a great deal at a young age. And to be honest, being in the trenches, you don't realize that. But once you see it, like, compelled, you know, like, on a piece of paper, you'd be like, this kid really did his thing, man. I'm humbled to have been his dad. One of the last conversations we had, I was asking him some questions, and I said, have some of my life or how I live my life impact the decisions you make? And I said, be honest. And he said, Dad, you know, as a kid, a child's first hero is his dad. And he said, we as kids tend to do what we see. And if I have to answer you truthfully, yes. He told me, he said, yes. The pain that I feel right now is immeasurable, man. I feel as though I've been broken into a million pieces. But I'm reminded that I know a man that'll put me back together one piece at a time, over time. To the fans, to the family, to the loved ones. I thank you all for taking time out of your day to be here with us and to pay respects to my son. And I'm gonna leave y'all with a little story because everybody a little somber. And I know people have been feeling sad for us, but like Dre said, we're gonna figure it out. It's a time and place for everything. Right now, it's a time for us to mourn. It's okay. It's okay. Jesse Jackson said it might be dark now, but the morning got to come. It's coming. We don't know when and where. So I drank a little Ciroc. Forgive me, church. Had some bottles of Ciroc down at the apartment downtown. And I usually buy them because I just like the pretty bottles. But whenever I want to have me a drink, I have me a little drink. So I was down there one evening, Ciroc sitting over there on the counter looking good, grabbed me a glass and poured me some Ciroc. And put some juice in it.
Let me just go on to the mom. Where the mom at? Let's hear mama. And this was a casket, bro. I hate showing, you know, obviously, but no. Yeah, there's not much we can say, bro. Not much we can fucking say. There's a singing performance. Did the mom speak? Did the mom not speak at all? Oh, looked like the mom didn't speak. Maybe she did. Maybe she spoke earlier.
Friends, the love with the Lord.
It don't look like the mom.
I'm honored to be here because
everyone's mind.
That's